Well, Mr. Adams, it's a right good farm, right good.
Thanks. My wife and I and my boy Jim, we've worked hard.
Terrible shame you Mormons having to leave.
Yes, terrible shame, Mr. Drummond.
I tell you, I'd like to buy this farm, but things are tight. I haven't much free money right now. I'll offer you $500.
500?
100 now, 400 over the next 5 years.
That's robbery, Mr. Drummond. That's a year's profit from the farm.
I know. Like I told you, times are hard, and that's what I'll offer because that's all I have.
You're lying, Drummond.
That's a harsh thing to say.
You've got plenty more money than $100 in cash, and you know it.
Well, there's nothing says you have to take my offer.
When they get to the Rocky Mountains, they plan to set up an independent kingdom in Mexican territory, where the United States Army dares not go and the Mexican Army cannot go. Ruled by the Council of 50, they shall gather wealth and strength until they're ready to challenge the United States to mortal combat, a devastating war.
Come on now, Mr. Smith. Surely you don't believe that. Surely they aren't so mad.
That's those who ignore them that are mad. They aren't Americans. They don't like democracy. Well, they're ruled by Brigham Young and his cronies, who think they can rule the world. You can print that, sir. Print that in your newspaper.
People began leaving their homes. And even as they left, hundreds of people lined up at the temple doors. And by the time the last saints left the temple, 5,516 people would receive their endowments.
Brian, it was beautiful. Beautiful and strange and frightening.
We're promised. We're promised so much.
Promises like that make it easier to give up our home and our farm.
Because we'll never have to give up each other. I love you, Beth Ellen.
I love you, too.
Please don't go.
I have to go. I have duties, Diantha.
You have duties to me.
Which is why I'm leaving you here in Nauvoo, just until the baby is born.
Oh, William, I know you have other wives, and you won't miss me a bit while you're gone, but I'll miss you. Remember that I'll miss you.
I'll miss you too, Diantha, more than you know. But I have to leave. I love you.
I'll write to you every day.
And I'll write to you too, as often as I can. The camp of Israel is a scribe, and wherever Brother Brigham is, well, that's the camp of Israel, and there I must be also. Diantha, you bring me more joy than any other person in the world sometimes, but you also cause me more worry.
I don't mean to, but I need you, William.
And you have me. Right now you have me. But in 15 minutes, if my wagon doesn't fall into line near Brother Brigham's, he'll have me. He'll send me on a mission to Europe so fast, you won't even know you have a husband.
Go with God. I'll be all right here.
I know you will.
Come on now. William! Took you long enough.
Brother Brigham, it's so cold I nearly froze to my front doorstep.
You weren't freezing, Brother William. You were lingering to kiss your youngest wife goodbye. Don't forget that I had wives to bid goodbye to as well as you. Now get your wagon on the boat and let's go.
We crossed the river beginning in February. The first families left on February 4th and set up camp 9 miles away by Sugar Creek in Iowa. Brigham Young himself crossed the river on the 15th. It was winter, and the weather wasn't letting us forget it. We thought there could be nothing good about the cold and the snow until one morning...
Boatman! Boatman!
Maybe he's still asleep.
We were told to be here at 8 o'clock. It's 8 and the boat hasn't stirred.
Try the house.
All right. You'll have to get off the wagon, dear, and walk behind. If the thing sinks, I only want to have to worry about saving myself, not you two.
Where you go, I go. It's in the marriage contract.
Marriage contract says you obey me.
Marriage contract says you don't leave my side, and I don't leave yours. I won't have any more arguing. I stay on the wagon.
Can you swim?
No.
Then you're getting off.
Don't you dare! I won't be tossed off this wagon. I am not a child.
You're my wife. I love you. And you're going to walk 50 feet behind this wagon or I'll leave you in Nauvoo and marry someone smarter to take with me.
All right, you tyrant. Go. Abandon me. Leave me.
Giddy up. Move out. Now. Giddy up. Slow, little ladies. Slow. Calm. That's right. Take it easy. Don't stamp, Agnes. That's right. If the Lord wants us to cross this river, I hope he made the ice good and thick. I see it too, Agnes. The other side. We made it, ladies. We made it. Ice as firm as you please.
Congratulations.
What? What are you doing here? Where were you?
In the back of the wagon. I didn't aim to be left behind. Gotta make Sugar Creek by nightfall and tell them the good news. With the river froze, we can get twice the number of people across.
How did I come to marry such a stubborn woman?
The only smart thing you ever did.
That's right. Giddy up. Let's move.
All is well. All is well.
Put up a white flag. No, tiran más. Soy muerto.
Ahora, ustedes son prisioneros de los Estados Unidos de México.
What did he say?
I think he said we're prisoners.
That's funny. I didn't even know there was a war.
The president is busy. Not too busy for this. I believe we're at war, young man.
War? Who with?
With whom? I believe I ought to tell the president before I tell you. What do you think?
Oh, well, I'll get him, sir. Sorry, General. Come right in, sir. Right this way.
I know the way.
General!
Mr. President, we have just received word that a troop of dragoons under the command of Captain Thornton, riding on the American side of the Rio Grande River, were ambushed and captured by regular Mexican troops.
Go to war, of course. We've been hoping to find some way to get our hands on California, and a war with Mexico will probably cost about the same as a purchase. Dreadful. I am most ashamed of the people of Illinois.
Brigham Young is leading the Mormons west, Mr. President, into territory that used to belong to Mexico.
Heading for California?
Upper California, the Great Basin country, just west of the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah. Well, I must confess to a great deal of ignorance about the geography of the area.
President Polk, the Mormons are loyal to the Constitution and loyal to the federal government. We want a chance to prove that loyalty. We volunteer 1,000 men, mind you, who are already right on the edge of Mexican lands, to march to California and secure the coastal regions for the United States of America. If that clothing allowance is paid in advance, it will provide thousands of dollars to the Latter-day Saints to pay for feeding the poor and starving among them.
Brother Erastus Snow and I have come to bring you a revelation the prophet has received.
The prophet?
President Young.
Since when is he getting revelations?
The Lord has commanded us to spend the winter on the Missouri, and for that reason, Brother Snow and I have come to help you return to the Missouri.
Why? We must be halfway to the Great Salt Lake by now. Why go back?
The Lord told you to throw yourself into the ocean. You'd do it, wouldn't you? And so I must inform you that I have been given authority to release you from your calling as a leader of the encampment of running water. You have been showing an insubordinate spirit for some time, Bishop Miller. The Lord's house is a house of order, and we must have order here.
I'm not so easily released as that. These people are my people. They'll go where I say, when I say.
These people are God's people, and when you get out of harmony with God, they won't follow you anymore. I was about 4/5 right. Most people returned to winter quarters with me and Brother Snow, but Miller's closest friends and his family believed him.
I had a special appointment from the prophet Joseph Smith, and I cannot be released by these men. It's warm there, a virtual paradise, and that's where the righteous will go.
It's exactly as warm as hell down there, so that those who follow Lyman White will be perfectly acclimatized to where they'll all end up.
It is the Garden of Eden.
I don't want to live in the Garden of Eden. I want to live in a place so remote and so forbidding that America will just leave us alone.
This fella here, he's an Omaha chief.
He looks more like an orphan to me.
Dakota! Many, kill!
Dakota?
The Sioux, the meanest bunch of Indians in the world. They nearly wiped out one camp of Omahas. The chief here, he wants you to protect them.
Guns! Kill Dakota!
The last thing we want to do is get the Sioux angry at us. But I'll tell you what. We won't fight the Sioux, but we'll put our main encampment north of the Omaha villages. The Sioux may attack 100 defenseless Omaha, but I'll bet they'll think twice about riding through 5,000 white men just to get to those poor little Indian towns.
I bet that'll do it.
Father, we don't know where our next meal's coming from, and half of us are sick and unable to travel. And if it is thy will that we go west to join the rest of thy saints, bless us with the food we need to survive. But if it be thy will that we suffer the pangs of death,
do those birds look edible to you?
They do indeed. Father, we thank thee. That was downright prompt. And we thank thee in the name of...
Thousands of quail came, so tired they just fell down at their feet, so that even the sick could capture them and kill them and cook them and keep themselves from starving. It was a miracle, and we knew then that the Lord was watching over us as he watched over the children of Israel when Moses led them out of Egypt.
How many did you get?
Enough! There's enough for everyone.
The Lord hasn't forgotten us. The Lord still loves his people.
Back you go, Bertha. Back you go. Don't give me no argument, Bertha. Just a few steps backward and then a few million steps forward. We'll be at our new home.
We have enjoyed the spiritual feast this morning, but I feel inspired to call off the rest of this conference.
What?
The sun is shining, and a sunshiny day is the kind of day we need to get underway on our journey to the west. If the Lord sends us sunshine, it would be ungrateful and foolish of us to ignore it.
2 sextants, 1 circle of reflection, 2 artificial horizons, 2 barometers, 5 thermometers, telescopes, and, best of all, maps.
Anybody know how to use these things?
I do, and there are others. We'll always be able to know our north and south, and with a good mileage count, we can figure our east and west.
And what are the maps of?
Well, there's the Oregon Trail map, but you already had that, and John C. Fremont's map of his trip to California by way of the Great Salt Lake.
I don't mind a little levity, Heber.
I know it, Brigham.
I can sing and dance with the best of them. And I win my share of checkers games.
You beat me a few times, Brigham.
But I'm beginning to think this trek is nothing but one long party. Dancing every night and practical jokes constantly. This morning, Brother Markham found a rattlesnake in his bed and nearly died of apoplexy before he discovered it was dead.
Oh, they're getting carried away.
I think it's time they were rebuked. Reminded that this is the camp of Israel. It's a lovely land, isn't it, Wilford? This is the place. Drive on. The Spirit of light rested upon me and hovered over the valley. And I felt that there the saints would find protection.
And I must say
and
that
safety.
though we were tired and the work was hard, I felt in my heart that Brigham was right. Here the saints would be safe.
Here we could make our homes forever, and no one would harm us or drive us out again. I'm Orson Pratt. I was the first to set foot on the place that would one day become Salt Lake City. The story of our trek west and the story of the Mormon battalion far to the south have captured the imaginations of a lot of people, and they're right good stories, in fact. But what people tend to forget is that Brigham Young's party wasn't the only one that crossed the plains in 1847, and there were some saints who never crossed the plains at all. In other words, it didn't all start in winter quarters.
Well, Mr. Brennan, it's a fine vessel.
Yes, Mr. Vancock, nearly new and fast. They guarantee us 5 months, unless there's a storm or a calm.
Why, an everyday bark would guarantee you that. There are always storms and calms. Still, Mr. Brennan, I wished you'd give up this foolishness of going west. If nothing convinced you Mormonism was crazy before, surely this trek to the mountain deserts will convince you.
Just between you and me, Mr. Vancott, I've had moments myself where I wondered a bit about everyone's sanity, except my own, and yours most of the time.
Oh, you just aren't pious enough to be a real Mormon, Sam. Unless those rumors about polygamy are true. I can see you with a few wives, Sam. But I can't imagine you ever telling one about the others.
I'm a Mormon through and through, and nothing you say will change that.
You'll be driven out of your mind with boredom at sea, Sam. A few years ago, in a fit of madness, I bought 179 volumes of Harper's Family Library. Never looked at them. I'll donate them to your voyage.
Gratefully accepted.
I can't vouch for the wisdom in them, Sam. I only hope there's enough wisdom to open your eyes to the truth about Mormonism.
My dear Mr. Vancott, has it never occurred to you that your eyes may be closed to the truth?
Never. I'm invariably correct in my attitude toward religion. If it requires you to give anything other than money, it's too demanding. Well, I hope to have you to dinner again before you and your 300 compatriots sail away to the far reaches of California.
I hope so, too. Thank you for your generosity.
Remember that. I love it when people are grateful to me.
It was a beautiful voyage, usually much more comfortable than the cold passage across the North Atlantic. But the 238 saints suffered their share of deaths and misery. There were 2 storms, one in the Atlantic and one in the Pacific, and while 2 infants were born on board ship, 10 died. One of them was really 2.
Madam, get below immediately.
I can't find my husband.
Look for him below. I don't want you getting washed overboard. Below. We've never shipped such a heavy sea, and it's getting worse. And you're pregnant.
I have to find my husband.
Down here, Laura. Down here. Nearly beside himself with you pregnant and all. Come on down.
Oh, thank the Lord he's safe. No!
Laura. Laura, are you...
Quickly, bring her in here.
What's wrong?
A vicious fall like that, this late in her time. The baby might come at any minute.
Her arm's broken.
No time to set it now. Quickly.
The baby was born prematurely, and in the birth, Laura Goodwin died. But in a way, her husband was luckier than others. All the others who died on the voyage were buried at sea. But when Laura died, the ship Brooklyn was near a little island.
Juan Fernandez. It's a beautiful little island.
Not to me.
At least your wife lies in firm ground, Brother Goodwin.
On Resurrection Day, I'll have to travel mighty far to find her.
Then your joy when you meet again will be all the greater. The Lord loves you, Brother Goodwin.
Perhaps so, Brother Brannon. But I wish I'd taken my chances in wagons rather than to ride in this tiny boat on top of the great ocean. Even the island looks accidental. So small a storm might blow it away.
But it won't. And you know, you could never have afforded the passage from New York overland to Nauvoo, let alone to Iowa, where the Saints are going to be setting up their first rendezvous.
Brother Brannon, I can't bear it.
You can, and you will. The Lord's people bear many things. And as Joseph said, we hope to be able to bear all things.
St. Paul said it first.
But a good one. Unless and until Brother Joseph said a thing, it was never truly said. This island has a history, you know. It was on this island that Robinson Crusoe lived for 5 long years, the only white man.
I thought that was fiction.
But it was based on fact. The real Crusoe was a man named Alexander Selkirk, and he may have been a cannibal.
Why do you say that?
People are never what they seem, or what they claim to be. Some are better, some are worse. But all you can do is trust them until they show what they really are.
They also stopped at Honolulu in the Sandwich Islands, and after 10 days there, they sailed on to Yerba Buena, later called San Francisco, where they arrived on the 29th of July, 1846. They had sailed on February 4th, the very day that the first wagons crossed the Mississippi from Nauvoo to Iowa. But while the Saints were trying to collect themselves, ourselves I should say, in winter quarters, Sam Brannon's people were already in California. But that was part of the problem.
Is it true, Brother Branham, that Brigham Young and the others aren't coming here? That they're stopping in the desert somewhere east of here?
So the story goes. Joseph talked about the Great Salt Lake Valley too, but he hadn't seen California.
It isn't as lush as the east by any means, but God dealt kindly here. It's warmer than Virginia, but not as wet. And I can't help but think that millions of people could live here with room to spare.
Which is why I'm going to visit Brother Young next spring, as soon as the weather permits.
Do you think you could persuade him to come here?
I believe that someday one of the richest cities in the world will spring up here by the San Francisco Bay. There isn't a better harbor in the world, and it opens out to all the Orient, to India, to China, to the islands of the South Seas. I promise you this is the land of opportunity. It might as well be made of gold.
But not all was excitement when the Saints arrived in California. The close life on shipboard had meant some arguments, and after the long confinement, the city of San Francisco, a wild young town at the time, was too tempting for some.
The verdict is unanimous then. All 3 of you are deprived of your membership in the church.
You can take away my membership, Sam Brannon, but I'm truer to the prophet Joseph than any man.
Now that Joseph is dead, I dare say every man will declare himself true to the prophet, and he won't be able to laugh at you in person. You weren't true to the prophet, sir. You weren't even true to yourself.
There was an attempt to set up a united order of sorts among the Saints in San Francisco, but it went the way of all such attempts. Pretty soon the most industrious withdrew, and only the indolent or inept remained, and the whole thing soon collapsed. And there were ill feelings and so many accusations against Sam Brannon that Captain Montgomery of the United States Navy, who was at the time in charge of Yerba Buena and surrounding country, instituted a court of inquiry.
I've talked to every single one of you who cared to talk to me, and in all your complaints against Mr. Brannon, I have only come up with evidence to prove one thing, that he insisted on the sort of discipline and cooperation that are absolutely essential to survival on board ship. And if he hadn't done every single thing he did, far more of you would have died than the mere 10 who did. I commend him highly.
Disagreements among the Mormons were quite important at the time, for the entire American population of Yerba Buena was smaller than the number of Saints who landed, so that for a short time the city was more Mormon than not among the Americans. But all the Americans lived in fear in those days, for the Mexicans had not yet lost the war, and the U.S. Navy held only a precarious foothold in California.
They'll come up behind you and cut your throat if you aren't careful.
I was just playing with him.
They look like Indians and they act like Indians. Don't play with them.
Mama, por favor.
What? What was that?
I mean, please.
Don't let me ever catch you speaking Spanish.
But pretty soon the suspicions began to die. In January 1847, Sam Brannon started up the press he had brought with him from New York, the church's press on which the newspaper, The Prophet, had been printed. And Sam Brannon started printing the Yerba Buena California Star.
I read the first issue of your paper, Brother Sam. Pretty good, wasn't it? Not at all, Sam. It'll get better. Brother Sam, that's the church's press you're using, and there's not one mention of the Mormon church in here. Oh? The whole purpose of that press was to preach the gospel. Well, I plan to put out extras and supplements. But there isn't a newspaper in this town. Every other time we've started a paper, there have been dozens of others competing. This time, we're all alone. We can make so much money that we could finance the whole church coming to California. I don't recall Brother Brigham sending you here to make money. I don't recall him sending me here to starve either. I'm leading the church in this part of the world, brother, and the Lord and I have decided to print this kind of paper at this time. Somehow it's hard to picture you working with the Lord breathing over your shoulder.
Sam Brannan's paper was successful, and as more and more people began coming to California, he just happened to own the property they wanted to buy. Began, in fact, to get rather rich. And when the gold rush came, why, he prospered mightily and became one of San Francisco's most prominent citizens. But there's the problem. San Francisco, not Salt Lake City.
I hear the pass over the Sierra Nevada is open now. I'm heading east.
Why, Brother Sam?
To find Brigham Young and tell him that this nonsense of Salt Lake Valley has got to stop.
So a party went with Sam Brannan across the Donner Pass, east across Nevada to the Great Salt Lake Valley, weeks before I came there at the head of the advance company from winter quarters. Sam was the first Mormon to see the valley. But where I saw fertile land, wanting only irrigation to be plentiful, Sam could see only desert. He compared it, you see, with Yerba Buena and the rich lands of Sacramento Valley.
Well, Orson, looks like I head back to California tomorrow.
You don't look too happy. Brother Brigham say no?
The man's a mule, Orson. That's the truth.
Maybe, but maybe what the church needs right now is a mule at the head. Stubborn and mean, but he knows when to move and when to stay. And when he's moving, you better get out of his way. And when he's staying, don't bother trying to budge him.
If you could only see the San Francisco Bay, Orson. It's the most beautiful place on earth. I've seen Honolulu, and that was paradise. But it was a lazy place. Yerba Buena's the busiest place on earth, and beautiful besides. And plenty of opportunity for them as has guts enough to take it.
But we're going to the Great Salt Lake Valley.
Oh, yes. Boy, that place couldn't provide a living for a pair of crows, and if they had children, they'd all starve to death. Just seagulls and crickets and lizards and snakes. That's all that can live there.
And us. We can live there.
Orson, the Lord surely loves you.
I hope so.
Oh, he must. You can't miss. Because either you're incredibly faithful, or you're a blamed fool. And the Lord's looking out for you either way.
So Sam Brannan went back to Yerba Buena. And when the call came for them to come to Salt Lake Valley, 100 saints made the passage across Nevada and joined us in our new colony. But many others stayed in California, where they drifted out of the church and became just a few more of the worldly mob that lived in the glittering port of San Francisco. Sam Brannan was a gifted man. He just glittered more than any of the others. He won his place in California history, but he lost his place in the church. And I have no doubt which will count for more in the next life.
Who be there?
Oh, why, Brother Jim, don't you know me?
In the nighttime, it take me a little longer to recognize.
Brother Jim Kincaid, I'm ashamed of you. You're a suspicious man. I'm John Brown, and I baptized you not a year ago.
Brother John, why, Brother John?
You do know me, then.
No, I knows you. What bring you here?
Well, Brother Brigham sent me. It's time. The church is moving west to the Rocky Mountains. I've been sent to bring you and all the Tom Bigby branch.
He's moving?
Indeed, my friend. You and your master and every other Mormon, black or white. It's time for the saints to find a place where we can all live together in peace.
Why? We're peaceful here, Brother John. Peaceful to the soul. Why, pretty near the whole country's Mormon. There's 200 of us if there's 5.
The trouble is, Brother Jim, if all the saints came here, there'd be thousands and thousands of saints. There just wouldn't be room.
That's true. Say, what am I joining my head with you out there in the cold? Come on in.
Thanks, Brother Jim.
Is your master in?
In, but asleep. But I reckon he'd be right angry if he knew you was here and I hadn't told him. Come on in, Brother John Brown. My heart's doing flip-flops just to see you again. The man who came here and taught me that the gospel was for black folks as well as whites.
The church didn't spread too fast in the South in those days. All the missionaries were Yankees, and we didn't own slaves. That had even been one of the reasons the Missourians hated us. Our missionaries found hospitality all over the South, but not many converts, except in Monroe County, Mississippi, where everybody was related to everybody. And when John Brown preached the gospel to them, they joined, along with all their relatives, until nearly 200 saints had joined, whites and blacks alike. And now the time had come to bring them west.
You married my daughter, John Brown, and I let you take her with you to Nauvoo. But I never figured the day would come when you'd come back to take me away.
We've lived here all our lives, John, and our parents before us, and their parents before them.
It's a hard thing asking us to leave like this.
But I'm not asking you. The Lord is.
I hate it when you put things like that, John. You know I can't say no when it's the Lord asking.
And so one of the finest groups of Latter-day Saints ever to go west left their homes. At first, only 14 families, 43 people in all, went with John Brown. He planned to return later for the rest.
John, I think this is foolish, making me leader of the group. Why, you're the natural leader, not me.
They elected you.
That's what's wrong with democracy. I don't want the responsibility.
But that's the best kind of a leader to have. Someone who doesn't want the responsibility. They were in a hurry. They knew that the Saints had left Nauvoo in February, and they were determined to meet the Saints on the Platte River. What they weren't counting on was the fact that the main body of Saints was moving so slowly. They got to Independence, Missouri in late May, probably the first large group of Mormons to pass through Jackson County in many a long year. But in late May, the rest of the Saints still hadn't got across Iowa to the Missouri River.
Howdy. I'm Andy Green from St. Louis, leading a company of Missourians west to Oregon.
And I'm William Crosby. We're from Mississippi.
Fine state, I'm sure, my friend. I just thought to warn you. Story's going around right now that the Mormons are to the north of here, mad as hops and ready to kill. They finally drove them out of Illinois, you know. Story has it that they killed Lilburn Boggs, so watch out. They're murderers, all of them. If you run into a bunch of Mormons, you better start praying for the Indians to attack, because the Mormons are a whole lot worse.
Oh, really?
You ever hear of the Mormons?
Oh, it's a long way from Illinois to Mississippi, but word spreads.
Well, say then, what do you say to us traveling together? Safety in numbers and all that. 43 of you and 29 of us. Why, the Mormons wouldn't come near us then. We can just fall in together in the morning.
I don't know.
Oh, come on now. I won't take no for an answer. We got plenty of provisions. We won't be no burden on you. Might as well be friends on the trail as enemies, right?
Right.
So the next day, the Saints from Mississippi fell in with a group of pioneers from Missouri. An unlikely combination, and one doomed not to last long.
Spirit of God, like a fire is burning. The latter day glory begins to come forth.
What you children singing?
The Hosanna song.
Sounds like a hymn, don't it?
It is, sort of. Brother Joseph had it written for the dedication of the temple.
Brother Joseph?
Yes, sir.
That man's last name wouldn't be Smith, would it?
Of course it is. He was the prophet.
Oh, boy. You folks wouldn't be Mormons, would you?
I am. She hasn't been baptized yet.
Mormons. Oh, my.
And so the next day, the Missourians made their excuses and went on ahead.
We're in a hurry, and we kind of figure to travel faster than you're traveling at the moment. So, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Well then, begging your pardon. Good day.
Looks like they found out we're Mormons. I must say, it's nice having Missourians afraid of Mormons for a change.
But the next day, the Mississippi Saints overtook those Missourians.
Well, howdy, Mr. Crosby.
Howdy yourself.
Thought you folks were in a hurry, Andy Green.
Well, we got to thinking, and we thought as how there are a lot of Indians out on the prairies and not many of us. And how the bigger the wagon train, the less likely it is that the Indians will attack. So we thought...
You thought you'd rather travel with Mormons than with Indians after all.
What? Are you folks Mormons? Why, do tell.
Do tell indeed. We'd be glad to travel with you. And if you pretend you don't see us praying, we'll pretend we don't see all that ugly hard liquor you're drinking.
Why, that's as fair a deal as I ever did here.
It wasn't long after that, however, when the Mississippi Saints arrived at the confluence of the Platte and the Mississippi rivers. It was here that they had thought to meet the rest of the Saints and join them for the trek west. But the rest of us were still straggling across Iowa. We wouldn't reach that spot for days yet. You just go on ahead, Andy, you and your Missourians. We have to wait here for the rest of the Saints.
Well, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. But I must say, you've been pleasant company this far. I guess what we hated about the Mormons in Missouri wasn't their Mormonness. It was their Yankiness. But you good old Southern boys, you can be Mormons or Catholics or even Hindus for all I care. You're still just folks. Goodbye.
Goodbye. They waited for a day and a half, and there wasn't a sign of the huge encampment they thought to see. It didn't occur to them that we were so slow that they actually reached the spot ahead of us, despite the fact that they had more than twice as far to go to get there. So they finally concluded that we were ahead of them, and they set out along the Oregon Trail on the south bank of the Platte River, and they traveled for weeks.
Brother William?
Yes, Brother Jim.
There's some folks coming back from California. They've been over the whole trail from the end to here.
And?
They never heard nor seen any Mormons at all.
What? There's no way to hide a migration of thousands of Latter-day Saints.
I know. But they got no reason to lie, Brother William.
None at all. Which means that they must be behind us. Obviously. Well, what do we do now? Well, it's a cinch that we don't want to get to the Great Salt Lake Valley before the rest of the church. The idea is to follow the prophet, not to lead him. We haven't got that long till winter. It's August already. Nothing to do but look for a good place to settle in and camp until spring. The idea doesn't appeal to me. We're hundreds of miles too far north. Why, it snows here. Worse. I hear tell that out here on the prairie they get storms that can bury a standing buffalo so fast his legs are frozen in the middle of a step. Well, if you aren't Mr. Cheerful News himself. All I'm saying is we better find a place, and soon, and make sure we're safe and snug and secure before the snow starts falling. It wasn't long afterward that along came an old French trapper, dressed like an Indian with shoulder-length hair. A strange-looking man if there ever was one.
My name is Jean Richard, and I know this country better than any white man, and the Indians ask me for advice.
Well, I'm not an Indian, sir, but I am in need of some advice. Do you know of a place somewhere nearby where we could camp safely and securely for the winter?
I know of many places where you and I could camp, Monsieur Crosby. And I know of a few places where you and I and a few friends could camp. But you and all these people, Monsieur Crosby, there is only one place.
Fort Laramie?
Fort Laramie. I laugh. I laugh again. It is not large enough for you and a donkey. And they haven't provisions for winter for more than a few extra trappers and Indians. No, you must go to Pueblo, a colony of the Spanish not very far south of here.
I hear there's a war on between Mexico and the United States.
Is there? But it doesn't matter. Americans have control of Pueblo now. My friends the Indians tell me. So you will be among friends there. And they have plenty of supplies. I'll take you there if you like.
I like. A Latter-day Saint at your service.
Latter-day Saint? Why, so am I. So are all of us.
You are?
They made a battalion of us, volunteers from the camp of Israel in Iowa. We're the sick ones and the wives and children that some pea-brain lieutenant ordered to come out here. But we never thought to find Latter-day Saints here.
And so the Mississippi Saints settled down in Pueblo with a few mountain men and their wives, and an ever-increasing number of saints from the Mormon battalion. For after a few weeks, Captain James Brown's detachment arrived from Santa Fe in fairly good condition. Captain Brown directed the construction of dwelling places for the soldiers, and just in time, for as the snow started to fall in earnest, the last group of Mormon battalion men arrived, the sick ones sent away under the command of Lieutenant Willis. They had had a long journey, and the weather was bad. Several of them died. And worse, there were terrible ill feelings, for Willis had been trying to get them to Pueblo quickly so they could get shelter before the worst part of the winter set in. And in his hurry, he treated them worse than they liked to be treated.
When a brother would die, he'd say he was glad of it. They was men not able to walk, Captain Brown, and he'd make 'em walk and threaten to cut their throats if they didn't keep up. He should have been our friend and brother, and he was worse than a Missouri mob all by himself. He persecuted us from Santa Fe to here, and I think he ought to be punished for it.
Punished? I'm ashamed of you. That man accomplished a miracle getting you here.
Then it was a miracle of the devil.
If he had let you dally on the way, you'd all be dead.
If he hadn't pushed us so hard, nobody would have died. But I can see I'll get no satisfaction from you.
There were other troubles in Pueblo. Many of the men resented James Brown because he expected and demanded military discipline. But spring came at last, and a group of 18 Pueblo Saints, including some battalion members and some Mississippi Saints, went north to Fort Laramie to meet the advance company under Brigham Young when we came. They waited 2 weeks, and when we all met, there was rejoicing you wouldn't believe. These good men joined with us, and Brother Brigham sent Apostle Amasa Lyman down to Pueblo to lead the saints there to Salt Lake Valley. The rest we took with us, and along with us were some other Mississippi Mormons who had left later than Brother Crosby's group. There were even 3 black servants with them, so that when we entered the Salt Lake Valley on July 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, there were blacks and whites, men and women, Southerners and Northerners, all together in brotherhood, because we were all Latter-day Saints. The Mississippi Saints stayed loyal to the church through thick and thin, and loyal to each other. First, they founded the second settlement in the Salt Lake Valley. Fittingly, it was south of Salt Lake City, a town they first called Cottonwood, and later Holiday, after one of the Mississippians who was bishop. Later, they traveled southwest and founded a colony in California, a little town called San Bernardino. They came home when Johnston's army invaded Utah, but they went again, settling in southern Utah, and finally in Arizona, one of the strongest, most loyal group of saints there ever was. Not all the saints who came to Salt Lake Valley went by way of winter quarters. Salt Lake was where the Lord wanted us to be, so come by hook or by crook, that's where the righteous saints came. By sea, by land, in all weathers, and from all directions. It was a great sacrifice, but like Abel's righteous sacrifice, the Lord accepted it and blessed him for it.
We'll have no trading with the Indians here. They mustn't get into the habit of visiting us, or there'll be bloodshed.
Too bad. She's only the second child born in the valley, but I'm proud of her anyway.
You'd better be, George.
The first baby was young Elizabeth Steele, named for Brigham Young and Queen Elizabeth, and the second, born to George Thirkell, was named
Hattie. We'll call her Hattie.
But just as life came to the Thirkell family, the first death in the valley came to them too. Their young son, 3 years old, was playing on the banks of City Creek when he fell in and drowned. He was a lively child and well loved by everyone, and his death coming only 2 weeks after we came to the valley was a great grief.
But the Lord loves little children, my brothers and sisters, and as this young boy was taken from us, the Lord left this promise in his place, that he will be a celestial son of God more surely than any of us here, and his loving mother and father will be with him in the next life, and be able to share with him all the love they have already learned to feel for his bright spirit in this life.
There was time pressure on us, however. The few hundred saints in the valley had with them most of the 12 apostles, and the thousands of saints back in winter quarters were leaderless. It was time for the 12 to go back to Iowa, and we took a total of 177 persons with us back to Iowa. Many of them Mormon battalion men from Pueblo who hadn't seen their families in more than a year.
Goodbye to all who tarry. I feel well.
70 of the group had left 10 days before because they were using oxen to pull their wagons, and we believed that the oxens would be slow enough that they'd need the head start. We were dead wrong. The horses and the mules couldn't go any faster than the oxen, because the oxen were able to thrive and grow strong on prairie grasses, while the horses and mules got weaker and slower without grain to feed them. It was an education, and from then on we tried to use oxen as much as possible.
Brother Brigham, it is you.
Why, Brother William. Then Brother Parley's company must be right behind.
Not 5 miles. You'll surely meet today.
How many?
1,500 souls, the beginning of a city, surely.
You found our marks.
Your trail was as clear as if you had laid the whole road on a golden brick.
What I want to know is what I'm doing sweating in the middle of January. Be earning money, Azariah. It's winter. I had to be holed up somewhere. I must admit, Azariah, that this is the mildest winter I've ever seen. Well, I just want to end our contract and go home as soon as I can. The Mormon battalion was all the adventure I want during my life. Now, I want to see my family back in Iowa. We promised to finish the sawmill, and we aren't going to leave until it's done. Jim Marshall. Yes, Azariah. When are we going to be done with this?
Mr. Sutter and I figure that the sawmill could be finished by the 1st April.
1st of April. Thanks. Now, when's the 1st of April? Well, Henry, what day is it? Yeah, Henry. You're the man who keeps a journal. It's the 24th of January. Well, that means we have, 67 days left. Well, this being leap year with 29 days in February. A regular scientist. Hey, why do you keep a journal, Henry? Oh, I just note down important events. On the weather. Well, someday my record of the weather might be important to some scientist trying to discover certain trends. Well, you won't have much to write about except the weather. Nothing important ever happens here. Boys, come here. Look at this. What is it, Jim? What'd you find?
I wasn't sure for a minute, so I sent an Indian back for a plate and a look. What does that look like to you? Gold.
Oh, come on. I doubt that, Jim.
Oh, really? I thought you Mormons were the believing kind. Prophets and angels you can believe in, but not gold.
Well, I think it's gold, Jim.
Well then, I'm taking this to be assayed. And if it is gold, Sutter's going to have a lot more than a sawmill on his hands. So you keep it quiet.
Hey, what? It's a crazy man riding up. Yeah, it's only Azariah. Well, brother, looks like we got more than we bargained for. I don't know about you, but I've been picking up that yellow metal out of the stream all week, ever since Jim Marshall first found it. Me too. Well, I gotta admit that whenever I saw it, I picked it up. Well, it's gold. Definite and true and real. Marshall told me himself. Told Sutter too. And Sutter made us swear to keep it a secret. Of course, it won't work. Well, why not? The county will say it. You don't find gold and then forget it. He'll tell everybody. As for me, I plan to get a lot more. Well, now think a minute, Azariah. Why are we here? To get money for our families. And I reckon we can get a lot more now than we ever planned on. Well, we're here to build a sawmill for Mr. Sutter. We agreed to do it and we're going to. You don't want him thinking Mormons are liars who run off after gold, do you? Of course not. I aim to build the sawmill. I just plan to spend my free time with a pan in my hand, sifting the stuff out of the stream. Gold! Just sitting in the water.
You gotta be joking. You mean you don't plan to stay here and look for more gold? I'm lowering my fee. I'm taking a third of what you find instead of half. No reason to be greedy about it, even though I do own the land. Stay on and work for me. You can look for gold half the day.
Sounds fair. Mr. Sutter, we'll stay on until June 1st so you can find someone else to replace us. But we came to California with the Army, and now we are called home.
Home?
What's wrong with California as a home?
What Alex is saying, Mr. Sutter, is that wherever the Lord wants his saints to be, well, that's our home. And that's where we're going.
Well, there's no arguing with religion, but you men are some of the best workers I ever had, and I hate to see you go. You haven't been drunk once since you've been here. Do you know that?
We noticed, sir. Well, we'll work hard while we're here, but we have to make our way east to the great Salt Lake Valley, or maybe clear to Iowa. But eventually word got out, and when the announcement of gold became public in Sacramento, it was Sam Brannan, more or less the head of the church in California right then, who took the word to San Francisco. And the way I hear it, he wasn't too quiet about it.
It's gold, folks. Gold just lying in the streams or on the ground, waiting to be sluiced out or picked up. Hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of gold. Where is it, Sam Brannan?
Gold, did you say?
I did indeed say gold, and it's east of Sacramento and north of Sacramento. And if there isn't enough gold there to make every man jack of you rich, I don't know, but what it's because you were too stupid or too lazy to go get it. Gold!
Well, the city of San Francisco was practically empty overnight. Though as ships came in with more gold diggers in the months to come, it soon became the largest city west of the Mississippi. But that's the rub. Thousands came by sea or land to seek for gold. But the ones who got rich were the storekeepers and the landowners, not the gold diggers, who more often than not found only a few $100s and ended up by spending that just to buy food and clothing. It was no accident that Sam Brannan made the announcement in San Francisco that sparked the gold rush. You see, Sam owned a store near the gold fields, and he was one of those who got rich, one of the richest men in California, and the temptation of wealth was too much for him. He never did obey Brigham Young's instructions for him to come to Salt Lake, and so when the righteous all left California, he wasn't among them.
You Mormons are crazy, leaving California right now when the pickings are good.
Never mind him, Azariah.
I have half a mind to go pour a sack of gold down his throat and see how rich he feels then.
Seeking gold does bad things to people, Azariah. The Lord let us find some, but we seek first the kingdom of heaven. What is it, Alex?
It's Dan and Ez and Henny. They're dead. Indians.
Those animals. They look like they didn't die easy.
No. We'd better bury them fast before the rest come up. They'll have to water the animals at the spring. And from now on, we travel together. No one off like these three were.
Or like we are, Alex.
Now, don't go trying to get me scared. The Indians aren't here now, Henry.
The situation is serious, brethren. Everyone has to get more land under cultivation immediately, far more land than we really need for this population, because there'll be thousands more from winter quarters next year, and thousands more the year after, and we have to get ahead of them.
We were feeling so proud of what we'd done.
With reason, Parley, with reason. The frost killed some, and the animals got into the unfenced fields and destroyed more, and the crickets cut deep into the harvest, and you still made a fine showing. Oh, they were wrong, those who said this land wasn't a good land. We can grow anything here. The question is whether we can grow enough, fast enough.
There, Hiram. That's the temple block. That's where a temple of God will rise, as fine as the one Joseph built in Nauvoo.
Will we ever go back to Nauvoo?
I don't think so, Hiram. The folks there didn't like us much.
Why not?
I don't know. Just jealousy because we were the chosen of God and they weren't.
But if we were the chosen of God, how can they get away with kicking us out?
Because it's like Alma said. The wicked must be allowed to do their wickedness, or how would the Lord know which ones were wicked and ought to go to hell? Besides, they thought they were doing us an ill turn by driving us out, and so did we. But it turns out to be a blessing after all, because now we have this fine land to live in, and someday we'll be rich here.
It's going to sound like an awfully high price to you. I've got more than one wagon than I need, full of foolishness, extra clothing, tools that I just won't need to take to California. Spades, picks, shovels, all yours for 2 barrels of flour and $10. A deal, sir. Except I can't help but feel like I'm cheating you. Not to worry, friend. I'll make up my losses and more once I get to the gold fields. It's lying around like sawdust on a carpenter's floor out there, just to be picked up. You wish you'd come with me.
I think the reason the 49ers came through in 49 was because in 49, We needed to have all their surplus goods.
The bird came over the mountain. The bird came over the mountain. The bird came over the mountain. To see what he could see.
Want to buy me a drink, mister?
Sure, honey. What happened?
The trouble was, not all the people passing through our city were very nice. Oh, they did great things for the supply of cash and manufactured goods in the valley, but they didn't much help the moral climate.
I know they're a problem, Parley, but I don't like the idea of building jails.
We have to keep this under control, Brother Brigham.
Well, I figure there's two ways to handle an enemy of God. First, you might try to get rid of him, but I've never seen an enemy of God struck down without 10 more rising to take his place. We aren't in the prison business, so we'll have to try the other way.
What's that?
Convert them.
They were laughing about being baptized. Laughing. They only did it because it was too late in the year to make it to California. And they figured they could live cheaper here if they were taken for Latter-day Saints.
Why, those deceiving, lying, underhanded...
Never mind. We'll just watch them. If they do something wrong, we'll excommunicate them so fast their heads will spin. But in the meantime, what's to say we can't try to convert them for real?
Looks like pilgrims coming to Mecca, doesn't it, Brother Parley?
Or downtown New York City. Either one.
Who would have dreamed that not 2 years after we first set foot in the valley, it would be a great resting place for thousands and thousands of travelers.
And a home for the saints, where none will molest us again.
Oh, I don't know, Parley. When the devil sets out to have somebody molested, you have to go awfully far to hide from him. But this much I'm sure of. The Lord means us to be here, and here we'll stay, no matter what, and get stronger, until the stone cut from the mountains without hands fills the earth.
Howdy, Brother Brigham. Brother Parley.
Howdy, brother. How you doing on the farm?
Well enough, well enough. Got plenty of water, and the wheat and corn are good and tall. So are all my children, Brother Brigham.
The best crop of all, brother. The best of all. Good day.
Every day here's a good day, Brother Brigham.
Salt of the earth, Brother Parley. That's what men like that are.
But not everyone had that kind of cheerful attitude.
Tell me, Azariah, is it true the gold is just lying there like they say? Like fields of wildflowers?
All nonsense, John. You have to look for it.
Well, a little looking then. How much did you battalion boys find in a day?
Never the same. $250 one day, nothing the next. But there are thousands of people there by now, John. Don't even think of going.
Yeah, I've heard Brigham say that till I'm sick of hearing it. Don't go looking for gold. But why not? Why should I sweat for less than $1 a day when I could go there and get 250 times that for less work?
John, you're a loyal saint.
And you broke my back every day in this valley. And it still looks like a desert to me.
Then you don't know how to look, John.
Well, I can see Brigham's got the wool over your eyes. But I'm going. California sounds better to me than this valley of salt. The main salt here is sweat. Mine.
I will start at the north and go to the south settlements, brethren and sisters, and I'll pick out 25 of our people, average people, just the average Latter-day Saints. Then let another man take 50 of the gold diggers, just offhand, and they won't have enough money between them to buy out our 25 men who stayed at home and farmed. Stay home and pay attention to your crops, and you'll prosper twice as much as the fools who go looking for free gold on the ground. Have you ever been tempted to run off and look for gold?
No, President Young.
Why not?
Because the Lord needs this valley built up, and who would do it if we all ran off to look for gold?
Exactly. Those who are going to the gold fields are going there for greed. The Lord doesn't look kindly on greed. The overwhelming majority of the Latter-day Saints are sober people like you, who know that the good things of the earth come to those who work for them and serve the Lord well. But the church is suffering for lack of gold. Gold. And we haven't got it.
Oh.
So, for the sake of the church, the Lord is calling you on a mission. You're to go to the gold fields of California for a year. Bring back gold to the church.
Well, that's not the ordinary kind of mission, is it?
You'll preach the gospel to those you meet, Brother James. But your main mission is to help in the financial salvation of the church.
Brother Bigler, now how have you done? Can you pay your tithing?
I can. By my calculations, Elder Lyman, I've taken $836 out of the earth as gold. So I owe the Lord $83.60 in tithing, and I saved it, and here it is. To tell you the truth, that leaves me only $5 to get home to Salt Lake.
What happened to the rest?
Well, I've been living as economical as I know how, Elder Lyman, but they charge $15 for 100 of flour, and that's dear. Trousers. A pair of Levi's trousers cost me what I can take from the earth in 2 weeks.
Well, how do you feel about your mission, Henry?
I want to go home. I was here when the gold was found, and this was beautiful country. But it's full of wickedness now, and the gold isn't worth the way we have to live. It's filthy and dirty, and I'd rather work at any honorable trade in the world than be a gold digger.
Well, Henry, the Lord is pleased with you and your attitude and the things you've achieved. You can go home.
I can?
Now, Brother Brigham has instructed me to tell all those who are not having great success to go home and farm again.
Well, I've never been gladder of a bit of news in my life.
And so the missionaries returned. Tried not to cheat anybody, but they were desperate for our flour and our fresh horses and mules, and eager to get rid of their excess tools and clothing. Brigham had been right. The gold was to be found by staying home and working hard.
The world is watching the gold diggers, for once their eyes aren't on the Latter-day Saints. But when the gold rush has ended, we'll still be here. It goes into a fund and pays for more saints to cross the ocean and come here. A perpetual fund.
The Perpetual Immigration Fund.
And when all the saints are here who are willing to come, then the money in the fund will be used for helping the needy saints all over the world. It isn't the law of consecration to its fullest, but it's closer than nothing.
If they repay their debt to the fund.
If they repay, these are Latter-day Saints we're talking about. They'll repay, or I'll horsewhip them. One drought here would wipe out the whole church. We must spread out. We must fill the Rocky Mountains. If we stay in this little valley, pretty soon all the rest of this land will be held by our enemies. So whenever there's a tiny valley with a year-round stream, when the Gentiles get there, I want them to find that valley chock full of Mormons.
For once we'll be the old settlers and they'll be the newcomers. A taste of their own medicine.
No, sir. Never their medicine. Their medicine was stealing and killing and raping and looting and terrorizing everyone who didn't go along with their views. When Gentiles come among us, they'll find us peaceful people. We'll never harm them. We'll never let them starve among us. But we'll never, never let them have power over us again.
Amen. That's right. Amen. My name's James Brown, sir, and I want to buy this fort, Mr. Goodyear.
Oh, you do? What for? It's not much of a fort, and there's no profit in it.
Well, reason's simple enough. The land here is good. I mean to farm it. And this fort will give me my claim to the land and safety while I'm breaking the ground.
Well, Mr. Brown, my price is high. $10,000.
Well, that's not your price. It isn't? Your price is $3,000 in Spanish doubloons.
How do you know that?
Well, because that's how much I have with me, ready to hand over to you in exchange for your signature on this deed of sale.
Well, give me that paper. I'm glad to sign.
I mean to move in immediately.
And I mean to move out immediately. By heavens, man, I would have sold the place for half that price.
Oh, you're just saying that to make me feel bad.
You're right. But I imagine there won't be a better offer. Let me get my things together, and the place is yours. Do you have any idea how long this money will last in St. Louis?
About 6 weeks.
That's right. But I'll live very high for those 6 weeks, Mr. Brown. Very high indeed.
So, James Brown of the Mormon Battalion founded the town of Brownsville at the confluence of the Weber and Ogden Rivers. The town was later called Ogden, and other places began to be settled. A mission was sent to San Bernardino in California. The corners of the Salt Lake Valley filled up. And as the years passed, The saints spread out until from Canada to Mexico and from Las Vegas to Fort Bridger, it was hard to find a place where farming was going on that hadn't been settled first by the Latter-day Saints. And in Salt Lake Valley, the saints and the church prospered mightily. In 3 years, the struggling colony on the verge of starvation had turned into a strong, sturdy outpost of civilization.
I've seen the civilized world. I've seen the way civilized mobs swept down on this people and destroyed all they could. I've heard of their civilized wars and their civilized sins. And I want none of it. If that's civilization, we'll be barbarians. But to my way of thinking, we're the civilized ones. Is there a woman afraid to walk out of her home alone at night in our city? Is there a man who does not dare to set his tool down for fear it will be taken? No. Here there is peace. Here there is love. Here there is trust and obedience and goodness and worship of the living God. This is the civilized part of the world. And the time will come when all will come to us to learn civilization. We may have been here first, but that gives us no advantage. We won't have anyone laying claim to a lot of land and trying to sell it to those who come after. There'll be no buying or selling of land. Every family is entitled to one share, measured off equal to everyone else's share. And if you don't till the land and plant it, you won't get to keep it. It'll be given to those who want to work. We're all saints, and we all share equally in the bounteous earth the Lord has given us. The water belongs to us all as a group, and the timber in the canyons also belong to us all and not to any individual. And it will be given out according to the will of the leaders of this community for the benefit of all.
That's right.
And because trees are so scarce here, there'll be no cutting of living wood for fires. No sense burning up our future houses before they're even built.
Well, Ray, sound fair enough to you?
Fair. But I can't help remembering that here it is near August and we haven't planted a thing. No hope now. Have to live on what we have until the harvest next year. I just wonder if we have enough.
Don't be worrisome, Ray. This is a day for rejoicing. We're here in this valley at last, where we'll be safe.
From the mob. But I can't help wondering, if this is such a wonderful place, why don't the Indians live here? I have a terrible fear that we may be left alone here only because we're all dead.
You lack faith, Ray, and that's the truth.
Well, brethren, I suggest we stop here.
The west side of the valley isn't too promising, Brother Brigham.
Well, Brother Orson, promising or not, the east side is good enough. There's no lack of water there, that's certain.
If you don't mind, I'll just go on up that rise of ground and get a look. So I climbed the rise. It was high enough that I could see past the end of the valley, where another valley gleamed in the sunlight. There were trees in that place and a lake, and it looked more promising than the Salt Lake Valley.
Well, Orson, what did you see?
I just wonder if this is the right valley. The one to the south has what seems to be 9 rivers flowing into it, and a lake and trees much more plentiful than here.
Sounds good. We'll have to start cities there, too.
Why not the main one?
Well, I can't think of any good reasons offhand, Brother Orson, except this one. The Lord wants us in this valley. There's nothing wrong here. Brethren, the Lord left it up to Adam to name the animals. We need some names for these rivers and mountains, and for our city, the city of Brigham. It's not my city.
The most obvious name of all, the city of the Salt Lake.
City of the Salt Lake. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds fine.
An ensign peak for that hill we climbed yesterday. It'll be a good place to raise the ensign to the nations in the tops of the mountains, spoken of by Isaiah.
Are we really fulfilling prophecy?
Can you doubt it?
The fresh lake to the south flows through a river to a sea of salt in the north, just like Palestine, only upside down, rather. Why not Galilee and the Jordan River and the Dead Sea West?
The map makers have already named the lakes Provo and the Great Salt Lakes. But the river, why not Jordan?
West Jordan. to distinguish it properly from the Holy Land.
West Jordan it is.
We apostles laid out the city in blocks of 10 acres, with streets 132 feet wide. We figured that would space the buildings far enough apart that a fire would pose no danger. Even if it burned down a whole block, it couldn't cross a street. And then each block would be divided into 8 lots. After we made those decisions, we presented them to the camp, one by one.
All those in favor? Aye. Brethren and sisters, we have a city.
Aye.
Prepare the way for the others.
Brother Brigham didn't notify me in advance that every stick of lumber was going to have to be hauled miles from the canyons to the city.
And if the valley was covered with trees, you'd complain just because you had to chop them down in order to plow a field.
Well, I do confess it would have been a mite easier if the Lord had caused the trees to grow in straight lines at the edge of every city plot.
I feel like a very messy little girl again, playing with mud like this.
Oddly enough, Sister Hannah, I don't feel like a messy little girl at all. As long as it lets me build a fire indoors in the winter, I'm for it whatever you call it.
I can see that you aren't disposed even now to accept the views of the majority of the 12, Parley.
Parley, no one's questioning your right to receive revelation, but the word of the 12 is the law of the church when there isn't a first presidency. And an individual member of the 12 is as bound by a decision of the 12 as any other member.
Even you, Orson. My own brother.
I love you, you stubborn old mule. Don't let your pride interfere with your reconciliation with the brethren. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm stubborn.
I'm as much to blame as Parley, brethren. I was with him and went along with all he did. Brother John Taylor, Parley was the senior apostle, and so he was responsible. Though you should have advised him better, John. You surely should have.
It took some time before Parley's anger cooled, and he acknowledged the correctness of the doctrine Brother Brigham had preached. It was a frightening thing when there was a disagreement among the 12. And then more than ever, we felt the need of having the first presidency reorganized. We began to pray about it. But the surprises there in the wilderness were not over yet. The people coming from winter quarters had decided that we pioneers returning from the valley needed a bit of rejoicing and celebration.
Where are you taking me?
It's a surprise, Brother Brigham. Come along, all of you, right through these bushes.
You have a bunch of cannibals here, don't you? And we're the main item on the dinner menu.
You're partly right, Brother Orson. At least there's a dinner.
We couldn't believe it. Somehow they had rigged banquet tables and spread them with fine linens and glittering silverware. And right there in the middle of the wilderness, we had the finest feast ever served west of the Mississippi.
Ray, the roof's leaking.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm getting water right on my face. I hope it's a leak in the roof.
Why, it's near morning. It's been raining all night. Oh, it's been leaking all over my trousers, too.
Children must be soaked.
My left boot's full to the brim.
At least your right boot's dry.
Hey!
Oh, well, now you match.
You're downright cheerful this morning, Hannah. Be back in a minute.
Come on, children, wake up.
Mommy, I think I...
No, you didn't, Sally. That's just from the leaky roof.
Oh, I'm a good girl then?
A very good girl.
It's wetter than a fish's belly out there. The water standing on the roof 3 inches deep. We should have made a steeper roof so it'd run right off. They told us it never rained.
Well, at least we know we don't live in an absolute desert.
Yes, but I never reckoned on living in the middle of a lake 8 feet under either.
Daddy, did you take a bath with your clothes on?
But rationing was not enough. When spring came and the winter wheat began to grow, the food was already running low. And so the pioneers began to scour the hillsides and the uncultivated parts of the valley.
Well, shall I make a salad or a soup?
What have we got?
Thistle greens, thistle roots,
sago lily roots and these things that look like parsnips.
What?
Well, I don't know what they are, really, but they look edible.
Let me see. Just as I thought. Throw those out.
But I got a whole basket full.
And throw them out further. John Carter's wife died of eating that very root not 5 days ago.
No.
That's the very root. No mistake. They showed it at the meeting.
And I nearly cut it right into the soup.
I hate to say this, but even knowing they're poisonous, I hate to throw them out. They look pretty doggone good.
Oh, don't tease me like that. They're going out right this minute.
Back in winter quarters in December of 1847, it was time to make the momentous step of reorganizing the first presidency. It had been more than 3 years since Brother Joseph and Hiram had been killed. Since then, the Saints had moved from Illinois to Iowa, and many were already in the city of the Salt Lake. Our enemies had thought we would fall apart, but the mantle of the prophet had fallen upon capable shoulders, and we had held together.
I move that President Brigham Young of the Council of the 12 be sustained as President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, for that is the will of the Lord. All those in favor?
We were all in favor of Orson Hyde's motion. 9 of the 12 were there, with Parley Pratt and John Taylor gone to the Salt Lake Valley. And Lyman White, still in Texas, where it was becoming clear he intended to pursue his own course, away from the church.
As my counselors, brethren, I nominate Brother Heber C. Kimball as first counselor and Brother Willard Richards as second counselor.
Again, the voting was unanimous. Then their names were presented before a conference of all the saints in Iowa, and the voting was unanimous. And then before conferences in the city of the Salt Lake, and in England, and everywhere the saints hailed Brigham Young as their prophet, seer, and revelator. The church was whole again.
My name's Sidney Roberts, President Young, and I'm from the Central Committee of the Whig Party in the new state of Iowa.
Good to meet you, Mr. Roberts.
Well, call me Sidney.
The name Sidney has unfortunate associations for me, and I'd rather call you Mr. Roberts.
Well, whatever you say. We of the Whig Party are most interested in your people. You are the largest group of settlers in the state and have gone farther west. We want to build a road out here.
Your kindness is noteworthy. What do you want?
Well, Mr. Young, Mr. President Young, the Whigs can do much more for you if we control the State House than if we don't.
Ah, now I understand. We're U.S. citizens and voters.
We heard his song before. Vote for us. We'll keep you safe. The Democrats had said the same in Illinois, but we didn't find a fence of loyal party members protecting us when the mob came by. Still,
we can't deny that if we have even the faintest chance of having our rights to this land recognized, it could mean a huge sum of money to us in the future. We'll need that capital, if we can get it.
So Pottawatomie County, which consisted entirely of Mormons, voted straight Whig in the elections. But it wasn't enough. The Democrats won. And they noticed that the Iowa Mormons voted Whig.
And I swear to you, if those Mormons are not driven from this state, we'll find every organ of government in control of those religious fanatics and immoral heathens. They must be stripped of all political rights, for they are not true citizens of our fair state and our fair country. And if they won't leave Iowa peacefully, they will be driven from the state.
If we needed any more proof that we couldn't get along with people in the United States, we got it then. There were no mobs, but only because we promised to leave as quickly as possible. They disorganized the county, took away our right to vote, and we found ourselves powerless again. It was a lesson to us. People always hated us, but when we meddled in politics, they began to fear us too, and took steps to get rid of us.
Listen to those crickets chirping up in the hills. Sounds like 1,000,000 of them.
I know. They aren't all in the hills, Ray.
No way we'll be able to go to sleep with that going on. Where is he?
Wherever he is, he brought friends.
Look at him. Must be a dozen, just moving right in without so much as a how do you do.
Where'd they come from all of a sudden?
Well, you remember the exploring parties last fall? We found hundreds of them all over the place in the hills.
Well, they're coming down for a visit right now.
Hannah, what do they eat?
You aren't thinking of serving them supper, are you?
No, all those millions of crickets, Hannah. They're coming down here, and what do they eat?
Oh, no!
See there, Hannah? In the moonlight.
It looks like all the fields are just dancing with crickets.
Seeds! They eat seeds. And the wheat's just starting to get ripe.
Ray, without that crop, we'll starve.
Ray, they haven't got to the north fields yet. We're going to dig a ditch. Burn off the field where they are.
Where's the spade, Hannah?
Quick! Come on, drive them here. That's right. Get them all into the hole.
They're all over me, Mom. Never you mind. Just get them all into the hole.
Come on, crickets, get out of my wheat.
All right, fill it up.
Don't let me out until the hole's covered.
Mama, look where the crickets were.
They're back. More of them.
We just can't keep it up. There's no way we can keep it up. They're eating all the wheat. We could dig 1,000 holes and they just keep coming.
Don't be scared, Brother Ray. All that's left for us to do is pray.
And if it is thy will that we be allowed to survive here in this valley, deliver us from the plague of crickets, or we'll surely die. We've done all that we can do, Father. Now it's up to you. If the crickets eat everything,
And bless us that the crickets will all go away.
Well, Ray, there it is. Look at the brown patches where they've eaten all the wheat. 1/4 of the crop's gone already, and we haven't a chance at saving any.
Hey, what's that sound?
The seagulls from the lake.
Look,
Why, there must be hundreds of them.
heading our way,
Looks like a cloud, there's so many.
as if the crickets weren't enough. We haven't got a chance now.
Ray, seagulls don't eat grain.
They don't? What do they eat?
Insects, Ray, and fish. They're meat eaters. I thought you knew that.
What are they coming here for?
Maybe nice fresh cricket steak right on the hoof. Look, they're settling on the fields.
And eating the crickets.
I doubt they'll be able to eat enough.
Come here! Come here! Look!
Eat and eat?
And here on the ditch bank. They vomit them up and go back and eat some more.
Ray! Ray, do you see it?
What do you think I am? Blind?
They're eating the crickets. They're eating the flaking crickets.
Mama! Yes, son? Looks like God answered our prayers, didn't he?
Yes, son, it does.
There were still plenty of hard times ahead. The Lord wasn't going to give us an easy road to hoe. Trials make people work hard and stick together. But he also wasn't going to let anything happen that would completely wipe us out. That plague of crickets would have been the end. We couldn't have survived. But the Lord sent those gray and white birds to us, and they delivered us from the plague of crickets. And the destroying angel passed us by. We would survive at least another year.
Come in, Brother Bernheisel.
Good evening, Brother Brigham. Is everyone here?
You're the last.
Welcome, Brother Bernheisel, Elder Taylor.
We've already had a prayer, begging your pardon. We all know why we're here. With gold discovered in California, there's not a chance in the world that the federal government will stand for us not being part of the United States. We have to make it clear that we're part of the United States, but we have to do it in such a way that we continue to govern ourselves.
I wonder just how much self-government the United States will permit us.
We don't have very many staunch friends in Washington, Brother Taylor.
True, Brother Orson. But I think it'll do us no harm to follow the same course as has been followed in California. A constitutional convention and self-government until the United States decides what they want to do with us.
Is there a hurry?
There is.
If California is admitted to the Union as a state, including all the territory newly won from Mexico, why, that means we'd be governed from Sacramento. We'd have just as much freedom and safety as we had in Missouri or Illinois.
So, what do we call ourselves? Upper California? The state of Great Salt Lake?
When the people of Jared went into the wilderness, they took with them honeybees, which they called Deseret. We're also in the wilderness, but we mean to work like bees, together, to take the dust of the earth and make it flow like sweet honey.
The state of Deseret. I like it. It'll do fine.
It has been proposed that Albert Carrington, Joseph L. Haywood, William W. Phelps, David Fulmer, John S. Fulmer, Charles C. Rich, John Taylor, Harley P. Pratt, John M. Bernheisel, and Erastus Snow be constituted as a committee to draft and report to this convention a constitution, under which the inhabitants of this territory might organize and govern themselves until the Congress of the United States should otherwise provide by law. All those in favor? Aye. As Governor, Brigham Young. For Secretary, Willard Richards. As Chief Justice, Heber C. Kimball, with Newell K. Whitney and myself as Associate Justices.
Even though it was not fated to last very long, the state of Deseret was a noble effort and functioned smoothly. The courts performed an admirable service. Not so much for the saints. We went to church courts, not the civil courts. The passing pioneers heading for California found Deseret to be the only outpost of justice between the Missouri and the Sacramento rivers.
He shot my cow. It warn't his cow. It were a stray.
When you shot this cow, Jake, what did you do with the meat?
He ate it.
A whole cow?
I shared it round. I honest thought it were a stray from another company.
You shared it?
He shared it right enough. We all had some.
Well, I didn't. And that cow was like a mother to me. His cow was sickly. I think she died 3 or 4 days before I shot my cow. And he just thinks to collect.
Was there a brand?
Well, no, sir.
Well, it's obvious Silas here wasn't acting just to benefit himself. And since there's honest question on the matter, and no brand, it is the decision of this court that no crime has been committed. And I hereby enjoin you, Jake, from any further discussion on the matter, or from any act of violence or retribution.
You can't enjoin me. What does enjoin mean, anyway?
It means that if I hear of you pestering Silas about that cow anymore, I'll fine you half of everything you owe.
Oh, well, you'll never hear another word about it from me. But you can bet I'll keep my cows close by when Silas loads his gun.
But there were some aspects of the government that were not so popular. Governments cost money. That means taxes.
We can't tax the people their crops. We need it all to feed the incoming saints.
Then let's tax the goods brought into the territory.
If we do that, no one will come into Deseret at all.
Then tax the goods that are sold here. Anything that's just carried through is safe enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a wagon full of fine and needful products fresh from the eastern part of the United States, and I hereby offer them to you for sale at auction. Now I'll begin in 15 minutes, so spread the word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there's cloth goods and hard goods, tea and tobacco, tools and spools and jewels. Everything will be sold to the highest bidder.
Why you offer all this stuff?
Well, because my horse just died and my will to go farther has vanished. Now, these goods were intended for gold fields of California, but my disaster is your good fortune in 15 minutes and auction.
But in 15 minutes, the tax collector was there.
Mr. Pomeroy?
Just take your place with the crowd, sir. We're about to begin.
Well, you're not, sir, until you and I have settled a matter of business.
Indeed.
You see, I'm a tax assessor and collector for the Great Salt Lake City, and there is a fee involved in the selling of goods here.
What? You mean to interfere with the free exercise of my trade?
I mean to uphold the law of the state of Deseret and levy a fee for the privilege of selling goods within this city.
City? Why, this is hardly even a town.
Well, in that case, sir, you are hardly even a citizen and have no rights at all. Sheriff, this auction is not to proceed.
Sheriff?
Yep.
You really mean to stop this auction?
Either that or collect your taxes. One or the other.
How much?
It's nice to find a reasonable man, Mr. Pomeroy. How much is your stock worth?
Well, I paid $50,000 for it.
Well, how much do you expect to sell it for?
It's an auction. I hardly know that.
Well, then, we'll have to tax on the original value.
This is highway robbery.
No, sir. Just government.
Sometimes it's hard to know the difference. Well, I hope Brigham Young enjoys spending my hard-earned cash.
And the stories filtered back to Congress.
The chair recognizes Senator Joseph Underwood of Kentucky.
I wish to present to the Senate a memorial signed by many outstanding citizens of the United States complaining of highway robbery in the Rocky Mountains perpetrated by that misguided sect of heathens called Mormons in the name of taxation. They are seizing all goods imported into the Salt Lake region from the United States and levying a duty upon it, as if they were a foreign country and United States citizens had no rights there at all.
Will the gentleman from Kentucky yield?
I will yield.
Senator Underwood has yielded to Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois.
I am familiar with these charges against the people known as Mormons. Not only is that memorial signed by persons who have a vested interest in slandering the Mormons, but also that memorial is patently false. Mr. Babbitt, the representative of the Mormon people in Washington, has already explained that the taxes are levied only against goods which are sold in Salt Lake City. I can't sell you that horse. Give horse? Well, I won't sell it to you. I sure as heck won't give it to you. What are you doing? Get away from my horse, you thieving Indian! Hey! Come on, don't make me hurt you. There now, get out of here. That's my horse, you hear? Don't you come bothering me about it again.
The Indians let us alone at first. The Utes were too busy fighting with the Shoshone for them to bother us. But after a while, they noticed that we were a good source of food and horses. A lot better than growing crops and raising colts and fillies.
The Indians are our brothers. The saints are not exerting enough effort to convert them to the gospel.
Orson, you're neglecting the fact that these Indians have been living like savages since Book of Mormon days. We can't undo all that overnight.
Cold as blazes.
Not as cold as yesterday.
And look at that Indian, out in just his shirt.
That shirt looks familiar.
Should. That's old Bishop.
What are you doing calling an Indian bishop?
Everybody calls him that. On account of he looks like Bishop Newell K. Whitney.
He sure does.
That's my shirt.
What?
That stinking Injun's wearing my shirt. Hey, you, old Bishop.
I old Bishop.
That's my shirt you're wearing.
What?
My shirt?
Hey, not so rough. He's an old man.
Give me my shirt.
My shirt. Old Bishop, sir.
It was stolen 6 weeks ago, and I want it back.
Old Bishop not steal. Old Bishop buy, sir.
Don't lie to me, you thieving savage.
Hey, Aaron, let be.
I'm sick of these Injuns making off with everything they want. Now take off my shirt.
Who's kicking him?
Old Bishop, sir.
I'll stuff that shirt down your throat.
He's got his bow, Aaron.
Stop!
He's gonna shoot him with it.
I had to shoot him. He's going to shoot Aaron.
You done the right thing, Jack.
No, he didn't. Nothing right about this. What if he bought the shirt from another Indian who stole it from you? This man's innocent then.
He's dead. I killed him. If the Indians see this... They all love old Bishop. He's kind of a favorite. What are you doing?
We can't bury him. The ground's frozen. We'll have to cut him open and fill him up with stones and then sink him in the lake. They won't find his body then.
Don't rip my shirt.
I hope somebody burns every shirt you own.
Why, President Isaac Higbee, what brings you up here from Fort Utah?
Indians, Elder Taylor. Is President Young in?
I just left talking to him. Come on in. I want to hear this, too.
President Young.
Here I am. President Young, I've spent all day riding here from Fort Utah.
A problem?
Indians. They've become impossible. They've killed and stolen between 50 and 60 head of cattle and horses.
I've told you before, the life of a cow isn't worth the life of a man.
It's coming to that. Suddenly, they're worse than ever. I don't know why, but they've been threatening to get other Indians to come and join with them, to steal all our stock and kill all of us. Kill you? So far as I know, none of our people has done a thing to provoke this.
I don't know, Brother Isaac. You're state president there, and I'm 50 miles away from the trouble. But I just don't feel right about sending an expedition to punish the Indians. Someone's bound to get killed, and I greatly fear one of our own people. Some mistake of ours might be responsible.
President Young, I don't know if I can contain the folks down there any longer. The women and children are terrorized. They daren't leave the fort.
Have you put it to a vote?
It's unanimous. War. Not to wipe them out, but to show them that they can't attack us with impunity.
President Young still didn't act hastily. He called a council, including Captain Stansbury and Lieutenant Gunnison of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who were in the area surveying. And in the meantime, the Indians became even more daring. Finally, 100 men were sent and a battle was fought on the banks of the Provo River.
They are holding up in Amos Barley's old cabin. It's as good as a fort.
Well, we'll see about that. Come on, men. This is a job for the cavalry, I think.
Cavalry? We're not exactly the regular army.
Well, don't tell Indians. Maybe we can fool them. Well, so much for the cabin.
We can't let them get away or the battle means nothing.
President Higbee, come here.
Just a minute.
It's your son, President.
My son? Joseph? Joseph!
He's dead, Brother Isaac.
Joseph!
We should be relieved, I think. Only one death, and there were 8 Indians dead.
One death might as well be a million when it's my son.
These facts, which were kept hid from me at the time, explain right enough why I was opposed to going to war with the Indians. If I had known, I never would have consented to the war. I would have tried to make it right with the Indians. I would have brought the murderers to trial. It was a terrible thing to wage a war and then find out later that we were in the wrong.
But even as the problems with the Indians occupied the Saints, Wilford Woodruff and I were sent to Washington to petition the federal government to admit us to the Union. No longer were we petitioning for statehood.
If Congress is unwilling to make us a state, we must become a territory. But we have to do it soon. We're struggling hard enough to keep thousands of immigrants alive. We can't afford to pay for our entire government, too.
No good.
Well, Mr. Bernheisel, you are to be congratulated.
We had hoped for statehood, but we're grateful enough to be part of the United States.
There were those who urged me to appoint strangers to rule you, who would keep you in discipline.
We're already a well-disciplined people, President Fillmore.
Indeed, so I have been assured. So of the appointees, several of them are Mormons. For instance, Joseph Haywood is marshal and Seth Blair is attorney.
And governor.
The best news of all for you. The governor, the people of that area have already elected Brigham Young.
Oh, the citizens of the territory of Deseret will be delighted.
Oh, well, as for that, it was decided that your name and your boundaries are out of the question, however. Can't give you 3/4 of the land won in the Mexican War, can we?
It's all empty land.
Oh, no. Here's a map the Corps of Engineers has drawn up. Not that much smaller, however, I think. And the name is Utah.
Why, that's the name of a tribe of savages.
And Deseret is a religious name, isn't it? We can't have states in the Union given religious names. It wouldn't do at all. And there are plenty of states with Indian names. Ohio and Delaware, Connecticut, Michigan, Wisconsin, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi. Well, the list just keeps going on.
We won't pick nits, President Fillmore. We're glad enough of this as it is.
Good. I must admit, I had rather hoped you'd be admitted as a state. I hear you Mormons tend to vote Whig. I could use Whig votes in the next election. Well, good day to you, Mr. Bernheisel.
I have chosen to speak today on the subject of plural marriage.
It was on August 29th, 1852, at a conference in Salt Lake, that plural marriage was first publicly announced. Elder Orson Pratt was chosen to give a talk on the subject, and immediately missionaries were sent out to all corners of the world, especially to England and the eastern United States, to openly preach the principle of plural marriage to the saints and Gentiles alike.
I can't believe Joseph Smith's a prophet if he preached such a doctrine.
Joseph Smith never preached such a doctrine. Brigham Young has led the church astray.
Many saints had a difficult time accepting the doctrine, but most did, at least most that stayed in the church. It was outside the church that the doctrine aroused the most hatred.
We thought we were civilized, brothers and sisters. We thought that in America we were a Christian nation. But it is clear that the heathen are among us still, that the filthy practices of the Muslims are practiced within our borders. The Mormons are a blot on the Christian community, and they must be removed. Let us pray.
The word spread quickly, so quickly that in 1856 the slogan of the Republican Party, which had just been created from the ashes of the old Whig Party, was,
"We must rid ourselves of those twin relics of barbarism, slavery and polygamy."
Twin relics of barbarism. It was horrifying to us to have a sacred religious practice linked with the mistreatment of fellow human beings. But from then on, polygamy was viewed with disgust by most people in America. And they wouldn't stop fighting polygamy until they destroyed the church, or the church gave up the principle.
It is our right, protected by the Constitution, to practice our religion without interference from the government.
The Mormons won't let me lead them. Is that it? Well, if they won't have me as a friend, they'll still have me as an enemy. And they've put my best weapon in my hand themselves, polygamy.
Martha, Sally and I have come to ask you to marry me as a plural wife.
Sally, you really want me? Yes, Martha, I do. It is the will of the Lord, and I believe we can be sisters together.
Then I will. The principle is God's will for us, for me,
I'll try to be a good husband for you.
and I'll try to be a good wife to you.
Mostly the principle was entered into sacredly, spiritually, in obedience to the will of God. But in the East, no one thought of polygamy that way. They told horrible stories about women stolen from wagon trains and forced to join some Mormon patriarch's harem. Women kidnapped from their homes in the East by Mormon missionaries. Women beaten and mistreated and abused by their tyrant husbands. Nothing could have been farther from the truth. But while Mormons defended a gentle doctrine that often brought great happiness to women and men alike, the outside world believed that they were attacking a monstrous practice that debased women and offended God. The war was on. quite a crowd today. Must be half the population of the valley. Well, it's February, a warmish day, but far from springtime. And who'd want to miss the groundbreaking of the temple?
Joseph! Joseph A!
Oh, that's my father, Brigham Young.
Joseph, come here!
I think he wants me. I'm coming, Father.
I don't want you to miss this, Joseph. You're bound to outlive me, and I want to make sure one of my own flesh and blood can tell his great-grandchildren about this moment.
I'm watching, Father.
I'm a carpenter and a glass worker. Shovels never feel quite natural in my hands. But here we are starting to dig a hole so that towers can rise from the ground. Towers in honor of our God and Father. There it is. A temple is begun here today that shall stand as a bulwark against the forces of hell. All right now, you're all dismissed if you like. The real work starts tomorrow.
Brigham, it's a great day.
My father died on the plains, but he prophesied I'd see this.
The prophecy was fulfilled, my dear sister, and your father did not die in vain.
Brother Brigham, I'll pay double tithing until the temple is finished.
That may be a while, my friend. Why not just make sure you pay single tithing faithfully and give the surplus to the poor?
Pastor Young,
Yes, my child.
when I grow up, can I be married in this temple?
If you stay pure in heart as you are today, you surely can, my dear. Give me a hug, darling. You're the future of this church, you know.
Oh, no. I'm Mabel Garvey.
That too. That too. Joseph, why are all the people still here? I thought I dismissed them.
You can dismiss all you like, Father, but it looks to me like they're hauling dirt. The excavation's begun a day early.
But no one's dressed for it.
A man in a suit and a tie doesn't forget how to dig and haul, I guess.
Joseph, I want to talk to you.
We've been talking, Father.
I want to talk seriously.
What did I do wrong, Father?
Wrong? Joseph, you worry me. What makes your conscience so tender?
Well, Father, the only time you ever talk to me seriously is when I've done some blunder or other, and you want to correct it.
Well, you've done a blunder, and I will correct it. You're an adult now, Joseph.
I can't help it, Father. Live enough years and it just comes.
That isn't the blunder. It's the fact that in all the years you've been alive, you haven't once served a mission.
I tried to last year, and you wouldn't let me go.
You did? Oh, yes, you did. Well, you were too young then. Time for you to go. Missionary work is the greatest labor there is.
I know. I've been dying to go.
You have? Well, I knew you would be.
Will the temple be finished before I get back?
Joseph, it isn't going to spring fully grown from the ground in a single springtime.
I'm just eager, Father.
Eager? You know, Joseph, there were times I feared for the survival of this church. But then I look at you and that little girl I just talked to and 100 other young people every week, and I think we're safe. For one more generation at least, the church will be strong. I hope when you're my age, you'll look at the young people and see the same. Ever stronger. That's what they've got to be.
Well, I'm getting ever weaker the longer we stand here talking instead of going home to dinner.
What? Home? While honest Latter-day Saints are digging the foundation for the temple? Why, I'm ashamed of you. Slothful, indolent. Get to work.
You left out hungry. Hey, you. Give me a shovel. So I went on my mission, and in the aftermath of the announcement of polygamy as church doctrine, a mission wasn't an easy thing to be on. It wasn't just the preachers denouncing us from the pulpits, though there were plenty of them. It was even the newspapers. We'd knock on hundreds of doors in a day, and the same day thousands and thousands of people would read all the lies our enemies had to say about us.
Mormons! You want me to talk to the Mormons? Well, listen to what it says in the New York Herald. So-called missionaries from the Mormons wander through the streets of our Christian cities. Are they trying to bring the knowledge of Christ to the heathen? No! They are trying to steal away vulnerable young women, lying to them and trapping them so that they are taken captive, heart and mind, into the Rocky Mountains to join the harem of Brigham Young and his cohort.
notes. Oh, my, how terrible.
There it is, in black and white.
But they seemed like such nice men.
Devils they are. I hear tell they even have horns. They're so wicked.
I'm shocked. And to think they sat in this very room.
Well, they never will again, or I'll have them arrested, and that's the truth.
We tried to fight it in print. Elder John Taylor ran a newspaper in New York called The Mormon, which countered the attacks. But few people read The Mormon compared to the numbers reading the other papers. And the ugly view of Mormons began to take hold of the public mind, so that it looked like the outside world would never look favorably on the church again.
The Lord has said to preach the gospel to all nations, kindreds, tongues, and peoples.
Just send the missionaries to New York. All the nations, kindreds, tongues, and peoples are right there.
Well, that's true enough. But I've learned over the years that it's not a bad idea to take the Lord literally when he says something. The world is large, brethren, and it's our job to fill it full of Latter-day Saints.
So the missionaries went out. 10 missionaries went to the Hawaiian Islands in 1850, where a great work was begun among the Polynesian people. There were Hawaiians baptized before the groundbreaking of the Salt Lake Temple. Elder Parley P. Pratt began preaching to the people of Chile in 1851, and sent missionaries to Australia and New Zealand around the same time. And at the same time, missionaries went to India and began to preach in Burma, Ceylon, Siam, South Africa, and the West Indies. There were even 3 branches of the church and outposts of the British Empire, like Malta, and aboard the British fleet, and among the troops fighting in the Crimean War, which was the first war in which Latter-day Saints were killed in battle. Even as the missionaries were moving out, the saints were moving in. They came from all parts of America, and even more came from England, where at one time there were more saints than in the USA. The church may have been restored in America, but the heart's blood of the church came from England, and those saints who sacrificed to cross the ocean and most of a continent to come to where Zion had been established in the tops of the mountains.
Brother Parks, you know I want to go to America to join the other saints, but I haven't the money.
That's what the Perpetual Immigration Fund is for, Sister Beatty. It pays for you to come, and then you repay the fund as you can when you get to Salt Lake City.
I don't like being in debt.
Well, it's not so much debt as the saints in America lending a helping hand to their brethren to come home, Sister Beatty. And then you simply return the kindness by helping someone else.
I'll do it then. Though why the Lord would want an old lady like me in Zion, I'll never know.
The Lord loves old people at least as much as he loves anyone else, perhaps more.
If he loves old people so much, why doesn't he take us to heaven instead of making us wait around down here?
Maybe you still have a mission to perform.
Me? Oh, well, Brother Potts, we shall see.
Thousands of saints made their way to Iowa City, Iowa each year, the number getting larger and larger every spring. It became a terrible problem to find enough horses and oxen and wagons for them to come across the plains.
Car.
Don't see a place for the horse.
Won't be pulled by a horse.
What's it gonna pull it? A dog? What? A man? Where to?
There's some Mormon plans to take it to Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City? My heart, Roger. They're out of their minds. Why, you couldn't take enough supplies in that thing to get to St. Louis from here.
That's what I told them. Yeah, they said they'd build it, so I'm building it.
Thing looks pretty rickety.
Well, it's got to be light, so I'm not putting any iron in it.
What?
All wood. But as long as the wood's seasoned enough, it'll hold together right proper. And I'm making them tough.
I always thought Mormons was crazy. Now I know. I heard you folks were going to pull hand carts all the way to the Rocky Mountains.
We aim to.
Well, there are children among you, and I can't bear the thought of children crossing these lands without good boots. So I have 15 pair of boots I'd like to donate to you, if you don't mind. Children's boots.
Donate? Sir, I can hardly believe it.
I was beginning to think Americans were all hateful people, out to scorn me because of my religion. But you, sir, you are a Christian.
I try to be.
What's your name, sir?
Charles Good.
And good you are, sir. good you are.
It's the 16th of August, brethren, and we're at Florence, Nebraska. We're aware of that, Captain Willie. Well, I think it needs to be discussed. We have months of travel ahead of us, and what with the hand carts breaking down all the time.
Yeah, those Iowa carpenters cheated us.
They didn't cheat us, Brother Atwood. Well, we insisted that they make us hand carts, and the only wood they had was unseasoned.
All I'm saying is, we'll be making slow progress, and winter will catch us somewhere on the road. On the worst of the road, I might add, since Fort Laramie is at almost the same elevation as Salt Lake City. While in between them, on the last stages of the journey, we'll be passing along roads 7,000 feet high and higher.
Captain Willie, I, for one, think it would be insane to go on. This is a good place to put in for winter, and we can take up our journey in the spring.
No nonsense. We came here to get to Salt Lake City, not hibernate on the Missouri River.
There's a real danger of snow, brethren.
Captain Willie, Brother Savage here may lack faith, but President Brigham Young promised that the Spirit of God would go with us, protecting us.
The Lord doesn't protect those who insist on being blamed fools, Brother Van Cott.
And I believe we'd be showing a lack of faith if we stop now.
All of you who think the majority of us are right, say aye.
Aye!
Push on.
Aye! Aye! We're pushing on!
And those who think Brother Savage is right, and we should stay here. Well, my friends, we're pushing on.
Captain Willie, I just want to say one thing. I just want to say that what I've said I know to be true. But seeing you're all set to go forward, I'll go with you. I'll help you all I can. I'll work with you. I'll rest with you, and I'll suffer with you. And if necessary, I'll die with you. May God bless and preserve us.
Amen. And so they set out from Florence, Nebraska on August 19th.
The worst of the journey is ahead, Captain Willie. I fear for you. I think you ought to send word ahead to Salt Lake City that you're coming, so they can send supplies out to you.
Perhaps we will, but the Lord will take care of us, no matter what.
I don't know, Captain Willie. The Lord has kind of a habit of letting his saints take care of themselves most of the time. But enough gloom. Let's have a hymn or two before we sleep.
It was the last any of them would ever see of Parley P. Pratt. Only 8 months later, he was to be murdered in Arkansas by a wicked man whose former wife Parley had saved from his cruelty.
Salt Lake City must be heaven.
Why do you say that?
Because the road to Salt Lake goes up eternally.
This is a cold wind.
That doesn't help any.
I'm just afraid of what this wind will bring.
Mommy, no! No!
And here we are, already weak, with people already dying.
The prophet of doom.
No, Brother Atwood. I was afraid of this, but I...
No, I'm going to die. But promise me you'll mark my grave. Promise me. I don't want to lie alone out here in the wilderness without a sign that I died here.
You can't die. The children and I...
God will take care of you. God will take care of the faithful.
He'll take care of you then.
Oh, yes. He will. Already I can feel his voice whispering for me to come. The Lord's waiting for me tonight. And I think he's smiling. I think he's glad to see me come.
Brother Savage, if we'd only listened to you.
No, Captain Willie. It was a righteous company that decided to proceed out of their strong faith. The Lord accepted that faith, and I think those who die here go straight to Christ in heaven. I believe that.
I wish we were in Florence, Levi. That's what I wish.
Not a moment to waste, Joseph. You ride ahead of the others. Take just a few things in the fastest, lightest wagon in the company. You hear me? You and Stephen Taylor. I want you to meet those companies and tell them that their brethren in Salt Lake City have heard of their plight and mean to help them. Hurry!
I'll hurry, Father, if you'll just stop talking so I can go.
And bring them my love, Joseph, and God's love.
God's love.
What is it?
A wagon from the west! Ho there! Hello, over here! That we are. I'm Captain Willie.
I'm Joseph, and this is Stephen Taylor. We're riding ahead of the train of relief wagons, only a couple of days behind us at the most. Is there anyone beyond you?
Brother Martin's company, I think.
Well, they'll be in even worse straits than you, and the relief will reach them later, so if you don't mind, we'll take a few supplies we have on to them.
That's right. Please do. We'll be fine.
God bless you.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? They said help! Help is coming!
Why don't they come?
The snow must have held them up, Sister Beatty.
How many are dead, Levi? More than 50 by now. And still the relief wagons aren't here.
Levi, I want you to be in charge.
What?
Where are you going?
I have a terrible fear, Brother Savage. I have a fear that the relief company doesn't know our urgency. In my mind, I see them creeping along without any haste, thinking they're meeting just another company of pioneers. Surely if they knew how many of us were dying, they'd hurry faster. More than 50 right here at this camp. Levi, people die every day, and we're nearly out of food. Without food, how long can the rest of us live?
Go then. We'll hold on as long as we can.
May God forgive me for my blindness in leading this company on so late in the year.
Captain Woolley, God forgives all of our honest mistakes. You were acting in faith, and your courage has never flagged.
Courage doesn't keep little children alive, does it?
Well, it's keeping me alive. I'm too stubborn to die, Captain Willie. But the longer you stand here talking, the harder it's getting for me to stay alive.
I'll go now, Sister Beatty.
Captain Willie, my wife is dead.
I'm sorry, Brother Jones.
That's all of them, Captain Willie. My 3 children and my wife, all dead.
But not you, Brother Jones. The Lord wants you to stay alive. Please, get back in your tent. I'll be back soon, with help. I promise it.
And so Captain Willie walked into the snowstorm. And in only a day he reached the relief train.
Hey, look, there's someone coming out of the snow. Who's there? Who is it?
Willie. I'm Captain Willie.
Captain Willie? Surely you're not the only one left alive.
In another few days, I surely will be. Brother and my company's camped not 2 days from here by wagon. We have been for days. Dozens of people are dying.
Dozens of people?
We had no idea you were so close.
We are. Please hurry. More are dying every day.
Load up. Come on, we're moving out in 15 minutes. 15 minutes? We came out here to save lives. Now let's get moving.
And so the relief train came, near sundown on the 3rd day after Captain Willie left.
Look! Mother, what is it? It's a wagon, dear. 2 wagons! Wagons! The relief wagons!
The relief wagons! Oh, yeah. The wagons are here!
Captain Willie,
How many died while you waited?
too many. We're out of food, Captain Willie. Tomorrow would have been our last day. You're here, thank God.
Who's that they're burying?
Anna Beatty.
All the way from England. They came from England to end here.
They came from the world to end up in heaven. Doesn't matter the route they take to get there. The Lord has them safe in his arms, and the rest of us will be alive, Captain Woolley.
So the handcart companies proceeded west. And only a few days later they reached the safety of the Salt Lake Valley. But more than 70 had died in the Willie Company, and perhaps twice that in the Martin Company.
Brothers and sisters, I'm going to dismiss this meeting right now. I've just had word that the Martin Company is arriving in the valley. The people are weak and sick and exhausted, suffering from frostbite and hunger. I don't want them to be put in cabins by themselves. I want them to be taken into your homes so that they can be watched over and cared for. These people have sacrificed terribly. Let us show them the love of the saints. Quickly, go prepare your homes. Go meet the travelers.
Of those who survived, many were so frostbitten that they lost feet or hands, or crippled all their lives. Others soon died of illness, and none of them ever forgot the days of death in the snows of the Sweetwater River. It would always be a bitter place in their memories. Yet that wasn't the end of the handcarts. For several more years, until Johnston's army in the Civil War cut back on immigration, and the railroad finally made wagons unnecessary, handcarts kept making the journey. Never again was the trip begun so late in the year, and never again were there disasters. But when I think of the handcarts, it's hard for me to remember the thousands of saints who safely crossed the plains with them. I keep remembering the people, pathetically bundled against the cold, burying their loved ones in the snow. Perhaps it was their own excess of faith that brought them to that terrible end. And I can't help thinking that the Lord would rather see an excess of faith than a shortage of it. Well, there might not have been enough food in those terrible mountain passes. I doubt there's ever been more love of God assembled in that place.
Sometimes, Sylvia, I think the mountains go on forever.
The mountains may go on, Aaron, but I begin to wonder if I can.
I'm beginning to understand the meaning of the word infinity.
They said we were nearly there, nearly to Salt Lake City.
They said that at Fort Laramie, too, weeks ago.
But Father, see? That's the mouth of the canyon. The nearest mountains are way off yonder. Do you see?
Well, I do believe Jacob's right, Sylvia.
Oh, there, Salt Lake Valley. Here we are.
Where's John?
He's up ahead. He'll be back.
Here he comes.
Can't the oxen move any faster?
Be patient, Aaron. Many a beast might go quicker, but few could serve so faithfully as these oxen. Come on.
John!
Father, Mother, we're here. See how the valley opens up?
I see, John. But what's that smoke?
Smoke?
Look, over half the valley. Smoke, thick and high.
Where's the fire? I don't see that smoke is following any wind pattern.
Father, this is Peter Varley. He's from the city, come to lead us in.
Brother Varley.
And your brother Aaron Wade. This Sister Wade, a pleasure.
And my brother Jacob, who slings the meanest stone in Liverpool. Or did until we came west.
I've killed 14 birds and 6 rabbits since we've started west.
Quite an arm you have, my boy.
And I have a good eye.
Brother Varley, what's that smoke? Is it a fire?
I wish it were, Brother Wade. But it's one more in a series of plagues we've had to endure. I swear sometimes I think the Egyptians had nothing on us.
Plague?
Oh, not to worry, Sister Wade. But those are grasshoppers. The meanest bunch of plant-eaters you ever saw. They've been ranging up and down the valleys here since the first of spring. Near half the crop's dead from them alone. It wasn't much of a crop to begin with.
This isn't the cheery news we looked for when we came.
I tell you the worst so you can get used to the idea. Last winter was a hard one, and we lost lots of cattle. Now we're in the middle of a drought. It isn't so bad up Davis County way or out in Twilla. That just means they have the crickets worse than we do.
But what will happen?
Lots of folks are going to be hungry. You see, on top of having less than half the normal crop, we've got nearly twice the normal number of immigrants.
Like us?
We came here because the Lord's prophet commanded it. And now we discover there won't be food for us here after all.
Oh, no, Brother Wade. There's food for you. As long as there's food on any table in Salt Lake City, there's food for you and your family. What anyone has, everyone has in these hard times.
Aaron, these are saints we're dealing with, not Liverpool landlords.
Now, you folks have been assigned to the first ward, southeast corner of the city. There's land there to farm next year.
Can we start a crop of potatoes? Just to bump them up to a good seeding size.
I wouldn't advise it, folks. You see, there's no water in that part of the city, except a little for drinking. When this country goes dry, it does a thorough job of it.
Well,
sorry to have such bad news, but I'd better get on to the end of the train. Spread the word.
Well, Sylvia, it looks as though we might have picked a better time to arrive here.
Aaron, we scrimped and saved and hurried to come. And in all that time, why didn't somebody just whisper, wait, come next year, it'll be better next year?
And who knew?
The Lord did, Aaron. The Lord knew. And yet he let us, all of us, thousands of us. He let us come anyway, knowing we'll be hungry.
Now, don't you go blaming it on the Lord.
I'm not blaming John.
Mind how you speak to your mother.
I just meant, don't say it's the Lord's fault.
It's my belief, John, that the Lord has planned everything, including our problems, so that we can be strengthened by them.
Some things just happen.
Not a sparrow falls, but the Lord doesn't notice. He knows about these grasshoppers.
Look at them, like a fog. Thick as a fog off the Irish Sea.
He has a purpose in it, somehow.
Oh, there's one in my hair. Oh, they keep coming at my face.
Hey, Mother, put this over your head.
Better get used to it, sister. There's more where those came from. It's not in my nature to second-guess my Creator. But I can't help but wish he'd given insects some manners when he made them. At least enough that they don't jump in your face without so much as a how do you do.
Governor Young, we've got to do something.
I don't know exactly what it is a governor is supposed to do when there's a drought in his territory. We have a Department of Water, but they're powerful bad at pulling rain down out of the sky.
Well, if Governor Young can't do anything, what about President Brigham Young of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Now you're talking, Heber. Occasionally I can have some influence with the elements when I'm President Young of the Mormon Church.
Can you pray for rain?
You think I haven't been? Or for a cessation of the grasshoppers? I swear, if I have a vision of Satan's imps, they'll all have grasshopper faces and chirp at me as they try to lead me down to hell.
Well then,
Brother Kimball, if I and you and 20,000 saints can't pray strong enough for rain to come, what do you think the Lord has in mind?
Does he mean for us to die out here? I run a mill, President Young. And not only have I not been able to raise so much as a spoonful of grain myself, but I don't get more than 100 bushels a day through my mill to boot. If we're lucky, we'll have enough food to last us until the middle of March, if we're lucky. And there'll still be months to go before the first harvest.
I suspected those facts myself.
Well, what is the Lord going to do about it?
I think he plans to do nothing of what we're asking for. What do you think, Brother Jetty Grant?
I think the saints have become lazy, unrighteous, slothful, and downright wicked. The Lord is letting us know he won't stand for it.
That does explain a lot, doesn't it?
Like the children of Israel, they've forgotten the Lord who brought them across the desert. The meetings were attended by 1 member in 20. I wonder if more than a half-dozen saints in the whole city pray every night. Their tithes and their offerings are outrageous. When they came here in faith and humility, the Lord delivered them miraculously from the crickets. But now, where are the seagulls? The Lord has other business for them now, you can bet.
Brother Grant, I have a feeling you've hit the nail on the head.
I've never felt stronger about anything in my life. It's time for the saints to wake up, to reform themselves, and become saints again in fact as well as in name.
Will this feed many of the hungry?
The loaves and fishes, Brother Heber, are only multiplied for the righteous.
At Fillmore, the wheat is entirely destroyed. The fields in Juab County look like a desert. About 2/3 of the grain in Utah County is destroyed. And a large black bug is devouring the potatoes. There has never been a time when the Latter-day Saints have been so close to destruction. And do you know why?
Tell us why, Brother Grant.
If the
the people of God forsake the Lord forsakes his people. He will abide no unclean thing. And I tell you that you are unclean. Unless you repent of your iniquities, the destroying angel will visit you with death and suffering as you've never seen before.
Aaron, can't you do something?
What can I do?
He's sick.
He's sick because he's weak, and he's weak because he's hungry. And he's hungry because we have no food and can't get any.
From the tithing office?
I will not accept charity.
Then I'll go.
You will not.
He's my son, too.
Sylvia, is this what we left England for?
At least call the elders to administer to him.
Yes, we'll do that. I'll be back in an hour at the most.
There, Jacob. Father'll be back with the priesthood.
Where's John?
Working on the temple. That's the only work he could find. And with your father's arm paralyzed like it is, there isn't that much he can do, not on the temple.
Will they heal me?
Of course they will.
Who is it? Jedediah Grant. Well, Brother Jedediah, come in. Since when do you knock?
I brought a brother with me, President Young.
Well, good morning. I'm Brigham Young.
I'm Aaron Wade. I didn't mean to disturb you. I just came to this part of town to find someone to help me administer to my son. He's sick.
He isn't telling you all of it. Tell President Young what you told me when I asked you if you have enough to eat.
All I said was that I'd get by.
What did you have for supper last night?
Nothing.
And what will you have for supper tonight?
Nothing. We haven't a thing.
That's a crime. That's a terrible crime, it is. Why not? Don't you know that my family and Jedediah's family and every other family in the valley is on rations, just so folks like you don't have to go hungry?
President Young, I can't go to your storehouse, not to get food I haven't earned. Your house is full of tithing. That's an offering to the Lord, not to be eaten up by me and my family.
Well, if that isn't the most powerful lot of foolishness I've ever heard.
Besides, I heard the bishop talking when I met my son at work. There's not enough in the storehouse as it is.
Not enough? We'll see about that.
Please, President Young, all I wanted was someone to administer to my son.
Of course. Jedediah?
I'll go myself.
And I'll pay a visit to the tithing office. I want to know what's going on there.
President Young, I'm glad you're here.
I don't know that I am, Bishop. I hear that you were overheard saying that there wasn't enough in the storehouse to feed people.
I said it, and it's true.
That sounds like bad administration to me, Bishop Hunter. I've seen the books. There should be thousands of head of cattle available to you, and tons of grain.
Well, President Young, it's a matter of words. Tell the saints to give their surplus cattle into the storehouse. You tell them to give their surplus grain, their surplus clothing, their surplus horses, their surplus wagons. Well, look around. Here's a surplus cow, for instance.
Why, the poor thing's half dead.
It's my opinion, President Young, that this cow was present at the Battle of Lexington, and she was already getting on in years then. And over here, will you look at this wagon load of grain?
Why, this is diseased. It isn't fit for feeding to horses, let alone men.
Well, President Young, that's surplus grain, you see? And over here, there's more meat on a grasshopper than on these chickens. And you asked for clothing for the men working on the temple, right?
I said for them to bring in their surplus clothing, that's right.
Well, here's an example. This is a silk dress, a bit ragged, but good for some more years. Of course, it's a mite delicate for our men to wear hauling granite, don't you think? But this is surplus clothing, you see?
All right, Bishop Hunter, I've seen enough. You've made your point. Now I shall make my point.
Sylvia, I'm back.
Oh, Aaron, he's only got worse. Thank heaven he's asleep right now. Why, President Grant?
Where's your son, Sister Wade?
Right here.
Here's holy oil, Brother Wade. Would you anoint the boy?
I will. Jacob Harvey Wade, in the name of Jesus Christ, and by the power of the holy Melchizedek priesthood, I anoint you with this oil consecrated for the healing of the sick in the household of faith.
Amen. Jacob Harvey Wade, you're a righteous son of righteous parents. You are not sick because of any sin of yours. You're sick because of the sin of your father, and that sin is pride. You will not be healed until your father bows himself in humility, enough humility that he's willing to accept the charity freely offered by his fellow saints, enough humility that he's willing to forget his crippled arm and work as hard as he can and accept a day's pay for a day's worth of his best work. I promise that if he obeys this commandment, he will live to be strong and healthy and a noble son of your Father in heaven. And I do this in the name of the Savior and by the power of the priesthood of Melchizedek. Amen.
Amen. Oh, thank you, Brother Graham.
Wait a minute, Sister Wade. I'm waiting to hear Brother Wade say Amen.
Amen.
Now remember that. That's a contract. This people is steeped in sin. It's just as much a sin to be so blasted righteous that you won't let anybody else help you. Sister, the Lord loves little children, as he made clear many times here on earth. But I haven't a voice of thunder, and your baby can cry louder than I can preach. For the sake of my throat, would you take your baby to the back? I have some words to say to this people, and I want them all to hear. Brothers and sisters, as I was saying, there has never been a time when the poor among us needed so much as they do now. And we're endeavoring to feed them and clothe them and find work for them, despite the drought and the crickets and the hard winter we had last year. But we can't conjure up flour and beef out of thin air. I don't know a woman here who can weave cloth on an empty loom. We depend on you to donate your surplus to the church. I hear of a man who has a cow he considers surplus, but generally she's of the class that would kick a person's hat off or eyes out, or the wolves have eaten off her udders. There's a man with a horse he considers surplus, but usually it has the ringworm. Usually it's broken-winded, a pole evil at one end of the neck, and a fistula at the other, and both knees sprung. I hear you laughing, but I suspect it's the laugh of the wicked, not of the righteous. If you were in need of food, would you wish to have the surplus you donated placed on the table before you? Would you wish to drink the milk of the surplus cow you donated? When you give to the Lord, or when you give to the poor and needy, either you give your best or you might as well give nothing. Because if you give your worst to the Lord, why should he continue to give his best to you, right? From sundown to sundown, they'll go without food or drink. But they'll take out the food for those meals just the same, the very food they would have eaten, and they'll bring that food to the storehouse. And the poor will eat it, and the saints will all be stronger for it. Will you do it? There are sins that can't be forgiven, but we want the saints to repent before they ever get to the point of committing such sins. And if it takes scaring them a little, why, even as kind a man as Jedediah is willing to do that.
Then this idea of blood atonement...
Think no more of it. I tell you in the name of the Lord that as long as this people repent and faithfully live their religion, their sins will be forgiven them without taking anybody's life. And if they don't, even the taking of life wouldn't avail them.
President Young.
Yes, brother.
I just came from Brother Grant's home.
He's back in Salt Lake City then?
He died, sir.
What?
Took sick and died.
But he's only 40. How
Could the Lord take him from me now? Jetty!
Your husband healed my son. He was the kindest man I ever knew.
It gladdens me to know that others know that too.
If you ever need anything...
What can I need, sister? I've lost my husband, but the Lord's given me a son.
Oh, he can't be more than...
Now my only sorrow is that he'll never know his father. Not in this life. His name is Heber. Heber Jetty Grant. I intend to raise him to be as good a man as his father.
Then you'll raise him to be as godly as a man can be.
Sister Rachel. Oh, and Sister...
Sylvia Wade.
I'm Brigham Young. Sister Rachel, you've lost a husband, but I've lost a brother.
But I haven't lost a husband, President Young. Salt Lake's just lost a mayor, and the church has lost its second counselor. But my husband belongs to me forever.
Truly spoken. But I want you to know, he put a life's work into his 40 years. The church is awake again, living the commandments better than they have in years. That's your husband's legacy. He left precious little money, but he gave us something far better. This Reformation. He was the Lord's tool in awakening the church.
And now it's our business to see it never falls asleep again, isn't it?
If that's a plea for me to give shorter sermons, Sister Rachel, I can only tell you that I don't know how to talk for less than 2 hours. The saints were hungry, but Jetty knew what they needed. He gave them spiritual food, and they were satisfied.
Now let me see. I need 8 yards.
Making a dress, madam.
My husband has work, writing for the Deseret News, and he's letting me buy a dress to celebrate. I have $2.
Oh, my.
What's wrong?
Well, you see, madam, this fabric is 32 cents a yard. 8 yards would be $2.56.
$2.56? That's outrageous.
I wished it were otherwise, madam. But...
And I say it's outrageous, too.
Why, President Young,
Governor, what an honor to have you in my shop. I didn't see you come in.
I came to buy rope, sir, but now I wonder if I ought to. 32 cents a yard for cloth.
I see you think I'm profiteering.
That self-same cloth can't be more than 10 cents a yard in St. Louis.
But St. Louis is 1,000 miles east of here, sir. Livingston and Kincaid ship it at a high price. I'm only making a profit of 3 cents after shipping and overhead. 3 cents, sir. And I'm sure you'll find it's a reasonable profit.
Livingston and Kincaid ship for that much?
We're isolated here in Salt Lake City, Governor. The carrying companies can charge pretty much what they please, and we merchants have no choice.
Give this lady her cloth, sir, and I'll make the difference.
Oh, President Young, I couldn't.
You're Sister Wade, aren't you?
Yes, I'm flattered that you remember.
You have a son, John, who works on the temple? Send him to me, Sister Wade. I believe I'll have work for him to do, and in a few weeks he'll have paid for that dress.
But what will he do?
He'll come to Fillmore with me, Sister Wade, for the legislature.
The debate on the question is closed. All those in favor of petitioning Congress for $200,000 to build a road from the Colorado River to the California border, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Aye. The bill is passed. Now, please, can I have a motion to adjourn for the day?
No one bothers to get our story. We've got to make it easy and cheap for them to come here. They accuse us of kidnapping women. Did you know that?
What for?
To marry them, of course. To put them in our harems.
They can't believe that.
Well, Heber, we have been married an uncommon number of times.
Married? That's what they don't understand. It's marriage.
We take care of our wives. They aren't just mistresses to be cast aside. I dare say the dear sister I married this year will be better off in 20 years as my 18th wife than the only wife of a monogamous hypocrite in the East who spends half his time playing around with the professional women.
But even if they saw how we live, would it make any difference? We have Gentiles here now, and most of them just go back and tell lies.
Well, we've got to figure that the honest reporters are too poor to get out here now. There are other reasons, though. If we could set up way stations along the route, plant crops, turn them into regular towns, why, we'd never have another disaster like the handcart companies last year. Our people could cross the plains carrying much less in the way of supplies.
And we could import larger quantities of things we can't make. Plows and harrows, machinery and finished goods.
I wish we were self-sufficient in all those things.
But we're not.
But we could be.
But we're not. And we need it now.
Not to mention the mail.
The mail?
It's
the mail. That's it, Heber. You could get the mail.
Those Mormons are of the opinion that the mail should run when they say it should. So they complained to Congress and the postmaster released my contract. There you have it. They have to put it up for bid again and I'll get it back.
Come in.
Good morning.
Oh, why, Mr. McGraw, how are you?
Fine indeed, sir. And you?
Well, I'm fine, too. But I'm afraid I have bad news for you. They considered the bids, and I'm afraid you were far too high.
What?
You were underbid, sir.
That's impossible. I only bid $45,000 a year.
But a man named Hiram Kimball, he bid $23,000.
Hiram Kimball?
23? Does that leave room for a profit?
It does not. That's just barely paying the costs. Hiram Kimball.
Do you know him?
I don't have to. Salt Lake City is crawling with Kimballs, and the name Hiram is as Mormon as Brigham Young himself. It's the Mormons stole my contract, and that's for sure.
Now, you don't know that.
Nobody stole your contract, Mr. McGraw. They underbid you, fair and square.
They stole it. I was making $30,000 a year profit on that contract. They can't take it away from me. If you aren't a Mormon yourself. We'll see about this. We'll see if I let those thieves and polygamists take away my livelihood. Good day, sir.
I still think we're going about this backwards, Port.
And I still think you're dead wrong.
It's a matter of order, Brother Rockwell. You build the stables first, then you put the horses in it. You don't put the horses there and then build a stable around them.
We're in a hurry. And the reason we're in a hurry is because we have the mail contract. And we've got to turn Fort Bridger into a serviceable way station for the mail riders and the passenger coaches and the freight wagons and the immigrants.
Brother Rockwell!
Don't bother me, John. I'm arguing.
Well, I've got the mail, and I'm supposed to have some food and a fresh horse. Where are the horses?
Right over there, John.
Well, that isn't the craziest thing I've ever seen. What you doing? Building the stable right around the horses? Isn't that backward?
You try my patience, boy. Everything about the Brigham Young Express and Carrying Company is backward. First we get the contract, then we send out the riders, then we get the horses for them, and then we finally build the stables. Don't talk to me. Talk to Brother Brigham.
What got into him?
He's in charge of the whole line between Fort Laramie and Salt Lake City, and they only gave him enough supplies to fix up Fort Bridger. Better come on in and eat. A few minutes rest won't kill you, you know.
The freight wagon's a few days behind me by now. Loaded heavy, I can tell you.
This whole operation's costing thousands and thousands of dollars, and frankly, I don't know where they'll get the money.
We'll take your $50 with thanks, brother. And Godspeed to your son.
Thanks very much, President Young. Good to see you, William Clayson.
How are we doing, William?
We're underway, I think. By July, we should have donations worth more than $100,000.
That's only half of what we need.
But since the church can't afford to do any of it at all, half is much better than none. Hundreds of people have come forward, President. Quite a few contributions have been really significant. There have been men donate whole teams and wagons, outfitted them completely for the YX company.
Those are the rich ones who can afford it. I'm a lot more impressed with Aaron Wade's $50. or this $6 quilt Elizabeth Foss donated. They're putting their heart's blood into this.
I sometimes wonder, President Young, if it's right to expect people to donate so much to a commercial enterprise.
Commercial enterprise? What do you think this whole valley is? What do you think those farmers are? Every farm is a commercial enterprise. Every family, every individual in the valley, they're all in the business of surviving. But if the YX company works, it'll make it possible for twice or 3 times as many people to live here.
I didn't think of it that way.
We're going to have that many people here in 10 years, whether we like it or not. The YX company means they'll be able to have enough to eat and work to do. Keep that in mind. When you're building the kingdom of God, you can't draw a line down the middle and say, these things are spiritual and these things are temporal. They all fit together, Brother Clayton. They all fit together.
An article by our dear Judge Drummond.
Him? I thought we were through with him. That two-bit criminal, cheating, dishonest fraud of a federal judge.
Apparently, Brother Clayton doesn't like him either, Heber.
Listen to what he's writing about us. United States Justice W. Drummond left this morning for Washington, D.C., where he will resign his office in protest to the President of the United States about the illegal activities going on in Utah Territory. He claims that Brigham Young is a dictator, ruling the Mormons like a sultan of Persia. Whatever Brigham wants, Brigham gets.
Don't I wish?
He goes on. Drummond says there is a secret, oath-bound organization among all the male members of the Mormon Church to resist the laws of America and to acknowledge no law except the word of Brigham Young. There are a number of assassins appointed by the church to kill those who speak against the Mormons.
And furthermore, Mr. President, the federal officers of the territory are constantly harassed and annoyed by the Mormons to the point where I left the territory in fear of my life. And that's the truth.
All right, Judge Drummond. I appreciate the information.
And I trust you'll act on it, President Buchanan.
Oh, indeed I shall. It's clear that it was a terrible mistake to make Brigham Young governor.
The problem is, James, that I doubt that the Mormons will accept another governor.
Then we'll have to make them accept it.
That does mean war.
It does indeed.
Troops to Utah Territory to put down Mormons. Why, we're Democrats, President Buchanan. The Republicans in the last election were Mormon haters, not us. They were the ones who kept saying, we must destroy the twin relics of barbarism, slavery, and polygamy.
All the more reason to attack. I want to show the Southerners that if they rebel against the authority of the United States, the federal government has the power to act. Government of this great nation, I am grieved to have to report the action that I am taking as Commander-in-Chief of the armies of the United States of America. But I have learned that the Mormon Church in Utah Territory is in a state of civil rebellion against the United States of America. I have appointed a new governor, Alfred Cumming, to replace Brigham Young. And I am sending an army of the United States to put down that rebellion. Insurrection against the lawful government.
Well, Miss Smoot, here it is. Independence. The post office is just up the street.
It's a long way here, John, but this is Zion. Would God we never had to leave it.
We'll be back someday.
How many times have you made the mail run, John?
Only twice, Miss Smoot. It's a long way and a rough road, and the wagons are slow. But they say next fall we'll have coaches for passengers, just like in the East.
It all depends on money.
Well, here we are.
Let's go on in. I'm Abraham Smoot, mayor of Salt Lake City,
I'm here to pick up the mail for the YX company.
Can't give it to you.
What? Must I show you my credentials?
Wouldn't do a bit of good, Mr. Smoot. I just got orders that the mail contract has been canceled. The YX company doesn't carry the mail anymore.
What? That's impossible.
Must be possible. It happened. Here. Here's the order right now. Dated June 10th, 1857. Your contract is canceled.
It had 3 years left to run. They just can't cancel it. And why?
We've been giving good service.
They didn't give any explanation, but I can't believe you don't know the reason.
Believe it, sir, we don't know.
Why, the news is all over. Utah Territory is in rebellion, and President Buchanan is sending an army to put it down.
An army?
Right. And a new governor to replace Brigham Young. I guess you Mormons are going to get the same treatment you got here in Missouri 20 years ago. Hey!
20 years ago, there were only 2,000 saints here, and we were surrounded by enemies. Today, there are 20,000, and there won't be any Hans Mill in Utah. You can bet on it.
Man, Smoot, what do we do now?
We get back to Salt Lake City ahead of the army.
Shouldn't we find out more details?
Yes, we should. Now, let's get moving. Well, Porter Rockwell, I don't see what's so funny about Utah being invaded by a federal army.
I'm sorry. I just can't help laughing.
That's the worst thing that could have happened to us. Based on lies and rumors, they're sending an army to attack a defenseless people and destroy any vestige of self-government. And you're laughing.
Oh, Abraham, don't get riled. It's just, well, this isn't Missouri. Did you see those mountains? Do you remember the canyons between here and Salt Lake?
Of course.
Now, you just tell me how an army's going to get down those canyons if we don't want them to.
You have a point.
I have more than a point. Now, you put me up there with 500 rounds and 5 guns and somebody to load them, and I could stop an army for a month. Now, give me 50 men, and I could stop them forever.
I said something of the kind myself when I first heard the news, but the United States is pretty big, Port. Can we stand against them?
Blood has flowed before, Brother Smoot. This time it won't all be Mormon blood. Now, you can bet on it.
I'll fight, I said.
Can you even shoot?
Anybody can shoot, Abraham. But the question is, boy, can you shoot a man?
I don't know, but we near killed ourselves coming here and near died trying to survive. Do you think I'll let them come and take away our homes from us without me trying to stop them?
Goodbye, Port.
Now, don't say goodbye to me. Say goodbye to John Wade here. I'm going with you. I want to tell him in person, Porter Rockwell's ready. My guns are loaded. I ain't aiming to shoot bear. Whoa! Whoa!
Where is everybody?
Salt Lake City looks empty as if the mobbers had just come through, Abraham.
Well, let's try Brigham's house anyway.
Oh, 500 miles in 5 days. My backside hurts worse than a load of buckshot.
I can't believe no one's here, Port.
I don't know, Abraham. I'm beginning to believe.
Aha.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is your father here?
President Young is away. May I help you?
Your mother? Any of your father's wives?
Everybody is gone. I am here because I was bad.
Oh, well, where are they?
At the Pioneer Day celebration.
Pioneer Day. This is the 23rd of July. What was I thinking of?
10 years to the day since the first party came into the valley.
No, tomorrow is the celebration. They're just out there camping.
The 24th? But the pioneers were already camped here on the 23rd.
But Father came into the valley on the 24th.
He was the last one in.
But it's his party. He can hold it any day he likes.
She has a point.
Where's the celebration going on?
At the top of Big Cottonwood Canyon.
Big Cottonwood?
Oh, and I thought my backside was already sore.
Well, come on, Port. We've got no time to waste. Goodbye, Miss Young.
What did you do that was so bad?
I put a frog in the porridge. They were especially mad because Father finished his bowl before anyone found out.
How much as I love Brother Brigham, Abraham, I surely wish I could have seen his face when he heard about the frog.
You'll get one better. You get to see his face when he hears about Johnston's army.
Yeah, pull there. Come on, you half-dead donkey.
Well, what'd you call them donkeys for? Those are some of the finest horses.
Insult them enough, and they have to move fast just to prove me wrong. Yeah, come on.
Why, it's Abraham Smoot and Porter Rockwell.
Just in time for the celebration, President Young.
They don't seem to have celebrating faces on today. Let's go. Abraham, Port! What brings you here today?
News from the States.
We rode from Fort Laramie in 5 days, to tell you.
Doesn't sound good.
They canceled the mail contract.
The government?
That's right, Brother Kimball. But that's the least of it. Seems Drummond and McGraw and who knows who else has been spreading lies to the president. Buchanan's sending troops to Utah.
Troops? What for?
It seems we're in rebellion here, subverting the authority of the United States.
But just on the strength of hearsay? Where's the investigating committee? Where's the letter of notification?
I'm the governor here, and
Not anymore. They're sending a replacement.
Not even the courtesy of a letter telling me so?
An army?
Only 2,500 men.
Only? That's more soldiers than General Washington had.
Well, brethren, it looks like the Gentiles intend to get rid of the Mormon problem once and for all.
Is there a land so distant and soil so poor that we can go there and they won't come to take it away from us? We're here today to celebrate our entry into the valley. And now you tell us they mean to destroy our last refuge, our last place of safety. I tell you now, brethren, I won't stand for it. This time, every drop of Mormon bloodshed will cost them 1,000 drops of their own. This time, we'll fight to the death.
Yes, but they'll just send more men.
The blood of the martyrs will cry out to heaven against them. Brethren, our enemies are mocking God. How much do they think he will endure?
I think that if I'm to have any hope of governing Utah, I have to be peacefully installed. In short, I want no bloodshed.
The soldiers won't be happy with that idea.
I promise you, Colonel, that if we go into Utah killing Mormons, we'll have a war on our hands that'll make the Mexican War look like a summer picnic.
It may be true, Governor.
$5 million.
What?
$5 million to send a couple of thousand men into the Rocky Mountains. Our government is a marvel of inefficiency. We'll end up with $500,000 worth of supplies.
Where will the rest of the money go?
Oh, it's gone. It's in the pockets of the contractors. I noticed something amusing. One of the chief instigators of this expedition was a Mr. McGraw, who wrote a letter declaring the Mormons were in rebellion. Now, by coincidence, he has more than $1 million worth of contracts for the army, supplying us with wagons and cattle. What a clever man. Start a war and then make money on it.
Oh, that's the way war always is. The government contractors make the money. Generals get the fame. The soldiers, they eat dust and die.
Not in this little war, Colonel. In this war, if I can help it, no one dies. The Mormons need to feel the force of federal authority. But it must be a just force, or I have no part of it.
Where are the soldiers camped? The ones who are going to Utah?
That way. Only a few yards off is one of the camps. What do you want with soldiers?
My brother's there.
Well, more's your shame. They're a disreputable lot of men, that's for sure. Blood hungry, all of them. I don't like Mormons and I don't like polygamy, but I think it's unchristian to go killing people. So go visit your soldiers, boy.
Actually, Mum, I'm a Mormon. I'm glad to hear you're in favor of fair treatment for our people.
You're a Mormon? I heard that Mormons had horns.
No, ma'am.
And you're going in there, among those soldiers?
We have to know what they're planning so that we can figure out how to protect ourselves.
Well, you have courage, boy, but not much sense. If you're a Mormon, you can't have any sense at all. Good day, and may God forgive you for being a pagan.
Good day, ma'am.
Who are you, boy?
I'm John Wade. I'm looking for my brother. His name's Jeremy.
Anybody here know a Jeremy Wade?
I never heard of him.
You sound English.
Well, actually, I am. My brother enlisted because it'll let him become a citizen. I plan to enlist too when I'm older.
Well, you'll be too late for this. We plan to have those Mormons whipped by winter.
Whipped and beaten. Kill all the men, that's what we'll do. Then we'll have the women to ourselves.
But surely the officers won't let you do that.
Half our officers are Missouri men, boy. They'll be leading the way. You think those Mormons will last a minute when real men are facing them?
Listen tight, boy, and we'll tell you what we plan to do.
Is it necessary to call them all in, Brigham?
It's essential, Brother Kimball. You think this is the end of it? Whether we win this war or not, it's just the beginning. They'll never let us be. We thought we'd found safety, but the struggle is just getting started in earnest. How can we spread the gospel throughout the world when we can't keep it alive at home?
That'll be the boy who spied out the army camp at Fort Leavenworth, John Wade.
Johnny Wade, come in. Johnny, it's good to see you. Abraham told me he sent you back to gather information.
It isn't good, President Young. They're out for blood.
I'm not surprised.
I wrote it all out like President Kimball said to. Here it is.
Very good.
President, what are we going to do? There's a lot of them and they think they can take us this fall.
Now, that's important, Johnny. This fall.
Well, there are some Salt Lake City merchants who were back there, and the army asked them if there was still time to get to Salt Lake, and they told them yes, so they plan to get here before winter.
Did you hear that, Heber?
I hear well enough. Those traitorous Gentiles we befriended and patronized are out to slit our throats.
No, Heber. I'll get angry about that in a minute, but right now they're playing into our hands.
How?
They can get to Salt Lake by winter, all right, but only if they move quickly and steadily with plenty of supplies. But what if something happens to slow them down?
What?
Johnny, Lotsmith is over on the temple block supervising a crew. I want him over here, and you come back with him.
George, Arabella Winston just came over.
Come over here, Maybelle. I'm finishing clearing the ditch for our water turn.
That's it, George. There's no point in it. We're to come back.
Come back where?
To Salt Lake City. President Young just sent a messenger. The whole Carson Valley settlement's being abandoned.
What? Why? We're doing so well here now.
They're sending an army, the United States government, against Salt Lake City. They need everyone home.
But what good would we do? There's no way to get full value for the farm if we all sell at once.
It's the prophet's word. They're calling home all the missionaries from Europe and the islands, and the San Bernardino settlers are being called back too.
They're serious, aren't they?
Oh, George, when will the Gentiles just leave us alone, at peace?
When we forget our religion and become just like them. There's only one group that the world hates worse than the poor.
Who?
The righteous.
Oh, what are we going to do?
You go in and pack. I'll finish my water turn. Somebody's going to get a good crop off this land, even if it isn't me.
Company, ho! Let's pitch the tent over here, Roger.
I feel like I've walked halfway to China.
Well, be grateful you're going with this supply train then. Those poor saps are marching with Colonel Johnson are killing themselves to reach Fort Laramie fast.
What's that? Somebody's coming.
Is it Indians? Look, the waving torches.
They're white men. Looks like boys.
Door! Door! Where'd I put my musket?
Hey! They're setting the prairie grass on fire.
Forget your guns. Get a shovel. Get a fire break. It's the Mormons. The Mormons are attacking. Hey, you're in the back. Shovel, get the horses out of the cattle.
Hey, get the cattle. Get the cattle. Bring them back. Hey, taking the cattle. Stealing the whole herd just to stay in the rain.
Fire! You want it to burn out wagons? Come on,
quickly! Get faster! Get on!
Yo, get up there, move up.
600 head of cattle. 600!
That'll put a dent in Colonel Johnson's supplies, won't it, John?
Those men looked so startled I almost laughed out loud.
Well, they're mostly Missouri and Kansas men. They aren't used to the idea of Mormons fighting back.
This is almost as good as a shooting war.
John, it's a lot better than a shooting war.
I don't know what. I had my heart set on a full-fledged battle.
Are you that hungry to kill a man?
No, not to kill a man, I just...
Or is it that you, want to get killed?
Course not, Lot.
There's no romance to battle. There's no fun in it. I hope this country never sees a war between Americans.
You got to admit that it was a bit exciting.
A bit. We'll soften them up a little longer. Set fire to the prairie where they want to camp, so they have to fight fires every night before they go to bed. Then in about a week, I figure it'll be about time to capture the whole wagon train.
What?
I said the whole wagon train. The government spent a lot of money to get these supplies sent to Utah. Well, I figure the supplies we take will get to Utah a whole lot faster than the supplies the Army keeps. You can bet on it. Well, my name's not Lot Smith. Get in. Come on, let's go.
President Young.
President?
Well, I can't very well call you governor anymore, Mr. Young.
Governor will do just fine, Mr. Ray. How's the store?
Business is slacking off.
I'm glad to hear it.
What? Oh, you're joking. I see. Mr. Young, all those cattle you have penned and corralled on the temple block...
What about them?
You're not changing your plans to build a temple there, are you?
The cattle are just temporary.
They have U.S. government brands.
That's because they're U.S. government property.
That means they're stolen, Mr. Young.
Indeed they are. You see, Mr. Ray, there's a mob of men out on the plains disguised as soldiers. They're heading our way with a loudly stated intention of stealing our homes, killing our men, and carrying off our women. It's my duty as governor of this state to protect the United States citizens living here. And since that mob out on the plains seems to have stolen an incredible amount of U.S. Army supplies, Lot Smith and his boys are snatching it back. And we're holding it here until we can turn it all over to the proper authority.
Now that's nonsense. You know you've been replaced as governor, and that mob, as you call it, is Colonel Johnston's army, coming here at the president's orders.
You know more than I do, Mr. Ray. I have never received official notification of any such thing. And until I do, those men out there are lawbreakers, and I've declared martial law in this state.
You'll regret this when the army comes.
You seem awfully eager to have them come, Mr. Ray. You know why they're coming, don't you? Because a Gentile judge, and a Gentile swindler, and a Gentile Indian agent all swore false testimony saying we Mormons were in rebellion against the United States. Now you tell me, Mr. Ray, are we in rebellion?
Why, no, Mr. Young.
Governor Young. Oh, Your Excellency, if you prefer.
No, Your Excellency.
Have you found the laws justly executed here?
You know as well as I do that Judge Drummond was a scoundrel and that things are going just fine here in Salt Lake.
Well, Mr. Ray, I just wonder. Why haven't you sent any letters to the President of the United States telling him the truth about Utah?
I don't want to get involved.
Wrong, Mr. Ray. You just want to get the Army out here where you can enrich yourself by selling them goods at 10 times the true value. And you want to see a corrupt government established here where you can bribe your way to monopolies and government contracts to the exclusion of the honest saints.
I am an honest businessman.
An honest man would have written letters to try to stop this war. Mr. Ray, I'll tell you the truth. The Gentile merchants with yourself have been the means of bringing on this present war. You've been selling my blood and the blood of my brethren for gold. I shall not put up with this any longer. I shall not permit any Gentile merchant to do business in this territory after this year in the way they have been doing. We've been kind to you and your fellow merchants, and I've been your friend, and my people have paid you promptly. You should have been our friends and told the truth about us.
Are you threatening me?
Mr. Ray, how much of your business comes from Latter-day Saints?
Most of it, 90%.
Not any longer, Mr. Ray, not any longer. We do business with our friends.
come the Mormons again.
Get out the shovels.
Wait a minute. They don't have torches. They're carrying a white flag.
Who's in charge of this wagon train?
I am.
I'm Mark Smith. Pleasure to meet you.
Can't say it's mutual. What do you want?
Well, I figure you've been noticing how we feel about this wagon train.
I get the idea you don't like us.
Nothing personal, you understand. But this train is being sent to supply the troops who are coming to persecute, destroy my people. Well, it isn't going to arrive. So, you have three choices.
I do?
You can surrender this train to me right now and take 2 wagons full of supplies for the men you have with you and head back to Fort Leavenworth.
Over my dead body?
That's the second choice. See, there's 300 of my men here tonight, all set to make an example of this train and kill every last one of you. And I don't think you're equipped to stop us. Every one of us carries revolvers, made at a factory on Temple Square. And every one of us is on a horse. And by the time your men have reloaded their muskets after the first shot, we'll be right here among you, shooting your heads off. We can do it. I hope you know that.
We're just doing our duty.
We're just doing ours. But there's a third choice.
There is?
You just get your men back a few hundred yards away from this train and spend the night there. And no one gets harmed.
I can't let you take this train.
I won't take it, Sergeant. I'll burn it.
You aren't joking, are you?
Is it funny?
Come on, man. We'll make camp over there. Upwind from the wagons.
Come on, boys.
Are we just going to let them do that?
Hey, go ahead. Walk up there and stop them.
Forget it. Not me.
You know something? You see that young one over there? The one lighting the ammunition wagon on fire? That's the English boy who came into camp back in Kansas looking for his brother.
Well, I'll be.
Looks like they heard us talking, bragging about what we do to the Mormons.
So?
So you can just be grateful they aren't doing the same thing to us.
Grateful? I want to skin every Mormon I meet alive.
The trouble is, friend, I don't think the Mormons are going to hold still while you do it.
The first storm of winter, Colonel Johnson. I thought we were going to be in Salt Lake City by now.
Well, so did I, Governor Cumming, but the Mormons have slowed us down a lot.
What's the damage?
3 wagon trains burned. That's near 70,000 rations of dried vegetables. 4 tons of bread, 46 tons of bacon, but who needs a list? It's 3 months' supplies for our expedition. 3 months. It means we'll be short on rations all winter. Very short rations.
I take it that means we won't see Salt Lake this fall.
Yeah, not a chance. We're stopping right here.
Yeah, but I thought we were going on to Fort Bridger, at least.
Look again, Governor Cumming. This is Fort Bridger.
But the report said it was a thriving settlement with ample shelter and supplies and acres of land planted to wheat.
Yes, it was. All belonged to the Mormons, part of the YX company. Well, they burned it down. That's where the fort used to be. You're riding in a wheat field.
Burned it down? It must be worth thousands of dollars.
That's right.
Why?
So that we wouldn't get it. These Mormons are no fools, Governor. They haven't so much as wounded a single one of our soldiers. They know that if our boys saw any of their comrades fall in battle, they'd never give up till they whipped the Mormons good. Now there's not one of our men injured. Yet we don't have a place to stay the winter. We don't have close to adequate supplies. We're going to be perched outside of Salt Lake City like Napoleon outside Moscow.
You mean they've won?
Well, for this year, Governor. This year they whipped us pretty soundly. Tell you the truth, Governor, there's a good chance some of our men will starve to death this winter. A lot of our men, unless we get supplies.
From where? It's too far to get them from the States.
Then that leaves only one place, Salt Lake City.
How will we get supplies from there?
I've been puzzling on that question for days, and I can only think of one answer.
What?
We beg.
President Buchanan.
Oh, John Floyd. I was beginning to think you weren't coming.
I always come when my president calls.
Your loyalty is touching. Well, John, since you're Secretary of War, you're really in the same boat I'm in. Have you been reading the Republican press?
Whenever I'm in the mood for indigestion, I read it.
The Democratic papers aren't much better. Buchanan's Folly, they're calling this expedition to Utah.
That's unkind of them.
You'd think they'd call it Floyd's Folly. Has more of a ring to it.
Yeah, that's the heavy weight of high office, President Buchanan. I'm just Secretary of War, so they don't name it after me.
But I'm not seeking re-election, John.
I'm sorry to hear that.
But not surprised.
You aren't likely to get the nomination even if you wanted it.
You break it to me gently.
You're a realist.
Yes. Enough of a realist to know that things are falling apart. Quickly. I think it's going to be war.
We're at war.
Not with the Mormons, John. With each other. The North against the South.
It won't come to that.
You're a Southerner, John, and you know perfectly well that you and your friends are champing at the bit to secede.
Why, that's a serious accusation.
I've been wondering if you haven't been so much in favor of the Utah War in order to get half the United States Army 1,000 miles away, and the Treasury $5 million poorer, so that when war breaks out, the South has a better chance.
We've been friends, Jim. Don't ruin it now.
That's why I won't run again. I won't preside over this country when it falls apart. I won't have it. As for the Mormon War, I'm going to end it as quickly and as gracefully as I can.
I wonder. I saw a man walking a taut wire once. He looked graceful enough until he tried to get off. Then he looked pretty clumsy.
I'm informing you, John, that I've sent word to Governor Cumming that the Army is at his disposal, and I want this settled without bloodshed. I also issued an executive pardon for all alleged and actual rebels in Utah Territory.
What?
If the Mormons think their leaders are going to be locked up or hanged when the Army comes in, they'll fight to the death. It'll be a bloodbath. The whole world will talk about the massacre of a whole religion by the U.S. Army.
And so you're giving up?
I'm compromising.
Compromise is weakness.
Compromise is survival. But you Southerners will never understand that, will you?
Good morning. What can I do for you?
I've come to see Governor Cumming.
Governor's still in bed. Who are you?
Thomas Kane. I've come to Governor Cumming direct from the president.
I'll tell the governor.
Oh, it's cold.
The governor says, come in.
Well, Mr. King, from the president. Forgive my coming so early in the morning. We've hurried our pace considerably, and we were so close last night we continued on through. I'm not an official envoy, Governor. I'm something of a volunteer, but I have a dispatch for you from the president. He's quite anxious to have this matter settled without bloodshed.
That's odd, considering that he was the one who sent the army.
I think he's regretted that. Things are complicated back in Washington. I've been a friend of Brigham Young's for years. I might serve you well as a go-between, if you wish.
Oh. This effectively puts me in charge of the army. I wonder how Colonel Johnston will react.
Probably gratefully. It lets him off the hook.
You must be a former officer.
I am. Will you want my services?
Of course, Mr. King. I want to begin my duties as governor. I can't do it here in this miserable camp. When can you go to Salt Lake City?
No, you don't understand. I've been to Salt Lake City. I just came back.
Brigham Young knew about these dispatches before I did?
The seals were unbroken, Governor. I bring you word that Brigham Young is as anxious for a peaceful settlement as President Buchanan is. To start with, he accepts the fact that you are governor and is prepared to turn the workings of state government over to you immediately.
Are you joking? Then what's this war about?
Well, you forget, Governor, that no one asked the Mormons what was going on before the troops were sent. They're law-abiding people, and the men whose testimony started the war are, to put it bluntly, out-and-out liars.
Then there's nothing wrong in Utah at all?
Well, the Mormons are an exceptionally close-knit people, and I think you'll find, as governor, that if you really want to get something done, it would be wise to talk about it with Brigham Young first.
Oh.
Not that he'll deliberately undermine you, it's just that Mormons act as one.
Whatever Young says, they do.
Well, it sounds like a dictatorship when you put it that way, but I assure you it isn't. They obey him freely. They can leave at any time, and no one stops them. Look at how freely the apostates who hate the church move around.
Governing Utah isn't going to be easy, but I never thought it would be.
Well, Brigham invites you to come to Salt Lake.
That's where I'm coming.
Now?
He'll surrender? Just like that?
No, of course not. The president is offering general amnesty, Governor. It's not a matter of surrender. Brigham Young wants you to visit Salt Lake City and see for yourself whether the Mormons are in rebellion. The catch is, you can't bring any soldiers at all.
If they planned to kill me, they couldn't do better.
Oh, on the contrary. Once you put yourself into their hands, you'll be safer than any soldier in this camp. Their honor depends on it. And they are honorable people. They are much more fair in dealing with outsiders than outsiders have been in dealing with them.
Wasn't their prophet Joseph Smith killed when he was under a safe conduct from the governor of Illinois?
Indeed.
Then I will definitely go. I can't show myself as being less courageous than their prophet, can I?
Ha ha! You may be able to govern them after all, Governor Cumming.
We're leaving the morning. Tomorrow morning. You need some rest, Mr. King, and I have to talk to General Johnston.
General?
He's been promoted. Lots of promotions in wartime. Some war. This canyon road is rather exposed. I'm surprised the Mormons don't have this area heavily guarded.
Governor, we've already passed about 300 men fully armed and ready to shoot.
What? I haven't seen a one.
Mormon soldiers, show yourselves. The governor doesn't believe you're there.
My word. They could lay an ambush here that couldn't be resisted. Is there a back way in?
Certainly. But if the army makes a single move in that direction, the Mormons will be there first.
If the United States Army were slaughtered here, the government would have to keep sending troops until the invasion was successful.
Yes, that's what I've been telling Brigham Young to keep in mind. If it comes to bloodshed, Governor, nobody wins.
Brethren, the fact remains that Governor Cumming is nearly here. There are two courses of action open to us. We can fight, or we can compromise.
We compromised our way to destruction in Missouri and Illinois.
I have here a newspaper from Philadelphia. Let me read you a passage. The Mormon people have suffered enough. Regardless of their peculiar customs, which are as abhorrent to us as to any other Christians, they are citizens of the United States, and sending an army to destroy them is as cruel an act as anything perpetrated by any dictatorship upon an innocent people. Withdraw the army from Utah Territory and leave the Mormons in peace.
It's a miracle. An Eastern paper on our side.
Well, that, brethren, is the battlefield, the hearts and minds of America. If we fight, if we go up to Fort Bridger and destroy that mob that calls itself an army, it will destroy all the goodwill we have in the East. They'll all be calling for our destruction.
What's the alternative? To let the army come in and destroy us so the Philadelphia papers will say nice things about our corpses?
No. When the English and Turks were on the verge of taking Sebastopol in the Crimean War, the citizens burned their city rather than let the enemy have it. What the Russians can do 5 years ago, we can do today. We'll make a Sebastopol of Salt Lake City. They'll take our land, but they'll get nothing. Let them find the desert we found and see what they can make of it.
Move again?
Move south. There are valleys in the mountains there that can support us all. But when the army comes into Salt Lake City, I mean to have them find it empty and ready to be put to the torch if they make one step toward trying to possess it.
But wouldn't that just achieve their purpose of destroying us?
If we did that, how long do you think that army would be left here? The newspapers, seeing our plight, our refusal to submit to the cruelty of the government, well, brethren, President Buchanan is far from being the best this country has ever had, but he's wise enough to know when to cut his losses and get out. If we lose dramatically enough, brethren, we'll win.
But the cost of moving our people south, after years of famine and sacrifices to establish the YX company?
Sacrifice brings forth the blessings of heaven.
I wish the cities in the east were as clean and well kept as this one. After so many miles of desert, this is like heaven.
Part of that is because it's springtime. Gets pretty hot here in the summer.
President, I don't mean it to be hot because of the army. I can promise you that the army will march through Salt Lake City, but they won't break formation once.
If the troops actually do as you say, then the houses will not be burned and the people will come back.
Do you doubt my honor then?
Governor, you seem to me as honorable as a man can be. But are you going to hold every soldier's hand?
No.
I've seen mobs masquerading as armies before. That's how they attacked us in Missouri, as armies, murdering women and children. We surrendered our guns to them, Governor. We had to stand and watch, helpless.
I understand. But you'll see, President Young, this time you're dealing with a man who can keep his word.
The troops won't stand for it. They came here to take Salt Lake City. You think they'll sit still for just marching through?
General, are you telling me that you can't control your troops? If that's the case, I'll relieve you of your command in disgrace. Send you and the troops back home.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
I'm just telling you, General. If you don't keep your troops strictly under control, it's your head that will roll.
Governor, you may have been given authority over me, but
I have been given authority over you, and I'm exercising it. I order you to prepare plans to march through Salt Lake City and camp west of the town by the Ochre Mountains. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Welcome back to the camp, sir.
I came back to get my wife. I'm returning to Salt Lake City day after tomorrow. Your troops will march through Salt Lake City no sooner than the 15th of June and no later than the 30th. You may send a party of no more than 15 to reconnoiter a spot for the fort you will establish. And if one soldier, General, steps out of line in Salt Lake City, I'll see to it you go home with a reprimand that stinks so bad you'll be sweeping stables in a fort in Dakota for the rest of your life.
You wouldn't last 2 minutes in the regular army, Governor.
That's why we put civilians in charge of the military in this country. Good evening.
I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with the general, Governor.
I meant it to be overheard. This march through Salt Lake City is going to be humiliating to these troops. They've been itching for a fight ever since the drubbing they got crossing the plains. Well, now they'll know it's my fault, not Johnston's. But they'll also know that it's his head that will roll if anything goes wrong.
Very well done.
I'll wager there won't be one soldier who so much as toys with the idea of breaking formation.
I wish you'd been governor of Illinois 15 years ago, sir.
That's history. Though I can't help thinking that if I'd been in charge there, Joseph Smith might still be alive and the Mormons might still be in Illinois.
It hurts a little to think of how much they've lost since then.
I don't know. Maybe Nauvoo was beautiful.
It was.
But Salt Lake City is a jewel cut out of the desert. The Mormons need a strong hand governing them. But it should be a just hand and a fair hand. And all my acts will be tempered with respect for them. They're fine people, even if they do have some disgusting habits. Well, I must go to my wife.
It's army troops, utterly wasted.
Well, they're not wasted, General. They're keeping this city from burning down.
What?
Dismount, General, and look around.
I don't see anything.
That's right, General.
Where are all the people indoors?
Come indoors. Let's see. Is it all right, Lot?
Fine. Come with me.
Who's he?
Lot Smith is one of the men left behind to burn the city.
Pardon the straw all over the floor. But that's so that it'll burn quicker.
Where are all the people who live here?
Provo, mostly. 50 miles south. And ready to go on further south if you try and chase them.
You mean they really gave up the homes? They really burn them down?
In a minute, General. Without a second thought.
Well, I must say, if there's ever a war between the North and the South, I hope my people have the kind of courage and dedication that these Mormons have.
And which are your people, General?
The South, sir. The South.
A beautiful land, General. I hope you'll treat us as kindly as you'd want a Yankee army to treat your people.
A Yankee army would never get 5 miles into the South, sir.
And we said the federal troops would never enter our valley. It's a beautiful city, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is that, a beautiful city. I'm glad it wasn't necessary to destroy it.
General, armies never destroy cities because it's necessary. It's never necessary to destroy cities.
You Mormons were in rebellion.
We were minding our business, just minding our business. That's the whole trouble with the world, General. Not enough people mind their own business. Good day, gentlemen. My job is out on the street to watch the troops go by.
Fanatics.
Maybe, General Johnston. But maybe they're exactly what they claim to be.
What's that?
Saints, sir. Saints.
Well, Sergeant, it's time to begin the auction.
Captain Worth, I'd wait a few moments if I were you.
Really?
Brigham Young isn't here yet.
Brigham Young's coming?
Well, he sent word yesterday that he'd be attending the auction. As trustee and trust of the Mormon Church, as head of the Perpetual Immigration Company, and as a private individual.
Brigham Young has more jobs than Philadelphia has people.
That's him. We can go ahead.
We could have gone ahead anyway, you know. I'll be so glad to leave Camp Floyd, Sergeant. I'm tired of bowing and scraping to these lousy Mormons.
Yes, sir.
Why, it's President Brigham Young. What a pleasure, sir. What a pleasure to have you here.
I'm sure I feel exactly as much pleasure as you do, Captain. I must say I wish you well when you return with your troops to the States to join in the war.
It won't be much of a war, sir. We'll whip the Southerners in no time.
That's what the Southerners say about you, too. Well, we'll see.
Yes, I can imagine you'll watch with interest.
It's the beginning of the end, you know. The prophet Joseph prophesied that beginning at the rebellion of South Carolina, war and blood and destruction would be poured out upon all nations.
Well, President Young, right now we're just going to pour about $4 million worth of government surplus on Utah territory.
Surely you don't think you'll get $4 million for it.
The government paid 3 times what everything was actually worth to get this stuff here. No doubt we'll end up getting paid 1/10 of what it's worth to get it taken off our hands.
1/10? An optimist. I myself bid $40,000 for all your iron fittings, the forge, I can't remember it all. Here's the list.
List? Oh, yeah. My, oh, my. Well, bless my soul. Looks like you know the inventory of this fort better than I do.
I should. You shipped it in right under my nose.
Your nose, sir, is often in places where it's least expected.
Sir?
I see, Captain, that you don't particularly love me.
No, President Young. I can't deny it.
Well, Captain, I do love you. The Lord has taught me to love all men. But I must confess, I spend more time trying to love soldiers than loving all the rest of the world put together. And captains of artillery are the hardest of all.
I'm a captain of engineers.
See? We could practically be friends.
I won't let you make a preemptive bid like this. You're skimming the cream off the top.
I don't think anyone will bid higher for this list. But I warn you, I won't buy anything if you sell these pieces off separately.
What do I care if you buy?
Captain? Come here a moment.
What is it?
Who do you think is going to buy this material if not the Mormons?
The Mormons aren't the only people in this territory.
But they're the only ones with enough money on hand to buy 90% of it.
Sergeant, don't you realize that material from Camp Floyd is enough to make the Mormons rich? There's $4 million worth of that stuff.
And why not? Why not make them a little rich? We cost them millions when we first came here.
What are you, a secret Mormon?
I just like them, that's all.
Well, I don't.
If you'd ever gotten to know them, sir.
I didn't. I didn't want to, and I still don't want to.
Captain, your orders were to sell everything. Now, it's not going to look very good if you only unload a tenth of this stuff at even more ridiculous prices than Brigham Young is offering. What'll they say in Washington?
All right, Sergeant. But I tell you, I think this will finance the Mormons in resistance to the laws of decency in the United States for decades. Your bid is accepted, sir. Sergeant, have the men separate this material from Mr. Young.
Thank you kindly, Captain Worth.
I tell you, Mr. Young, I'll be glad to get rid of Utah for good.
But, Captain, Utah's staying right here. I rather think it's we who are getting rid of you. Good afternoon.
Well, Maybelle, there they go. The last of Johnson's army.
Good riddance.
Well, the last of them just marched by, Brigham.
Well, Heber, can't say it breaks my heart to see them go. The easiest way to conquer the Mormons would be for the government to pay Gentile merchants to carry in merchandise year after year until the people came to depend on it. Pretty soon we'd be more loyal to the merchants than to ourselves. The merchants aren't loyal to anybody but the God of riches. We know who that is.
But the ladies must have their calicos, and we can't make them
Let
here.
the calicos be on the shelves and rot. If the merchants had their way, this place would be turned into a hell on earth in no time. If we wanted it turned into a hell, we could do it ourselves. I didn't touch that gold with my fingers or flesh until it was all paid in. Then I put it in a vessel of water, cleaned it, and said what words I wished over it. Then I delivered every dime of it over for tithing.
Well, as long as the Gentiles keep throwing money at us, we might as well accept it.
Heber, the only way the saints will be free of the world is if we don't owe them any money and don't need anything from them. So we'll take their money now, but someday we'll be free enough that we can laugh at them and let them keep their gold. Their greed will canker their souls.
Friend, if you told me I'd ever be this hot in the middle of winter, I'd have called you a liar.
Well, George, the dam is nearly finished. Plenty of water to turn on the soil by spring.
I imagine so. Look at those clouds. Must be raining buckets up in the hills.
I wish a few drops would fall here.
How do you do it? No sooner asked for than the thunder rolls.
That isn't thunder.
What is it?
High ground, everyone, quickly.
What?
Run, hurry, everybody! High ground!
Oh, what is it?
A flood! I've been living here for 5 years. I know that sound.
A flood? We haven't had a drop.
We don't have to. It's a rain up in the mountains. Here it comes!
It's higher than the dam! The dam!
We didn't build high enough.
Our work on it.
Come on, let's get down and make sure everyone's all right.
No. What'll we do?
Start again. Build a better dam.
Start again. Easy to say.
It's start again or give up on your mission and head back for Salt Lake. I was called on a mission here 5 years ago, and here I still am. Nobody's getting rich down here, but we can survive.
Survive. I had hope for better than that.
The Lord called us here, so here we'll be. Come on, George, let's get out of the rain.
I'm coming.
President Young!
Brother Heber, what brings you here? You aren't in the best of health these days.
I'm 61 years old, Brigham. It isn't a matter of health anymore. I just wake up every morning grateful to find that my legs still move when I tell them to. I have a letter here from Orson Pratt in St. George. It's not good news.
What does he say?
Their first dam broke, but they built another one stronger. Did no good, Brigham. He says here, when we finally turned water on the crops,
we discovered that there are salty minerals in the soil, to such an extent that the water dissolves them out, brings them to the surface, and there they dry, forming a crust so hard that the cotton can't grow through it.
Well, they're having sore trials down there.
What shall I tell them?
I'll tell them myself. But what can I tell them, Heber? I've seen that land in vision. I've seen tall buildings with spires and steeples, and a temple of the Lord. A beautiful land covered with farms and houses. Somehow it's going to become a jewel in the desert. And that means that whatever problems they meet, they'll have to overcome them. Work harder, try harder, till they and the Lord work out a way to succeed.
Hey, look out, look there!
What was that?
That was, unless I'm wrong, a 15-foot ceiling strut. And if it had landed 10 feet closer, the church would be looking for a new first presidency.
I can't decide if that means our protecting angels just did a very good job or just came very close to losing us entirely.
Careful what you say, Heber. Someone might overhear you and think you were speaking doctrine instead of humor.
Look up there, Brigham. The man who shouted at us. He's running down that scaffolding. I don't know how he can climb up there at all, let alone do it so sure-footed.
Well, Brother Heber, he's had practice, you see. I knew that putting on the roof of the Salt Lake Theater would require workmen who were sure-footed on narrow planks high off the ground. So I found such workmen.
How?
Englishmen, Heber, sailors. The British Navy is building my theater.
Call me George. What will you do when you're through with this building?
Don't know, actually. I'm not a farmer, that's the truth. And the Great Salt Lake's no ocean either.
No, George, I don't think you'll lack for employment. The Salt Lake Theater isn't the only tall building we'll build around here. When the temple roofs rise, I have a feeling you'll be up there weaving them together.
Hope so. Well, back to work. Glad you're all right.
There are those who complain that it isn't right to build a theater so soon, before a temple has even been built. But it's work for men like that, who might have starved otherwise.
And admit it, Brigham, you're hankering for a show, like the one you acted in back in Nauvoo.
Oh, my acting days are over, Heber. But there's another part to my plan. To the world, we're strange and foreign, what with plural marriage and living in the desert. I mean to have visitors from the East come here and see us being civilized. That means plays and music and dancing and books. We're civilized, not barbarians. We don't need them. That's what I want to tell them. We don't need them, not for our cotton, not for our coal, not for our food and our tools. Certainly not for our beauty and intelligence. We do just fine on our own, thank you kindly.
Well, Brigham, all well and good. But there's plenty who think that the theater's an unsavory place.
Not a Latter-day Saint theater.
I wonder if the good sisters will be pleased to let their daughters be actresses.
You just leave that to me, Heber. Just leave it to me.
What's it saying?
Quiet. Quiet. Lee surrenders to Grant at Appomattox. The war in Virginia is over. Union victorious. Lincoln urges clemency and kind treatment for defeated South. War's over. I can't believe it. The war's over.
Leonard, what's in the mail from Salt Lake City?
No mail, sorry. I have a special message, but I guess it's no secret. The Civil War's over.
Over?
You knew it was coming, George.
But,
Now, don't be disappointed. It was just a foolish idea some of us had, that the war would mean the ushering in of the millennium. The Lord is just beginning things. The second coming will be later, that's all.
Oh, I know that, Maybelle. The war's over.
It should make you happy. The end of all that death and suffering.
I know. It's, with the war over, the South will be producing cotton again. But I think our cotton-raising days are numbered.
This land is good enough to support us and many more people, Maybelle, but not on cotton. Maybe the cotton was just the Lord's way of getting us down here.
Yes, brother. I want to get into the theater to see the play. He won't take a chicken.
I can't make change. I don't have enough cash.
Well, what have you been paid so far?
A half a peck of wheat, 2 apples, and a lot of tying script.
Why, give the man a half a peck of wheat and 2 apples, and I think he'll have got his fair change back.
Yeah, but what will I do with the chicken for the rest of the night?
Pluck it, brother. Pluck it.
Brother Brigham, come to the play tonight, I see.
Oh, I needed to take my mind off my work.
Me too.
Why, that chandelier alone, that huge chandelier must have cost you $1,000 in New York. And not to mention the cost of shipping it 2,000 miles to Salt Lake City.
$1,000. Capital.
What's so funny?
I made it myself. That circle is a cartwheel, the wheel of one of our common Utah ox carts. I had it waxed, and I gilded it with my own hands. It hangs by a pair of ox chains, which I also gilded. And the gilt candlestick ornaments were all cut after my patterns out of sheet tin. I'm home, dear.
Oh, I'm so glad. Nellie's been impossible today. Ever since you forbade her to act in a play, she's been despondent, and today she hasn't eaten a bit.
Yeah, she's a stubborn girl, but I won't have my own daughter being an actress.
Well, maybe she's right. Maybe it is a good thing, being an actress in a Latter-day Saint theater.
Nonsense. What would people here think? Her name would be besmirched forever. Still, it breaks my heart to see how she's so sad about it.
There's also a letter for us from President Young. It was addressed to us both, so I saved it for when you came home.
From President Young? What would he have to say to us?
Oh, read it aloud. It doesn't look very long.
Dear brother and sister Colebrook, would you allow your daughter Nellie to act upon the stage? It would very much please me. Your brother, Brigham Young.
But then, Nellie, they really must want her to play the leading role, just as she said.
Your brother, Brigham Young.
Mother? Father, I overheard. Can I play the part, please?
Well, I was only opposing it in order to protect your reputation as a decent girl. If Brigham Young wants you to do it, I hardly think it will damage your reputation.
Oh, Father, thank you.
It's your supper.
Oh, who cares about supper? I love you both. Thank you so much.
Make sure you have some of your friends walk you home, and don't slam the...
I've never seen her so happy. I'm relieved, to tell you the truth.
Me too. I wonder.
What?
Do you think they ever have a role for a man of middle-aged, rather distinguished, with a bit of a pot belly?
Oh, go on. You wouldn't.
Just a thought, my dear. Just a thought.
Brother Brigham, Apostle Lyman has to go.
But he confessed his error and repented.
Yes, he did. But John Taylor and Wilford Woodruff and George Cannon have investigated some charges, and they're true. Apostle Amasa Lyman is still preaching that Christ's atonement never happened.
To have one of the 12 apostles of Jesus Christ denying his blood makes me boil, Heber.
Well, there it is. He's sure to be excommunicated now.
And he'll deserve it. But what kind of madness is it, Heber, that infects a man who has tasted so fully of the Spirit? Oh, I understand well enough why they leave. They always claim it's for one of 2 reasons. Either it's because they believe that the brethren have strayed from the true doctrines and are leading the church astray, or it's because they believe that the brethren are too old-fashioned and aren't fitting in with progress. Either way, though, it always turns out that these apostates already have a candidate in mind for prophet to lead the church once they've thrown Brother Brigham out themselves. Oh, Heber, Why does every member of the tribe think he ought to be chief?
Well, they think you have a wonderful time, and they want to have that kind of fun. I think my burden will soon be lifted.
What do you mean?
I think my time is about up in this life. That's all.
Don't say it, Heber. I wouldn't know how to run this church without you.
And you'd better start learning. Because when the Lord calls me home, Brigham, I'm not going to ask him to wait just a few more weeks while I set my affairs to rights. I tell you the truth, Brigham. I am glad enough to go.
Dismal day. One apostle goes crazy and denies Christ, and another goes crazy and decides he wants to quit his job and rest around in heaven. You're lazy, Heber, that's all.
You want the railroad to come?
God inspires every good thing, including railroads. Besides, I'd rather have good saints build the road than a lot of drunken railroad workers tearing up the towns all along the route of the road.
But your enemies back east are saying the railroad will be the death of Mormonism.
Well, Samuel, it's a mighty poor religion that can't stand one little railroad. If those steam locomotives could destroy the church, why, it deserves to be destroyed. So give me that contract, Samuel, and build me that railroad. And when it's done, I'll build a spur line down to Salt Lake City and take a ride on the train myself.
Well, you certainly don't seem terrified to me.
Oh, I'm terrified. I'm terrified that all the eastern industries will use Utah as a dumping ground and flood us with cheap products that will make us completely dependent on eastern businessmen for the necessities of our lives.
It's possible. What do you aim to do about it?
I have ways, Samuel. I have means.
There's rumors you mean to boycott the non-Mormon merchants.
Maybe.
But what will you do instead? There has to be a place where people can buy.
4 little letters, Samuel Reed. CCMI. You remember those letters.
What do they mean?
Zion's Cooperative Mercantile Institution.
A cooperative? A cooperative store?
The Gentiles mean to use the railroad to win control of Utah. Well, we'll have the railroad and we'll keep our freedom. And those who keep predicting the fall of Mormonism are going to have a long wait before they hear the crash they're so eager for.
It was the Mormon rail. Help! Help! Help me, please.
There's no room in the assembly hall, Sylvia.
Then we'll wait out here, Aaron. Brother Heber, wherever he is now, isn't going to see a shirk from doing him honor after his death.
A carriage accident, and then lingering for weeks in pain before he died. A terrible way for him to be taken.
That's what they say. President Young made a speech. He says the boycott is complete. No good Latter-day Saint is to trade with an outsider. And Mother's letter says, anyone who regularly trades with outsiders in defiance of this law is in danger of being disfellowshipped.
Sounds like they're serious.
And Father's a manager.
Well, that ends one of my worries.
What do you mean?
Well, this railroad work won't last forever. When it ends, I'll be needing another job. I thought of trying to land a good job on the trains, but that would mean traveling all the time. Now maybe Father can get me work at the... what is it?
CCMI.
Oh, yeah. Our own wholesaling. Our own business.
Come in.
Brother Brigham.
Brother William Godby, glad to see you. You haven't come to visit me in months. I've missed talking to you.
Me too.
In fact, you haven't been to meetings of the School of the Prophets either. Is something wrong?
I've just been worried. I've been doing research. Brigham, I think you're making a terrible mistake.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my time, but precious few of them have been terrible. Which mistake did you have in mind?
CCMI and this boycott.
Oh, well, to tell you the truth, William, I tend to regard those as some of my best moves.
I know you do, but you're wrong.
Always straightforward, aren't you, William? Well, I'm willing to listen. I've never heard you say a foolish thing, even if it was wrong.
Brigham, we've been isolated here long enough. The railroad is our perfect opportunity. Instead of closing ourselves off from the outside world, we have to open up. We have to expand our trade with them. We have to manufacture goods that they want and sell them and buy what they have to sell. It's the only way we'll ever make friends with the world.
Interesting thought.
Brigham, this boycott is just making every Gentile merchant in town into an enemy.
I can't see how their behavior has changed much from the days when they called themselves our friends. They're just a bit more open about stabbing us in the back.
Brigham, I wish you'd listen to me.
Oh, I'm listening. But I've been over these arguments before. We'll trade with the Gentiles when we have to, but we won't let them enslave us.
Trade isn't slavery.
It isn't? I read the Eastern papers, William Godby. I even read your Utah magazine. The Easterners think that by taking over our business lives, they can conquer our religious lives as well. If they can get us to coveting Eastern manufactured luxuries, they'll turn us soft and make us forget the Lord and our covenants to Him.
That isn't the way I see it.
William, Satan tried to conquer us by famine and poverty, and it didn't work. He tried to conquer us by sending an army, and it didn't work. But now he's trying to conquer us by turning us greedy and money-hungry. And it just might work. My duty is to protect the saints.
Protect your power, you mean?
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Brigham, I've known you for years, and what I see today worries me. It just looks to me like you've come to enjoy ruling the church like a dictator. Now you see that power slipping away as the saints come to have more dealings with the world. So you're drawing the noose tighter to keep the saints under your control. Till finally you'll be all-powerful, and the saints won't have a shred of free agency at all.
William, do you believe that's what I'm doing?
With all my heart.
You're my friend.
I have been.
And yet you misunderstand me so gravely.
No, Brigham, I understand you only too well.
I wonder, William. I love this people. I live only to serve them.
Maybe, but I love this people too. And there's some of us who just won't stand for you turning us backward, ignoring progress.
What'll you do?
Educate the saints. Teach them what you're depriving them of. You'll see. They'll demand that you let them trade with the world.
But I don't stop them from trading with the world. They're free to do as they like. They just have to pay the price.
Disfellowshipment.
Well, William, it's better than the price paid by those who openly rebel against the Lord's prophet.
You mean excommunication?
Well, that's what we do here. What I actually had in mind was eternal damnation. You must keep that in mind. William, who'll provide the leadership for the saints if they do as you want and stop obeying me?
If no one else can be found, why then I will.
It always comes down to that, doesn't it, William? But no, I know you better than that. You aren't after power. You honestly believe I'm making a mistake. That'll make it harder, you know. When you openly rebel against the church and we cut you off, it will hurt all the more because you're a man I've loved as a friend.
You don't have to fight it, you know. You can change this short-sighted policy.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because the Spirit constrains me. You'll see, William. Only if this church gives up polygamy will the Gentiles ever be our friends. Until such a day, which I don't see ever coming, all their trade, all their offers of friendship, they're just lies. They hate us. And as long as we remain different from them, they'll hate us forever.
I see you won't change your mind.
I pray that you'll change yours.
Good day, Brigham.
Oh, no, William Godby. This is a very bad day. A very bad day indeed.
Why, Brother Godby, good to see you.
You're blind, all of you.
Well, what's Brother Godby's problem? Why, Brother Brigham, you're crying.
Sit down, Brother Cannon.
What is it?
I've just lost a friend. Yeah, I'm better now. I remember when Joseph was alive, after Oliver turned against him, and Thomas Marsh and the others. I visited him in Liberty Jail, and at one point, in the darkness of the lower room, he embraced me and wept on me, and said over and over, "What could I have done to save Oliver? What should I have done?"
What did you tell him?
Tell him? Me tell Joseph when he didn't know the answer? Joseph was the wisest man this world has ever seen, excepting only Jesus Christ, and he never found a solution. There is no solution. Do you think the Savior didn't love Judas? Oh, he did. Joseph loved Oliver, and I love William Godby, and I'll have to watch as William becomes my enemy.
Why?
He loves the world and his own wisdom better than he loves the Lord. Men of ability have left because of plural marriage, or disillusionment, or fear, or love of power. But this is the first time anyone will have left the church for business reasons. George Quayle Cannon, you'll be a leader in this church long after the Lord has discharged me from my duties. You remember this. When a man wants to leave the church, he'll always find a way to blame it on the prophet if he can. And if he can't, he'll blame it on his stake president or his bishop or you. But don't pay them any attention. Don't start feeling guilty about having driven someone out of the church, because as long as you're living right and serving God the best you can, and listening and obeying the Spirit, you won't have the tiniest shred of guilt over some other man's rebelliousness and pride. They blame it on you, but in their hearts they know they're destroying themselves.
There it is. It's so loud and so big.
Well, not so big, really, but it is loud, and it makes a lot of smoke. Now, can you see your husband anywhere, Roxy?
I'm looking. Oh, there he is.
Well, don't sit there being ladylike. Call him.
John? John, wait. Yoo-hoo, John!
What? Roxy! Roxy, sweetheart, how did you get here?
She brought me to see the railroad.
Why, it's...
Sister Eliza R. Snow.
I know. I've never met you, but I've heard about you. They sometimes call you the prophetess.
I've been called a good many things in my life, some of them true. I came to see the railroad. I must size up my enemy before I attack.
Enemy?
Oh, I know. The financial wizards all predicted will bring wealth to Utah. Yeah, I wish them well. May we all roll in gold dust. But it's my job to see to it that the saints don't take the gold dust and make it into a golden calf.
Your job?
They've just started the Relief Society again.
The Relief Society?
It was formed back in Nauvoo by Emma Smith, an organization of Latter-day Saint women.
And when women organize, they're twice as effective as men. Emma used the Relief Society to oppose polygamy. But now, the Relief Society will be a tool of the Lord's to strengthen the financial position of the church, you see, and help build up home industry and organize the women to support the principle and sustain the priesthood. Let the trains bring all the sins and fashions of the world. We shall oppose them with all our might, and we shall win.
I'm to be a counselor in the presidency of the Relief Society in our ward.
Well, there's the train. Not much of an enemy, just a bunch of iron and steel.
It's what it will bring in the cars, John. But I'll be the judge of that myself. You two haven't seen each other in too long. So go away now and talk about the baby you're going to have and the money you aren't going to have enough of and all the other things that young, foolish, wonderful married people like you talk about.
Thanks. You're in the presidency?
Oh, did you see what pretty dress?
I hadn't realized I had so many daughters.
Oh, yes, Brigham. You have even more daughters than you have wives.
Eliza, you are clearly my most disobedient wife.
I'm also your most loyal. You dare not get rid of me because I'm the most faithful saint in the church.
I still haven't forgiven you for publicly disagreeing with me in the Deseret News.
Why not? I thought you were publicly wrong.
Well, I wasn't.
And I apologized.
I still think the argument was nonsense, and you knew it. What were you trying to do?
I was trying to set an example.
For whom?
All the women in the church. I want them to know that a good, loyal, Latter-day Saint wife does not sit around saying yes, sir, all day to her husband. A Latter-day Saint wife is a helpmeet. And if she keeps her mouth shut when her husband seems to be making a mistake, she's being disloyal to his best interests.
But you were wrong.
Indeed.
If you had been born a man, you would have been president of the United States.
If I had wanted to be president, I wouldn't have had to be born a man to do it. Girls, children, all of you, your father wants to speak to you.
What's about? Yes, Father.
As you know, the railroad is here. They hammered in those ridiculously impractical gold and silver spikes, and the trains are running. What do I see on every shipment? Laces and ribbons and frivolous, immodest gowns, tea and coffee and tobacco and spirituous liquors. Everything the world can send us to degrade our morals, they're sending us. And all the Mormon people are looking at my family and watching the example set by my wives and children. For this reason, I desire to organize my own family first into a society for the promotion of habits of order, thrift, industry, and charity. And above all things, I desire them to retrench themselves from their extravagance in dress, in eating, and even in speech.
Oh, Father.
Well, I want you to set your own fashions. Let your apparel be neat and comely, and the workmanship of your own hands. Wear the good cloth manufactured in our own mills, and cease to build up the merchant who sends your money out of the territory for fine and immodest clothing made in the East. The Retrenchment Society...
My life is over. What do you mean, Agnes? The Retrenchment Society. Just when I finally saved up enough money to buy that dress I've been wanting from Walker Brothers' store.
But Agnes, when Father asked us all to vote, you voted for the Retrenchment Society.
Of course, Marie.
But if you hate it so much, why did you vote for it?
Because Father's right, of course. I do want to be righteous and support the gospel in the church. And I hope Aunt Eliza does establish a retrenchment society in every ward in the church and everything. I'm a good Latter-day Saint. I just wish I had bought that dress before the meeting.
All aboard!
Well, Mrs. Snow, it's nearly time for me to go.
It's been a pleasure to have you here, Mrs. Leslie.
You know, Mrs. Snow, I came here hating Mormons. I especially hated polygamy and everything about it. But you Mormons are better fed, better mannered, and better dressed than any other Westerners I've seen.
We try to be civilized.
Oh, don't be modest. Your Relief Society and the Young Ladies Retrenchment Society, why, I've never seen anything so marvelous in my life. I still think polygamy is very wrong, but I also think that roses are better than sagebrush. And schoolhouses with clean and comfortable troops of children about them are a symptom of more advanced civilization than lonely shanties with only delirium tremens and whiskey therein.
Mrs. Leslie, when the railroad first came, your husband's newspaper wrote that Mormonism would soon disappear like a puddle with Niagara Falls suddenly pouring into it.
My husband was wrong. It won't be the first time.
You're a fair woman. Publish what you've seen. Let the world know that we are not barbarians. Let them know that I, who have been married to both Joseph Smith and Brigham Young, do not feel in the slightest oppressed by polygamy. That thousands of Latter-day Saint women turned out in huge crowds to demonstrate their opposition to the anti-polygamy laws being brought before Congress.
Ladies, are you coming or not?
Goodbye, and thank you.
Thank you for being a fair-minded woman. God be with you.
And you.
What does it say?
Just get this over to the bank, fast.
What is it?
There are banks failing all over the East. That's what it is. It's a full-fledged panic. The stock market is falling apart. That's what's happening.
Stock market? Is that bad?
Is that bad? Do you have any money in the bank, boy?
Yes, sir. All my savings, sir.
While you're over at the bank, boy, withdraw that money.
All of it?
All of it that you want to see again.
Well, here I go.
Wait, take the telegram, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah, I forgot.
1873 isn't going to be much of a year, I'm afraid.
Here, for the bank president.
Just a moment. Right through there.
Thank you.
Come in.
A telegram. Sir, for the president of the bank.
I'll take it. Oh, heavens. Mr. Walker!
Is this true?
Yes, sir.
Don't tell anybody. We'll close in 5 minutes if word of this gets out.
You don't know what's in this telegram, do you?
No, not word for word, but...
Well, it's not important at all. In fact, it's absolutely trivial. And don't tell a single soul about it. Do you understand me?
Right.
Can I help you?
I want to withdraw all my money.
All your money?
All of it. There's a panic back east. The president of the bank just said that once word gets out, this bank will close in 5 minutes.
What?
How do you know? I just delivered the telegram.
I want all my money, too.
Right now. Close out my account.
Oh no. Just a minute. I'm not sure I
get. Brother Brigham?
Huh? Oh, just dozing, Brother Cannon. Come in. Nice day.
It's raining. You have your window open. Want to catch your death of cold?
Until the rain came, I was expecting to catch my death of heat, which seems much more likely. But close the window if it makes you feel better.
It's official, Brigham. 2 banks have failed. And there are only 4 left in the territory. And deposits are down by 1/3. The worst of it is, hundreds of Latter-day Saints are out of work, especially in the mining country. It's hurting the stores, it's hurting the farmers, it's hurting everybody.
I warned them. I told them to avoid entanglements with the East.
Well, for all that, it's better here than in most places. The co-ops are still going fine.
When the East falls, we should remain standing instead of letting ourselves be dragged down with them. Is there no place where the saints will obey the counsel of the Lord?
There's one.
Where?
The city they named after you.
Brigham City? That's Lorenzo Snowstake, isn't it?
They haven't even noticed the panic of 1873. If there's a panic in 1874, they won't notice that either.
Why?
It's the closest thing to the law of consecration I've seen. They've got co-ops going on everything. But instead of paying cash dividends, the members of the co-op take payment in kind. So there's no problem with cash flow. They build a tannery, a woolen factory with 200 spindles and 7 looms. They make practically everything they need. The whole valley is tied in with it.
Lorenzo Snow. I didn't know the boy had it in him.
He's not that young, you know.
From the vantage point of my age, Brother George, Lorenzo Snow was born yesterday.
beautiful settlement, Lorenzo.
I'm pretty proud of Brigham City, Brother Young. We're 85% self-sufficient here.
What about the other 15%?
We're working on it, Brigham. We're working on it.
Hive of industry. This is what we meant by Deseret. Every hand busy, no wasted work.
Oh, there's still some waste. It pains me sometimes to think how much time every sister in the valley wastes in preparing meals for their menfolk. All morning it's breakfast and cleaning up breakfast, then lunch and cleaning up lunch, and then dinner and cleaning up dinner. Each of them working to prepare a meal for just 2 or 3 men.
What should they do? Eat at restaurants?
Well, now, just think about it, Brother Brigham. The early saints at the time of Christ had all things in common. All things. Imagine what it would be like for everyone to eat at a common table like one big family. So only a few would have to cook, and only a few would do the laundry, and all the rest could work at building up the kingdom, doing something productive. There'd be enough produce to support musicians and artists.
Enough peace and harmony to put the lawyers and judges out of business.
There's peace and harmony in good times. It's hard times I'd be worried about.
I've been dreaming and preaching about setting up the United Order of Enoch half my life. Experiment failed in Kirtland and Zion, but maybe here we can do it. Maybe here we can detach ourselves from the East and become truly self-sufficient. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs.
Yeah, well, it's certainly working pretty well in Brigham City.
But it doesn't go far enough. It's a step, but there's more we can do. Lorenzo, the time is right.
I can't argue. The rest of the country is in rags right now, but this has been a boom year for Brigham City.
In 10 years, every year will be a boom year for the whole church. Lorenzo, we're going to set up United Orders in every ward and stake of the church.
What?
You heard me. We'd have to modify it here and there, of course, but we can do it. What could please the Lord more than to see his saints working together in harmony, freeing themselves from the world and the selfish profit motive that makes the world go round?
Can't think of a thing.
Maybe I'll see the saints accomplish something worthwhile before I die.
Then don't talk about dying, Brother Brigham.
I can talk about it if I like. I'm certainly going to do it someday. I'd hate to think it took any of you by surprise.
It'll take us all by surprise, Brigham. The whole church leans on you.
Well, that's a lot of people, and they lean pretty heavy. I'm getting tired. Bear some of my burden, Lorenzo.
As much as the Lord gives me strength to carry. Now let's get out of this sun. Get up there. Get up.
Hurry up, Abel. Don't want to be late. It isn't every day that President Young attends a conference in St. George.
Sorry I'm so slow. I'm trying to keep the grasshoppers from getting under my skirt.
Might as well ask the ocean to keep from getting the fish wet.
Here I am. Look, that's President Young getting out of his carriage now.
President Young!
Good morning, brother. Looks like you're part of a nice crowd for the conference.
Oh, we wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm George Hicken. This is my wife, Mabel. 10 years ago, you called us to St. George on a mission.
And you're still here.
We don't raise cotton anymore. Times are hard. But we're glad we've been here. That's for sure.
Times are hard? Why is that?
Well, it's the grasshoppers. Now, 2 years in a row. They eat faster than we can plant. The closest thing to seagulls around here is buzzards.
And the mines are closing up in Nevada. Those miners were a good market. And now they're gone.
Now they're gone. Well, looks like you were leaning pretty heavily on the world.
Until I can fly, I don't know what else to do.
I'm giving flying lessons today, Brother Hicken. It's time to stop making food and tools and manufactured goods to sell them to the world. From now on, we're making things for each other.
Saints don't have as much money as miners had.
What's money, Brother Hicken?
Well, near as I can tell, it's what keeps us alive.
Is it? What do? Boil your dollar bills down into soup? Spread butter on your coins and serve them hot on a platter?
You wear your banknotes? You plant pennies in the ground? The dollars grow?
Well, of course not, Brother Brigham.
What would you say if after you worked as hard as you could all day, you knew you'd always have enough to eat, and shoes to wear on your feet, and a roof over your head, music playing in the town square so you could dance, leather harness for your horse, and a good sharp blade on your plow?
Well, I'd say that was pretty attractive.
And what would you say if you knew that all your work was going to benefit your fellow saints as much as it benefited yourself?
That'd make me pretty happy.
And all you'd have to give up is your greed.
A poor man's greed is a pitiful thing. You can have all mine, Preston Young.
Then come into the conference, brother and sister Hicken. Today we're entering into a covenant to form the United Order of Enoch here in St. George. It's a new birth, a rebaptism, a fresh entry into the kingdom of God. Will you come?
President Young, if you were ready to march on hell and throw the devil out, you know I'd come with you.
That's precisely what we're doing.
Good morning, President Young.
We thank thee, O God, for a prophet. We thank thee, O God, for a prophet. Well, Brother Hicken, let's see if they're thankful enough to actually do what their prophet says to do.
They will be, President Young. You'll see.
I certainly will.
And so Brigham Young proposed the United Order to the people of St. George, and almost to a soul they accepted it, and were rebaptized, and took holy covenants before the Lord.
I promise not to use tea or coffee or tobacco or liquor, and to pray to the Lord God in heaven every day of my life.
St. George became the model for many other United Orders. Every member of the order pledged all his time, labor, energy, and ability to the community. Also, he turned over all his economic property, horses, wagons, land, tools. An elected board of management directed all the activities, and so far as possible, the different orders promised to trade only with each other. One United Order would specialize in making good heavy-duty cloth. Another would produce tanned leather, and all of them tried to divide up the labor so that everyone got equal goods for equal work.
And I promise to live as a good Christian ought, with no lying, backbiting, or quarreling.
But there were problems immediately.
You mean my week's work is only worth this much food?
But brother, you only have your wife and yourself and 4 children. How much more could you possibly need?
Need a new table, that's what I need.
The table you have is fine and sturdy.
It's all dinged up and uneven.
There's others in greater need than you.
What's my work worth, anyway? Brother Graves just got himself a new table.
His old one fell to pieces.
Wife's so fat she probably sat on it. She's getting more food than I am, that's plain.
That's all I can tell you. Just speak to the board of management.
I will. And don't you think I won't. Graves is as lazy as they come, and here he gets more than I do. I'm not being justly compensated, and that's the truth.
One of the problems was that in every town there were a few people who didn't join the order. They were a constant source of friction, whether they did anything themselves or not. And the people who worked hard often felt like the people who were lazy were cheating them.
George, I don't like seeing you coming home from work so tired.
Oh, I'm no more tired than anyone else.
You're a lot more tired than Brother Bragg. Seems like he's always got a cold.
He's just not healthy.
He's just not hungry, that's all. Why should he work when he gets the same wage whether he works or not?
I don't know about you, but personally, I'm grateful that we're in a system where the sick and the weak don't just automatically starve. From each according to his ability, Maybelle. I have a lot of ability. I take pride in the fact that I can give more to the United Order than a lot of other folks.
Oh, you're so good, George. You make me mad.
We took an oath not to go around backbiting against our neighbor.
We also took an oath to help our neighbor as if he were ourselves. But I notice you're the helper most of the time. and there are a lot more helpees than there used to be.
Within a year, a majority of the St. George type United Orders were out of business. And while we didn't work with cash, we knew what we owned, and we knew we were getting our fair share. But there were drawbacks to the Brigham City plan, and I knew them better than anyone else.
Why, Brother Lorenzo, you look downright worried.
Do I? I'm not worrying at the moment. I guess my face just looks worried out of habit.
Come now, you're head of the most successful United Order community in the church.
That's precisely why I think I'll probably die before my time. I don't mean to complain, but more than 1,000 people, big ones and little ones, depend on how well I govern that community for their food, their clothing, and all their comforts and conveniences. Not to mention another 1,000 who are indirectly dependent on us. It's like when the children of Israel went out into the desert with Moses. They'd left all their food behind in Egypt, and so they said, "Well, all right, Moses, you brought us here, now where's breakfast?" I have to keep coming up with breakfast week after week, year after year. It's a heavy burden.
More than you can bear?
No, Brother Brigham. You'll know I can't bear any more when they bring you my body in a box. Things are working fine right now. But there's talk that the federal tax collector is planning to assess taxes on all that we pay our members, as if it were profit on investment instead of plain income. And the woolen mill just burned down.
Cheerful news.
We're doing just fine in Brigham City, Brother Brigham.
Glad to hear it, Brother Lorenzo. Just try not to look so worried. You'll frighten the dogs and little children and make the women faint.
I know. I've left a trail of destruction right up and down Brigham Street.
That's how I know when you're coming, Lorenzo. The women fainting and the fact that there's a sudden increase in the amount of faith in the building when you walk in. You have the heart and mind of a prophet.
All I know is I have a stubborn streak like a mule.
That's part of it, Brother Lorenzo. That's a big part of it.
There was a third type of United Order, the kind they organized in the towns where there were too many to set up the regular kind. In Salt Lake City, for instance, there were just too many Gentiles.
I remember you giving a sermon on how we ought to be like a family in every community, eating our meals together, doing our laundry together, share and share alike, every man, woman, and child eating food from the same table, wearing clothing cut from the same boulder cloth, so that not one soul has more than another, and everyone's square with the Lord and his fellow man. Don't you still believe that's the way things ought to be?
I do, Brother Farron.
Then that's the kind of United Order we want to have. That's why we settled here. After we got kicked out of the Muddy River settlements because they found out we were in Nevada after all, we figured we couldn't do better than live here and stay close.
What are you naming your town?
Orderville, of course. We aim to do it like Enoch did.
It's funny, with the amount of jealousy there was in the St. George type of order, you'd think it'd be worse in the Orderville plan, but it wasn't. There were Orderville-type plans in Price, in Springdale, in Kingston, in Bunkerville, in a few towns in Arizona. And funny thing, they were the most successful orders of all, lasted the longest time, accomplished the most for their people.
We used up our last penny coming here, brother. We don't have anything to contribute to the order.
Sister, you have yourself and your testimony, your faith, and your labor, and your love. That's the greatest inheritance anyone could possibly contribute. Welcome to the order.
Maybe because there wasn't any private property at all, no one could get jealous of what another person had. And these people, became so close that there was precious little bickering compared to other places. That is, until the younger generation grew up.
I said I think these pants are ugly.
But, son, those pants are just like every other pair of pants in the order.
That's just the problem, Pa. Nobody wears these kind of pants anymore. Not in the towns, not in Milford.
Milford's a mining town, full of non-Mormons, sin, and the vices of the world.
Milford's also full of the latest styles of everything. I get so embarrassed I can't even go to dances anymore.
Son, Brian, don't you realize Orderville is the most prosperous town in this whole part of the territory?
It was, but they're taking millions of dollars of silver out of the silver reef mines. All of us young people in Orderville are still wearing these ugly pants.
They're beautiful pants, Brian, because they were made of wool sheared from our sheep and spun on our wheels and woven on looms I made myself. And they were cut by sisters in our town and sewn by them.
And they're too small for me, Pa.
You can't have new ones until these wear out.
This cloth is made like iron. It never wears out.
That's right, Brian. We do good work here. This is the happiest place in the world.
For grown-ups, but not for me.
But that wasn't the last of it, no, sir. The boy took the wool from the sheep's docked tails, wool that was normally thrown away, and he sold it and bought a pair of pants in Nephi, Utah. Needless to say, he made a sensation when he came home and got hauled before the Board of Management the next day at 8:30.
Well, Brian, it looks like you're an enterprising young man. But we can't let you keep those pants. That was Orderville wool. And so those pants belong to everyone, not to you.
Yes, sir.
But we've got to be fair about it. That's the sort of pants you young men want now. That's the sort of pants you'll get. We'll take these store-bought pants apart and use them for the pattern of all the pants we make from now on. And since you have the spunk to find a way to get them without stealing anything, why, you'll get the very first pair. Is that fair?
Reckon so. Yes, it's fair.
Trouble was, none of the boys could get the new type of pants until their old trousers had worn out. For a while, they grumbled about it. Then, all of a sudden, they kept turning up with holes in the seat of their pants.
Tell you, Brother Stephen, I can't figure out how these boys are getting holes in the seats of their pants. I see them working and playing, and I don't think they sit down more than once or twice a day, and then not for very long. They never got holes in the seats of their pants before.
In the seats of their pants. Well, Brother Farron, you come with me. I just figured out why there's such a string of boys always going to the grinding shed.
Not so hot. Yeah, I like to burn my backside. There, got a hole right through. Oh no, who's there?
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Well, we're just grinding.
Just grinding the seat of your pants, that's what.
Well, we wanted new pants.
I give up. These boys are willing to grind their backsides just to get these pants. We might as well give in and let them have them without wrecking the old ones first.
Some of the United Orders lasted for years, and when they finally ended, it wasn't just because the Saints weren't strong enough to keep them going. It was because the raid was on and the federal officials were making it impossible to keep going. They were confiscating property and putting all the polygamists in jail, including me. When I was arrested, the Brigham City order was dissolved. That's when the Orderville order ended once and for all, and a dozen others.
Well, Lorenzo, it looks like the United Order is dead now.
Looks like, Brother Ken. Did you have a nice time in prison?
Most of my cellmates were the righteous men of the church.
It brought the saints closer together. It kept us independent from the Eastern businessmen a while longer. It was a dream, and the saints need dreams.
President Brigham Young.
Why, George Jarvis, I thought that was you. As I came riding up in my carriage and saw one lone man perched up at the top of the steeple, as sure-footed as a spider upside down on his web. I said, that has to be my old friend George Jarvis.
It's kind of you to remember me.
How can I forget? Just seeing you up there gives me vertigo. George, what are they paying you?
Paying me?
You heard me. You must be about the most valuable man working here.
Why? I work for what everyone else does. Nothing. My wall pays for my food and my family's food as their contribution to the temple. I work as hard as I can every day, and that's my contribution to the temple.
That's what I like to hear.
President Young, you don't look too healthy.
Well, they tell me the undertakers will make me look a good deal healthier than I look right now. But I'll take unhealthy and walking around before I'll take healthy looking and dead.
We're nearly finished with the temple, you know. They say next year it'll be done.
It's 1877, Brother Jarvis. And I'm none too confident of seeing 1878. No, we'll dedicate the lower floors now. They're finished, aren't they?
Oh, they are. The prettiest rooms this side of paradise.
I imagine I'll be able to compare them soon enough. Carry on, Brother Jarvis. I promised myself I'd live long enough to dedicate a temple in Deseret. And we're getting a little tight for time.
Thank you for remembering me and for speaking to me.
I always have time to speak to those who have time to work for the kingdom. Good day to you, Brother Jarvis. It looks like rain.
In St. George? They don't know what lane is here. You should see London.
I have. And I prefer St. George.
To tell the truth, President Young, so do I.
Brethren, all of you received your endowment from President Joseph Smith back in Nauvoo some 35 years ago. We're gathered here now to dedicate a new temple, the first one finished in all that time. When we go out to that congregation, we'll be opening the greatest work of all. It's here, within these walls, that we set foot on the only bridge that can take us to heaven. How well do you remember the endowment? I remember it as if it were yesterday. The full ceremony as it should and must be performed. Let us pray that as we open this temple, our memories will be quickened, and the oaths and covenants and teaching and prayers will all be given as the Lord would have them given.
Hosanna! Hosanna! Hosanna!
I have lived to see the spire of a temple once more reach into the sky. I know it's greedy, Father, but I have a bit more work to do. Let me live until I've set the church in order.
Why, Brother John Taylor, you're waiting for the rain to stop?
That would be a long wait, Brother Smith. I'm waiting for my carriage to come around.
What do you think of President Young's organization of the First Presidency?
He's getting older and frailer, and the church isn't getting any easier to run. Adding 5 new counselors to the First Presidency took us all a bit by surprise, but they're all capable men, especially Lorenzo Snow and George Cannon.
Well, I just wish you'd straighten things out in the 12.
What's wrong with the 12?
Well, I don't like the way you sit in conference.
Really? Brother George Albert Smith, I haven't noticed any of the 12 sitting on anything but the part of the anatomy that the Lord designed for sitting.
Well, you know what I mean.
You sit out of order. Orson Hyde and Orson Pratt and Wilford Woodruff have no business sitting in precedence before you. Now, you know perfectly well, Brother Taylor, that both Orson Hyde and Orson Pratt were dropped from the quorum. Elder Hyde was dropped when he signed that hideous bunch of lies invented by Thomas Marsh in Missouri. And Orson Pratt, well, he was dropped when he argued with Brother Joseph back in Nauvoo before he gained his testimony of plural marriage.
They both repented and were restored.
Well, they should have lost their places. They shouldn't have any precedence over the apostles who remained constant and loyal. Now, am I overstepping my bounds to think so?
Not at all. A man may think as he likes. In fact, I thought the same thing, but it's not my place to push myself forward.
And Brother Woodruff, bless his heart, was ordained after you.
He's older than I am.
Now we're seated in the order of ordination, not the order of age.
I know that. And you know that. And Orson and Wilford and Brigham know that. It's not my place to go asking to be put ahead of my brethren. If this is where Brigham wants me, this is where I'll stay as long as he's the prophet.
Well, there you are. But I want you to know I've already spoken to President Young about it. And I think you'll see a change. You'll be made president of the 12.
Whatever the Lord wants.
Oh, the Lord wants his house to be a house of order.
I want it to be a house of peace.
Oddly enough, it will surely be both.
Brethren of the 12, I want you to know that Brother John Taylor stands next to me in seniority. Let there be no confusion. Where I am not, Brother Taylor will preside. And Brother Hyde and Brother Pratt, you are not sitting in your rightful positions in the 12. It's a mistake that has gone uncorrected longer than is good for the church. In all meekness, we must recognize that the Lord has his own way of preparing the leaders of his church. And if some of you had to be dipped more than once into the refiner's fire before you came out pure, it shouldn't work against those who got purified quicker. God bless you, brethren. And Brother Taylor, no man should envy you the heavy load that will be placed upon you.
And so it was that Brigham spent the last months of his life setting the rest of the church in order. He rode north from the dedication of the St. George Temple and dedicated the temple site at Manti, and supervised the dedication of the Logan Temple site. And then he set his hand to regularizing the stakes.
Brother Lorenzo, what is your calling in the Lord's church?
I've been called to be an apostle of the Lord Jesus Christ.
A dozen years ago, there were few men I could trust to direct the affairs of the stakes. You and Brother Rich and Brother Richards and Brother Hyde and Erastus Snow and my son Brigham Jr., you're all apostles, and yet I had to put you in charge of a stake each to make sure the leadership was strong. But that isn't the calling of an apostle, Lorenzo. That's the calling of a high priest. You are a traveling high council, Joseph said. Your work is to lead the entire church, not just a single stake. That's why I'm here, to release you from your duties here so you can better perform the heavier work that awaits you as an apostle.
Gladly, Brother Brigham.
That's the nicest thing about the gospel, Brother Lorenzo. Whenever we're doing the Lord's work, we do it gladly. It can't be done any other way.
And so Brigham traveled throughout Utah, releasing apostles from stake presidencies and replacing them with high priests. He set the priesthood in order as it never had been since the first organization of the church upon the earth. He defined the duties of the apostles. He defined the duties of the 70s. He defined the duties of the high priests, the duties of the elders and those of the lesser priesthood, with plainness and distinctness and power. The power of God. In a way that it is left on record so that no one who has the Spirit of God resting upon him need make any mistake about it. And then, on the 23rd of August, 1877, he went home.
Thank you all for taking such good care of me. I'm not used to being such a burden on others.
No, Brigham.
No,
President Young.
It's good to have so many of my family here. My family nearly fills the chapel these days. You are all so good. I see. Yes, it's time. I'm ready.
Father.
Joseph. Joseph. Joseph.
He's gone.
Do you suppose Joseph came to bring him home?
He followed Joseph all his life. It's only fitting that Joseph should lead him out of life.
His departure was like the falling asleep of a little infant. No tremor, no contortions, but as peaceful and as quiet, as still as if it were indeed a most gentle slumber. "6,000 people came on the 1st of September to view his remains in the tabernacle.
I feel like my own father had died.
He's the only prophet I've ever known.
Doesn't God love us? Is that why he took the prophet away?
Brother Cameron?
Yes, Lorenzo?
Have you read any of the Eastern papers yet?
No.
They're being careful. When Joseph died, they all prophesied that it would mean the death of Mormonism.
Well, we did a little better than they thought.
They're being more careful now. They all admit that we'll probably survive the death of Brigham Young.
I suspect the same myself.
Brother John Young and Brother Wells were the only counselors who weren't apostles. Has Brother Taylor spoken to them yet?
Yes. They've agreed to serve as counselors to the 12, just as they did to Brigham Young. It's being handled very smoothly.
Good. I can't help but remember the days after Joseph died, when Sidney and half a dozen others were trying to take control of the church.
I'd like to see them try it now.
The church has matured since then. We're stronger now than we ever were when Joseph was alive.
And I expect we'll be stronger yet 10 years from now.
Brother Brigham wouldn't want it any other way. He always said no man was indispensable to the church, not even himself.
But he came closer than most, Lorenzo. He came closer.
It is proposed that we sustain John Taylor as president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, as one of the 12 Apostles, and of the presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. As members of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, John Taylor, Wilfred Woodruff, Orson Hyde, Orson Pratt, Charles C. Rich, Lorenzo Snow, Erastus Snow, Franklin D. Richards, George Q. Cannon, Brigham Young, Jr., Joseph F. Smith, and Albert Carrington. Counselors to the 12 Apostles, John W. Young and Daniel H. Wells. The 12 Apostles as the presiding quorum and authority of the church, and as prophets, seers, and revelators. President Taylor wishes to make a motion.
I move that John W. Young and Daniel H. Wells also be sustained as prophets, seers, and revelators to act with the 12 as their counselors in that capacity.
All in favor?
The transition was smooth, without confusion. Everyone knew the proper order of things. Everyone, that is, except some of the heirs of Brigham Young. I was one of the 3 executors of Brigham's estate, along with his son Brigham Jr. and Albert Carrington. We were all members of the 12. And we ran into the problem that somewhere along the line, some of Brigham's children and grandchildren had gotten a bit more fond of money than they were of the church.
Brother Cannon, I'm disturbed by the pathetic amount of money you and the other so-called executors are pretending is all my grandfather owned.
We've audited his books, and that's what we've discovered.
I have solid evidence that my grandfather died with a fortune of over $2.5 million.
Brigham held legal title to property worth just over $1.5 million, and he was legally indebted to the church for about $1 million, which leaves $500,000 for his heirs. And that's the way it's going to be.
It's pretty cheap of you to try and enrich the church by stealing from Brigham's defenseless children.
It's even cheaper of you to try to enrich yourself by stealing from thousands of sacrificing tithe payers.
You'll see me in court.
I always suspected it. But I rather imagine you'd be the defendant in a criminal trial.
Good day, Mr. Cannon.
I think I spoke more sharply than I ought to. Some of Brigham Young's heirs are filing suit, claiming that John Taylor and the executors of the will are wasting or illegally disposing of property belonging to them.
Brigham Young's heirs?
That's the way it is. They asked me for an injunction.
Well, what did you do?
Granted it, of course. I've appointed McCormick and Shaughnessy to be receivers. Every speck of property we can claim to be Brigham Young's, we can get control over. At least until we've heard the evidence.
Wonderful. We'll strip them of...
Oh, now, don't get carried away. It's just an injunction. I followed your instructions. I tried to be fair. We divided all the properties under discussion into 3 kinds. The property belonging to Brigham Young outright, the property that he was holding in trust for the church, and the property that had once belonged to the church and on which we're none too clear.
Massive confusion. Most of the bookkeeping must have been in Brigham's head.
Well, it's a product of the times. Congress disincorporated the church back in 1862. They haven't done anything about it. But there's the matter of the $50,000 limit.
They've never enforced it.
But nothing stops them from deciding to enforce it at any time. Brigham always made it a point to keep a good deal of property in private hands, held in trust for the church. I have quite a bit of property like that myself, so did he. It's a terrible dilemma. If he carefully recorded that the property really belonged to the church, then of course Congress could legally seize it. And so he didn't record that fact. And now his heirs...
Only some of them.
Some of his heirs are trying to take advantage of that to steal the property from the church in the other direction.
If they only knew how much mischief they're causing.
Oh, they know. They're hoping we'll all get so frightened of the federal courts that we'll give in to them out of court. They don't really want a trial on this.
Well, should we give in to them?
Not yet. If we start trying to compromise now, they'll be convinced we don't have a case, and they'll press harder. No, we have to resist for a while. But it won't be made any easier by Judge Emerson's injunction.
Injunction?
He gave us a list of property we have to turn over to the receivers. The trouble is, some of it has already been sold by the church to third parties and resold again. One piece of land in Provo has been sold 4 times. We can't very well get that back. And we're in non-compliance.
They'll understand.
Will they?
It's the law. We acted in good faith. They'd have to prove that we didn't before they could take any further action against us.
Well, if it's the law, Emerson will stick to it. I may despise him, but he's honest.
I wish the heirs were all of it. I have a letter here from Karl Maser, the German fellow who's president of the Brigham Young Academy in Provo. It seems he objects to paying rent on some of the buildings the Academy is using.
Why?
He's under the mistaken impression that Brigham Young donated the property to the Academy.
Did he?
Well, yes, he did. There are letters to prove it, and Maser keeps arranging for me to see copies. The trouble is, Brigham had lost track of which properties were his and which were the church's, at least in this case. The buildings belonged to the church, and he didn't have the power to donate it as a private individual.
Maser isn't going to sue, is he?
Sue? Maser? No, he's a loyal saint. He won't sue. He'll just pester me to death. I wish I had the power to call Brigham back for just a few days to go over the books and straighten them out. And I wouldn't mind if he'd give a swift spanking and a good long lecture to some of his grandchildren.
If you want them to have a horsewhipping, I'm your man.
Wouldn't that look good as a headline in the Tribune?
When we didn't hand over all the properties requested, because we couldn't, the heirs pleaded for a contempt charge against us. Judge Emerson refused because the charge obviously had no merit before the law. But then Judge Borman was temporarily on the bench in the 3rd District, and he didn't worry much about merit.
I hold the executors, namely George Q. Cannon, Brigham Young, Jr., and Albert Carrington, in contempt of court, and order them to be committed to prison until they comply with the orders of the court. And I order John Taylor to be committed to prison until he complies with the same order.
Your Honor, you can't be serious.
I'm quite serious, sir. And I'll hold you in contempt if you don't contain yourself.
But John Taylor's an old man, and besides, you're holding them in contempt for failing to perform something that no law could require them to perform.
I've already heard the arguments. I've made my decision. Of course, if the gentlemen don't wish to serve time in prison, they can post a bond. For Mr. Taylor, a bond of $200,000. For the executors, a bond of $150,000 each.
Yes, Frank.
A message for you from General Thomas Kane.
Thank you. A message from Tom Kane. Why, listen to this. He says, I will be your bail for $150,000 if your court will accept me.
He may never have been baptized, but the Lord surely has a special place in heaven waiting for that man.
Well, what do we do?
Go to jail, of course. This is patently illegal. It will embarrass them when the decision is overturned and they've put us into jail unjustly.
No, Brother Taylor, you can't go to jail. You're the president of the church. We won't have you held up to ridicule like that. Besides, it was in jail that they killed Brother Joseph.
They wouldn't dare. Not this time.
The president of the church should never go to prison. But as for us, well, this is plain blackmail. I won't stand for it. I won't ask my friends to post any more bond for me. I'm going to prison.
It's hardly fair of you to go and do the very thing you forbid me to do. In the meantime, however, I intend to appeal this contempt citation to the Territorial Supreme Court and file a countersuit.
What? Whom are you going to sue?
Why, you, of course, Brother Cannon. As executors of Brigham Young's will, I have to sue you and his heirs to recover property legally belonging to the church of which I am trustee in trust, which is now held by you.
Oh, what a pretty past. The heirs are suing us and throwing us into jail, and now you turn around and sue us too.
Well, Brother Cannon, it just shows you that there are times you can't look for help from either heaven or the other place.
There you are, Brother Cannon. Brother Young. Brother Carrington's in the next cell.
I wonder if he was especially wicked, that he has to be off by himself.
I want you to know that I feel terrible doing this. I'm bishop of the 17th Ward, and
You're doing your duty, and we're doing ours.
Well, at this particular moment, I don't much like my duty.
At this particular moment, neither do I.
We're willing to settle out of court.
I'm not surprised. But why should we let you? We're going to win this case, and why should we give you anything?
The legal fees.
Well, you have a point there. So I figure that we'll offer you a reasonable amount of money to settle. $75,000 in exchange for you dropping your suit completely.
I had rather hoped for more.
And I had rather hoped for less. Shall we see what the judge says?
No, we'll take the $75,000.
I'm not surprised. Good day, sir. Spend the money wisely. You can't take any of it with you, so I hope you have good pleasure from it during this life.
I'm not worried about going to hell.
Why worry when it's so certain?
Well, Brother Orson, I wonder if he'll be glad to see us.
I think he will. I remember him well, and I think he'll not have lost his testimony, even if the church has passed him by.
Good morning. What can I do? Do I know you?
I think you do, David Whitmer. I'm Orson Pratt.
Orson Pratt. Well, come in. And this is...
This is Joseph Fielding Smith, Hiram's son, Joseph's nephew.
Well, come in. Kin of Joseph is always welcome here. Sit down, please. Tell me, what brings you here?
Many things, David. A desire to see you in part. And we spent the last few days tramping through the old places we knew so well here. The Temple Block.
You won't get that, you know. The reorganized church has it. And you know they'll never give it up.
Yeah, so we were told.
But that was the first time I'd seen them. Rather barren spots now.
Now, all the trees are cut down. It was heavily forested when we went there first with Joseph.
Progress?
Progress kills the trees. But does it kill everything?
David, we understand you have the original manuscript of the Book of Mormon.
I have. Hundreds of pages in Oliver's handwriting.
What will be done with them after your death?
Well, I'll leave them to my nephew David, son of my brother Jacob, and my namesake.
Would you consider parting with them to a purchaser?
No. Oliver Cowdery gave them to me, and he charged me to keep them. Joe said that my father's house should keep the records. I consider these things sacred, and I wouldn't part with them or barter them for money.
We'd like to see them preserved in a place where accident or the caprice of men won't bring them to harm.
Well, Joseph, my boy, the safest place then is right here. There was a cyclone last year, wrecked my house. The pages came through safe as you please, and even time can't touch them. I put them in a trunk, and all the other papers there are yellow and brittle and falling apart. But these pages are preserved and as white as you please. I'll never part with them, gentlemen. So let's talk about other things.
I hear you've never denied your sworn testimony about the Book of Mormon.
And why should I? It's true.
I'm glad to hear that from your own lips.
I'll stand by every word I ever said, and every word Joseph said, too. And don't you forget it. Joseph was a true prophet. When he spoke, it was the voice of God coming from his lips. Now, don't you forget it.
No, sir, I won't forget it.
Joseph here is an apostle.
A young boy like him?
I'm 40, sir. You were only 23, I think, when you witnessed the Book of Mormon.
I was. So I was. Amazing, isn't it, that the Lord entrusted everything to young bucks like us. You were just a boy then, too, weren't you, Orson?
Nearly.
Well, I'm a good deal older and a good deal wiser now. I wonder why the Lord had any dealings with foolish young people. Or were we less foolish than young people are today?
I tend to think, David, that the Lord gave the church to the young because they were the only ones who weren't so stubborn they'd reject the gospel out of habit. And if a young man came to you today, preaching the true religion, just revealed from God, what would you say?
I'd say the true religion came from Joseph Smith 50 years ago. 50 years ago, Orson, and don't you forget it. I chose you to be an apostle myself, Orson.
I didn't make a mistake then, did I? Well, I'm sticking by all my old decisions today.
50 years. Don't you think some of those decisions might be out of date?
Maybe, Orson. But look at you. You and all the others in Salt Lake. You're still sticking by polygamy, aren't you? I warned Joseph, and I warn you, that'll be the death of the church if you keep it up. And you stick by it as surely as if it was helping you, which it isn't.
Well, David, there we are. The Lord hasn't told us to quit yet.
Well, if he did, would old men like you pay any attention? Well, there's the question. And I can't wait to see the answer. I just can't wait.
Mr. Graves, I hate to bother you, but the most peculiar message from the United States of America was just received by the Foreign Office, and I think you might take some interest in it.
Well?
It seems the American Secretary of State, Mr. Evarts, has requested us to interfere somehow with the activities of the Mormons who choose to emigrate from England to America.
Why on earth should we do that?
Because, he said, they come to America with the avowed purpose of entering into plural marriages. Mormons tend toward polygamy, you know.
I know. I read our paper, sir.
Right. Let me read this to you. Secretary Evarts says our government should take such steps as would be compatible with its laws and usages to check the organization of these criminal enterprises by agents now operating beyond the reach of the law of the United States, and to prevent the departure of those proposing to come to the United States as violators of the law.
Remarkable.
I thought so.
I have never heard of such a nonsensical thing.
The grammar is atrocious.
No one expects Americans to speak proper English, of course. But this, I am amazed that even in America, a man of such obvious mental deficiency should be allowed to use official stationery to vent his madness. They might as well have asked England to do them the favor of hanging any Englishmen who might become murderers if they were to emigrate to the United States.
I thought you might want to know.
You may be sure the London Times will have something to say about this. Oh, thank heaven for America. For if there were no America, all these madmen would still live in England, and there'd be no hope for the empire then.
Secretary Everett.
Mr. Secretary.
The gentleman from the New York Sun.
About your request that European governments restrain Mormons from emigrating.
I made no such request, sir.
What about your letter to the governments?
All I said, that document has been seriously misunderstood. All that circular was intended to do was to persuade those friendly governments to warn their citizens that polygamy is prosecuted in Utah to the full extent of the law.
That isn't what the circular said.
That is what the circular means.
Is that what it meant when you wrote it?
It's what it means now, sir. I will entertain no more questions on the subject.
Come inside, Brother Cannon. How are things in Washington, D.C.?
Well, President Taylor, things are excellent in Washington, primarily because the Congress is in recess.
Now, George, you know that occasionally Congress is useful.
After serving as Utah's non-voting delegate to Congress for so many years, I think I have the expertise to say that Congress is very good for warming the seats in the Capitol. They're also excellent for heating the air in the congressional chambers, and a good many of them serve very well as a receptacle for the bribes and nefarious gifts of scheming corporations and dishonest men. If Congress were a garden and you watered it well, you'd be hard put to find a flower among the jungle of weeds. As to fertilizer, the congressional record is full of it.
Getting tired of your work in Washington?
I admit that if you were to advise me not to run again next year, I'd take the advice with a smile.
Unfortunately, George, that's not my advice. You've served well in Washington, and the Lord and I want you to run. The people of Utah do too, I suspect.
I have bad news from John Morgan, president of the Southern States Mission.
The troubles of the Latter-day Saints come like thunderstorms. Everyone can hear the thunder, and everyone knows that it's raining somewhere, but you're never quite sure when you're going to get soaked.
Mobs again. Threats of murder against the members and the missionaries.
What can we do, Brother Cannon? If, for the sake of the elders' safety, we called them all home from places where they're being persecuted, then the wicked would persecute all the harder, so that soon we'd all be locked in here, unable to preach the gospel. We find that even our inmost sanctuaries are unsafe.
The endowment house?
The Gentiles long to find out what goes on inside.
Because they can't see it, they fear it.
It's the failing of the wicked. They flee when no man pursueth, because their own guilt chases them in the darkness.
Well, here we are at last, Elder Standing.
Just in time. Nearly dark.
Good evening, Sister Owensby. I'm Elder Rudger Clausen.
I know you, Elder Clausen, and you, Elder Standen, but I can't let you in.
We just need a place to stay the night. We'll leave early in the morning.
No, you don't understand. My husband was warned 4 times. If we ever let you in our door again, they said they'll burn the house down and shoot anyone who tries to come out while it's burning.
Mobs have always made threats.
They mean it. I know these men. They'll do it. They mean to kill you and us, too, if they can. No, you'd best leave. You'd best get out of the county and not come back for a few months.
We've come to do the Lord's work. Even if the devil frightens you, it doesn't frighten me.
Well, Elder Standen, I admit I'm afraid. But I can't help but think that if a body was going to fear anyone, it ought to be the devil. I fear for your lives, I truly do.
Well, if we can't lodge here, we'll have to find some place before it's full dark. Good evening, and God bless you, Sister Owensby.
There's no saint safe in the state of Georgia.
More hot milk, gentlemen?
Thank you, but no. I'm full to bursting.
I know the feeling. So that's the way of it. We have to take shelter with you, Mr. Holston, who aren't even a Latter-day Saint, because the members are too afraid of the mob to take us in.
Yeah, I'm afraid of them, too. And if you had a brain in your head instead of a hat full of goober peas, you'd be scared. They mean business. They mean to kill.
Let them try. The fires of hell will be filled with the enemies of the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, maybe so, but in the meantime, it could cause you a bit of trouble, friend.
I'm not afraid.
That's what I mean about brains. You don't have a lick of sense. Well, good night. I'll see you at breakfast in the morning.
It's me. So lower that gun, boy. Well, you make so much blamed noise going through the underbrush. Did you find him?
Spending the night at Henry Holston.
I always knew he was a Mormon lover. Yeah, but he isn't a Mormon. He's just a nice man, that's all. He keeps being nice to the wrong people.
Yeah, that's true. In the morning, then?
Yeah, as soon as they leave Holston's place, take them off the road, bring them here, and then we'll have at them.
Put a good scare in them and run them out of the county.
Scare? I mean to leave them dead, boy. Dead.
Don't be a jackass. You want the law on our heads? No killing.
Well, you remember, we all stick together. No matter what. We all stick together.
And good morning to you. God be with you.
And you, Mr. Holston.
Come on, Elder Standing. Let's get moving before the mob does.
Those lazy old boys will be in bed till noon if I know them.
Well, it looks like you don't know them very well.
Kind of a lot of them, aren't there?
You Mormon elders stand right there. Just stand right there. All right, surround them. That's right.
I demand to know by what authority you're molesting us.
I'll tell you by what authority. You see this gun? That's my authority.
There ain't no law for you Mormons, not in the U.S. of A., and especially not in Georgia.
Elder Standing! Elder Clausen! The mob is... Oh.
The mob is what, Mary Hamlin?
Elder Standing, I came to warn you.
You see, we've got your brethren. And as soon as we dispose of their case, we propose attending to you.
The Lord is with them.
Better go on, Mary. Go home now. We're in the Lord's hands.
Unless I'm mistaken, you're in our hands.
And in the end, you're in God's hands, too. I hope you keep that in mind in all you do.
Come on, let's get off the road. Move! Come on!
Keep moving. That's right.
Rudger, can you hear me? Yes. I'm going to take the first chance to escape. If they shoot me, you run.
No talking. What was that you were saying?
I was saying that I was thirsty.
Thirsty, huh? Well, there's a pool of water. You just lay right down and have a drink, boy.
Yeah, it'll save you having to fall down.
I want to drink, but I think you plan to shoot me when I do.
I plan to shoot you anyway. But if you want to die thirsty, that's no affair of mine.
Then I'll drink.
Who's coming?
Maybe it's Frank and Billy.
On horses?
It's our men. Come on, boys. Over here.
Shoot the other one before he gets away.
Go ahead. Shoot me.
Can't shoot a man who's just standing there looking at me.
Then let me tend to my companion.
Ain't much to tend to. This is terrible, him killing himself this way.
Yes. It's terrible.
You're too quick on the trigger. Look, it's Frank and Billy. What do you mean, coming on horseback? Nearly scaring us to death.
Looks like a went in at his eye. Got him right in the brain.
If you have any decency, you'll let me take his body to where I can see that it's decently buried.
Let him go. Killing wasn't never my plan.
If we let him go, we'll see him later in court, testifying against us.
Ain't no jury in Georgia that'd convict a man for killing a Mormon. Let him go.
And so they let me go, President Taylor. Turned out, Brother Standing wasn't quite dead. Henry Holston made a shady place for me to lay him while I went for help, for the coroner or any legal authority. When we came back, he was dead for sure. About 20 bullets must have been fired into his body as he lay there, helpless and unconscious. Looks like the mobbers decided that they'd better all share in the guilt equally. So his blood is on all their hands.
A terrible story, Elder Clausen.
It's taken all my faith and all my prayers to keep from hating those men in my heart, President Taylor.
There are few even among the saints who would succeed at such a thing. But I know your heart, Rudger. There's no hatred in you. Go back and testify in court. The Lord will protect you.
The jury won't convict them.
I know it. But you must have your testimony on record. The jury that acquits them will have Elder Standing's blood on their hands as well. I saw Brother Joseph's death. You and I have both been witnesses to a martyrdom for the faith, Rudger.
I long for the day when the saints won't be required to die for their religion. In Tennessee, a mob killed 2 elders and several members of the church who were about to hold a sacrament meeting. Some of the enemies of the church even tried to get the registrar to take the vote away from Mormon women on the grounds that women weren't citizens, only the wives of citizens, and so couldn't vote. This, even though Utah's constitution clearly gave the vote to women. But if the governor and his ring of Mormon haters tried to subvert the law, what Congress did was even worse.
Well, Elder Cannon, you're used to deciphering the language of congressional bills. What does this Edmunds Act mean?
If it passes, President Taylor, it means that they don't have to prove you're married to more than one woman in order to put you in jail. If you can be proved to live with a woman, simply live with her, no proof that she ever bore your children, then you can be arrested for the misdemeanor of unlawful cohabitation, for which the penalty is a fine of not more than $300 and not more than 6 months imprisonment.
So they only have
to prove that you go into a woman's house a lot and stay overnight. And says that polygamy or even belief in polygamy is grounds for removing a man from a jury.
So that the courts will have juries composed completely of non-Mormons. But 90% of the people in this territory are Latter-day Saints. Don't we have a right by the Constitution to a jury of our peers?
Not if this becomes law. They can legally pack the juries with our enemies.
The Supreme Court won't stand for it.
The Supreme Court is composed of politicians. Remember that even though Tilden won the election for president in 1876, the Supreme Court voted along straight party lines and awarded the electoral votes of enough states to the Republican candidate to make him president. If they can disregard the Constitution in the matter of electing the President of the United States, they can disregard the Constitution on the matter of the rights of Mormons.
Is that all?
Not quite. The Edmunds Bill would declare every elected office in the territory vacant, and a commission appointed by the President would have the power to oversee elections. In effect, they'd have control of every office in the territory. It means the end of our self-government, the end of trial by jury. They can arrest you. They have enough evidence right now to convict you of unlawful cohabitation. How well can you lead the church from a federal penitentiary?
I won't be the first prophet to go to jail.
How much good did it do the church when Brother Joseph was in Liberty Jail? And in those days, Brigham and Heber led the saints. All of us on the 12 are polygamists. We'll all go to jail.
To put us in jail, they'll have to find us.
You mean to hide?
The saints will never betray me. I can move from place to place. The church will survive. But we will never give up plural marriage, not as long as the Lord requires it of us. And so far as I know, Brother Cannon, that means forever.
Let's hope the law doesn't pass.
Is there any hope of that?
None at all. It will pass, President Taylor. And the Supreme Court will uphold it.
All those in favor of the Edmunds bill, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
Rutger, the Edmunds Act is law, according to Congress. But there's a chance, a faint one anyway, that the Supreme Court will strike it down as unconstitutional. After all, they did strike down the test oath they tried to force on us. But what we need is a test case. One person to step forward, make the evidence against him easy to obtain, get convicted by the Utah courts, and then appeal to the Supreme Court on the grounds that the law is unconstitutional.
You want me to be the test case?
If you lose, you'll go to jail.
There are worse places to go. I'll do it.
Your wives will be taken care of.
I know they will, Brother Cannon, but even if they weren't, I'd be willing to do it. I've stared death in the face, Brother Cannon, 5 years ago when Elder Standing was killed. If I can face death, I can face prison. And my wives can face hard times till I come back.
For what it's worth, Rutger, if you lose and go to jail, it won't be long before you have plenty of fine company, the best men of the church.
And so I was convicted of unlawful cohabitation and appealed to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court upheld the Edmunds law, and I went to prison. It was hard there, but the worst of it was knowing that I was only the first. What my family was going through, hundreds would go through. Every polygamist family in Utah lived in constant terror that someday or night the deputies would come and seize their husband, their father, and take him away. And while the constitutional rights of U.S. citizens were being trampled underfoot in Utah territory, the rest of America applauded, not realizing that they might be next. That once the Constitution was broken, it could keep on crumbling until there was nothing left at all.
A man with the faith of Abraham and Isaac, and the loyalty of David and Jonathan.
I never knew my father, but my mother told me about him all the time.
As you know, Elder Orson Pratt died last year. There's a vacancy on the 12. I've prayed long and hard for the Lord to tell me who should be ordained in his place as prophet, seer, and revelator. You're making a lot of money, aren't you, Heber?
As a matter of fact, President Taylor, every 2 years, my tithing is as great as my income 2 years before.
I hear you have a tendency to pay your tithing ahead, Heber.
Only when I need a special blessing.
How fond are you of making money?
It's great fun. There's precious little else that gives me quite the same kick.
Would you give it up for the Lord's sake?
In about 4 seconds. Making money is fun, but the gospel is the most important thing in my life. There's a big difference between fun and joy.
The words I hoped to hear from you. Heber, the Lord wants you to be one of his own. He wants you to be an apostle.
And so I was ordained an apostle by George Q. Cannon, first counselor in the first presidency. And then, only a few years later, the Edmunds Bill passed. And by the time the Supreme Court declared it constitutional, I had 3 wives, Lucy, Augusta, and Emily.
Heber, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. The federal officers have been gathering evidence on us the whole time Rutger Clausen's appeal was pending. We haven't any time to lose. We are going underground.
Well, President Taylor, our enemies have been trying to get us underground for years now.
As of this afternoon at 3 o'clock, Heber, I'm disappearing without a trace. If you want to get a message to me, you must write to Brother Richard Horn, a school teacher in Circleville. He'll know how to get it to me for several months. As for you, do you have any plans?
Gussie's going to stay with her family. Emily's headed for Logan. I'll be somewhere near Heber for a few weeks. Messages to Brother Aaron B.
I see you've thought it through, too.
President Taylor, the principle is the hardest commandment I've ever had to live. But I don't have any fondness for jail, either. I'll just stay in hiding as long as the federal officers are hunting. They aren't going to find me.
Just so I can find you.
But it wasn't just the brethren they were after. Though Joseph F. Smith had to go to Hawaii for 5 years, and poor George Cannon hardly spent 2 nights at the same place, they were hunting for him so hard. I was just small fry compared to them, and I was able to stay put long enough to establish the Heber J. Grant Life Insurance Company, which made me rich during a time when many saints were losing their livelihoods. The worst thing about the raid, you see, was that it was the cream of the church's men that were put in jail, the most obedient and faithful, and not just men.
Miss Anderson, you are required by law to answer the question. Are you married to John Green?
And I've told you, Your Honor, that is a question I have no intention of answering. I have the right to be silent.
Not in this court. Who is the father of the child you are about to bear?
I refuse to answer.
If you don't answer those questions immediately, Miss Anderson, I will have you in jail for contempt of court.
My bag is already packed.
Anna Anderson, this court finds you in contempt and sentences you to 30 days in prison.
Your Honor, her baby is due at any time.
She should have thought of that before placing herself in contempt.
Your Honor, there's only one person who's made himself contemptible today.
40 days. Get her out.
Going to rain?
I hope not too heavily, Martha. I got the plowing done today, and if it isn't too wet, I can plant tomorrow. Then it's up to you and the boys, I'm afraid. And we've been lucky. The deputies have stayed away this long.
Oh, no.
God bless you. Now, if I can, I'll be back to do the planning within a week. Goodbye. Pray for me. I'll be praying for you.
Skunks are coming, aren't they?
Yes.
Why doesn't Heavenly Father make them go away?
Never mind, Nephi. Now remember, you don't know where your Aunt Rhoda lives.
What Aunt Rhoda?
That's right.
I hope she heard the guns.
Nephi.
Don't worry, Mother. I'll be careful.
What can I do for you?
I have a warrant here for the arrest of John Monson. You Martha Monson?
I am. Come in. My husband isn't here just now.
What about the other woman?
Where is she? She isn't at home?
What other woman?
We won't get any cooperation out of her. We're going to search the place. Stay out of the way.
Try not to break anything.
Hey, what? That's mine. Hey!
That's a mattress. You cut open a mattress. What do you think he is, a contortionist? Stop it. Stop it. A warrant doesn't give you the right to destroy every bed in the house. Now, you get out of here. Leave us alone.
You get out of here, or I'll hit you. Get out.
He isn't here.
You remember this. You tell your husband about this. Next time we search even better. You understand?
I'll never forget this, not as long as I live.
Let's go.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Just doing my duty, boy.
Your duty will send you to hell one day.
If you Mormons just quit polygamy, we'd all go home.
I doubt it. You'd find something else, you greedy little office-hungry bully.
Let's go.
When I'm big, I'll get him. You'll see.
Oh, no, Nephi. Oh, please, Nephi. Please don't hate them.
Can't help it, Mother. I'm scared.
They're gone now.
Will they shoot Father?
No. No, Nephi, there's no chance of that. Don't you worry. Don't you worry at all.
The jury has found you guilty of unlawful cohabitation, inasmuch as it has been proved that you unlawfully cohabited with Sarah Lang from May to November 1882, from November 1882 to May 1883, and from May 1883 to November 1883, this court finds you guilty of 3 counts of unlawful cohabitation and sentences you to $300 fine for each offense, for a total of $900, and 6 months in prison for each offense, served consecutively, for a total of 18 months in jail.
Your Honor, this is preposterous. The law clearly states that the sentence for unlawful cohabitation is not to exceed 6 months and $300.
For each offense. I've found him guilty of 3 offenses.
But you could separate the offense into days, into 700 days of unlawful cohabitation, with a fine of $210,000 and a prison term of 350 years.
I thought of that, but it would be too cruel.
This is kind. A year and a half in jail for a misdemeanor.
3 misdemeanors. Next case.
We'll appeal all the way to the Supreme Court. Real appeal.
I have no doubt of it. The Supreme Court isn't famous for helping the Mormons. Next case, or I'll hold you in contempt, sir.
I won't forget this, Judge Zane.
The court holds you in contempt. A fine of $300. And you are forbidden to practice law in this court for 3 months. Bailiff, remove the attorney for the defense. You do your clients no favor, sir.
You can't go in and see him. He isn't in. He's busy.
He isn't in, but he's busy. That's something I'd like to see.
What do you want here, gentlemen? I don't think you have an appointment.
This warrant is all the appointment we need. You're under arrest for unlawful cohabitation.
That's ridiculous.
You are charged with the unlawful cohabitation with Mehitabel Bailey, a woman not your wife.
But I haven't gone near her house since the Edmunds law passed. You can't possibly have any witnesses because I simply haven't been...
No one said you had, Jarrett Jones. We don't want to have to prove marriage intimacy between you. We only have to prove that you're associating with her. And we have canceled checks drawn on Walker Brothers Bank to prove that you've been giving her $100 a month for more than 3 years now.
But you don't understand. I wanted to obey the law. I stopped associating with her. But I couldn't let her starve, could I?
As a matter of fact, that's precisely what the law requires.
And when Amulek saw the pains of the women and children who were consuming in the fire, he also was pained. And he said unto Alma, How can we witness this awful scene? Therefore let us stretch forth our hands and exercise the power of God which is in us, and save them from the flames.
Was that a signal?
I think it was just the wind.
I thought I heard someone knock on the window.
We can't take any chances. Quickly, into the closet, into the trap door.
It's dark down here.
We have a candle.
A spider. I'll kill it.
There. Oh, I hate them. I hate the dirt down here. I can't. Yes, I can. I can stand it. And so can you.
Maybe they aren't coming. Maybe I just thought I heard...
We can't take any chances. If they come here and find us, they'll take me off to court to testify against your father. They'll ask me if you are his children. And I can't tell a lie, so they mustn't find me. They must never find me.
I don't mind. I kind of like it down here.
Let's read. Softly. Until we're sure they're here. Or they're not coming. But Alma said unto him, The Spirit constraineth me, that I must not stretch forth mine hand. For behold, the Lord received them up unto himself in glory. And he doth suffer that they may do this thing, or that the people may do this thing unto them, according to the hardness of their hearts, that the judgments which he shall exercise upon them in his wrath may be just.
What does that mean, Mother?
It means that God lets the wicked do their wickedness, because if he always stopped people from sinning, they wouldn't be free.
I wish he'd stop all the bad people.
Don't you see, dear? If God stopped all the bad people from being bad, then all the bad people would act like good people, and no one would know the difference.
I know the difference.
What is it?
The good people are hiding in the cellars in a rainstorm, and the bad people are running around free, having a good time.
It seems like that sometimes, but it won't be like that always. In the next life, the righteous will be happy and free, while the wicked will always be imprisoned by their own wickedness. You'll see. God will make everything come out right in the end.
How long until the end?
I wish I knew, dear. Oh, I wish I knew.
The wall leaks. We're gonna get wet.
Better to get wet than have your father go to prison.
Reed Smoot, I hear you've been talking against the principal.
Why, that's a lie, Elder Grant, and I won't have it.
I heard from several people that you've been saying that if the church doesn't give up the principal, it'll destroy us.
I said that. That's true.
Well, then how can you sit there and tell me you haven't talked against the principal?
Because, Elder Grant, I'm not talking against the principal. I'm just talking in favor of the church stopping the practice of it.
Well, that's an awfully fine distinction.
Well, you're a businessman, Elder Grant, and so am I. Now, if you were manufacturing a line of goods at great expense that no one was buying, and the failure of that line of goods was about to plunge your whole business into bankruptcy, wouldn't you discontinue that line of goods?
That's business. This is religion.
Well, the idea's the same. Do you think I oppose plural marriage? Nonsense. I'm the son of a plural wife. If Abraham Smoot hadn't married in the principal, my name wouldn't be Smoot, if I'd been born at all. But they'll have us on this. They're using plural marriage as a tool to take complete control of Utah away from us. They think because the world is outraged at polygamy, it'll let them rob us of everything we have. Polygamy is doing our enemies a world of good. It's doing us precious little good at all.
The saints are entering into plural marriage in record numbers, Brother Reed Smoot.
Well, that's because the saints are stubborn. But what good will it do us if every man of us is married to 15 wives, if we're so poor we can't afford to send out one missionary or publish one Book of Mormon or even buy our own food and clothing? No. Brigham Young labored all his life to set the saints free from domination by the outside world, but because of polygamy, they're getting the power to come in and treat us like slaves, undoing every bit of Brigham's work.
You're awfully young to be so doggone opinionated.
Well, I'm only 6 years younger than you, Elder Grant.
After 4 years as an apostle, Reed, I feel old.
No, I'm not talking against the principle. I believe in it. But I hear that a fine Latter-day Saint, Brother Dalton, was murdered in Parowan by a United States Marshal, and that Marshal was acquitted. Do you realize that means our people can now be shot in broad daylight, and because no Mormons are allowed on juries, the murderers get away with it? What's more important, having 3 wives and being dead, or having 1 wife and being alive to build the kingdom?
Someday I hope you go into politics, Reed. I think you could persuade even the Republicans to vote righteously.
Why, Elder Grant, I am a Republican.
What?
Sometimes I think half the wise men in the church are blind. Now, pardon my impatience, but why do you think the Republicans are so determined to destroy the church? Because we're all Democrats, that's why. Ever since Nauvoo days. Well, I'm out to convince the Republicans that there are Republicans in Utah, too, and they won't lose a thing by giving us statehood, which would set us free from the commission and the governors and all the other abominations.
Enough, Reed, enough.
I'm sorry. I get kind of wound up and keep running on.
Well, there's a lot of wisdom in what you're saying, Reed. A viewpoint not many saints are willing to express right now. I'll remember it. But try to be discreet. Try not to sound like you're attacking the brethren.
I never attack the brethren.
Well, when a puppy dog keeps barking and barking at a big old hound, the hound's just naturally going to think he's being attacked, even if the puppy dog just wants to play.
All right. I'll watch how I phrase things.
I think you're wrong, you know. They've tried their worst, but even with all the problems, they haven't stopped us. We're tougher than they thought. They're bound to give up and quit after they see it doesn't work.
I don't think so. I think they haven't done their worst yet.
What can they do that's worse?
Just keep reading the papers. They'll come up with something.
Cold night in Washington, isn't it? At least for this early in the fall.
Well, Senator Edmonds, it can't be as cold as Vermont.
No, it isn't, Tucker. But I don't live in Vermont now, except during political campaigns. That's what it means to be a congressman. You become a citizen of the whole country and not just one state. Which is why I'm so concerned about Utah Territory. And I think Utah Territory is the reason you came to see me tonight, Senator Tucker.
I've been under a lot of pressure.
Me too.
I think I have a way to break the back of the Mormon Church once and for all.
Huh? Well, other than war, I'm willing to listen.
I've drawn up a bill, an amendment to your bill of 1882. It abolishes women's suffrage in Utah. It creates a federal elections board to handle voter registration. It establishes a test oath for voters so that those who believe in polygamy can't vote anymore. It abolishes the Nauvoo Legion, their military force. It abolishes the Immigration Fund Company.
And why will this work when nothing else has?
Because of the last provision. It disincorporates the church and seizes all church property.
Churches don't own that much.
The Mormon Church does. You see, they had a communal experiment called the United Order, and a large number of cooperatives. The Mormon Church owns a lot of land and a lot of businesses, and a lot of people's livelihoods depend on the church. If we take that property, the church won't be able to function anymore. And it's going to throw every Mormon man, woman, and child into a terrible panic.
In other words, starve them into submission.
Even churches run on money. If we take away the money, they stop running.
Sounds good. Let's work out the details, and I'll co-sponsor it with you.
Thanks.
I think you have it here. If the Mormons don't submit, we'll have Utah under our control in spite of them. And if they do submit...
They won't.
They won't? Then we've got them, Senator. We've got them at last.
And so I found out that in one way, at least, Reed Smoot was right. It could get worse. And with the Edmonds-Tucker bill, it got worse pretty quickly.
Well, Charlie Card, I begin to question the wisdom of building the Logan Temple on the crest of a hill.
Well, I just supervised the building, President Taylor. I didn't choose the place. For that, you'll have to take Brother Brigham to task.
Oh, I wish I could. We took each other to task a good many times before he died, and I look forward to taking him to task again after I'm dead.
In a way, I'm a bit disappointed, President Taylor. I devoted a good many years of my life to building this temple. Now that it's done, what do I do next?
From what I hear, Charlie, you take a new wife. Isn't that right, Zina?
There are rumors, President Taylor. But don't you know? Polygamy is against the law, and Charlie Card has a wife.
I couldn't dream of Charlie Card breaking the law. Or you either, Zina. After all, you're one of Brigham Young's daughters. Why, his 10th wife?
He didn't ever list them in order. My mother was sealed to Joseph Smith. I'm Joseph Smith's daughter in the next life.
A noble parentage, whichever way you count it. I think it's a shame you'll have to be in hiding.
We knew what we were getting into.
We've been negotiating with the authorities in Canada. They won't tolerate polygamy. However, if a man has only one wife in Canada, they aren't going to investigate whether he has any other wives in the States.
Canada?
Keep it in mind, Charlie. There'll be a colony in Canada someday. I want you to head it up. And Zina can be your Canadian wife.
But to hear Zina talk, she'd rather be in hiding.
Don't be absurd, Charlie. If I have a chance to be your wife openly, I'd rather not hide at all.
Here we are. Give me your hand, Charlie Card. I'm not as strong as I used to be.
That's odd, President Taylor. Whenever I look in your eyes, sir, I believe it's your spirit sustaining mine.
My body may stoop, but my spirit will never bend. Never. There. Now, let's dedicate a temple. The second one in Deseret. And it's beautiful, Charlie. A piece of heaven put here on earth.
Or a piece of earth made as much like heaven as we can imagine it. I'd like to think that heaven is a little better than what I can do.
Don't be silly, Charlie. We make heaven all the time.
Nothing is more irritating than a woman who is wiser than men. God bless you, Zina.
And God did bless me, more than most women, and certainly more than I deserved. I became Charles Ora Card's third wife only 2 months after the Logan Temple was dedicated. And for 2 years, though Charlie was constantly in hiding, we had a happy marriage.
Come along, Brother Snow.
Brother Snow? A Latter-day Saint in the uniform of a guard?
It's a living, Elder Snow. I have to support my family.
Why, of course you do. I'm delighted to know that here in the middle of the prison of hell I have a friend. Do your duty well, and the Lord will bless you for it. Where are we going?
It's the governor, Elder Snow, the new one, the Democrat.
And here we are.
God bless you, sir.
And you.
Mr. Snow, this is Governor West, newly arrived from Washington.
Governor West, it's a pleasure. We have great hopes for the first Democratic administration in Washington since Buchanan, who was a jackass.
I'm inclined to agree, Mr. Snow. If Buchanan hadn't been such a fool, the Civil War might have been averted. But as it is, the country is at peace.
Except here, sir. This is where America is still involved in a vicious war against her own citizens.
Mr. Snow, please confine yourself to conciliatory language. I've come to offer you your exit from prison.
I accept it.
On one condition.
I knew it was too good to be true.
I'm sure you've heard that the Supreme Court has refused to hear your appeal.
I heard that.
So, your conviction stands.
So it does. A rather infamous example of miscarriage of justice, but it stands.
Judge Zane and Attorney General Dixon and I agree that it's time to extend the hand of friendship to you Mormons. If only you'll take it. I'm offering to you and to all the Mormons imprisoned here for unlawful cohabitation my petition to the President for your immediate pardon. I have President Cleveland's assurance that he will grant that pardon. If only you will take an oath that from now on you will abide by the law of the land as interpreted by the courts.
Well, Governor, as far as I'm personally concerned, I'm not in conflict with any of the laws of the country. I'm here wrongfully convicted and wrongfully sentenced.
I can't do anything with you with that attitude, Snow.
You're asking me to renounce my belief in plural marriage. The answer is no. Never.
But that's not what I'm asking. We're not Republicans trying to squeeze you dry. I'm asking you to take an oath that from now on you will obey the law as interpreted from the courts. You can believe what you like. America doesn't punish people for their beliefs, only for their acts.
I can't take such an oath.
The same proposition was put to the 49 Mormon prisoners in the penitentiary, and they made a formal answer.
So this is the thanks I get. Listen to this. Of the 49 elders of the Mormon Church now imprisoned in the penitentiary for their alleged violation of the Edmunds Law, all but 4 of us had plural wives before that law was passed, and some of us from as long ago as 35 years prior to its passage. We were united to our wives by the most sacred covenants, and we have the strongest of fatherly ties toward the children born to us of those marriages. To comply with your proposition would mean abandoning these loving and loyal families, violating our sacred covenants, and sacrificing our honor and manhood. Heaven forbid that we should be guilty of such faithlessness. Perpetual imprisonment, or even death itself, would be preferable.
So they refuse.
Well, not everyone. Quite a few. Well, a handful of them, including a bishop in Salt Lake City, have taken the oath. They've been freed from any attempt at prosecution for past offenses. But the prisoners...
They egg each other on, Governor. They're having too good a time being martyrs together.
Well, that's it. I've washed my hands of them. If the Mormons refuse to negotiate, nothing remains but to prosecute the cases according to the law. We could have been their friends.
The Mormons don't want friends. They just want to be left alone.
The world is getting smaller all the time. No one can be left alone, not even God's chosen people, unless God were to erect a wall around them, which God apparently has no intention of doing.
And so the saints in prison remained there. And the prosecution continued under Democrats exactly as it had under Republicans. There were some amusing touches, however, like the women's industrial home, which some well-meaning busybodies built in Salt Lake City in 1886. It was created to provide homes and employment for homeless and destitute polygamous wives and their children.
Yes, sir. This home is for the sake of women who escape from the slavery of polygamy, to protect them and give them a livelihood.
Well, that's noble, ma'am. But how many women have taken advantage of your mercy?
Well, not as many as we expected, to tell the truth. We think about, 14 have had some connection with polygamy.
Some connection? You mean they're plural wives?
Do the readers of the New York Sun really need to know all this?
Oh, indeed they do, ma'am.
Well, so far we've only had one who was actually a wife, we think.
What? Just one? After Congress appropriated $112,000?
Well, it's very difficult for women to escape. Polygamy is practically a prison.
Only one? Well, I'm amazed. She must be living like a queen with $112,000 appropriated for her exclusive use.
Do you have to report that?
I think the American people ought to know where their money's going. Don't you?
Are you in favor of polygamy?
Well, frankly, ma'am, I don't understand how a man can live through one marriage. My personal opinion is that these Mormon polygamists ought to be given medals for bravery, or locked up as madmen. I'm not sure which.
You, sir, are no Christian.
Perhaps not, ma'am, but then, since the time of Christ, I doubt there have been more than a few hundred real Christians anyway. After all, how Christian is it of you to be here in Utah trying to destroy another church?
The Mormons, sir, are not Christians.
Oh, I see. Quite an exclusive little club you Christians have. Someday, your policy of admitting only the narrow-minded will become so severe that all your narrow minds will disappear altogether. And the saddest thing is, none of you will ever notice. This crusade against polygamy, I think it's Christianity's last stand.
If it is, sir, we shall win.
No, well, of course, you'll defeat the Mormons. You outnumber them. But in 100 years, you Christians will be wondering where all your members went. Mark my words, ma'am. You'll see the day.
I hope I die first.
Well, you see, there's something that you and the Mormons have in common. Good day.
With President Taylor in hiding and the rest of the First Presidency constantly away evading capture, how was the church run? Routine business was handled in Salt Lake City by Franklin D. Richards, an apostle, and such of the brethren as could safely be in town at any one time. And matters that required President Taylor to make a decision were written in letters and taken to him by messengers.
Here's the mail, Brother Bert.
Quiet down, Lauren. What do you mean shouting like that?
Because I wanted you to hear me.
Well, Lauren Woolley, since I know you're carrying the mail today, and since I could recognize your skinny little body from a mile away, I don't see why it's necessary for you to alert the entire world to your arrival.
Is President Taylor inside?
He's out pitching quads. It's the only exercise he gets anymore. He isn't very well these days.
I'd sure like to take my turn in guarding him.
Lauren Woolley, did you think it was just a coincidence that the other guards and I all come from the county sheriff's office or the Salt Lake police? We're here so that any federal officers who might give a thought to trying to bully their way into the house have to consider trying to get past the toughest, meanest-looking men from the Mormon church.
I can be pretty mean.
Look, Lauren, the big men guard the prophet. The little men carry the mail. It makes sense. Don't try to change things. Now, ride on out of here, Lauren.
I'm not that little. A terrible shot. Well, Brother Andrew Burt, what came in the mail today?
Franklin D. Richards, Joseph F. Smith, Annabelle Nutley, Charles Card. No, pardon me, Mrs. Charles O. Card.
Which one, I wonder?
Zina.
Why, that's careless of her. What does she say?
That Charles was captured, but he escaped. You'll want to read the whole letter. He's in hiding in Logan right now, but he wonders what he ought to do.
Do? Lead a colony in Canada, that's what he ought to do. I'll tell him to go find a place immediately.
Escaped. Wouldn't you know it?
It's just one more good man with a price on his head. Who'll lead Logan's stake now? The church is weakening, Brother Bert. I tell you the truth, my friend. I've prayed to the Lord several times that he might take this bitter cup from us.
You mean revoke the principle?
Revoke it? The principle of plural marriage is eternal, and God will never revoke it. Never. Nor would I ask him to. I merely pray that the saints might no longer be required to live it for a time, until the world chooses to leave us alone. And the only answer I get is that the principle is still to continue in force. And so as I watch more and more of the most righteous saints suffering because of the principle, I can only comfort myself by saying, this is God's will, and I obey him rejoicing. Let's go inside. I'm tired of quats, even though you boys do usually let me win.
Let's do that.
Charles Oricard, here is a warrant for your arrest on charges of unlawful cohabitation.
No, Gar, no need to be so excited about it. We've been friends for years. even if you have taken to wearing that ridiculous gun. I'm in the middle of my breakfast, so you just sit down and relax for a while I finish my meal, and I'll change my clothes. And I'll go with you peacefully enough.
I'm taking you with me now, Charlie.
Shouldn't go drawing guns, Gar. Makes other people want to draw theirs. Now put your gun away.
You put yours away, Charlie. I'm not joking.
Neither am I. I'll put mine away the moment you put yours away.
Gar, you know that if Charlie Card says he'll put his gun up, he will.
All right.
You shouldn't have drawn on me, Gar.
I have to do my duty.
It's too bad that your duty is to arrest me for doing mine. I guess I'm not hungry now. I'll change my clothes upstairs. I'll be down in a minute.
Word spread fast in Logan, and by the time the deputies got Charlie to the station, it seemed that half the population of the valley was there to see him off.
That crowd looks ugly to me.
Beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, Gar. You look like a fine collection of saints to me. Let's get aboard. Gar, I'm awful thirsty. Can I have a drink over there?
All right, Charlie, but I'm watching you.
All right, President Clark, we've got you surrounded so they can't see you. You just duck out of sight. Borrow somebody's horse, and I can promise you we won't prosecute.
Yeah, just one last swallow.
Over this way.
See that gray horse? I bet she's fast, and I bet she won't mind having you for a rider.
Whose horse is it?
Mine.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, wouldn't you know? Stirrups are too long. Oh, well. Beggars can't be choosers. Giddy up, horse, and move me out of here.
Charlie Card, you come back here. Come on back. Out of my way. Charlie, you come back.
Well, Deputy Marshal Gar, looks to me like you lost your prisoner.
You just start up this train and stop it down there about a mile and wait for us.
Now, Marshal, the train's already moving. It's moving when your prisoner jumped off. I'm strictly forbidden to stop this train for any reason before I get to the next station. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Let me off this train right now.
Now, you're free to jump, but I can't stop the train. Good day, sir.
And so Charlie went into hiding in earnest, and soon he was on his way to Canada. He found a spot he considered right for a settlement, then returned to Logan to organize a colony. It was slow work with him in hiding, and all the preparations had to be secret, since most of the men he was taking with him had plural wives. But eventually we got underway. We traveled in small groups. Charlie went on ahead to mark the place and secure title. I came with a small group headed by John Wolfe. It was a hard journey with my two boys, but Brother Wolfe's son Johnny was a great help, driving teams like a grown man. And then one day in Montana, a strange man came riding up. He had whiskers like a prophet from the Old Testament, was dressed all in khaki, looking for all the world like an English explorer. We were just starting in the morning, and I admit we looked at him curiously.
I don't like the looks of that man, Father.
Well, maybe he likes your looks even less, Johnny.
Look, Father. That old galoot's climbing right into Aunt Zina's wagon.
Look even closer, son. He's kissing her, too.
Well, aren't you going to do anything?
Does it look like Aunt Zina wants me to?
Why, that's President Card.
Gee up! Let's get this wagon train moving.
I didn't recognize him.
That's the idea, Johnny. None of us is looking to be recognized these days.
When I grow up, I'm going to take plural wives, too.
Maybe, son. But right now, I just want you to drive these plural oxen.
I tell you, President Guard, this prairie grass is stubborn. It fights the plow all the way.
Seems to me, brother, that it can't be any worse than the rocks you were always cussing back in Utah.
Well, maybe not. But it's the prairie grass I'm fighting now, not the rocks.
The oats are planted, and so's the wheat. Will we get a crop before winter?
Maybe, Zina. You look mighty sad today, Zina.
Sad? I guess I miss the mountains, Charlie. That's what I miss. I was born surrounded by mountains. And that purple shadow off to the west hardly looks like mountains to me. The land here seems so defenseless.
It depends on what you want to be defended against. The Indians can ride right up. The wind can pretty much go where it pleases. But a few miles to the south of us, there's an invisible line. When the U.S. Marshal comes to that line, they have to stop cold. And if you ask me, that's a pretty good defense.
Canada.
It's all part of America, part of the land of promise. The United States is a land of promise to many, but not to us, not anymore. We're Canadians now. We sing God Save the Queen, not the Star-Spangled Banner.
The land of promise. Yes, Charlie, I believe it is. I'm happy to be here. For the time being.
Yes, for the time being.
At first, we called our settlement Lee's Creek, a lonely place. And I must admit, many of us agreed wholeheartedly with a little boy named Wilford Wolfe, who was bewildered when he first arrived.
Whoa!
Well, Wilford, here we are.
But, Mommy, you said we'd be home tonight.
Yep, this'll be home from now on.
But, Mom, where's all the houses?
And so the Mormon settlement of Alberta, Canada began. In a few years, the town looked different. The name had been changed from Lee's Creek to Cardston. There were houses, and the farmers and ranches were prospering. But back in the United States, things had changed too, because the war between the United States and the Mormon Church had come to a truce of sorts, a bitter truce to many of us. But not a surprising one. We knew it was coming. For John Taylor, whom the mobs couldn't kill in Carthage jail, was finally brought to his deathbed by the terrible rigors of life underground. The traveling, the tension, the pressure, the bad weather, it all conspired to weaken the old prophet.
President Taylor, can you hear me? We're together again. A first presidency for the first time in years. John Taylor, George Cannon, and Joseph F. Smith.
I feel to thank the Lord.
He died soon after, surely as much a victim of persecution as the martyred prophet Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram. His funeral was held in Salt Lake City on the 29th of July, 1887, attended by thousands of saints. But some of the most prominent were missing. They knew that the federal marshal and his deputies would be watching the funeral closely to arrest any of the prominent Mormons who dared to show their faces.
5 apostles and 2 members of a dissolved first presidency. We don't really have a quorum, brethren.
We've sent word for all the others to come home, but I suggest that until we can have a quorum meeting, Brother Cannon and I ought to continue to run things a few more days at the most. We can reorganize when the rest of the 12 come.
And so they did, until August 3rd, where at a meeting of 8 of the apostles, George Cannon and Joseph F. Smith were restored to their places in the quorum. And the 12 apostles, with Wilford Woodruff as president, once again presided over the church as they had twice before. Then, at the next October conference, with the saints gathered in the tabernacle on Temple Square, they were stunned to see Apostle Erastus Snow, the founder of the southern Utah settlements, appearing on the stand of the tabernacle for the first time in years. But that was not all. A few moments before the conference was to begin, a hush fell over the congregation, for there, walking up to the stand, was Wilford Woodruff, whom few had seen for 3 years. Wilford Woodruff, a beloved apostle, who was now guiding the church through the most difficult struggle of all. Wilford Woodruff, prophet, seer, and revelator.
Oh, isn't that marvelous? Oh, I know it's him. I know it's him.
Goodness.
President Woodruff.
Welcome home, Brother Woodruff. We've missed you.
Why are you crying, Mother?
I don't know. Because I'm so happy. Because...
Your mother's crying because she's glad to see the church will go on with a great prophet at the head.
Yes. Yes, that's part of it. But to see the prophet in the open, to see him stand there right in public, oh, it makes me hope. Hope that someday we can all walk in the open and be proud to be Mormons.
The Lord didn't restore his church to have it abolished by an act of a feeble-minded Congress. We had to borrow $200,000 from Gentile banks to pay the courts what they assessed us. Our missionary work, our charities, everything that we do now costs more than we receive in tithing, because the saints are so torn apart by the raid that they are becoming poor. Poor.
Well, we have endured worse things.
You're a young man, Bishop Hanson. I was there during all the persecutions in the early days. And though individual suffering was terrible, there was never a time when the church's ability to function was stopped. Now we're getting near to being stopped. We are in debt to Gentile banks. Do you know what that means?
Oh, it means that they can...
It means that they own us. They own us, Bishop Hanson. And all because of plural marriage.
Then what they said was true. That you weren't allowing any more.
In the last few years of President Taylor's life, plural marriages increased in number. I have now instructed the brethren to stop preaching the principle of plural marriage, to stop encouraging the saints to enter into plural marriages. I have forbidden the endowment house and the temples to perform plural marriages.
But why? If the Lord gives us a commandment, it's our obligation to
Bishop
obey.
Hanson, don't you understand? The Lord has also commanded us to love and care for our wives. But who can care for his wife when he's in jail or hiding constantly? The church is near the breaking point. We cannot continue. And so I'm hoping that by cutting down the number of plural marriages, by ceasing our preaching on the subject, the Gentiles will suffer, relent.
They never will.
The Lord didn't put us on the moon to practice our religion. He put us in the United States of America. If we never bend, they will never bend. I am bending.
But if you bend, you'll break.
Bishop Hanson, you are being stiff-necked. Do you think I have taken any of these actions without the approval of my brethren? Do you think I haven't prayed and received the Lord's approval?
Of course you've asked the Lord.
And so I am telling you, since you don't seem inclined to believe anyone else, that you are to stop counseling members of your ward to enter plural marriages. And I advise you to give yourself up to the authorities.
Give myself up? After all these years in hiding?
The Democrats are in control now. They're being much more lenient in their sentences. Why else do you think Elder Cannon surrendered himself? It's time for the underground to end. It's time for us to be able to live in the open again.
But what about God's commandment?
I'm hoping that the Gentiles will allow us to continue living with the wives we already have, provided we stop openly entering into more plural marriages. It's the only honorable solution that will satisfy both God and man.
Is this what you, as the Lord's prophet, think I should do?
I do.
Well, then I'll do it, President Woodruff. But I still feel in my heart that this is a surrender to the world.
It's a temporal surrender, Bishop, to relieve us of temporal pressure. But they will never change our minds and our hearts. Whoa there. We know what the Lord commands. Now, go and make your preparations.
Ray, was it Preston Woodruff?
It wasn't.
What did he want?
Well, he said that I was to stop encouraging the saints to enter into plural marriages. That no more were being performed in Utah. He's trying to stop antagonizing the Gentiles.
Oh, thank heaven.
What? You're happy.
Oh, Ray, I was so afraid he was going to call you to take another wife.
But Mabel, don't you believe in the principle?
I do, Raymond, but oh, it's so hard, seeing you always having to hide, never knowing if you're going to end up in prison. And another wife.
Well, I'm ending up in prison anyway.
What?
The Democrats are being more lenient. He wants me to give myself up, like Elder Cannon did.
Ray!
I told him I'd do it, but I won't, not if you don't want me to.
Well, of course you must do it. If the president of the church tells you to give yourself up, you must give yourself up.
You want me to?
No, I want you to stay with me here. I want a lot of things I can't have. Oh, but Ray, the principle isn't the only commandment in the church. There's one that's even more important. The fact that Wilford Woodruff is the leader of the 12, a prophet, seer, and revelator. And if he says the Lord wants us to stop making new plural marriages and to give ourselves up to the law, then that's the word of the Lord to us, isn't it? It's just as binding on us as if Joseph Smith had said it, or Brigham Young, or John Taylor.
John Taylor would never have given in like this.
If the Lord told him to, he would.
Yes, that's true.
John Taylor is dead, and Wilford Woodruff is alive. I'll pack your bags.
Already?
I want you to turn yourself in tomorrow.
Why?
So you can return to me that much sooner. Oh, Ray. Why do we have to live in such times?
Well, every time has its own trials. But the church without plural marriage, what will be left?
Everything, Ray. Because the Spirit of God will be with us, and that's everything. The atonement of Christ, eternal marriage, the sacrament, revelation, inspiration, and laws and commandments. In all of that, Ray, all of that, we'll still be Latter-day Saints.
The petitioner's request for naturalization as United States citizens is denied. They are members of a religion known as Mormon that openly teaches the violation of laws of the United States. They take part in secret ceremonies in the temples and the endowment house, which witnesses have testified instill disloyalty to America. The United States has no obligation to accept as citizens those who belong to groups that are openly disloyal and that preach disobedience to the law.
Well, Peters, how'd it go?
I can't believe it. They handed over every single property we asked for.
No.
The Temple block, the mines at Colville, the Deseret Telephone Company stock. They're doing it.
Oh, no, I'm surprised.
So am I. But the way I figure it, they think they can win this case by appealing to the Supreme Court. So the longer they delay fighting over the receivership, the longer we'll have their property before they get to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, if they only knew that we don't have a single witness who can prove that these properties really belong to the church.
John Taylor was smart, transferring everything to private hands. And here we are undoing all his work, just by pretending that we have witnesses who can get the court to give us all their property. And I thought those Mormons were smart. Why, we have nearly $500,000 of the church property, and I'll bet we have $1 million before we're through.
Well, that looks like the end of it. We came out of it better than I would have thought. It's a terrible blow, but they only got $1 million of church property at the most. We still have more than $2 million they don't even know exists. Still, Brother Cannon, we're in a dire position. We're going deeper into debt every day. We're selling our future for the sake of plural marriage.
If it's the will of God.
Brother George, things are only getting worse. There'll come a time when the suffering of the saints will surely outweigh the need to obey that commandment. Surely the Lord will accept the sacrifice and relieve us.
Relieve us? By striking down our enemies?
Perhaps by softening their hearts.
Or
if our enemies have no hearts, then by no longer requiring us to live this commandment. President Taylor prayed for such relief.
The Lord said no.
Perhaps we have paid the necessary price now. We shall see.
Whenever things looked darkest, the Gentiles and the apostates found a way to make them look worse.
The time has come for the Mormon Church to stop running the affairs of Salt Lake City. The time has come for the monolithic, octogonal monstrosity of Mormonism to get its many arms out of government affairs. The Mormons are out this year, and the Liberal Party will triumph.
My name is Ray Hansen.
You mean Bishop Ray Hansen?
I'm registered to vote.
I'm sorry. You aren't on my list as a registered voter.
Well, then your list is mistaken.
You're a polygamist, aren't you?
I was. I served my time in jail for it. I no longer unlawfully cohabit with anybody. Now I have a right to vote.
Sorry. You're not on the list.
Why not?
I'm not in charge of making explanations, sir.
I don't see the name of any Mormon on that list.
Can't be. Why, what a coincidence. I believe you're right. I can't understand it, but apparently every single Mormon in this district failed to register to vote. What a pity.
Look, you can't do this.
I'm only enforcing the law.
Sir, I hope that someday someone takes away your citizenship the same way, leaving you helpless.
Get out, Mr. Hansen, before I call the sheriff.
All these things will be balanced in heaven.
In practical terms, it means more drunkenness and prostitution in Salt Lake. It means that tax money will be misspent and wasted and stolen. It means that, to all intents and purposes, every office of government in the territory is against us.
Is that the worst?
No. Because what if we were granted statehood right now? The Gentiles would be in control of everything. Do you think for a minute the new state government would allow Mormons to vote? It would be like Idaho all over again. The saints completely disfranchised. It would take our present situation and make it last forever.
Forever. That would be unbearable.
And then it got even worse. On May 19, 1890, the Supreme Court declared that Congress's seizure of all church property was legal and constitutional. Our last hope of defense was gone. And in Congress, a new bill was introduced, which was sure to pass, that would require a test oath that would completely disfranchise all Mormons in Utah. Completely. We would lose control of our own government forever, but the Gentiles would never allow such a law to be repealed. It was the end staring us in the face.
Brethren, please leave me now. I have to be alone. I have to pray.
For weeks, President Woodruff prayed, and early in September, President Woodruff and his first counselor, George Q. Cannon, where the first presidency had been reorganized, were in San Francisco, where they talked to Senator Leland Stanford, Henry Bigelow of the San Francisco Examiner, and Judge Morrill Esty, chairman of the recent Republican National Convention.
Put it bluntly, gentlemen, I can stand hearing the truth in plain words.
Well, I'm a United States Senator, and I'm used to prettying up the truth till you can hardly recognize it. But here it is, Mr. Woodruff. If you Mormons don't give up polygamy, we'll see you destroyed.
I don't understand why you think your church hasn't already been destroyed.
In some ways, sir, it has. In others, it could never be destroyed. But you, gentlemen, are certainly aware of the attitudes of those who will make the laws concerning us. Thank you for your clear statements.
Back in Salt Lake City, after even more prayer, President Woodruff called together his 2 counselors and 3 of the apostles.
Brethren, I have received the answer to my prayers.
A revelation?
The Lord has inspired me to make a declaration to the world. A manifesto. I went before the Lord, and the Lord told me what to write. Unfortunately, the Lord has never seen fit to give me correct grammar. And so I had George Reynolds and Charles Penrose go over it and fix my spellings. But it says what the Lord wants it to say.
May we read it?
And so all who were there read the manifesto.
Brethren, this is the will of the Lord. But I'm afraid that many of the saints, stubborn and faithful as they are, will think I am doing this on my own and will leave the church.
President Woodruff, I think you underestimate the saints.
You know what this means. It's the end of plural marriage. Not just of new plural marriages, but of all plural marriages. Perhaps the Gentiles will allow us to continue to support our plural wives, but I can't count on it. When it comes to Gentiles, I can't count on anything.
Brethren, at the beginning of this meeting, we prayed for the Spirit of God to be with us. I feel that Spirit now, and it testifies to me that this is the will of God.
One by one, the brethren spoke, and all testified as the Spirit told them to, that the manifesto was the will of God. The last to speak was Joseph F. Smith, the second counselor.
Brethren, I covenanted at the altar of God's house in the presence of the Lord to cherish the wives and children the Lord gave to me. They are dearer to me than my own happiness. I would choose to stand with them. I would rather stay with them alone, even if I was persecuted, proscribed, outlawed. I would rather wait with them for God and His wrath to turn against my enemies. I would rather resist the enemies of the church for the sake of my families to the day I die. But I have never disobeyed a revelation from God. I cannot. I dare not now. I will accept and abide by this revelation and do all I can to persuade the saints to do the same.
Brother Smith, only Jesus Christ could love you more than I do at this moment.
And so the next day, September 25th, 1890, the manifesto was published. And in General Conference on the 6th of October, 1890, it was read for the approval of the Church as a revelation binding upon all the saints. The manifesto began by mentioning the Utah Commission's recent report that plural marriages were still being performed, and that 40 had been performed since the June before.
I, therefore, as President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, do hereby, in the most solemn manner, declare that these charges are false. We are not teaching polygamy or plural marriage, nor permitting any person to enter into its practice. And I deny that either 40 or any other number of plural marriages have, during that period, been solemnized in our temples or in any other place in the territory.
Even as President Woodruff was reading the manifesto in the tabernacle, it was being read by the federal officers in Utah.
Well, Judge Zane, what do you think of the manifesto? I think Woodruff is sincere. Woodruff. But what about the rest of the Mormons? I wonder if I should believe this. Governor West, in all the years we've been prosecuting polygamists, have they ever made such an official statement before? No. They may be misguided about polygamy, but they try to be honest men, sir. If they're willing to make this statement publicly, then we have an obligation to take their word. And unless we get evidence to the contrary, assume that they mean what they say. And what do they say? This is pretty hard to understand. Why, Governor, this is surrender. They're giving up plural marriage. They've lost the battle, and they're admitting it. Just like that? Well, I, for one, intend to watch them carefully. The better they adhere to this document, the more leniently I'll treat them in my court. You? Lenient? I thought you hated Mormons. I love justice, Governor West, and I hate lawbreakers. If the Mormons will now abide by the law, they'll find me as firm a friend as I ever was an enemy. You're an odd man, Judge Zane. Odd? Because I believe in fair dealing? You seem to have a low opinion of your fellow man.
And in the tabernacle, the saints heard the manifesto and understood what it meant. And many of us in the highest councils of the church were afraid of how they would react.
Inasmuch as laws have been enacted by Congress forbidding plural marriages, which laws have been pronounced constitutional by the court of last resort, I hereby declare my intention to submit to those laws and to use my influence with the members of the church over which I preside to have them do likewise. There is nothing in my teachings to the church or in those of my associates during the time specified which can be reasonably construed to include or encourage polygamy. And when any elder of the church has used language which appeared to convey such teaching, he has been promptly reproved. And I now publicly declare that my advice to the Latter-day Saints is to refrain from contracting any marriage forbidden by the law of the land. Signed, Wilford Woodruff, President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Lorenzo Snow, President of the 12, will now present a motion.
I move that recognizing Wilford Woodruff as the President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and the only man on the earth at the present time who holds the keys of the sealing ordinances, we consider him fully authorized, by virtue of his position, to issue the manifesto which has been read in our hearing, and which is dated September 24th, 1890, and that as a church in general conference assembled, we accept his declaration concerning plural marriages as authoritative and binding.
After the vote, which was nearly unanimous in favor of the motion, President Cannon spoke to explain why the practice of the law of plural marriage was being taken from the earth. He said many things, but it boiled down to this. Just as when the saints were expelled from Missouri, the Lord ceased to require them to build up Zion there, so now the Lord was accepting the sacrifice of the saints and removing from them the necessity of living the law of plural marriage. And how did the saints receive it?
Ray, don't look so despondent.
Do I look despondent, Mabel? Well, I'm not. I'm just feeling wistful.
Why? You voted for the manifesto just as I did.
I know. And I believe President Woodruff is the prophet. The manifesto is the will of the Lord. But I just wish that...
Wish what?
Well, that the world were a better place, Mabel. That the world were the kind of place where the saints could live the Lord's commandments without interference.
But Ray, if the world were that kind of place, it would be heaven. What would we need the church for then?
You're right. Yes, you're right. But I can dream of a better world, can't I?
There were a few saints, however, who were sure they knew better than the prophet knew. And unfortunately, 2 of those men were apostles. John W. Taylor and Matthias Cowley both believed that the manifesto was a subterfuge.
You don't believe that, do you? The manifesto was for the world, brother, not for the saints. Joseph Smith denied plural marriage at Nauvoo all the time he was living it. We'll simply deny it again and go on living it.
But Elder Taylor, nobody's taking more plural wives, and they're no longer living with the ones they have.
No, brother. Most people are doing that. But a few, a very choice few, are still living the principle. I've taken 2 more wives since the manifesto myself, and I'm an apostle with the authority to perform plural marriages.
I'm not the one to judge whether Elder Taylor and Elder Cowley were acting sincerely or not. At the time, it made little difference. What they were doing was secret, for now the church was beginning to openly excommunicate members who entered into new plural marriages in Utah territory. So far as most of the members of the church were concerned, plural marriage was over, and most of the members of the church were grateful. That commandment had been a terrible burden, one they were willing to bear as long as the Lord required it, but when the burden was lifted, you could hear a sigh of relief all over the church.
Does the manifesto mean that you're not my daddy anymore?
No, son. I'm your daddy forever and ever. And your mommy is sealed to me as my wife forever.
Then why don't you live here anymore?
Because the law says I can't. And the Lord wants us to obey the law. But I still love you. I still love you with all my heart, son.
I love you too, Daddy. Will you come visit us again tomorrow?
No, son.
When will you come then?
Well, you come to me. When you're older, you come to me, and we'll talk. You'll understand it all better then.
I hope so. I don't understand anything now.
Give me a kiss goodbye, son.
That was a great good kiss, wasn't it?
It sure was.
That's so you'll come back. Goodbye, Daddy.
Goodbye, son.
The saints were relieved, but there were many broken hearts in Zion then, and many who suffered at the loss of husbands and fathers. Though the Lord eased the saints' burden, it should not be forgotten that it was because of our enemies' hatred that so many families were forced to say goodbye.
Reach out and press this electric button.
I press this button clear down here, and the capstone gets laid up on top of the temple?
That's right. That's electricity.
If only Brigham could have lived to see this.
Well, that's it. It's time to go ahead. Just listen for the architect to call out from the top of the temple. Oh, you believe it.
The prophet fall ready to be tried.
Attention, all ye house of Israel, and all ye nations of the earth. We will now lay the top stone of the temple of our God, the foundation of which was laid and dedicated by the prophet, seer, and revelator Brigham Young.
Next year, in April conference, the temple was dedicated. The dedicatory prayer was repeated several times a day for more than a month, until 75,000 people had heard the prayer and taken part in the dedication of the Salt Lake Temple. The 12-foot statue of Moroni, made of copper, covered heavily with gold, was raised into place on top of the capstone. And at last, the temple began to serve the purpose for which it was built.
It has been the custom for some of our brethren, once they had their wives and children sealed to them in the temple, to then have themselves sealed to some great man of years ago. This is not the proper use of the sealing ordinances. You are not to be sealed to Wilford Woodruff, or Brigham Young, or Joseph Smith, or any other man. Wives are sealed to their husband, and men are sealed to their fathers, and families will be bound together throughout all eternity.
And at last, the sealing ordinances were correctly understood and correctly performed in every instance.
I'm older than President Taylor was, and I'm getting pretty weak. I pray every night that the Lord will let me live until the church is out of debt. But if he doesn't grant that prayer, Lorenzo, you do it. You get us out of debt. Me? You're going to be president of this church, Lorenzo. After all, you're president of the 12, aren't you? But Lorenzo?
Yes?
Don't wait.
Wait for what?
It's the will of the Lord that from now on we must not leave the church without a president for years. No one's ever ready for it. Oh, Joseph was, and Brigham. But John and I, we aren't the great men they are. Many of the saints think that every move I make, every word I say is revealed directly from the Lord. That's the worst of the burden.
You're the prophet?
Joseph understood it. He kept trying to tell people to pay attention, to realize that sometimes he spoke as a prophet, but sometimes he spoke as a man. Most of the time...
Well, why shouldn't the Lord give you every word to say? He wouldn't need a prophet then,
Exactly.
Just a puppet.
Exactly. He leaves so much up to me. So many decisions that I have to study out. So many problems I have to solve. It's how he teaches us. So remember that, Lorenzo. If you face a terrible problem and you don't know how to solve it, and the Spirit is saying nothing to you, don't start feeling like the Lord doesn't love you anymore. He loves you. He just wants you to learn from your mistakes.
I'm likely to make mistakes that it'll take years to recover from.
The Lord will never let one of his prophets wreck the church through clumsiness, Lorenzo. If he didn't think you were up to the job, he wouldn't keep you around.
1893, Congress passed an enabling act for Utah. It was at long last permission for Utah to become a state.
George Q. Cannon served as Utah's delegate to Congress for years, while he was an apostle.
When you accepted your calling as an apostle, Moses, you dedicated your entire life to serving the Lord and the church. The United States Senate is an enviable place to serve, but it is a lesser calling, and you owe your first allegiance here.
My first allegiance? President Smith, it is common knowledge that the Republicans have every intention of nominating George Cannon for the Senate against me.
And George Cannon asked for and received the consent of the brethren.
Then give me your consent, too. Why not?
President Woodruff and I are in agreement. So are the 12.
I am one of the 12, and I am not in agreement.
Then, Elder Thatcher, you should look into your soul and try to discover why it is that you are not in harmony with your brethren.
Well, now they've done it, Agnes.
Done what of it?
I'm a loyal Latter-day Saint. You know that.
Oh, I do.
But I just don't think it's the church's business to tell me how to vote.
But have they?
Not in so many words. But this business with Moses Thatcher and Brigham Roberts.
Oh, that.
Yes, that. Don't you see what it can mean? If any of the brethren want to run for office, they have to get permission. That means that from now on, we'll know that any general authority who ends up running has the sanction and approval of the brethren. Well, what's to stop them from saying to Moses Thatcher, Democrat, you can't run? And then to George Cannon, Republican, you can run. Now you tell me that isn't telling every Mormon that this man is the one the brethren are putting forward as their candidate.
I think an apostle would make a very good senator.
So do I. But they're denying me the right to vote for Moses Thatcher.
You can't vote for senator anyway. The state legislature elects the senators.
Ah, but both parties have announced who they'll elect if they get a majority in the legislature.
I think it's a tempest in a teapot. If the brethren think an apostle shouldn't run, why, he shouldn't run.
You don't understand politics, Agnes.
Or else, just maybe, you don't understand the brethren.
Brethren, I think we've been perfectly clear. The political rule of the church is that before seeking public office, any leader in the church should ask the proper authorities for consent to be released from his church duties in order to seek and carry out political ones. Elder Thatcher, President Roberts has agreed to this completely. This document is ready for the signature of all the brethren, including you, Elder Thatcher.
Brethren, I will not sign it.
Elder Thatcher, your attitude requires explanation.
This rule leaves open too great a possibility of abuse. It allows church authorities to decide which Mormons may run for office and which may not.
On the contrary, Brother Thatcher, a man may run for office with or without the consent of his brethren, but if he runs for office without their consent, he is to be removed from his responsibilities in the church.
That is punishing a man for exercising his political freedom.
Elder Thatcher, that is relieving a man of church duties he does not respect.
Brethren, don't you see that the church must remain free of political involvement?
Elder Thatcher, don't you see? We have said that we will never use this rule to stop a man from exercising his political conscience, only to stop an irreplaceable man from abandoning his duties, if we can. The only way that the political rule could ever be used to force a man to violate his conscience or to manipulate the voting is if we of the First Presidency and the 12 turn out to be liars. If we're honest men, there's no problem with this document, and you should sign it. If you refuse to sign it, you are saying that you think we're lying and we intend to rule politically.
I'm not saying anything of the kind.
I'm telling you that if you respect your calling and the brethren of this quorum, you will sign.
I respect my own freedom and the freedom of the saints too much to sign.
Is that final?
That's final, President Smith. I'm sorry, but I must follow my conscience.
I'm sorry, too. It would have been so much better if you had followed the Spirit of God, because right now your conscience is nothing more than your pride. Elder Thatcher, your stubbornness grieves us all. We love you,
and we regret losing your fellowship. And so the political manifesto was issued with the signatures of all the general authorities except two. Anthony H. Lund didn't sign because he was presiding over the mission in Europe, and Moses Thatcher didn't sign because he disagreed with the document. A year later, Elder Thatcher was still so out of harmony with the 12 that he was severed from the quorum and deprived of his apostleship and other offices in the priesthood. He only avoided being excommunicated by finally signing an apology. He was a fine man, but pride took him out of his high calling. If he had remained faithful, he probably would have been president of the Quorum of the 12 before he died.
It's final. It was just signed. Utah's a state. President Cleveland just signed a law making Utah a state.
And in San Francisco, on September 2nd, 1898, President Wilford Woodruff died. And so it was that Lorenzo Snow, at the age of 84, became the last president of the Mormon Church who was not born a member. The saints were surprised when, instead of waiting for years, President Snow waited only 11 days to reorganize the first presidency. Wilford Woodruff had told him not to wait long, but there was another reason he hurried. President Snow, will you be long?
Oh, I'm afraid I might. President Woodruff's passing has left me with a load of care, and I need to pray tonight. You and the other doorkeepers go. I'll leave when I'm ready.
Well, good night, President Snow. God bless you.
Yes, God bless me.
A being appeared to him standing in the air 3 feet above the floor. He looked as if he were standing on a plate of gold. Later, before his death, President Snow told of this vision to his granddaughter, Allie Pond, and said to her,
"It was right here that the Lord Jesus Christ appeared to me at the time of the death of President Woodruff. He instructed me to go right ahead and reorganize the first presidency of the church at once, and not wait, as had been done after the death of the previous presidents, and that I was to succeed President Woodruff. Now, granddaughter, I want you to remember that this is the testimony of your grandfather, that he told you with his own lips that he actually saw the Savior here in the temple and talked with him face to face."
It was a witness to President Snow and to all of us that the Lord takes no less interest in the saints today than he took at the beginning, when Joseph was the prophet who saw God the Father in a grove of trees in New York.
Brethren, I feel inspired to call George Cannon and Joseph Smith to be my counselors, as they were counselors to President Woodruff, and to fill the vacancy that President Woodruff's passing leaves in the Council of the 12. I feel that it is the Lord's will that Rutger Clausen be called to that position.
But for all that President Snow succeeded smoothly to the presidency, all was not so smooth.
I have looked over the records, Elder Grant, and I discover that the church owes millions of dollars.
If only it were as simple as just paying off the debts.
What are the other problems?
The church's income from tithing every year is not enough even to meet current expenses, let alone pay interest or principal on our debts. The situation is hopeless if things go on as they are.
Then what do you suggest, Heber?
Well, President Snow, the idea is hardly mine alone, but we've been doing some research. As trustee and trust of the church, you have the right to issue bonds.
Bonds? Who would buy them? Bonds are just another form of debt.
Ah, but what if you sell them to the saints? Then the church will only be in debt to its members.
Would they buy them?
If they haven't the dedication to support the church financially, they are not worthy to have the church at all.
Well, I wonder how that would go over in a conference talk.
I think it would go over very well.
And why haven't you said it?
President Snow, just because I think it's a good idea doesn't mean I have the courage to present it publicly. The saints have suffered terribly from the panic of '93, and they still haven't recovered. There's a drought in southern Utah. How can we ask them to contribute more?
We'll issue $1 million worth of bonds, Elder Grant. And as to asking the saints to sacrifice, the bonds are only the beginning, I fear. I looked at the tithing records, too. Did you know that if the amount of tithing we receive were really 10% of everything the saints earn, our poor brothers and sisters are only earning $10 a year or so?
I think some of them got out of the habit of paying tithing during the panic.
I think some of them don't realize that the Lord takes careful notice of whether they love Him or their money more. I'm going to St. George. Perhaps I'll have something to say to the saints there.
President Snow! President Snow, welcome. Welcome to St. George.
Forgive my appearance, brothers and sisters. I'm so covered with dust that I feel as if I've been buried without having to go to the trouble of passing away first.
Sorry about the dust, sir. Here, let me help you down. We haven't had a speck of rain in so long that the reservoirs are nearly dry. The rivers don't run. And we don't know how we'll get any crops this year, any more than last.
The Lord hasn't forgotten you. Yes, here, I must get out of this carriage. Thank you.
Will you lead us in praying for rain?
Praying for rain? But haven't you been praying for rain already?
Oh, yes. In every meeting, in every home, every morning and every night, and at every meal, and practically every time we look at our dying fields.
Do you think the Lord listens to me more than He listens to all these righteous saints?
The thought has some merit.
Well, I need to rest now, but tomorrow we'll talk about rain.
And so the saints in St. George gathered to hear the words of the prophet. Those of us who knew President Snow remember him as the most prophetic-looking man, the holiest-looking man who ever lived. His eyes shone with glory, and his face was as meek with love as I imagined the Savior's to be. But when he spoke to the congregation, there was fire in his voice. You see, he was inspired to quote the prophet Malachi, and the message was direct.
Brothers and sisters, the Lord once spoke to you about your drought. He gave His words to the prophet Malachi, and He said, "Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, Wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offerings. Ye are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation. Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house, and prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven, and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it." Brothers and sisters, What are you in need of, if not to have the windows of heaven open to you? Bring your tithes into the storehouse. Replenish the house of the Lord. 1/10 of all you own, and 1/10 of all your increase thereafter, and the Lord will send rain to you, and your crops will be saved. That is the promise of the Lord. Will you do it? Will you stop robbing God?
Maybe 10% isn't enough. Maybe we should have given 50%. Well, it solves the tithing problem for next year. No increase at all. Just losses. Losses and losses and losses.
Was that thunder?
I recognize the sound, even though I haven't heard it in a couple of years.
Look! Look, the clouds are black, and they're coming our way.
See those dark streaks under the clouds.
It's rain. It's rain, isn't it?
Rain. Rain.
Oh, the Lord has accepted our offering.
Where are you going?
Oh, to close the windows of the house so the rain won't get in.
Let it. Let the rain come in everywhere. Heavens, we have a year-old child now who doesn't even know what rain is.
Come on in. You might get struck by lightning.
If I do, I'll die happy. Rain, rain, rain.
Time. And the saints awoke to their responsibilities, and the church was well on the road to being out of debt and completely self-supporting. There were a few setbacks, though. Brigham Roberts was finally elected as a Democratic representative to Congress, and the House of Representatives refused to seat him because he had been convicted of plural marriage and was still known to live with his wives. They were 12 good years.
What would you advise on the question of taking the paper back and the church running it again?
I hope you will. President Snow, I hope it isn't presumptuous of me, but I always felt that it was a tragedy when the paper was turned over to the canons to run. It's the church paper. It should be run by the church.
Then you'll be happy to know that today the control of the Deseret News returned to the church, to me as trustee in trust. Who do you recommend as editor?
Why, I know an editor with 12 years' experience and long affection for the paper. If you're interested in having a 67-year-old man get into the business again.
When I was 67, I was practically a child. But I suppose you'll do. The job is yours.
And I kept the job until they made me an apostle and sent me to preside over the European mission.
Many men have wondered why God sent us here to earth. Some claim that it was because God was amused by us. He created us for his good pleasure and for no other purpose. But I can't believe in such a meaningless creation. Others say that it was so he would not be lonely. But again, we were not made to be the playthings of a being who lacked any other toys. God is our Father, and like a father, he is raising up his children to become like him. Do you think this is the only earth that has ever been? The course of God is one eternal round, generation after eternal generation. As man is, God once was. As God is, man may be.
President Snow's impact on the imagination, the beliefs, the practices, and the faith of the saints was far greater than you might imagine when you notice only that he served as president for just 37 months. And Joseph F. Smith found himself set apart as president of the entire church.
Out here, sir. Take your bag, sir.
Take me to the Hotel Utah, please.
Right, sir. Come on, Dandy. Giddy up. 2 horses, Governor. But it's only one that takes any real direction at all. Giddy up.
Looks like good times for your business.
Oh, it does. Lots of people coming to Salt Lake City these days. Lots of trains, lots of everything. Get a horse! Them idiots motor cars, scaring horses and racing along in unsafe speeds. 20 miles an hour, you know. They stink like the bloody blazes.
They are rather fun to ride in.
They're just a novelty. Motor cars will never replace a good solid carriage and horses, that's for sure. There's 5 of them in Salt Lake City. Did you know that?
Imagine. 5.
Salt Lake City. Oh, we've got electricity to the whole city, you know. Electric street lights. Lovely sunny night.
You seem to be proud of your city, my man.
I am. And you know what would make it perfect? If there wasn't no Mormons in it.
Oh, really? I understand that the Mormons built it.
Yeah, well, but they think they runs it all. Look, we're coming up on the temple. They used to capture young girls in the East and drag them here and keep them prisoner until they consented to be the prophet's 150th wife. Regular errands they had.
Indeed?
Oh, yeah. And they tell you that it's all over and done with. But I know better than that. There's polygamy wives all over the city. All over. Oh, those Mormons, they're smart ones, they are. There's probably kidnapped women in the temple right now, waiting for old Joseph F. to come to them.
Joseph F.?
Yeah, he's a prophet. Yeah, liar. Do you know that the state legislature brings him every piece of legislation for his approval? And if he doesn't grant it, they won't pass it. He's the real governor in this state.
Is this the Hotel Utah, my man?
It is. But don't bother tipping anybody. The Mormon Church owns this hotel. You're just putting money in their $1 million tithing fund so they can take over the world.
Here's for your trouble. Oh, and thanks for your interesting geography lesson on the city.
Oh, no trouble at all.
But in the future, you might take the trouble to find out whether your passenger is a Mormon before you tell him all these things.
You're a Mormon?
My name is Reed Smoot.
A Mormon apostle?
Yes, I am. And just so you know it, that is the most absurd pack of lies I have ever heard in my life.
I know, but they love to hear it. Everybody wants to hear how awful the Mormons are.
Well, you certainly tell them. The people who got Brigham Roberts denied his seat in the House will work just as hard to deny me mine in the Senate.
You can handle it.
In the church?
We can handle anything, provided the Lord's on our side, which he usually seems to be.
Oh, President Smith, another thing. When I came into town, my cabbie spent the whole trip from the railroad station regaling me with stories about the terrible Mormon church and how it's trying to take over the world. Now, that's the view non-Mormon tourists get of the church when they visit this city.
I know it. But what can I do about the cabbies? They have the right to say what they like.
But we need to make sure that the tourists hear the other side of the story. Why not have some information center right on Temple Square? Everyone comes to see the temple. We might just as well teach them a little about our history and what Mormonism's about.
I'll think about it. Sounds like a good idea to me. Maybe we'll even convert some people.
I wouldn't complain if we did.
And the legislature of the state of Utah has elected the Honorable Reed Smoot to be the senator from Utah to represent our state in Washington.
Reverend Patton, it's a foul night. Can I come in?
You can, Mr. Critchlow. Why would a lawyer be coming to see a minister?
I understand you are opposed to having Reed Smoot sit in the United States Senate for the state.
Opposed is such a mild word. I don't like the idea of my representative in Congress being one of those 15 men who rule this state with an iron hand.
15?
The first presidency in the Council of the 12.
15 men.
Oh, yes, it's quite a club those Mormons have. When one of them dies, they elect a successor.
I need your help.
Well, that's what a pastor's for.
I want to oppose Smoot's seating in Congress.
He's already been elected.
I want to petition Congress to refuse to seat him, to send him packing back to Salt Lake City.
Can it be done?
I can draw up the petitions. I already have. But I need facts. I need information, witnesses, and plenty of signatures from respectable men so that the Senate will take the protest seriously.
Do you think you can succeed?
I think we can. Reed Smoot is a nice enough fellow. You know, I've had dealings with him in the past. And he isn't a polygamist like Roberts was, so it will be harder. But I want to make it plain to the Mormons that they can't just decide to put their own agent in Washington and expect us to take it lying down. Are you with me?
I am.
And so, before I even got to Washington, the petition was there.
We protest for the reason that he is one of a self-perpetuating body of 15 men who claim supreme authority to shape the belief and control the conduct of those under them in all matters whatsoever, civil, religious, and temporal, and spiritual, and who thus countenance and connive at violations of the laws of the state prohibiting polygamy.
Polygamy. The old bugaboo. But it still worked. They seated me in the Senate, but then organized a committee to investigate the charges and decide whether I was entitled to my seat in Congress. But because, while the matter was being discussed, I was a voting member of the Senate, I was able to make some friends. One of them was the greatest president of my time, Theodore Roosevelt.
Well, Mr. Smoot, your friends in the Senate are saying some terrible things about you.
President Roosevelt, I appreciate your giving me this chance to talk to you.
You're a Republican, Smoot, and a senator who can vote for the time being. I want you on my side.
I want you on mine. Now, don't worry. I'm not asking for public support. What the Senate does to its members is officially none of your business, and they'd stomp all over you if you interfered.
I'm glad you understand that. Saves me having to explain it to you.
But I admire you tremendously, President Roosevelt, and I want your respect. So, I've come to tell you now, from the start, who I am and where I stand. Mr. President, I am not now and never have been a polygamist.
So I hear.
In any sense of the word. You know as well as I do that the moral standards of many members of Congress are not very high.
Yeah, the correct word is non-existent.
Why, I've heard of senators and congressmen who leave their wives home and keep mistresses here in Washington whom they take out in public and treat just as if they were wives. Now, I call that polygamy, sir. The worst kind of polygamy, an indecent thing, and I don't think such men have any business being in Congress.
Well, if the people keep electing them, what can we do?
But these are the very men who are presuming to judge me and to do it on the basis of polygamy. Mr. President, I have never been unfaithful to my wife. Never. How many senators can say that?
Well, the statistics on that question would make fascinating reading.
But they're claiming that I am following the dictates of the president of the Mormon Church.
Are you?
I am not. Before I ran for the office, I made it perfectly clear to President Smith that I would follow my own conscience and would not respond kindly to any efforts to influence my votes or my actions.
And he didn't fire you?
He embraced me, sir. Told me that he wouldn't have it any other way. The only person from whom you should take advice, he told me, is the Lord himself in your daily prayers.
But what if the president of the church, as a matter of principle, told you to do a thing which violated your conscience?
I'd resign.
From the Senate? Or from the, what do they call it, the Council of the 12?
Well, I'll decide that when I come to it. But in the Senate, I represent the people of Utah, not the Mormon Church. I just want you to know that.
I believe you, Mr. Smoot, and I can give you this much support. If anyone asks me what I think of Reed Smoot, I'll tell him that I think he's a fine man, a top-grade senator. And I think the Senate would be a pack of fools if they didn't seat you. And I'd even tell that to a senator.
Well, I couldn't ask for more.
Maybe you couldn't, but I get hundreds of visitors every year who ask for much more. If I granted every request I get, I'd have to change the ambassador of England every 3 days. Everybody wants the job. Nobody wants to be ambassador of Peru. Mr. Smoot, are you with me?
On what?
On my policies.
Well, that, sir, would depend on the policy, don't you think?
Bully, Mr. Smoot. I admire a man who won't be owned. Well, I think we'll work together well enough. Come again to see me, Mr. Smoot. I think we'll get along.
The committee investigating me dragged on for 2 years, hearing witness after witness. They heard witnesses who testified to the fact that I opposed polygamy even before the manifesto. They heard witnesses who testified that I was a decent man. They heard witnesses who testified that the Mormons were a conspiracy out to take over the world. And some of the witnesses were the kind of men I wouldn't have wanted ever to see dragged into such an investigation.
Mr. Smith, you are president of the Mormon Church?
I am president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, yes.
Mr. Smith, I understand that you have several wives.
I have.
5 of them, to be exact?
That's correct. I married all of them before the manifesto of 1890.
However, you have had several children born since the manifesto.
That is correct.
Are you aware that this puts you in violation of the law?
Since the manifesto, it has been the practice in Utah, with the full knowledge and consent of the non-Mormon population, to let those of us who had already taken on the responsibility for plural wives and families before the manifesto to continue caring for them as families. To my knowledge, as president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, no new plural marriages have been performed since the manifesto. That is the policy of the church, and we don't teach otherwise.
Non-Mormon leaders in Salt Lake City came to testify that President Smith was right. Instead of forcing polygamists to abandon their innocent wives and children, they were allowed to continue to live with them and care for them. Eventually, old age and death would take care of the last of the polygamists, and no one wanted to persecute them any further. However, one scandal did erupt, one that shocked even the saints, who were used to negative publicity.
Gentlemen of the committee, I have to report to you that the 4 apostles of the Mormon Church who have been accused of taking polygamous wives since 1890 will not appear.
Will not appear? Why?
Brigham Young Jr. and Abraham O. Woodruff have died.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Where they are, however, subpoenas, even from Congress, are treated with little respect.
But the other 2 apostles, John W. Taylor and Matthias Cowley, have refused to appear.
Refused to appear? They refuse an answer to a congressional subpoena? I don't believe what you're saying.
And the reason soon came out. Both Apostle Taylor and Apostle Cowley had taken plural wives since the manifesto, and both had performed plural marriage in direct opposition to the stated policy of the first presidency of the church. Both men soon resigned from the Council of the 12. In his letter of resignation, John W. Taylor, son of the prophet John Taylor, said,
I have always believed that the government of the United States had jurisdiction only with its own boundaries, and that the term laws of the land in the manifesto meant that the manifesto would apply only within the United States.
His plural marriages had been performed in Mexico, where polygamy was still being quietly entered into. However, Taylor admitted that Wilford Woodruff had clearly stated that the manifesto applied to church members throughout the world, but Taylor refused to be bound by Woodruff's interpretation.
I have never taken that interpretation as binding upon me or the church, because it was never presented for adoption by the common consent of the conference, and I have disputed its authority as a law or a rule of the church.
And so Taylor and Cowley were removed from leadership positions in the church. This, more than any other act, convinced many that the church was serious about stamping out polygamy. And if there was any doubt, President Smith issued a proclamation in 1904 called the Second Manifesto.
I hereby announce that all plural marriages are prohibited, and if any officer or member of the church shall assume to solemnize or enter into any such marriage, you will be deemed in transgression against the church and will be excommunicated from the church.
The saints in the conference voted unanimously to support that policy. 7 years later, John W. Taylor was found to have taken a sixth wife, even after this policy was announced. He was excommunicated from the church.
This committee to investigate the worthiness of Senator Reed Smoot to a seat in the United States Senate has reached a conclusion. There will be a majority report and a minority report to the whole Senate for a vote. But the majority of this committee recommended to the Senate the following resolution. Resolved that Reed Smoot is not entitled to a seat as a senator of the United States from the state of Utah.
Why not? I don't see why he can't have a seat in the Senate. There's absolutely
A negative report. I felt that if I were not seated in the Senate, it would be impossible for a prominent Mormon ever to be elected to office again. But it turned out that I had more friends in the Senate than I had in the committee. For one thing, President Roosevelt had been helping.
Senator Dillingham, I believe that if Mr. Smoot or anyone else disobeys the law, he ought to be turned out of Congress immediately. But if he hasn't personally broken the law, if he's an upright and reputable man in his public and private relations, it would be an outrage to turn him out because of his religious belief.
I quite agree, Mr. President. Smoot is one of the finest men I've ever known.
And on the floor of the Senate, there were quite a few speeches.
Gentlemen of the Senate, if the committee investigation into Senator Smoot, indeed into the entire history of Mormonism through the last few decades, has shown us one thing, it is that Mr. Smoot is an honorable man who has one wife to whom he has been unfailingly loyal. And I tell you the truth, gentlemen, I'd rather sit in Congress with a polygamist who doesn't polig than with a monogamist who doesn't monog.
In the end, 42 senators voted for me, and only 28 opposed me. There were 20 who abstained. In the book of Revelation, the Lord says quite clearly what he thinks of those who are neither hot nor cold.
Well, Senator Smoot, welcome back to Salt Lake, and congratulations on surviving the worst that our enemies could throw at us.
Well, not quite the worst. They had Judge Taylor as chief counsel for my opponents. You remember the same man who led the attack on Brigham Roberts? Well, he might have done a better job than was done by my enemies, but President Roosevelt up and appointed him federal judge for life in northern Ohio. Kind of got him out of Washington and off my case, and so things went better for me from then on.
You're in debt to Roosevelt, then?
Well, as a man I am, but as a senator I'm not. I'm independent in Washington, President Smith. I vote my conscience.
It's good to stay out of debt, political and financial.
I know it.
And that goes for churches as well as senators. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, Reed. Tithing is up every year. We've been able to repay most of our creditors. I believe that within a couple of years we'll be completely out of long-term debt, without a single debt that we couldn't instantly pay if we needed to.
Quite an accomplishment.
It's the saints' accomplishment, not ours. They heeded the words of President Snow. They obeyed, and they received the natural reward. The church will go on thriving. Someday we might even be prosperous. What do you think?
Frankly, I doubt it. But you never know. As far as the church was concerned, polygamy was dead. And even though Eastern magazines tried to keep the issue alive in order to bolster their circulation, polygamy was never used as a legal basis to attack the church again. But there was another side to the problem. Because a small group of saints refused to give up polygamy, and they were one by one excommunicated from the church, they began to band together into fundamentalist splinter groups, trying to claim that they were the true church now. When John Taylor was excommunicated in 1911, he became their natural target. They thought he would join them. After all, he obviously believed polygamy should still be practiced, didn't he?
Oh, morning, Brother Taylor. Want me to unhitch the horses?
If you would, I'd be grateful.
Oh, Brother Fields, he's in. I figure he'd be glad to see you.
Thank you.
Why, Brother Taylor, come in. Why aren't you in conference?
Oh, I try not to annoy the brethren. They'd prefer not to have me show up on Temple Square.
Oh, Brother Taylor, I forgot. I guess I can't stop thinking of you as an apostle no matter what's happened.
That's all right, Sister Fields. I spent more of my life as an apostle than not. And sometimes I even forget myself. No, but not for long. Not for long.
Brother Taylor.
Actually, you know, I'm not even a brother anymore. They excommunicated me for taking another wife.
I know, but you'll always be my brother. All those years in Canada, you married my wife and me, you remember?
I remember. It's kind of you to let me stay in your house when business brings me to Salt Lake.
It's our pleasure. Are you hungry? Would you like to have something to drink?
Just a place to sit, I'm afraid, for a moment. I'm quite tired.
Alice, would you?
Of course.
Just come in and sit down.
I know Elder Taylor is here. I saw him go in. Elder Taylor.
I am not Elder Taylor anymore.
Yes, you are. You are indeed Elder Taylor. Those apostates can't take the power of God away from you. You are ordained by a prophet.
And unordained by another.
No, sir. There is no prophet today. When Wilford Woodruff signed that devilish document, he removed all power from himself. And no president of the so-called Mormon Church has had a bit of power since then.
You're entitled to your opinion, sir. I have a different one.
I've come to ask you, to offer you.
I need nothing. You can't offer me anything I want.
Before your father, the last prophet of the church, died, he ordained several men to continue plural marriage, even if the church gave it up.
If he did, he never told me about it.
You weren't there.
Neither was my father. I've heard these stories before. I've heard that they sometimes claim that I was standing watch in the living room, while Lauren Woolley and a few others like him were given all the keys of the kingdom in the other room. It's all nonsense, you know. It's not very likely that my father would leave me out of the revelation like that, and let in such a non-entity as Lauren Woolley.
Your father saw God, and Jesus Christ, and Joseph Smith.
If he saw Joseph Smith as a resurrected being, sir, he would have declared it to the whole church. He would never have kept such a vision secret.
He did it for the sake of the church.
The manifesto was also for the sake of the church.
I see you want to argue. Well, put it plain. We want you to be president of the church, Elder Taylor. You have the keys and rights. We're a small group, but a faithful one. We'll never give up polygamy.
Sir, I would rather sit in the true church and never take the sacrament because I've been excommunicated than be at the head of your false church and send myself to hell by lying about the witness of the Spirit. Joseph F. Smith is the prophet of God, and the only reason I'm out of the church is because I disobeyed him. That's my loss, not his. And I won't be used by the likes of you.
You have a responsibility. Polygamy is the most important doctrine that the Lord ever revealed. The true saints will never give it up.
Sir, you overstayed your welcome. Why thorns were invented. Right this way. That's right. And don't come back. I don't want to see you or any of your friends ever again. The Lord's church is still the Lord's church. And scoundrels like you won't persuade me to deny it.
I think you shocked him, Brother Taylor.
What does he think I am? Lyman White? A Massa Lyman? One of those other apostates who turns against the truth?
You can see why they think you'll sympathize with him, can't you?
I know. I brought it on myself.
If you'll forgive my asking, why did you take another wife if you feel this way?
When I was a young man, I had a vision in which I saw myself with 6 wives. 6. I can't help it that I never met the 6th until years after the manifesto. I had to fulfill that vision. It cost me dearly, brother. It has cost me the one thing that meant most to me in my life. My membership in the church.
Brother Taylor, I'm sorry.
Enough. Enough. I read the published conference talks. I pray daily. I study the scriptures. When I die, the Lord will know my heart, and perhaps I'll be forgiven my disobedience in the next life.
There are many influences that shape a person while he's growing up. Family, friends, and I had the best of those. My father was Abraham Smoot, once mayor of Salt Lake City, and during my whole life, the president of Utah State. He was an influence on me, so was my mother, so were my friends. But there was another influence that I'll never forget. A German professor named Karl Maser, and a little school named for the prophet Brigham Young. My name is Reed Smoot. I want to tell you the story of that school, my school.
Who is it? Warren Duty. Come in, Warren. Come in. Welcome. I'm glad you came.
Well, President Young, perhaps you don't realize it, but when a member of the church gets a letter from you asking them to pay a visit, there's precious few who wouldn't come.
Yes, but it's those few who don't come that I need most to see. Well, Warren, you and your brother Wilson have been teaching school in Provo for a long time, haven't you?
Off and on ever since 1863. 12 years now.
And from what President Abraham Smoot tells me, you've done an exceptional job. High enrollments, fine quality education.
I'm glad he feels that way.
And for the last few years, you've been running your school as the Timpanogos branch of the University of Deseret, haven't you? The territorial university.
Yes, the people of Provo are pretty proud to have even a piece of a university in town.
Then why, Warren Dusenberry, do I hear reports that you plan to close down the school?
Well, there are a lot of reasons.
I'd like to hear a few. Don't you realize that providing an education for children is the single most important job a community can do?
President Young, I'll start with the biggest reason. Money.
What's money?
It's what keeps teachers alive, just like anybody else. Wilson and I can't live by teaching, so we've turned to a lot of other activities. Community service, the things that at least pay enough to keep us alive. We don't have time to teach school anymore.
I can't think of any of your activities that are as important as a good education.
Well, President Young, if it's so all-part important, why don't the people of Provo pay for it?
Well, Warren, I see you've made up your mind.
I have.
It's just as well. Just as well. You see, I'm not altogether sure I like the idea of the government providing all the schooling in Provo. Government schools might not always teach what the church needs taught. The alternative is the Protestant schools that persist in teaching our children that Mormons are terrible people. I think there ought to be another way. So I'm going to establish a school of my own in Provo.
You're going to teach school?
No, Warren. But I'm going to provide an endowment for a school that will teach the way I would if I had the time. Brigham Young Academy, the finest school in the church, in the world someday. I want it to be that. And I want you involved, Brother Dusenberry.
President Young, I assure you that I simply can't. My teaching days are over.
Oh, I'm resigned to that. Besides, Warren, I may have a teacher who can do even better.
Oh, really?
Come on, Warren. What if I told you that I had a professor who was trained in one of the finest schools in Europe? A man who could hold his own in any university in the world. What would you think?
I think you had Carl G. Mazer.
I hate it when people outguess me. Yes, Carl Mazer, the best educated man in the church right now, Warren. I want him to teach in Provo, and I want you to help him. I want you and Wilson and Abraham Smoot to be on the board of trustees and see to it that my Brigham Young Academy gets off to a good start. Will you do it?
Of course.
Then draw up the papers, Warren, and serve as principal until Mazer can get there.
Why can't he start right now?
Because he's running the 20th Ward School, and I have to wait until something comes up so he won't be needed there.
I just hope it isn't too long.
It won't be.
It wasn't. Brigham Young Academy was officially founded in November 1875. The school opened its doors in January 1876, and in April 1876, something happened that allowed Carl G. Mazer to take charge of the school. The arsenal north of Salt Lake City blew up.
Can I help you?
Well, I was told that Bishop John Sharp of the 20th Ward was here. I must see him immediately.
He's in there, but you can't...
No, thank you very much.
But, sir, Brother Sharp is meeting with President Young.
Oh, President Young, I was looking for the Bishop Sharp.
You found him.
Why, Brother Mazer, you're completely covered with plaster.
Yes, well, I'm lucky I don't have the whole roof of the schoolhouse on my head. The arsenal just blew up.
We heard the explosion.
Yes, and so did the whole world. The ceiling is now on the floor. I cannot teach anymore until the building is repaired.
Was anyone injured?
No. Everyone is safe, but the children, they remain ignorant until the building is usable. I can't teach there in these circumstances.
That's exactly right, Brother Mazer. I want to give you a mission to teach in the Brigham Young Academy in Provo. Brother Smoot and the Board of Trustees are up here right now, and we want to hire you immediately.
What? My home, it's here in Salt Lake and Provo. I might as well be teaching in Belgium.
Is teaching in Belgium good or bad?
A mission?
That's what I said.
Well, I do it.
Good. We are establishing a church school, Brother Mazer. We want you to go to Provo to organize and conduct the academy in the name of the church. The school will exist to train other teachers to go out into the church and teach our young people according to gospel principles. Brother Mazer, I don't want you to teach so much as the multiplication tables without the Spirit of God.
And so Carl G. Mazer came to Provo to begin school.
This is it, the Lewis building.
Well, it's not in very good condition, Brother Dusenberry.
It's the best building in Provo. Can't be helped.
Belgium. I am an exile in Belgium. When does the class begin?
Well, Brother Mazer, I've been terribly busy the last few months. Class is supposed to begin at 9 o'clock.
Supposed to begin? When does it begin?
Well, usually we get started before 11.
Usually?
I'm a judge, Brother Mazer. When I have a heavy caseload, I sometimes have to cancel classes altogether.
29 students. President Young wants this to be the heart of a system of church schools. Every morning, if you are late by 1 minute, you will be punished. And if you are late 3 times, you will be removed from class and your parents informed that you are too undisciplined to learn from this school. Is that clear? Well, is that clear to all of you? You there, what's your name?
Reed Smoot, sir.
Is that clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Well, you'll be here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Is that a promise?
Yes, sir.
You keep that promise, boy, and you might amount to something yet.
His discipline was firm, and we children didn't much care for it. Being punctual was far too much to demand, we thought at the time. But gradually we realized that his rigorous insistence on work, on promptness, on discipline, on careful thinking, it all paid off. It made those of us who were willing to obey him into hard-working, responsible people. And as the school was put on a business-like basis, more and more parents began to send their children to the Brigham Young Academy. Over the years, the Brethren began to set the example. President John Taylor sent his children, as did other general authorities. People in other cities and states began to hear, again and again, the advice of the Brethren.
Send your children to Brigham Young Academy, where the finest teachers in the church will help them become some of the finest students in the world.
There you are! My school is burning down!
Yeah, sure is.
Quickly, put it out! Put out the fire!
Now, I've seen a lot of fires, Dr. Major. There's some we can put out, some we can only stand and watch. This is a watching fire.
You must do something!
Dr. Mazer, this building is gone.
Well, there you are, Dr. Mazer.
Abraham Smoot, how much education do you think you can place in a warehouse?
It's the only building with a room for a school, Carl. It's the best we can do.
Well, then I simply have to make sure that we teach better. Thank you for finding us this place.
Abraham, you're out of your mind.
You aren't the first to think so.
Do you know how the Salt Lake Tribune is going to report this? Stake president and John Taylor going to court?
Not court. Arbitration.
This is absurd. Instead of insisting on arbitration, why don't you just make a counteroffer?
I'm really in a pretty absurd position, aren't I?
Absurd is a mild way of putting it.
Well, John, Brigham Young Academy can't survive without the help of the church.
Doesn't President Taylor send his own children to Provo to go to school? He's your best friend. Don't turn him into an enemy of the school.
Once again, I did not receive my salary this month.
There's a reason for that. The academy doesn't have any money.
Brother Smoot, I know you can't get blood from a stone, but you also can't get very good teaching from dead teachers. There's a serious risk that my creditors will foreclose on everything I own. This is hardly the way to raise a family.
I know that the faculty is going through difficulties.
Difficulties? We're donating our services.
And I'm donating mine.
You're a rich man, Brother Smoot.
I was, Dr. Talmage. But this academy has taken as much from me as it has from you. We're all sacrificing. And I hope you'll bear with us a little longer. The whole church is suffering right now.
Oh, of course I'll bear with you. I just thought you didn't know what we were suffering.
I do know, Dr. Talmage. But Brigham Young promised me that it would all be worth it in the end.
Even Carl Mazer reached a point where he couldn't stand it anymore.
Oh, my dear wife and my dear children, I want you to pack up everything. I've received an offer to join the Territorial University. They pay salaries in real money up there. I have decided to accept. You pack up.
And so his family packed. And then, for 3 days, they sat on their trunks, wondering when the move would actually happen.
Carl, we are packed. We have been packed for days. When do we move to Salt Lake City?
I don't know how to tell you, but I keep feeling that I shouldn't go. Last night I had a vision. I saw the university. Oh, yes, my dear, a university. Dozens of tall and beautiful buildings upon the hill. And among those buildings was a temple of God. Yes, it was beautiful. I can't forsake that dream. I will stay.
The dream of the university. Well, eventually the financial problems were straightened out. After the manifesto, the church was able to devote more and more money to education. And wealthy Provo citizens like Jesse Knight took over as fundraisers after my father passed away. Brigham Young Academy finally began to become a legitimate teachers' college, even though it still operated primarily as a high school. And then, suddenly, there came another threat to the school. Only this time, it wasn't financial. It came from the church itself.
Dr. Mazer, the church wants you to leave Brigham Young Academy.
Leave? Now that I have finally got it going properly? No, never. I will not go. Where do they want me?
They want you to serve as the first general superintendent of the church school system. They want you
to educate all the children of the church.
More or less, that's right, Brother Mazer.
Oh, this is why the Lord sent the missionaries to Saxony to baptize me. This is the work that I was born to do. Yes, I'll do it.
And when Dr. Mazer left Brigham Young Academy, his replacement was Benjamin Clough, Jr., the young man who had dreamed of a university. He believed that the Provo school should be the center of the church school system. But who was his chief opponent in that belief?
Dr. Mazer.
You don't understand, Benjamin.
I understand perfectly well. This directly says that from now on, there will be only one church university in Salt Lake City, under Willard Young and James E. Talmy.
That is correct. But the Brigham Young Academy in Provo will still be a teacher's college. It will still
Nonsense. Brigham Young Academy is meant to be the center of all church education. You taught me that yourself.
Brother Clough, my dear young student, do you oppose the church university in Salt Lake because you think it is wrong? Or because you are not to be president?
Mazer and Clough didn't always get along very well, but it turned out that this threat to Brigham Young University came to nothing. A financial panic in the East, what we would call a depression today, suddenly dried up much of the church's money.
Dr. Mazer, the University of Utah can easily handle all of Utah's need for teachers. We're simply duplicating efforts here. Let Brigham Young Academy in Provo and the schools in Logan and Ogden go back to being high schools. They should feed their students here.
Oh, but James, what about the gospel? Don't we need to teach the gospel along with the college subject?
There's nothing taught at the University of Utah that's incompatible with the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Yes, this year. But you will not always be president.
As this crisis was coming to a head, however, Benjamin Clough was not in Provo. He was instead heading a scientific expedition to search for remains of Zarahemla in Colombia. While he was gone, George Brimhall was acting president. And so, as the moment of decision came, it seemed that Brigham Young Academy was doomed to become a high school and nothing more. Even President Lorenzo Snow seemed to favor the idea of letting the state university train all the teachers.
I'm proud of our schools, brethren. I admire the sentiment that our schools were founded to make Latter-day Saints and to qualify young men to teach the gospel. That is very true. But should we not gain an influence in the Gentile world as far as we possibly can? I say we should.
The whole matter was up to the brethren. I talked to George Brimhall about it one day. George was a good friend of mine since school days.
I don't know what I can do. I've told the brethren my opinion whenever any of them has asked. But Dr. Talmage has a bit more influence than I have.
But George, aren't you even worried about it?
Oh, not really. Dr. Mazer once had a vision of this school the way it should be. And Brigham Young used to tell him that this school was meant to be the center of the church school system. The way I figure it, either the Lord has changed his mind, or the Lord will change their minds. And whatever happens will be the will of the Lord.
And so the decision came from the brethren.
If we could be sure that saints would always be in control of the University of Utah, I'd say let's let that be the only university we support. But it's a government school, not a church school. And I feel strongly that we must maintain our own colleges.
if we are to be sure that our young people can get the education they need.
But President Snow, the University of Utah has funding to get the finest teachers. A church can't possibly match that.
Perhaps not, but tell me this. Where is the state's higher education going to carry our children?
And when the vote of the Church Board of Education was taken, the decision was to leave the church schools in existence. Only a few years later, it was decided that Brigham Young Academy would be the only full 4-year college in the church.
We are now Brigham Young University.
I only hope their head grows large enough to fill their hat. University, why, they're hardly qualified to be a high school.
George knew that the name was more a goal than a fact.
A university, when only a few members of the faculty have even been to an accredited college. Well, it's a dream. Now I must fulfill it. And you can help fulfill it if you will, Dr. Fletcher.
I can't guarantee I'll stay forever.
Harvey Fletcher, you graduated summa cum laude from the University of Chicago. Do you know anything?
Hardly anything at all.
Excellent. Teach all your students at Brigham Young University to understand how little they know, and teach them how to find out all they need to know. It will cost $100,000, Brother Grant.
$100,000? That's an awfully strong commitment you're asking the church to make, George.
Brethren, either Brigham Young University is the church's university or it isn't. If it isn't, let me know so I can get a job with a decent salary. If it is, then let's make it a university the church can be proud of.
Sounds like you're asking for a commitment, all right. Well, George, you win. You'll have your new college building. Where do you plan to build it?
Up here, on the top of the hill, where it can be seen from all over Provo.
Why, that's a long walk from the rest of the campus. Why put it so far away?
Because it's only the beginning. Down with the rest of the campus, there's hardly room for more than a few more buildings. But up here, the campus can grow until it reaches the mountains themselves.
Ambitious, aren't you?
I guess so. But if the church is going to fill the whole world, why not plan on having the church's university fill a few acres?
Hold that fireman!
Sir, is it true then?
An armistice, soldier. The world war is over.
Did we win?
As near as I can tell, son, we did!
Yeah! We're going home!
Senator Reed Smoot, how good of you to come.
Mohammed, as they say, comes to the mountain, Senator Lodge.
I hope you refer to my stature and not my corpulence, Senator Smoot.
Now, come on, Cabot. We both know what this is about. The war is over, and President Wilson is determined to convince us that we lost it.
Lost it? I doubt that even that old Democrat...
Well, he wants us to surrender our national sovereignty to the League of Nations, doesn't he? So far as I know, Cabot, the nations who lost the right to determine their own policies were the ones that lost the war.
Well, I can see you won't take much persuading.
I oppose the League of Nations, yes, and so do you.
Well, not precisely. I would gladly enter it, provided there were some controls, some reservations. Fair ones.
Now, I don't know how to join it without surrendering sovereignty.
We can't, of course. But we Republicans can't very well come out against it, or Wilson will make us look like we're opposed to peace and cooperation between nations. So we must support it in principle and then amend the thing to death.
An excellent strategy.
Will you help me, Reed?
Of course.
Yes?
Well, I may have some trouble at home in Utah.
How so?
I have a feeling that quite a few of my most important constituents don't share my views.
You'll do fine, Reed. Just fine. You aren't up for re-election for 2 more years. America has finally become a great power. Let's see to it that we don't throw it all away. The only sure peace is when one nation is strong enough, no one else dares to attack it. and that nation had better be us.
What's all this crowd here for?
There's a soldier coming home today, the first of the boys to come home from France.
Looks like the whole state's here to see him.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, look, there's Heber J. Grant, the Mormon Church president.
Him? But he looks like a businessman.
What did you expect? A robe and wings?
Horns and a tail. Oh, there's the soldier now.
Mom!
Oh, son, welcome.
Welcome home, son. Hi, Dad. Oh, what a crowd.
Oh, look who came. President Grant.
President.
Hello, son. Welcome home.
Oh, thank you, sir. I mean, President Grant.
I know you want to go home with your family pretty quickly, but you're the first Mormon boy to come back to Utah after the war. So you're going to have to put up with a couple of short speeches. Mine, for instance.
That's fine. I mean, yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, we are joyous today because the Great War is over. The victory was won. And today the first of our sons has come home to us. But this war, great as it was, is only the first battle in a far greater struggle. The war against war itself. God has blessed this nation with a president who loves peace. He is working to bring into existence a League of Nations, an international court where nations can meet in peace to settle their differences. I believe nothing could please God more than to see his efforts succeed. Let us pray that they will be the last ever to have to die in such a conflict. There, son, that was pretty short, wasn't it?
President Grant, does your speech mean that you support the League of Nations?
I think my opinions were pretty clearly expressed.
Is this official church endorsement of the League?
The church takes official stands in conferences, not on railroad platforms. Help me into the car, Brother Roberts. My ankle got twisted yesterday. Thanks. Come along with me.
Good.
Well, President Grant, I must say I'm grateful to you for that statement.
I'm not sure yet how wise I was to make it, Brother Roberts.
I only wish you'd come out for the League in conference.
Joseph Fielding Smith, before he died, warned me that the church's political power is a fragile thing.
Fragile? Why, if you gave the word, all the saints would vote together.
Yes, that may be true. But if I actually exercised that power, I'm afraid I'd lose it.
Lose it?
Gentiles still outnumber saints in this world, and I suspect that won't be changing soon. The threat of our power makes them treat us nicely. The use of it would only make us enemies.
President Grant, I feel strongly that the League of Nations is the only hope of peace in this world.
I put my faith in Christ. But the League is the best hope available to us at the moment, yes.
We need to fight for the League with every weapon that we have.
We'll see.
You know Nibley opposes the League.
Well, Bishop Nibley and I have been known to disagree on political questions. He is a Republican. So far as I know, that probably won't keep him out of heaven.
Well, Charlie Nibley says that Smoot is opposing the League, too.
The traffic's getting terribly heavy. Pretty soon every family in Salt Lake will have a motor car.
Aren't you going to do anything about Elder Smoot?
Elder Roberts, what would you have me do?
Of all the general authorities, he's the only one who actually gets a vote on the matter. The only one.
He opposed polygamy in 1888. Did you know that?
Before the manifesto?
And his own mother was a plural wife. His father considered him to be virtually an apostate at one time.
He was stubborn.
So far as I know, there is no recorded case in history of anyone or anything changing Reed's mind. It's a good thing he was born in the church, is all I can say.
Won't he respect the wishes of the prophet?
He may be right, you know.
He's right about following his conscience. It's his conscience that's wrong.
But tell me, Brigham, if I told you I opposed the League of Nations, would it make you think the League was wrong?
Well, that's just a hypothetical case.
Just hypothetical, that's right. Think about it, Brigham. Reed isn't the only stubborn man in the church.
Are you saying that Reed Smoot, an apostle of the Lord, isn't a good Latter-day Saint?
Well, all the rest of the brethren are for the League.
That's where you're wrong, Nels. Bishop Nibley, for instance.
Presiding bishops aren't sustained as prophets, seers, and revelators.
And Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith and Apostle David O. McKay oppose the League, Nels. They are sustained as prophets, seers, and revelators.
But all the other brethren...
The majority favor the League. But it is still possible for a man to be a good Latter-day Saint and oppose it.
But the brethren can quote the scriptures that support the League.
And elders McKay and Smith and Smoot can quote other scriptures that oppose it.
But then, President Brimhall, if the brethren disagree, how can we know what to do?
Hasn't it ever occurred to you, Nels, that the good Lord created you with a mind, and that he sometimes expects you to make it up all by yourself?
But one of them must be right, and the other's wrong.
Maybe both sides have a little bit of right and a little bit of wrong. The world isn't made in black and white.
I just said the same thing to Ernie Wilkinson just the other day.
And what did he say?
No, he just said that if it's gray, it's because it has black in it.
I support the League of Nations too, Nels. But make sure in everything you do that you remember that while you and Senator Smoot disagree on a political question, you both agree on something far more important.
The gospel.
Both you and the senator want to see the same kind of world. You're only disagreeing on how to create it. Be careful, Nels, and tell Ernie to be careful, because I won't stand for disrespect.
I think you will understand me when I say that I doubt that Senator Smoot's letter will ever appear in the church's newspaper, whether it's run as news or as an advertisement.
That's the last word?
I don't make the policy here, Bishop Nibley. I just carry it out.
It isn't very fair.
People tend to think that things that appear in the Deseret News are endorsed by the church.
Then, Brother Jackson, I suggest you look very carefully in your advertising section. There are some advertisements for some very odd patent medicines. Good day, Brother Jackson.
President Grant, did you get my letter? I did, Joseph, and I read it immediately. Several times. You are most eloquent.
I'm most confused, President Grant.
You made a very spirited attack on the League of Nations, Joseph. But I'm afraid I must take you to task on one point. You quoted a scripture in defense of your position.
Yes, I believe that supporters of the League are crying peace, peace, when there is no peace.
I am a supporter of the League, Elder Smith. Are you saying that I am crying peace?
If I understand the scriptures correctly.
It is my strong personal belief, Elder Smith, that you do not.
If you've received a revelation that all the saints are to support the League...
I don't need a revelation to know that my conscience requires me to support any effort to bring a Christ-like peace to the world.
And my conscience requires me to oppose any attempt to blind ourselves to the fact that peace is impossible as long as evil rules anywhere in the world.
I think we disagree then, Elder Smith. Senator Smoot is going to cast his vote in the Senate, probably in November.
But what if he votes against your advice?
Then I will be very unhappy.
But the rumors are that...
You should know not to listen to rumors. Joseph F. Smith ordained you an apostle. Lorenzo Snow called Reed Smoot to be an apostle. Both men acted in obedience to the will of God, and I see no reason to think that either of them made a mistake.
And remember, I know that you're the Lord's prophet. And even though I disagree with you on this, my testimony of your calling is as strong as ever.
Good day, Joseph.
Certainly a better day than it started out to be.
J. Reuben Clark, Jr., a young Latter-day Saint with influence in every branch of government, spoke in the tabernacle against the League of Nations. A week later, Brigham H. Roberts of the First Council of 70 spoke in favor of it. Apostle George F. Richards spoke in a state conference and said that Woodrow Wilson had been raised up by the Lord in order to create the League of Nations and bring peace to the world. And in a quarterly conference of the Salt Lake Stake, President Heber J. Grant delivered the closest thing to an official rebuke that I could think of.
An illustrated handbill has been circulated and has been widely republished in newspapers under the heading, Mormon Bible Prophecies Become Issue in Opposition to the League of Nations. The position of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is that the standard works of the Church are not opposed to the League of Nations.
Woodrow Wilson had spoken in Salt Lake City only a few weeks before, and then, stricken ill, he had been taken back to Washington, D.C. With the League of Nations defeated in America,
America, the controversy slowly died. Within a year, Senator Smoot was reelected with a comfortable margin. The people of Utah forgave his unpopular vote and continued to respect him as a man of integrity.
When I was a young apostle, President John Taylor gave me some advice I have never forgotten. He said, "My boy, never forget that when you're in the line of your duty, your heart will be full of love and forgiveness, even for the repentant sinner. And then when you get out of the straight line of duty and have the determination that what you think is justice and what you think is equity and right should prevail, you oft-times are anything but happy. You can know the difference between the Spirit of the Lord and the spirit of the adversary when you find that you are happy and contented, that you love your fellows, that you are anxious for their welfare, and you can tell that you do not have the Spirit when you're full of animosity and you feel that you would like to mow somebody down."
President Grant certainly followed his own advice.
Roger, you're home!
Agnes, honey, oh, my heart. You're getting fat.
I am not.
Well, you're getting heavier anyway. I can't pick you up as easy as I used to.
You mean easily?
No, it's hard.
Oh.
I gotta admit, college isn't helping my grammar any.
Well, I gotta admit, it isn't helping your waistline either.
Our house mother cooks real good, Dad.
And you eats real good, too. Come on, get in the car. Let's go home. Bert and Lamar are dying to see you. I don't think they'll ever forgive me for not letting them come to the station, but there wouldn't have been room to bring you home.
Hey, that's a new car.
Come on. Gets up to 50 miles an hour.
Not when I'm in the car, it doesn't.
Roger, you may crank.
Reed Smoot voted against the League of Nations. I'm downright ashamed of him. Such a regressive politician belongs in the Stone Age, not on the board of trustees of a progressive university.
Well, what if President Grant had been telling the Saints to oppose the League?
But he wouldn't. The League was for peace.
Ah, it makes you uncomfortable to find a prophet disagreeing with you. Roger, the Lord put us here on earth to learn. You don't learn anything if you put on blinders and let someone else lead you all around all the time. Someday, if we're righteous, we might be creators ourselves, building worlds and leading millions of our children to salvation. But what kind of a creator would you be if you've never learned to think for yourself?
But the Lord... A Latter-day Saint can think what he wants, as long as it isn't wrong.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Roger.
Dinner is going to be spoiled.
Now, Marie, what good does it do to send Roger off to college if we can't have an intellectual discussion when he gets back?
Why do you have to talk about controversial things? Why not talk about, well, about accounting?
Because Father hates mathematics.
Excuse us, Marie. Now, it was 1907 when the Petersons came. I was an overage freshman with a wife and a son, you, and I was looking for new ideas. And when Henry Chamberlain came in 1909, I was standing right on the edge of the modernism movement. Some of the most exciting ideas of the world were coming to good old BYU. We were becoming a university. We were young.
You see, contrary to the geological evidence, the dinosaurs didn't all disappear hundreds of millions of years ago. Some of them are alive and well and teaching at this university. Well, personally, I think it would be a good idea if the dinosaur became extinct.
So, you believed in dinosaurs? Gosh, Dad.
Don't use words like gosh. It's beneath your dignity.
But, Dad... Do you believe in the theory of evolution?
I believe that the Lord probably uses natural laws to carry out his purposes.
But my religion professor says that a man can't possibly believe in Mormonism and evolution at the same time.
Do you think your religion professor is right?
He's a religion professor at a church's university.
But he's not the prophet, is he? Roger, did you know that Elder James Talmage believes that it took millions of years to create the earth?
But he's an apostle. He wrote Jesus the Christ.
That's right. So what does it tell you?
It means that Well, that it is possible to believe in Mormonism and evolution.
That's what I got into the modernism movement at BYU for. Because I believed, and I still believe, that it's possible to believe in the revealed Word of God and in the truths revealed by science at the same time.
But Dad,
If an idea is true, it can endure examination and questioning. And if an idea cannot exist at the same time as the facts, then there's something wrong with the idea or something wrong with the facts, or both.
Well, didn't you get in trouble?
Not for that, Roger. No, it wasn't for that. William Chamberlain and the Peterson brothers didn't get into trouble for that.
The Book of Jonah is a problem. Scientifically, the matter is nonsense. It could not have happened. But if we regard the book as a parable, it does away with the need to accept the story as fact. We can use it to explain a religious principle without having to believe that it really happened. Well, Howard, what did you think of my talk?
I don't know, Brother Chamberlain. I just wonder, if we start treating some of the Bible stories as parables, where do we stop? Something in it has to be true.
Well, it's an expression of the yearnings of the Israelite nation toward God.
But if they just made up the stories?
Well, the eternal truths in them won't be any less true.
Well, I guess what I'm thinking about is Joseph Smith.
He wasn't in the Old Testament, Howard.
But he really saw God and Jesus Christ, didn't he?
Did he?
He said he did.
Well, what do you think?
I don't think. I feel.
Not a very scientific attitude.
You don't believe in the first vision, do you?
Well, that's a parable and a metaphor, yes.
But, Brother Chamberlain, it has to be true.
Why?
Well, because if it isn't true, then Joseph Smith was a liar. And if Joseph Smith was a liar, then the whole Mormon church is a lie. And we shouldn't believe any of it.
Well, that's reasoning kind of back to front, isn't it?
I don't know if it's reasoning at all, but I have a testimony.
Is that evidence?
Brother Chamberlain, on my mission, my companion and I healed a woman who was an invalid all her life.
It was probably a psychological illness, which you psychologically healed.
Brother Chamberlain, you don't believe in anything.
Yes, Howard. I have religious feelings every bit as strong as yours. And I'm a Mormon just like you. I believe that this church is the best philosophy and the best way of life that the world has ever seen.
But do you believe it's true?
Howard, I don't have many answers. All I have are questions. They're hard questions, and finding answers at all will probably take me all my life.
Brother Chamberlain, I know Joseph Smith saw God and Jesus Christ.
Knowledge comes from evidence, Howard, not emotion.
I better go home. Thanks for talking to me.
Well, then, Brother Chamberlain was an atheist?
Heavens, no. I think he even believed in Joseph Smith's vision. It's just that William Chamberlain and others like him refused to take anything for granted. I don't think he arrived at any final answers in his mind.
But there are some things you can't question.
Nonsense, Roger. The Lord himself commands you to question. I would exhort you to ask God, the Eternal Father, in the name of Christ, if these things are not true. That's what he says about questioning.
But that's different. That's asking the Lord. That's not asking science.
Exactly. You should question. But science isn't the only way to get answers. Prayer isn't the only way either. The Lord said, study it out in your mind. Seek words of wisdom out of the best books. I think the Lord wants us to look for truth constantly and using every single method that works. Chamberlain's problem was that he kept trying to answer all the questions using just one method. And he ran head-on into Horace H. Cummings, the superintendent of church schools. Superintendent Cummings,
Yes, Howard. And I know who you are. Come in.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Howard. You know William Chamberlain? You know him well? You're familiar with his ideas?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Do you agree with him?
A lot of the time, I do.
And the rest of the time?
I don't know. Superintendent Cummings, I've learned a lot of exciting new ideas from Brother Chamberlain. And from the Petersons. And a lot of other professors. No, I'm just thinking a lot. I'm trying to put it all together.
And what about the gospel?
What about it?
Well, do you agree with it?
Superintendent Cummings, I'm a Latter-day Saint. I know the gospel's true.
How do you fit that together with Chamberlain's ideas, Howard?
Well, most of the time they fit just fine.
And the rest of the time?
The rest of the time I don't make up my mind at all. I'm not even 30 years old yet. I don't have to make up my mind about all the questions in the world, not yet. Not all the evidence of science is in yet. And the Lord hasn't revealed everything that he's going to reveal either. All I know is that when all the facts are in, we're going to find out that everything that's true is true and everything that isn't.
Yes, right.
Mm-hmm. Did I say something funny?
Oh, not at all. Not really. I was laughing with relief. Most students aren't like you, Howard. Perhaps because you are nearly 30. I've talked to a lot of students, and if they all thought like you, I wouldn't have a worry in the world. They hear a good teacher like Henry Peterson say, the Bible is not to be taken literally. And they think it means that the Bible is to be disbelieved. I'm not afraid of ideas, Howard. But these men are destroying the testimonies of students at the church university.
What are you going to do?
Howard, I believe that these modernist professors need to tone it down.
And if they don't?
If they don't, I think they belong in another university.
So what happened?
Oh, it was quite a controversy. It was every bit as public and nasty as the controversy over the League of Nations. But in the end, it came down to this. The brethren thought that Chamberlain and the Petersons had gone too far. It made quite a bit of news, the church versus the students and all that.
So they got fired for their ideas.
Oh, I think that some of the brethren would have been glad to get rid of their ideas at BYU. But there were plenty of professors left who taught a lot of the same things. And President Joseph F. Smith even issued an official statement of the first presidency, saying that the church doesn't have an official policy on whether evolution is true or not. But they wouldn't give. And so they made it into a direct challenge to the church, and they were booted out.
So they were wrong.
Roger, not everything comes down to a question of right and wrong. They were wrong to get stubborn with the brethren. The students just saw someone taking apart the gospel, and they thought it meant that the gospel didn't work. They didn't know how to put it back together, or how to think about an idea without believing it or disbelieving it. And then when the brethren told the modernists, just admit that you don't really know what you're doing, the modernists refused. Can you put it all together? What's similar about the two stories?
Well, Reed Smoot disagreed with the prophet and practically everybody else. He voted the wrong way on the League of Nations. And Chamberlain disagreed with the prophet and everybody else and taught the wrong way about the gospel.
Roger, sometimes I despair.
Well, wasn't I right?
Here's the similarity. Reed Smoot and a few apostles believed one way about the League, and most of the brethren, including President Grant, believed the other way. But did Reed Smoot get kicked out of the church or out of the 12?
No, but I sure wish they would have kicked him off the board of trustees.
That's because you're stubborn and intolerant, Roger. But other brethren agreed with some of his ideas. Why, right now, I happen to know that Apostle McKay and Apostle Talmage agree that it took millions of years to create the earth. And other brethren, like Apostle Smith and Apostle Richards, don't. Yet they're all apostles. They're all sustained as prophets, seers, and revelators, and they all work together in harmony. We know that Joseph Smith was a prophet, and that by faith, repentance, and baptism, and the gift of the Holy Ghost, we can return to the Lord's presence. But God hasn't given us every single answer. There are a lot of areas where the Lord wants us to think for ourselves. Areas like science, areas like the League of Nations. He wants us to study and think and pray and test and try. If we never study and think and pray to get the answer, we're just like the person who thinks he knows it all, just because he can get the car started and make it go down the street. And if we only study and don't pray, we'll just get confused and we'll lose touch with the Spirit of God. And all the answers in the world won't make us happy or give us understanding, because without the Spirit of God, there is no truth. Someday, we'll know and understand everything through the Spirit. But in the meantime, we can't forget that God is love, and the spirit of contention and judgment and prejudice and rejection is of the devil. Before the League of Nations or the theory of evolution or whether pigs have wings, our first question is this: what is good for the saints? What will do the most to carry out God's purposes here on earth? Most of these controversies end up meaning pretty little compared to that. In 50 years, son, not one Mormon in 1,000 will even know that there was ever a controversy over the League of Nations. Already, hardly anyone remembers about the modernism controversy at BYU. They all seemed so important at the time, but 50 years from now, I can guarantee you this: the church will be stronger than ever, and the saints will be more faithful than ever, and the Lord's work will go on and on.
Makes me feel kind of silly for getting so upset about the League.
Fight for what you believe in, Roger. Just remember that the man who disagrees with you is still a good man, and is just as sure he's right as you are. Like us, Roger. You see, I happen to think that the League of Nations was a bad idea for America. You and I disagree completely about that issue. But that didn't mean I wanted to kick you out of the family, Roger. When I saw you coming down off that train car, I loved you more than ever before, even though you do have some absolutely foolish ideas about politics. All these arguments and disagreements and questionings and discussions are fine, as long as we still love each other. And I do love you, son.
I love you too, Dad.
Well, it's getting dark. Better go inside, huh? Your mother and your brothers and sister are dying to hear all about what you've been learning about at the university.
I don't know what I'll tell them.
What do you mean? Haven't you been learning anything there when tuition is as expensive as it is?
Well, I've been learning there all right, but not half as much as I've learned here at home.
Presiding at this session of conference is President Heber J. Grant.
Listen to that, Jeremy, just like they said.
I don't like it. You don't like General Conference or the Tabernacle Choir?
Oh, I like conference and the choir just fine, George. It's the radio I don't like.
Can't help it that there's a lot of static. There's a mountain between us and the broadcast antenna.
Well, it don't seem right to be sitting right here at home listening to the conference. We should be there in the tabernacle.
Now, Jeremy, that's nonsense. You've been so crippled up with arthritis for 10 years that you haven't made the trip to Salt Lake for conference one time. Every April and every October you say, if only I could hear the brethren talk again. Well, here they are, ready to talk.
It ain't the brethren. It's a big, ugly, brown box with scratchy noises.
Grandpa, you'll hear every word they say, just as they say it. It's radio, and this is the first time the church has ever broadcast General Conference ever. It's new. It's progress.
Progress. The world keeps on making all this progress. Thank heaven the church don't change, that's all I can say.
But Grandpa, the church does change.
Does not. It's just like it was when Joseph Smith got it from the Lord.
Grandpa, just since I was born...
you was born yesterday. You don't know nothing.
I was born in 1896. When I was 12 years old, the church began experimenting with ordaining young men to the Aaronic priesthood automatically when they turned 12. It was a brand new policy.
Yeah, near wrecked the church, too. Giving the priesthood to little boys who were wet behind the ears.
Now, I did all right as a deacon, Grandpa. And then in 1912, when I was 16, and I was going to Granite High School, they started up the seminary.
There's not a child in this state or in Idaho or Arizona who doesn't have a public elementary or high school right close by.
But President Grant, those public high schools don't train the children.
Don't train the children in the gospel. I know it. I'm concerned about that. But that's what the seminary program is for, and it's working well. And it's working cheaply. And I think we ought to get out of the school business and into the seminary business.
President Grant, you may be right.
David McKay, I am right.
where the high schools are concerned.
Now, I figured you'd have a reservation.
But colleges are...
But why not have seminaries for college students, too?
We can try it. It's a good idea. But I hate to see all our junior colleges and colleges closed down.
I hate to see it, too. But I hate to see a third of the church's tithing money, the sacrifices of the saints, going to teach reading and writing and arithmetic to children who could just as easily go to public schools and attend seminary. I'm going to give it back to you tomorrow and ask you to revise it downward and start closing church academies. But I want the church's tithing money to go for things that only the church can do.
Only BYU kept a full program leading to college degrees.
Hey, Professor, who was that crazy man that just yelled at everybody?
It was Frank Harris, the president of the university.
Yeah, I thought so. Professors is all crazy. Their boss has got to be the craziest one of all.
It was Leadership Week and the Correspondence School and the Speakers Bureau that began to spread BYU's influence throughout the church. The saints began to have a feeling that they needed BYU. And on another front, Harris began to fight the war to get BYU recognized as a legitimate college by the rest of the world.
Come in.
Dr. Young, are you too busy to see guests?
Oh, no, I'm just sorting through some slides. I have my advanced students working with the microscope today, and... oh, hello.
This is Dr. Bolton from the University of Washington. He's here representing the Northwest Association of Secondary and Higher Schools.
Oh? Why are you here?
I'm pleased to meet you.
Excuse me. I'm pleased to meet you, too. Excuse my poor manners. It's just that when I've got my nose buried in fungi and algae, well, not literally, you understand, I just sort of forget.
Quite all right, quite all right. Now your degree is from...
Columbia. I wrote a dissertation on...
You're the one who isolated a new genus of algae, weren't you?
Oh, do you know botany?
Oh, heavens no, heavens no. I'm a professor of education, but one of my colleagues told me to look...
Not Harold Boswell.
Yes, you do?
Yes, we finished our dissertations the same year. Fine fellow.
He says you're the finest botanist he knows.
Well, he ought to get out and meet some more botanists.
Dr. Bolton is here to decide whether BYU has the academic standards to be accredited as a four-year college.
College? Why not a university?
We have to be realistic. BYU hardly has the qualifications to give graduate degrees. Oh, in some ways, BYU hardly has the qualifications to be more than a junior college. For instance, only 11% of the faculty have PhDs. And half of the faculty only have a bachelor's degree, way below standard, But we're getting better. You see, while the faculty is a little weak academically, you do have some incredibly strong men, like George here.
Incredibly strong? I think that's going a bit far.
No, I don't think so, Dr. Young. And the enthusiasm. Why, these men are grossly underpaid. And yet they all seem to believe in this college. That's where the gospel of Mormonism comes into play. I've seen a lot of colleges in my time, but this school, while it lacks the formal official credentials, is still one of the best places for a student to get an education that I've seen. And I think I can persuade the board to agree with me.
1954. One last installment in the story. And my son Frank, I named him after Franklin Harris.
Dad? Dad?
Yeah?
Have I got a surprise for you out in the car?
A surprise? I'm getting old, Frank. Hard to surprise me.
Come on, look at it.
Well, all right.
It's a present.
A present? Oh,
there it is.
A television.
Oh, you know what it is?
Well, just because I don't own one doesn't mean I haven't seen one.
Here, let me carry it in the house.
Here, I can help you.
Be careful, Dad. Here it is, Dad. Television.
Huh. Looks dark to me.
Well, it takes a few minutes to warm up. Oh, gotta adjust the antenna, too.
The what?
The antenna. They call this a rabbit ear antenna.
Well, I can see why.
Hey, it's the news.
by more than a 2-to-1 margin. It looks as though the state junior colleges are not going to be turned back into Mormon church schools.
A 2-to-1 margin. I can't help thinking that if it hadn't been for Franklin Harris and a few other men who believed in BYU, one of those state schools would have been Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah. And when the vote came, it would have meant that then and forever, the church would have had no university of its own.
Television. Isn't it something? What'll they think of next, Dad?
Oh, they'll probably put a man on the moon.
Oh, come on, Dad. I was being serious.
Well, so was I.
Milton Berle's on next. You're a show of shows.
Who's Milton Berle? A congressman?
No, Dad. He's a comedian.
Oh.
He's funny.
Oh? He certainly walks strangely. Is he crippled?
No, Dad. He's walking on the sides of his feet because...
Oh, well, never mind. Maybe I'm just too old to have it make sense to me.
Hey, Grandpa, thanks for coming.
Wouldn't miss it for the world, Don.
I feel kind of weird in this cap and gown.
You look fine to me. Well, Don, 4 years here and you have your bachelor's degree. What's the most important thing you learned here at BYU?
Do you want a straight answer or a joke?
A straight answer.
The most important thing I learned here at the Y, it was when I was a freshman, before I ever went on my mission. The Book of Mormon class, we were reading about Enos, about how he went out in the woods and prayed, and the Lord came to him and forgave his sins.
Yes?
Well, it really struck home. The teacher told all of us, that we ought to try it sometime.
And
so I did. Went up Rock Canyon on a Saturday morning and found a place all to myself in the trees. And I prayed for half the day. And I felt, I didn't hear a voice, but I felt forgiven. I felt clean. I learned that Jesus lives, and he loves me.
Yes, sir. Just one more little personal reason why I'm sure glad there was one church school they didn't close. Because that's what church education is all about.
The enemies of the church had prophesied that it would die with Joseph Smith or with the Edmunds-Tucker Law with statehood. In fact, the fall of the church may be the most prophesied event that never took place. There were pageants and speeches, music, celebration. And in general conference, Elder Brigham H. Roberts got up and presented his centennial history to the church.
5 volumes are completed, and the 6th is nearly so. I bring this work before you as I might bring it to an altar, as an offering to the Lord. And in the presence of this great audience, I dedicate it to the church and to God in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
But for all that the church had lasted 100 years, all was not well in Zion.
Brother Graves, Gerald Graves, I haven't seen you in months.
I've been in Washington on business, Elder Roberts.
And how are things in the nation's capital?
Not well. President Hoover seems to have no idea how to cope with this little depression we seem to have got ourselves into.
Never expected a Republican to be able to cope with such a crisis.
Oh, yes, Elder Roberts. I keep forgetting you're a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat.
Not so, Gerald. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Latter-day Saint. Being a Democrat comes a distant second.
But you don't much like Herbert Hoover.
And more Americans are discovering that they agree with me. There are some rumors, though.
Prohibition, you mean?
I hear that Congress is beginning to discover that the American people are heartily sick of that oppressive law.
Well, some are and some aren't.
Well, it's something that won't last much longer, I think. Good riddance, I say, when it goes.
Yeah, that isn't what most of the brethren say, Elder Roberts.
We disagree about means and ends. I believe that if the use of alcohol vanished from the face of the earth would be better for it. But I don't believe that any government has the right to use its physical force to compel people to stop drinking. Any more than I think the government had a right to use physical force to compel the saints to give up the practice of polygamy. Well, that's my opinion. President Grant has a different one. He's entitled to it.
Well, truth is to tell, more and more Americans are agreeing with you these days. There's a governor in New York who now agrees with you, Franklin Roosevelt.
Is he saying so publicly?
Well, let's say he whispers it louder and louder all the time. Prohibition has got to end, so that the government can start regulating the liquor trade sensibly again. That's what he says. And I frankly expect Mr. Roosevelt to be the Democratic candidate for president in 2 years. And I expect him to win.
Roosevelt? Is he a
Teddy's
relative?
fifth cousin or something. But he's married to Teddy's niece, Eleanor. It's all in the family. Only Democrats this time around. He's crippled, you know. Polio.
Well, I'll watch him with interest, Gerald. And you watch. Even here in Utah, people are getting fed up with speakeasies all through the city. Ask around. Prohibition is going to collapse right here.
Not that President Grant has anything to say about it.
The Latter-day Saint people are not blind. You'll see. Good day, Gerald.
Prohibition. It began in the last century with the temperance movement. America was a hard-drinking nation, and many a working man would stop in a saloon on payday and drink up his family's food and shelter on a binge of alcohol. The Women's Christian Temperance Union was determined to close the saloons, and gradually they won over the American people. In 1918, the 18th Amendment to the Constitution banned the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages in the United States. They rang the church bells all over America, because at last America was going dry. The trouble is, those who wanted to drink refused to pay much attention to the law.
Are you sure this is the place? It looks so dark.
No, it isn't the place. I parked around the corner. Come on, dear.
This is silly. I feel so criminal.
Well, don't. Feel convivial if you must feel anything. Otherwise, you'll be mighty dull company tonight.
Oh, Charlie, I hate breaking the law.
It's a stupid law. Men and women have been drinking wine for centuries. It's a fundamental part of civilization. And now, just because a few drunks couldn't control themselves, they've cut out a beautiful custom for the rest of us. Well, I won't stand for it. I have contempt for their law, just as they had contempt for my rights.
I know.
Who is it?
Sadie invited us to a party here tonight.
Oh, come in. Come right in. You're early, but we're glad to have your company.
Oh, what a lovely home.
Oh, we try to keep it nice for our friends. Here, take a look at the refreshment list.
Well, one thing Prohibition has done for us is raise the prices.
Well, let's say the costs have gone up. So have the risks.
But it's an excellent wine list.
Please, step into the parlor here.
Come along, dear.
Who is it?
Sadie invited me to come tonight.
Oh, come right in. Welcome, friends. Step right in. Good to see you.
Why, John Handy.
Charlie Peake?
Well, I never thought I'd see my state senator
And
here.
I never thought I'd see the circuit court judge.
My friend, that's a bad law when it makes two such outstanding citizens as ourselves into criminals.
Well, be comforted, Charlie.
You know, I think this law isn't going to last very long.
Oh, wish it were true.
It's true, Charlie. Already there's a clear majority in the legislature that, well, privately admits they hate prohibition. They hate the bootlegging and the skulking around, and they also hate the fact that all the profits on the liquor trade are going right into the pockets of organized criminals. Murders and theft and every other evil the prohibitionists ever tried to stop are going on as strong as ever, even stronger. Mark my words, Charlie, a law that most Americans don't really want isn't going to last long, even if their conscience makes them pretend they think prohibition is a good idea.
Yeah. But by 1930, it was different. That craving for liquor had won already. It was just as easy for a man to find a secret saloon as it ever had been for him to find a public one. And with so much profit in the liquor trade, crime was flourishing as it never had before.
Come on out! You don't have a chance!
It seemed like crime in America had gone crazy, and more people blamed it on prohibition, even in my own home.
Gerald? Is that you?
I'm home, my love, my sweetheart, my dishwasher.
And your supper is nearly ready, light of my life. Please wash your hands. How was conference?
Oh, conference is always wonderful. I wish you could have gone. But the children come first. How's Amy?
Oh, better. She's sleeping better now, and it seems like the congestion is going down.
It's kind of odd, isn't it? 13 years ago, the flu killed both my parents and nearly killed me. Now we think of flu as being only a little worse than a cold.
I think of it as a lot worse than a cold. But you're right. It's better now. Gerald.
Oh, this looks wonderful.
Gerald, I'm so worried about the Smiths next door.
You make a meatloaf that the best chefs in Paris would envy.
Oh, Paris chefs don't make meatloaf. They make the cordon bleu. Gerald, the Smiths.
What about them?
Mr. Smith was drunk again today.
I'd like to find the bootlegger who sells it to him and break every bone in his body.
We've got to do something. His children are suffering terribly.
There's nothing we can do.
Oh, can't they regulate the bootleggers somehow? Force them to stop selling wine to a drunken man?
Regulate? Sure, sweetheart. They can regulate bootleggers as well as they can regulate thieves. It is forbidden for a thief to take more than half the money a person carries. Burglars must enter through the rear door and may not break windows. Embezzlers are required to embezzle only during working hours.
I guess when they're breaking the law to begin with, you can't regulate them.
That's the whole problem.
Gerald, I don't want to see the old days with the saloons. I don't want to have drunks walking the streets of Salt Lake and brawling and driving cars and smashing into things and people again. But I wonder if we shouldn't let up on prohibition a little. Maybe let people get their light wines and beer and keep the lid on the hard liquor. Maybe let restaurants sell liquor and have a maximum number of drinks per customer.
You've really been thinking about this, haven't you?
And talking about it with poor Mrs. Smith next door. You know, before Prohibition, her husband would only drink a little wine with his meals. But now that he has to sneak off and drink alone in a speakeasy somewhere, they try to sell him more and more of the expensive hard liquor, and he's lost all sense of proportion. Whenever he can drink at all, he drinks all he can get. I think that Prohibition has caused more problems than it's solved.
15 years ago, we were carrying signs at rallies. Down with rum!
Well, I still hate alcohol and what it does to people. But this way just isn't working. There has to be a middle ground.
I think so, too.
Really? Well, then maybe you can start trying to talk to legislators. You have influence, Gerald. People listen to you.
Maybe. The trouble is that as soon as you start saying that prohibition isn't working, the prohibitionists start shouting that you're secretly a drunk, or that the liquor industry is trying to bribe you or something.
Well, that's why someone like you, who is known to be a respectable, moral, good man, needs to stand up and be counted.
Or stand up and be shut down.
Oh, you can't think.
I mean it figuratively, my dear. I just wonder...
What?
I'm a Latter-day Saint, just as you are, Sarah. Would I still oppose the prohibition if the brethren came out in favor of keeping it?
But they wouldn't, would they?
I don't know. Elder Roberts wants to see prohibition repealed. But the last time I talked to Elder Lyman, he didn't feel that way at all.
Well, every Latter-day Saint has a right to his own opinion and his own vote.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Well, Sarah, you've convinced me. Well, for the next few hours, anyway. And now I think that meatloaf is beginning to feel lonely.
Oh, you poor thing. I kept you talking while your supper's been getting cold.
Let's give thanks. Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for the food that we have to eat, and for our good fortune in having plenty in a time when so many people are going without. Bless us with generosity to share all we have with those in need, and bless this food for our nourishment. And bless us with wisdom to know what is right and wrong on the question of prohibition. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
Good meatloaf, Sarah. Excellent meatloaf.
The Republicans have gone and called for modification of Prohibition too.
That's platform. Nobody pays attention to political platforms.
Besides, this year it looks like the Republicans won't have much chance of putting their platform to work. Looks like Roosevelt all the way.
But don't you see? Here it is an election year, and both parties are calling for the end of Prohibition. Kind of looks like Prohibition is dead, doesn't it?
Nationally, maybe, but we live in Utah, George. Utah, do you think the Mormons are ever going to give up Prohibition?
The tide was turning against Prohibition, sure enough. And in Utah, it was turning too. Congress modified the Volstead Act. It changed the law to allow the sale and transportation and manufacture of beer that contained 3% alcohol. Suddenly, it became an issue in Utah, not because anybody was trying to get beer drinking legalized in Utah, but because there was the Becker Brewery in Ogden.
My brewery will be out of business in 15 minutes if we can't manufacture 3% beer to sell out of state. We can't possibly compete with out-of-state breweries if we're still selling their beer and they're selling the real thing.
Aren't you just concerned about making a buck, Mr. Becker?
I don't know a man in this room who isn't. But I'm also talking about 200 employees of mine and their families. If we can manufacture 3% beer, they get their salaries. If the Utah state law isn't changed, they join the hundreds of other men in Ogden who are out of work because of the Depression.
The Becker Brewery employees testified before the legislature.
I'm chief engineer at the Becker Brewery. I'm also first counselor in a Mormon bishopric. I don't drink, my sons and daughters don't drink, but they do eat. And I don't know how to feed them if the brewery went out of business. If the rest of the nation is drinking beer, we need to be able to sell it to them.
And farmers testified that they needed to be able to sell their barley to the brewery. And in the end, the legislature approved a modification in the law. The Becker Brewery stayed in business. But that wasn't the only challenge to prohibition. In 1932, the first presidential election year after the Depression began, Franklin Roosevelt was swept into office and both houses of Congress went Democratic. In Utah, Apostle Reed Smoot was defeated for re-election. The Democrats had gone on record as favoring the repeal of Prohibition. And before too long, they had passed a constitutional amendment repealing Prohibition. It needed the ratification of 3/4 of the states.
Brothers and sisters,
The general authorities of this church are not taking a political position on anything. But we do take a moral position. And that moral position is that the consumption of alcoholic beverages is an evil. And any law that curtails the consumption of alcoholic beverages is a good law and ought to be upheld.
Apostle Lyman was quite clear, and some of the brethren were even clearer. They believe that prohibition ought to stay in force.
It's a matter of enforcement. If the prohibition laws were actually upheld by the law enforcement officers, they would work just fine. But I suspect that the law enforcement officers of this state are as likely to be lawbreakers when it comes to prohibition.
But this wasn't a clear-cut battle between Mormons and non-Mormons. In fact, every Mormon voice in favor of prohibition was matched by a non-Mormon voice. The Women's Christian Temperance Union, the ministers of every Protestant and Catholic congregation in Utah, and dozens of other non-Mormon leaders joined in crying out against the repeal of prohibition. But the movement in favor of repeal gained ground anyway. First, of course, the state was required by law to hold an election to choose the members of a constitutional convention that would vote on the amendment to repeal prohibition nationally. And then there was the prohibition amendment in the Utah Constitution. The legislature voted overwhelmingly to put the question before the people, to let the people of Utah themselves decide about the state prohibition laws.
Look, it's a letter to the editor. It says, before we have a popular vote in Utah on prohibition repeal, let us make quite sure that the wets will win. Otherwise, we shall have to fight all over again. Naturally, the wets are not going to cease their fight for repeal if they do not win this time. If they win, they'll say, of course, the people were tired of this silly law. If they lose, they'll blame it on the Mormons, the vested interests of bootleggers, the weather, the depression, or something, and then start their campaigning all over again. Naturally, they want this popular vote, for they have everything to gain by it and nothing to lose.
Well, Sarah, it's true enough as far as it goes, but then we did the same thing when we were trying to get prohibition passed. Again and again we brought prohibition laws before the legislature. And every time we were defeated, we went back and tried again.
Oh, Gerald, look. President Grant himself has made a statement against the repeal of prohibition.
What does he say?
I regret that some Mormons have declared themselves to be in favor of repeal. He goes on. He says, I have no ill will against men who will vote opposite to the way I think they ought to vote. I have no desire to use coercion, but I am convinced that there could be no greater
hardship imposed upon the people than by the nullification of the dry laws with the return of the saloon and increased liquor. I believe President Roosevelt is sincere in his desire to have prohibition repealed. But I do not believe that just because a man supports President Roosevelt, he must therefore support repeal. Prohibition is not a political issue, and a man can be loyal to his party and still vote against liquor. Before you vote, ask your Heavenly Father if you are doing that which pleases Him.
Well, he certainly makes his position clear.
Well, he has no ill will against those who don't vote the way he thinks they should. Well, there it is. He believes that repealing prohibition will open up saloons all over the state. And I happen to have read the laws that will take the place of prohibition, and happen to know that not one saloon will open in the entire state of Utah, and never will, I believe.
But he is the prophet.
The Lord didn't give us a prophet so that we could put blinders on and follow unseeing wherever He thinks we should go. If there's one doctrine this church has stood for from the beginning, it's that everybody's salvation depends on his own acts. When I stand before the judgment bar of God, I want to be able to say, I always did right according to what I believed. I don't want to have to say I never worried about right and wrong. I just did what I was told.
That's a poor sounding excuse, isn't it? But Gerald, I can see that it troubles you anyway.
Of course it troubles me. You don't go around lightly disagreeing with the Lord's prophet even when he's not talking about church matters. The Lord isn't likely to choose a fool to lead the church. And I know President Grant. He's no fool. He's a wise man. I just believe that he's mistaken. I believe that he fears the evils of repeal without recognizing the even greater evils of continuing the present system. That's all. Of course it troubles me.
Me too. But, Gerald, if we vote according to our own conscience, what more can the Lord expect?
Well, the prophet Samuel told Saul to obey is better than the fat of rams. But obey whom?
The Lord.
And the most direct voice of God to any person is the voice of his Spirit.
I know.
I just wish the brethren hadn't taken any position on the matter at all.
Why, Gerald, they're citizens too, aren't they?
Well, yes. But they have such a position of love and trust among the people that I wish they wouldn't use it to advance their particular political beliefs.
Maybe they shouldn't, Gerald. But personally, I think the very fact that they love the saints so much is their reason for wanting to tell us all what they think we ought to do. President Grant sees the dangers in repealing prohibition, and he warns us.
And Brigham Roberts sees the dangers in having the government try to legislate self-control, and he warns us.
And what is there for us to do but weigh the warnings and see which future frightens us most?
There it is. In the end, it always comes down to our own choice.
I know. The world would have been so much simpler if we'd only chosen Satan's plan and let someone tell us what to do with all of our lives.
Yes, it would have been simple. Simply terrible.
The chair recognizes Mr. Richard Young.
Gentlemen of the legislature, you may remember that I was the very man who first introduced the prohibition laws into this body back in 1917. I believed in prohibition at the time. I believe in the ideal of creating a society in which no one is enslaved by liquor. But after 15 years of prohibition, even I have come reluctantly to the point of view that prohibition simply does not work. Those who want to be enslaved by liquor will continue to be enslaved by liquor. And now the criminal elements are the ones reaping the profits from their suffering. It is time for prohibition to end in Utah.
What do you think this is about? A salary cut. I hear that practically everybody's getting a cut in salary.
I want to thank you all for coming to this meeting this morning. This isn't an easy meeting for me to hold, as I think you'll understand. I've been manufacturing farm tools all my life, and my father did before me. And if I say so myself, Johnson's & Son is a fine little factory and a prosperous business. So prosperous, in fact, that through the last 10 years, I've been able to invest a lot of money in other enterprises. I've been buying stocks. That's right, stocks. It looked safe, didn't it? A bull market for a decade? Well, the bull market is over. It ended 5 months ago when the stock market fell apart. I'm not one of those Wall Street fellows who jump out of their buildings in despair. I've lost every penny I've invested, but I'm not jumping out of any building. There isn't a building in Salt Lake tall enough to do the job anyway. What I'm saying is, I don't have any cash reserve. I've got no way to get this factory through the hard times. And see, hard times have come for sure. The farmers aren't buying any more farm tools because suddenly they're getting half the value of their crops. And when farmers don't buy farm tools, I can't pay wages. I hoped I could at least offer you half wages for a while. This factory is closed as of this very morning. I haven't enough money to pay you your last wages right up through this morning. When that's done, I haven't a penny left. Johnson's & Sons Farm Tools is out of business. I'm sorry. I just love this place. I wish you all the best of luck. Good day. Peter here, my foreman, has your paychecks.
At least your checks are all right. First Security Bank hasn't closed down. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, here you go. This one's yours. Anderson, Anderson. Here it is. Here. Jack, will you take this stack, A to J? Get your checks from Jack, that's right. K to Z, get your checks from me.
Put it back.
Here you are. That's right, this is yours.
Peter, what are we gonna do?
We're gonna find other work.
But where, Peter? I ain't got no husband. My husband's dead. How am I gonna feed my boys?
I don't know, Mary Ann. I just don't know.
What about you?
I'll get along.
You can bet old Mr. Johnson has enough sock away to take care of his family.
Is that so? Then why is his house for sale as of this morning? Why is his wife trying to get a job as a secretary?
Poor Mrs. Johnson. I guess they won't have servants anymore.
Good riddance. Now Johnson will find out that capitalists can turn into unemployed workers overnight. He made his money by taking indecent profits from our labor, and now he's paying for it.
Now, shut your mouth, Frankie. Just shut it up tight. You can be a communist all you like, but not where I have to listen to it.
President Hoover doesn't care. You can bet the government will do nothing.
If the government doesn't do anything, the government can be overthrown.
Now take your check and get out of here, Frankie. All right, folks, that's all the checks, every last one. Now go home. Good luck. But get out of here. I've got to lock up and take care of my own family. Good luck.
Good luck, Peter.
Yeah.
The Great Depression. In the old days, they used to call bad drops in the economy panics. This time they didn't think it was going to be so serious.
This isn't a panic. It's just a depression.
Just a depression. Well, this little depression just kept getting deeper and deeper. As businesses folded, their employees lost their wages, and as people had less and less money to spend, other businesses couldn't keep operating. And more people were thrown out of work, and still other businesses failed. Things just spiraled down, got worse and worse every day. At first, I got a job in a grocery store. After all, people were still buying food. But in only 4 months, the manager fired me. He had to fire all the newly hired people and only kept on the people who had been there for years. I couldn't get angry, business being what it was. It was a miracle I'd found a job at all. Then it was odd jobs for a while, but that just didn't make it.
I'm sorry, friend, but we don't have a penny to spare. I could use a paint job on the house, but all I could do is give you food for it. Just a hot meal for yourself, is that enough?
I have a wife and 3 kids at home.
I don't have enough to feed that many. Sorry.
Thanks anyway.
At least you're cheerful. Some that comes along here, they scare me. They really do. They've got a mean look in their eyes.
Well, watching your kids go hungry, that gets you feeling pretty mean, ma'am.
Don't I know it? My husband, he works for Kennecott Copper. They've cut wages, but so far they haven't fired anybody. We're praying every day that they never do.
You're Mormon?
Through and through.
Me too.
Why do you think the Lord lets such things happen to us?
I don't know, sister.
You'd think the church could do something.
Well, the church was trying, and so was the government. But the government just didn't have the money or the authority. No one had made any provisions for a disaster this size, and the church... What is the church if it isn't just a bunch of folks who try to love each other and help each other in their spare time? Some of those folks were heroes. I lived in Pioneer Stake in those days, and in December 1930, a hard winter, the stake presidency was reorganized, and Harold B. Lee was made stake president. His counselors were Charlie Hyde and Paul Child. Paul Child was put in charge of assistance to the needy.
Well, Brother Carpenter, the only 3 jobs I have aren't very good ones. Brother Weinstock works for the city, and they have a sewer job digging trenches.
I'll take it.
Now, don't jump the gun. Can you type?
No.
So you can't do that. What about skilled carpentry?
Well, my last name may be Carpenter, but I wouldn't know which was the business end of a hammer.
Well, then the sewer job. But it only pays $1 a day.
I'll take it.
Brother Carpenter, I knew you when you were a right prosperous number 2 man at a right prosperous factory. It breaks my heart to see you.
Well, it doesn't bother me. And I'll take any work there is if it lets me keep my children from going to bed crying like they did last night. Because all they had to eat that day was a little bread and some water. Every foot of ditch I dig is feeding my kids, and I'll go down there right now if you don't mind before they give that job to somebody else.
And here's a letter from me to Brother Weinstock. He promised to hold the job for the man I sent.
But no matter how hard the church tried to find jobs, there just weren't enough jobs for the people who needed them.
Brothers and sisters, this is a frightening time, and I can understand that all of you are trying to hang on to as much money for your family as you can. But this is not the time for saving money for a rainy day. This is a rainy day, and it isn't right for one Latter-day Saint to have enough, while another Latter-day Saint has nothing. Open your hearts and your wallets, and pay a full tithing and a full fast offering, and donate your surplus to the stake, so we can keep these good families who are out of work through no fault of their own from going hungry in the midst of your plenty.
President Lee's admonitions took people by the heart, and the fast offerings actually increased during a time when everyone's wages were falling. President Lee also got permission from the church to keep all the state's tithing money, so that when there wasn't any work for people, they could still be fed and clothed. But that was a direct dole, a direct handout, and it wasn't a good thing.
Brother Newsmer, I've got a job for you. A farmer down in Jordan says he can pay fresh eggs and milk and bread every day to a man who comes and helps him with the haying for the next week.
Haying? I'm not a farmer, I'm a bricklayer.
Oh, really? I don't see you laying many bricks lately.
I'm a skilled man. I can't go all the way down to Jordan just for milk and eggs and bread.
You can go all the way to the storehouse to get them, I see.
Brother Child, you don't understand.
Oh, I understand all right. You've been getting paid for just sitting around at home. Now you don't want to work.
I do so. You find me a bricklaying job for a decent wage and I'll do it.
Me find you a job. Now I wonder when I became responsible for finding a job for a grown man.
That's your calling in the church.
And your calling in the church and your whole life is to work to earn the money to feed your family. Now you go down to Jordan and earn your milk and eggs.
You don't have a right to order me. You just get right out of my house, child. I don't have to listen to you calling me lazy and ordering me around.
President Lee, I'm at the end of my rope. We've got to find ways to keep the people working. And this business of giving handouts to able-bodied men is turning them into lazy bum.
That's awfully strong language.
I've been thinking. I read an editorial in the Deseret News. It said that while no one would argue that those who didn't work should starve to death, it was better for a man to work for his sustenance than to be given it.
Which we're learning is true every day.
Well, the paper suggested that instead of the government trying to hand out direct relief, it should find permanent projects that need doing for the public good, and put people to work doing them. Well, if the government should be doing it, why shouldn't we? Why don't we hire some men to repaint the meeting house and plant trees? And why don't we take that vacant lot and start a cash crop farm on it?
I can't think of a single reason why not, except that we don't have the money to pay for it.
But we have donated food and clothing. We can keep them alive, and they'll be working to earn it.
Let's do it. It'll be a start, anyway.
And so the Pioneer Stake went to work to make meaningful work for the saints who lived there. We organized the out-of-work men and women into work crews to harvest and weed and do other work for farmers in the area, and the farmers paid us by giving us the crops they could not sell for good prices. We got the use of the Bamberger electric train line car barns for a storehouse. And Brother Child heard that the woolen mills in Logan couldn't sell all the clothing they made or all the cloth.
Well, we can't pay you full price for anything, but I do have some cash, and I can buy up your surplus for $200.
Done.
Better to have them put to some good use. Get some cash out of them.
The women of our state remade the clothing to fit their families and used the bolts of cloth to make clothing for the new babies that were always being born.
There you go. You'll be all toasty warm this winter, won't you? Thank you, Sister Wilson. Well, it wouldn't do to have a baby come into the world without a thing to wear now, would it?
And I got a letter from my aunt in Southern California.
How are things down there, Brother Carpenter?
They got no onions.
What?
That's right. She says you can't buy an onion in Los Angeles County. And oranges and grapefruits down there are going begging. They can't sell them, and they just rot in the orchards.
Sounds like you got a plan.
And if every truck we can get in the state were to load up with our surplus onions, I bet we could trade them.
Well, it's sure our onions are just going bad in the warehouse. Give it a try.
So we loaded up with onions and made a trip down to Los Angeles, and we came back with trucks full of citrus fruit. Oranges, grapefruits, lemons, and limes. And all it had cost us was gasoline, and in those days, that was only a few cents a gallon. And then there was a matter of the vacant lot we planned to use to raise sugar beets as a stake.
I just got back the reports on our soil samples from the State Agricultural College. Our soil is terrible for growing sugar beets.
But we've already got the work teams organized, and everybody's counting on it. We even had a contract with the refinery.
Well, brethren, the Lord made the soil, and he can make it produce what he wants. If we do our best, then ask for his help.
So we arranged to have the city dump all the dead leaves from that autumn on our property, and we plowed it under and planted sugar beets. There was a prayer circle on the land.
And bless this land, that it will nourish the crops we plant here. Reward our faith and our labor with thy blessings, Father, so that thy children will not go hungry.
And when the harvest came around, good soil or not, we had a crop.
We've done all we could, but still half our people are out of work. President Grant, will the church help us with more money?
Brother Lee, you go back to your stake and keep doing the best you can. And I promise you that the church will stand behind you whenever you find your own resources are not enough.
But you want to know the funny thing? No matter how tight things got, we never had to go to the church for help. The Lord always blessed us enough to make ends meet.
Members of Congress, the federal government must and shall quit this business of relief. The direct dole is contributing to the spiritual and moral disintegration of America, and it must come to an end.
Well, do you get tired building those walls?
Lifting rocks all day? Bishop Cannon, when I get home, I'm so tired I could just drop down dead if my wife didn't help me to bed.
Would you say you earn the money you are paid?
You bet your life I do.
Well, then, you hardly need the church welfare program, do you? You're already earning an honest wage for an honest day's work.
But it comes from the government.
Well, Brother Whitehead, the government isn't the devil, you know. The government is just all the people together, pooling their resources to accomplish things for the public good. Are you building a good amphitheater?
We are.
The church welfare program is for people who don't have any other work, so that they don't have to take a dole for doing nothing. Now, there is nothing wrong with someone who is completely incapacitated taking a dole. The Lord wants us to take care of the poor and needy. But you aren't taking a dole. It's that simple.
Well, then, the bishop was right after all.
Sounds like it, doesn't it?
Well, I wish the magazines had got the story right.
Those magazines have their own axe to grind. It's nice they feel so positive about the church. It's a change from the old days when there wasn't a magazine or paper in the country that had a good word about the Mormons. But they don't understand us any better now than they understood us back then. We Latter-day Saints aren't against the government when the government is doing things properly.
And when the government is helping the needy by giving them an honest day's pay for an honest day's work, we don't have a word to say and complain about it. So go back to work, Brother Whitehead.
Thanks, Bishop Cannon. I'm sorry I bothered you about it.
No reason to be sorry. You were only trying to do the right thing.
The church welfare program was a success, and so were the government work projects, except that it never was possible to do away with the dole completely. I guess some folks just found that getting checks from the government for doing nothing was the best way to live. But not Latter-day Saints. President Grant made it clear.
The purpose of the church security program is that the curse of idleness be done away with, the evils of a dole abolished, and independence, industry, thrift, and self-respect be once more established amongst our people. The aim of the church is to help the people to help themselves. Work is to be re-enthroned as the ruling principle of the lives of our church membership.
I want you to be certain, Mr. President, that the Mormon Church is trying to cooperate with the government in every possible way.
It's a great program, Mr. Ballard, and I wish you every success. I hope that you do so well with it that other groups in the country follow your example. I can't help but believe that if every church and every society and every community in America took responsibility for their own poor, the government wouldn't have to do a thing.
I hope that day comes.
So do I, Mr. Ballard. So do I.
By 1938, it was clear that America was on its way out of the Depression. I'll get it. Why, it's Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, Peter.
Come in. How are you? It's been 8 years.
A long 8 years. I hear you're working for the city now.
Yes, I started digging ditches, but now I'm supervisor of a street crew.
And I can't imagine you not rising quickly in whatever company you work for. I've come to you because I'm going back into business.
Farm tools?
Not exactly. It's a retail company now. Johnson & Son Auto Parts. This is the age of the automobile. I got a loan from the government, and we're making a nice profit. I got a garage attached, and I'm starting to buy and sell used cars. Business isn't great, but it's good. I came here because I remembered what a good foreman you were. I wondered if you might consider leaving your job with the city and coming to work for me. I need someone to run the auto parts and the garage while I concentrate on car sales.
Oh, I don't know much about cars.
You know about people. I want you to supervise and keep books and that sort of thing. I don't know what they're paying you at the city, but I'll top it.
Starting when?
I figure once you give them 2 weeks' notice, I'll be ready for you at my place. I'm on South State Street, between 7th and 8th South.
I think you've got yourself a foreman, Mr. Johnson.
And I think you've got yourself a job. You know, the name of the place may still be Johnson & Son, in memory of my father, who founded the business. But I don't think it'll be too long before it's Johnson & Carpenters. Does that sound good to you?
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
I think it has a nice ring to it, too.
Here's my hand on it.
And here's mine.
But by then, the church security program was working so well, the brethren didn't see any reason for it to end. It was like the law of consecration come to life all over again. They changed the name of it to the church welfare program. They added some new programs to it, like Deseret Industries, where cast-off clothing and furniture got repaired and sold by retired and handicapped people so they could earn a good wage. And as Elder Melvin J. Ballard said it, the church welfare program began as a stopgap to help transfer church members from the government dole to self-sufficiency. We were deeply concerned to help the government, and we were not criticizing or fighting the government. And when the emergency was over, the brethren kept it right on going. The church would never be taken by surprise by a disaster again, and we'd be following what the Lord told us to do right from the start.
Behold, this is the way that I, the Lord, have decreed to provide for my saints, that the poor shall be exalted, in that the rich are made low. For the earth is full, and there is enough, and to spare. Yea, I prepared all things, and have given unto the children of men to be agents unto themselves. Therefore, if any man shall take of the abundance which I have made, and impart not his portion according to the law of my gospel unto the poor and the needy, he shall with the wicked lift up his eyes in hell, being in torment. Thou shalt not be idle, for he that is idle shall not eat the bread, nor wear the garments of the laborer.
Hi, Mom, I'm home.
Jerry, your mother's at the store.
Oh, hi, Dad. How come you aren't at work?
I took the day off to get the slides ready for the family reunion.
A whole day? How many slides are there?
About 2,000.
It's going to be a long family reunion.
I'm not showing all of them. That's why I'm home, to pick the most important ones.
I hope you show the one to Danette when she was, the one in the tub.
If you show that slide to anybody, I'm moving away. I'm moving to Nebraska. I'm joining the
I
army.
already told you, we aren't showing any pictures of naked children.
Who's this picture of?
My great-great-grandfather, Howard Evans.
Yeah, he looks like somebody fed him a rotten grapefruit.
Well, in the old days, they always tried to look dignified when their pictures were taken.
Dignified? He looks dead.
Well, he was the first of your ancestors to join the church. He was baptized by Samuel Smith.
The first missionary?
That's right. As a matter of fact, he was Butch Cassidy's schoolteacher for a while, down in southern Utah.
Butch Cassidy? Wow.
Now, please explain to me, Jerry, why you're so much more excited about a two-bit criminal like Butch Cassidy than you are about a loyal, hard-working saint like your great-great-grandfather, Howard Evans.
Well, me and you, we're loyal saints. There's nothing special about that. But since I'm never going to rob a bank, well...
Well, besides, Paul Newman never played your great-great-great-grandfather.
Yeah, well, Paul Newman isn't ugly enough. Charles Bronson, maybe. Who are all these women, his daughters?
No, his wives.
All of them?
Every single one. The youngest, Jared. Well, you're named after him, in fact. But unfortunately, your sealing line doesn't go straight back there.
What do you mean?
Well, they didn't do things back then the way they do them now. Howard Evans isn't sealed to his father.
Well, who's he sealed to?
Joseph Smith.
What? Well, that's like me going out and getting sealed to the prophet.
No, it's just the way they did it.
Why? How come they didn't seal the children to their parents? It doesn't make sense.
Well, they used to think that it was the priesthood line that mattered. Since the celestial kingdom is organized in worthy priesthood families, people used to think it was a good idea to get themselves sealed to a well-known, faithful priesthood leader here on earth. Well, to get themselves adopted, so to speak. That way, they felt they'd have some kind of an inside line to the celestial kingdom.
Weird.
Well, the whole idea of work for the dead was weird back then. You've got to remember that Joseph Smith died young. He hadn't finished getting all the revelations for setting up the church. In fact, in a way, your great-great-grandfather, Jared Evans, is partly responsible, in a small way, for the revelation that finally straightened things out. You want to hear about it, or would you rather watch Sesame Street?
Dad, I'm 14. Since when do I watch Sesame Street?
That's the strategy. Like saying, do you want to eat your peas, or would you rather eat cold spinach and onion?
I want to hear about it.
I thought you would. Your great-great-grandfather, Jared, was a genealogist, and a pretty serious one, too.
Like Mom?
Oh, and me.
You do genealogy?
Oh, when I have the time. Well, I've been very busy lately.
All those dead people aren't going anywhere, right? They can wait until you have some free time, right?
Now, what is this, a lecture from my son?
Well, tell the story, Dad.
Jared Evans found a family history. Not Evans. It was on his mother's side, the Cabots. Turned out she was related to the famous Boston Cabots, a very well-researched, well-known family in New England, and Jared Evans had a problem. So he went to the best-known genealogist in the church, Franklin D. Richards, an apostle.
Richards? Any relation to Elder LeGrand Richards?
His grandfather.
Everybody's related to everybody.
And he asked Elder Richards what to do about his problem.
Good morning, Brother Evans. Have you found any of those books I lent you useful in your research?
Oh, yes, Brother Richards. I tried my mother's line in with the Boston Cabots.
Very blue blood.
Well, yes, I suppose so. But I have a problem here. My dad, before he died, was sealed to Joseph Smith. I think it was as they were crossing the plains. All his wives were also sealed to Joseph Smith as their father. It's kind of strange. But they didn't seal my mother because she was dead for such a short time. And besides, her father was a member of the church. It was all very confusing. And her father was never sealed to anybody.
Unfortunately, that's the way it is with a lot of people.
Well, my problem is, should I have her sealed to Joseph Smith, too?
I don't know.
Well, her father held the priesthood. It doesn't seem right to cut him off from his daughter that way. And besides, wouldn't it be a good idea to establish the sealing line through my mother's ancestry? Right through to the earliest one we can find? I mean, don't those people need salvation, too?
They do. I can't really tell you what to do. There isn't much system to it, I can tell you that. Why, I've had dozens of people seal themselves to me. Virtual strangers, in fact. It makes me uncomfortable. Why should I have such a huge spiritual family in the next life when their real parents are cut out of the line? I just don't have an answer.
Well, the reason I wouldn't bring this up, except that...
Yes?
I had a dream a few nights ago. It was intense. It felt absolutely real. I saw my great-grandfather Cabot, my mother's father's father. I don't know how I knew it was him, but I knew. And he was wearing temple clothing in the dream. And he said, "Well, Jared, we're all depending on you." And I had the same dream 4 times that night.
Well, looks like the folks on the other side are trying to tell you something.
Should I seal them up that way, then?
Tell you what, Brother Jared. You just sit tight. You just go home and don't worry about it for a week. I'll have a word with Brother Woodruff about this.
I really didn't want to get the president of the church involved in my genealogy problem.
Why, bless you, Brother Evans. Don't you know that President Woodruff is a genealogist, too? Why, he's found more than 1,000 Woodruff names just through his own research.
Really? Funny. I thought there were only 2 or 3 of us interested in genealogy in the whole church.
More than that, Brother Evans. More than that.
So Elder Richards went to see President Woodruff.
Your friend isn't the only one who has this problem. I have 14 requests on my desk from people who want to be adopted into my line. A few years ago, I would have granted those requests. But now, something constrains me, Brother Frank.
Surely the Lord can't be pleased with all this confusion. Families sealed up every which way.
President Smith died too young, that's all. Brigham Young taught us in the St. George Temple when it was dedicated, and clarified some of these matters, but not enough. Not enough. I believe the Lord must surely have more to say on the matter. I'm praying about it, Brother Frank, every day, every night. But I think I already have the answer.
What is it?
I remember when the ordinances were first revealed, and I went to the Lord to ask who I should be sealed to. You remember, we were all being sealed to apostles and prophets in those days. And I said, who should I be sealed to?
Wilford, have you not a father who begot you?
Yes, I have.
Then why not honor him? Why not be adopted to him?
Yes, that's right. That's right. Brother Frank, I was such a fool. Do you think I reasoned out the truth from that? No, sir. I didn't have my father sealed to his father. I'll have an answer to this, I will. The Lord won't have any peace from me until I know for sure what his will is on the matter.
And so President Woodruff prayed about it, and he became more and more certain about it, and then he called his counselors, and they talked about it, and they laid the matter before the 12, and they all prayed about it, and they agreed that it was the Lord's revelation, the Lord's will, that the family unit be preserved through eternity in one long eternal chain.
The duty that I want every man who presides over a temple to see performed from this day henceforth and forever, unless the Lord Almighty commands otherwise, is let every man be adopted to his father. When a man receives the endowment, adopt him to his father, not to Wilford Woodruff, nor to any other man outside the lineage of his father. That is the will of God to this people.
When was this? I mean, how long ago?
I think it was, yes, it was 1894.
And the church was restored in 1830. That means it was 64 years before they understood about getting families completely sealed. All the way up the line to Adam, if they can. That's a long time.
Yes. Well, you'd be surprised, Jerry. People seem to have the idea that the whole gospel was revealed full-blown from the mind of Joseph Smith. The truth is, Joseph Smith just planted the seeds, just the beginning. But why do you think the Lord keeps giving us prophets? So our understanding can continue to grow. Why, they didn't even understand that the Holy Ghost was a separate personage of spirit. Until Brigham Young's time, they thought he was sort of the mind of God.
But, Dad, I thought everyone knew that the Godhead is set up like a bishopric or the church presidency.
No, the church presidency is set up like the Godhead. But yes, that's right. It seems so obvious to us now, but you have to remember that it was hard enough to get used to the idea of God the Father and Jesus Christ being separate personages. The Lord gives us the doctrines little by little, and it's going on today.
But the family, the whole plan of salvation, it all depends on the doctrine of sealing, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, it must have been a terrible mess. I mean, 64 years of temple work, all down the drain. Sealing people to the wrong people and everything for 64 years.
It wasn't as bad as you might think, Jerry.
Why not?
Well, now this is going to sound kind of crazy, but the church wasn't doing much genealogy in those days.
Not doing genealogy? But there are those granite vaults and millions of people's names and the 4 generation sheets, everything. I mean, it's just part of being a Mormon.
Well, today it is. Back then, being a Mormon meant scratching dirt and digging irrigation ditches to stay alive. It wasn't until the church members began to prosper that they started really having time for genealogy.
Some don't have time anyway.
Well, but still, they did what they could. Now, there's another one of your ancestors who actually filled a genealogy mission.
A mission?
That's right. No, they weren't called like missionaries today. They sort of called themselves. But they had to get recommends from their bishops and have an interview with a general authority, and they were legally licensed as missionaries. Then they'd go out and visit relatives in the East or in Europe and do their genealogy and try to convert family members as they went. And your great-great-great-uncle, John Adams Wakeham, went on a mission like that for 3 years.
That's a long mission.
He was only in his 40s, but he sold his property and got ready to go back to New England, where he had been raised and where he had served his regular mission.
Brother Wakeham! Why, George, Brother Wakeham!
Howdy, Sister Candlemas.
Howdy, Brother Wakeham. Good to see you.
Well, good to see you too, George. I've come by to see you on business. I sold my property here in Riverton.
So I heard.
I'm getting together as much money as I can to go on a mission to New England. I went back before to convert the living, but this time I'm going to search for the dead.
Plenty of dead around here, Brother Wakeham.
Well, they're not my dead, you see. Plan to get all my ancestors' names that I can and have the temple work done for them.
All your ancestors? Why, Brother Wakeham, don't you know the farther back you go, the more ancestors you have? It's an impossible task. You have 4 grandparents, and 8 great-grandparents, and 16 great-great-grandparents, and 32 great-great-great-grandparents, and 64, and 128, and 256, and 512, and...
Right good in arithmetic, aren't you, George?
Well, it was my strong subject in grammar school.
Well, you're forgetting. They're all descended from Noah, aren't they? So the numbers have to start getting smaller somewhere along the line.
That's true. I'll have to figure that out.
I suppose you remember about 10 years ago, I loaned you $1,000 to start up this farm.
That's right, Brother Wakeham, and I haven't forgotten. But
You know what the crops have been like.
Oh, heavens, yes. No one knows better than me. Why do you think I haven't been by to pester you before? What I was wondering was this. Do you think you could borrow that money from a bank and pay me back so I can have it to help me stay longer on my mission?
Well, I don't know. I've never borrowed money from a bank before.
Well, do you think you could come with me into town and see? It'll take time, but I want to have every chance I can to stay out and do the Lord's work. We send a lot of missionaries to do work for the living, but precious few are going out to help the dead.
Well, let me get cleaned up, and I'll go with you.
But the loan didn't go through, and the debt couldn't be repaid. So Uncle John Adams Wakeham went anyway, figuring he only had enough money to stay in his mission for a little over a year, and he ended up staying 3. Sort of a small miracle there, huh?
How'd he do it? Did he find a lot of money?
In a way. You see, he made friends with a lot of people back in New England. They kept inviting him to dinner and lunch, and they just kept asking him to stay with them. And it turned out that he had to spend so little money on food and lodging that his money lasted 3 whole years.
I'll bet he baptized a lot of people if they were so nice to him.
Nope. He didn't baptize one.
Well, if they weren't interested in the gospel, why'd they help him so much?
They were interested in genealogy.
Oh. I thought only Mormons were interested in genealogy.
Well, we're the only ones doing genealogy in order to do something for our ancestors. But there are other reasons, like proving that your family came over on the Mayflower, or linking up with royalty, or things like that. But that's not the main reason. The main reason is that the spirit of Elijah is working in their hearts.
Turning the hearts of the fathers to the children and the children to the fathers.
Oh, yes. But one of the most interesting things that Uncle John found out was that we have one ancestor who isn't descended from Europeans.
The cook's already up. Now, what did you find that was so interesting that you couldn't sleep?
Well, Dr. Ham, I found my line right through to my great-great-grandfather Wakeham. Every name, every child, every wife, and a lot of collateral lines, too. Why, this one night in your library has been worth my whole mission.
I'm delighted to hear that. Mrs. Baker, would you be so kind as to serve us 2 boiled eggs, rolls, and milk for my friend, and coffee for me? Well, Mr. Wakeham, you sometimes get eggs in my house, and sometimes griddle cakes. But you always get ham for breakfast. I'm John Ham, you see.
Yes, indeed. Ham for breakfast. Well, did you know that you're sitting down to breakfast with a genuine red Indian?
What?
That's right, sir. My great-grandfather was a full-blooded Delaware.
And you found that in my library?
Yes, sir. It seems all my ancestors but one came over on the Mayflower, or soon thereafter. But there was one of my ancestors who was already here to greet them.
Well, sir, that makes you a truer American than me, doesn't it? Ah, and here's my coffee. You don't know what you're missing, Mr. Wakeham, by belonging to a religion that doesn't let you drink coffee.
Serious nervous disorders, a weak heart, and insomnia, or so I've heard.
Oh, well, you certainly take the fun out of a cup of coffee, friend. An Indian, huh?
Wow, an Indian? Is that true?
Well, I used to think it was just a family joke. I mean, you didn't really think of it as a possibility. But yes, we have an ancestor who was a very civilized, marvelous man who happened to be a Delaware Indian.
Wow.
Jerry's a throwback to the old-time Lamanites, filthy and loathsome.
Go eat a sandwich, huh?
I can't. I'm on a diet.
You're always on a diet. How come you never get any skinnier?
That's not the point. The point is, I don't get any fatter.
Enough, Jerry and Danette.
Well, Dad, if going to the celestial kingdom means spending eternity with her, maybe I'll go to the terrestrial.
It's a good thing I know you two love each other, or I'd worry about you.
Any more interesting ancestors?
A few. You know that we're descended from Brigham Young.
Yeah, so is everybody else. He had about 1 million children.
Well, now, one of those children is Susa Young Gates. And she was almost single-handedly responsible for women taking over the genealogical program for the church for a while.
Taking it over?
Well, it wasn't exactly a revolution. It's just that hardly anybody was doing it at all. And since the priesthood holders weren't fulfilling their responsibilities, the Relief Society stepped in.
Yeah, like Mom always says.
Well, what does Mom always say?
She says God created men to rule the earth, and then he created women to show them how.
Well, there's some truth in that. Right from the beginning in the church, it seemed like if you really wanted to make sure something got done, you gave it to the Relief Society. Like storing grain. The brethren were counseled to store grain for years. The Genealogical Society was officially launched in 1894. Well, it was small, but it didn't have any official standing, no ward organization, nothing. And there were only a handful of people in the church who knew anything about how to do genealogical research. Susa Young Gates was one of them. She helped the Young family compile a genealogical record with 20,000 names. And when they built the St. George Temple and started work there in, I think it was 1877, she was the first woman baptized for the dead. Anyway, Susa was in Denmark attending the International Council of Women in 1901. And on the way home, she got very sick. She wasn't exactly a young girl anymore, and it looked like she was going to die. Apostle Francis Lyman was president of the European Mission then, and he gave her a blessing. He started out so sure that she was going to die that he was counseling her to not be afraid of death. And then, all of a sudden, he stopped. Just stopped. And when he started blessing her again, his whole attitude had changed.
Sister Gates. Sister Gates, there has been a council held in heaven, and it has been decided that you shall live to perform temple work, and you shall do a greater work than you have ever done before.
Wow. Well, now, she wasn't cured instantly, of course. She lingered on very sick, so that a patriarch came to her. She refused to let him give her a special blessing.
I don't want him to come and dedicate me to the Lord. I don't want to die. I want to live and do temple work.
Sister Gates, if you want to live to do temple work, you shall live.
She had herself carried to the temple in a chair to do endowments. She was so weak and sick that she weighed only 85 pounds. From 1906 until the 1930s, genealogy was one of the most important things the Relief Society did.
Now, sisters, remember that temple work is a priesthood function. Don't start irritating the brethren.
Well, I noticed that we're doing the work, not them.
Sisters, our goal is to encourage them to work as hard at genealogy as we do, not make them sick of hearing us talk about it. Let's provoke the brethren to good works, not provoke the brethren while we work.
They even ran a genealogy column in the Deseret News. And once, when the Deseret News was about to cancel that column because of a paper shortage, Susa Gates sent a circular to 1,000 relief societies calling upon the women to send letters of protest. And the Deseret News was flooded with protests, and the column stayed in.
She sounds like a mean lady.
Oh, not really mean, son. Just absolutely dedicated to her work.
We're related to everybody.
Now, on your mother's side of the family, too.
Well, Mom's a convert. She doesn't have any neat ancestors
Now, don't say that near your mother, Jerry.
Well, they were never apostles or anything.
Now, I can see that you are profoundly ignorant about our family history.
Profoundly ignorant?
But now, tonight's family home evening. Maybe we'll throw out the lesson we'd planned.
Let's make pizzas instead.
I thought you were on a diet.
Very thin pizzas?
We'll have your mother tell you a little bit about her ancestors. My family history reads like the documentary history of the church, but your mom and her mother are the only ones in their whole family who've joined the church. I think you'll be interested in their story and the miracle that happened to your mother and me in finding them.
A miracle?
In the old days, they used to seal people to prominent church leaders instead of to their own parents.
It all began with dear old Harry Russell. He was a convert to the church in 1912 when he was 43, and he plunged right into doing his genealogy. He was good at it, too, and he worked as an officiator in the Salt Lake Temple for 20 years. But he ran into a little problem with his work.
A dead end?
Oh, goodness, no, not a dead end. He found a book that had the names of hundreds of his ancestors. Hundreds. He spent 360 days doing the temple work for all those names. A whole year. Then he got a letter from some relatives in St. George who mentioned having done some work for one of the very ancestors he had just been endowed for. Well, he went down to St. George, and lo and behold, they had a copy of the very same book, and had just finished doing the temple work for every single one of those hundreds of ancestors for a solid year. Both families were doing the exact same work.
What happens when somebody has the work done for him twice?
Oh, nothing happens. I mean, doing an endowment 50 times for the same person is exactly as effective as doing it once.
Brother Russell, I hate to ask you such a silly question, but what's all this paper that you have just set so heavily on my desk?
Names.
Indeed.
Elder Smith, I have come to implore you to reconsider.
Reconsider?
We aren't setting up a dictionary here. We're setting up a temple index. And the index will be worse than useless if we alphabetize by spellings.
Brother Russell, it strikes me as illogical to file names by deliberately misspelling them.
That's why I've brought these papers. Now, look here, Elder Smith. There are 18 different ways to spell Smith. 18. And even a simple name like Anderson. Andresen, Andersen with an E, Andrasen, and 7 other variations.
Each one is a distinct name. Each should be filed separately.
But they aren't. 50 years ago, people couldn't spell worth beans. And 100 years ago, there weren't any spelling rules at all. How do you check to see if it's already been done?
I look up Smith with no H.
But you can't stop there. Because you found his name from his father's will, where the name had no H. But someone else might have found his name in the town records, where his name is spelled with an H and an E. And someone else might have found his name through his marriage record in the parish church, where his name was spelled with a Y. You have to check all 18 different spellings of Smith, because we have no way of knowing which is the right one.
There are a lot of Smiths in the world.
Elder Smith, with my system, we put all the names into one place, one list, all the different spellings of Smith in one place. If it sounds like Smith, we file it under Smith. If it sounds like Anderson or even comes close, it's all in the same list. You check just once.
There's some value in that, I can see it. But the cost, Brother Russell, it will save a little time for people doing the cross-checking, but it'll take hundreds and hundreds of hours to reorganize the system now, and that doesn't include redoing all the mistakes that uneducated temple recorders and genealogists might make in later years. Not worth the cost. I just can't approve it.
Well, President Grant approves it.
What?
I talked to President Heber J. Grant about it, and he's sending you a letter.
Brother Russell, don't you know that there are channels in this church?
Sometimes they're channels, Elder Smith, but sometimes they're ruts.
If President Grant thinks it's worth the effort, then I'll certainly go along. But I don't appreciate your going over my head.
Elder Smith,
Once we get this system working, I'll be a real good little boy and not cause any more problems.
But Harry was doing a very, very difficult job, and he was pretty obsessed with it. No one, not even an apostle, seemed as important to him as the dead people he had dedicated his life to serving.
But what did they do about those sealings? Well, the people who weren't in the family, like my great-great-great-grandfather, being sealed to Joseph Smith and all.
That was another argument between Harry and Elder Smith. But Elder Smith won this one, and rightly so. Harry wanted to index all the sealing work, but Elder Smith insisted that they only index the endowments.
Why? Didn't they want to avoid duplication in the sealing work?
Not really. You see, now that they knew the proper way to seal families to each other, from father to son all the way along, we just didn't know what to do about the ones that had been done the wrong way for decades.
64 years.
We figured it out today.
Some people sealed to two different people, no doubt. But you see, the way we figured it, our ordinances here on earth are only valid if they are recognized on the other side of the veil. Isn't that so?
Yes, that's true.
So if one of the ordinances was done wrong for those people, why, it simply isn't recognized.
You know that Mom was born in Germany.
Yeah,
Sure.
we knew that.
Well, there are some things we haven't talked about much with you because they're kind of, well, sensitive, painful memories. But Mom was born in 1938. That should tell you something.
Hitler? You were born in Germany when Hitler was around?
That's right. But what you might not realize, oh, you probably did, we must have mentioned it, is that my parents were Jews.
Jews? In Hitler's Germany? I thought all the Jews were killed.
Nearly all. My daddy. I don't know if I can tell it.
Did somebody you know...
Well, the reason your Grandma Goldman doesn't have a husband is because your Grandpa Goldman was killed somewhere in Germany sometime during the war. He tried to get the whole family out, his wife and his daughter and his two sons, but it was expensive and difficult. There was an underground organization trying to smuggle Jews out so they wouldn't get killed, but it was very difficult.
Mr. Goldman, you must understand, we never know when we will be able to smuggle someone out of the country. And until then, you must remain in hiding. You are 5 people. We have to split you up. Where can we hide 5 people?
We stay together. We are a family, and we'll be together forever.
Then you have to go back and face the brown shirts yourself. If you want us to help you, you have to do it our way.
Mama, what can I...
What must be, must be. We will be together in Switzerland. Maybe in America, no?
When do we have to split up?
Now. We have a place where 3 can go and another place for 2. Right now.
But we can't. We haven't even said goodbye. We can't.
You have about 2 minutes to say goodbye.
We have to stay, each of us, with the children. We have to split up. Oh, Papa.
Then I'll take the boys, and you take little Gabriela. She is too young to be separated from you.
Oh, Papa, I'm afraid I don't...
Not in front of the children. Here, boys, kiss your mama goodbye. We are going to be separated for a little while, but we'll be together in America.
Goodbye, Hans.
Goodbye, little Gabi. My
Come on
baby
now,
girl.
quickly.
Goodbye. God be kind to you.
Maybe Jerusalem. Maybe we'll be together there.
Hush. No talk of Jerusalem. Let's go.
And so Mom and Grandma Goldman were helped out of the country. In a hay wagon, if you can believe it.
I was very young, but I remember it still. The war ended. Still, Papa and the boys had not escaped. We tried to find them, but no one knew where they were. We tried to find the underground people who'd helped us. They had been arrested and executed. We are pretty sure that my papa and brothers were caught and killed.
And not just them.
My Aunt Maria, my Uncle Friedrich, my grandparents,
Buchenwald, Austerlitz, all dead, all gone.
Why?
Why did the mobs kill so many saints and drive them out of their homes? There are many reasons, but the main one is this. The world hates any group of people that call themselves God's chosen people. We Mormons got off easy compared to the Jews, but then we had only been hated for a few years, and the Jews have been hated for many centuries.
But are they God's chosen people?
God has never forgotten his covenant with Israel. Your mother takes part in the blessings of God twice, once through her heritage as a Jew, and again through her heritage as a Mormon.
I'm better now. I'm sorry to cry. It's just that, I have so many little girl memories of those good people. And I don't often let myself think of them or talk about them. My mother and I were all alone, but we managed to work in Switzerland and earn the money to come to America. We were in New York when 2 young boys came to our house. They seemed like big men to me. I was only 10 in 1949. I had to translate everything they said to my mother, who didn't learn English as quickly as I did. But we became interested because they taught that it is God's plan that families that are separated by death will be brought together as families in the next life. And we were Jews. Accepting Jesus Christ was very hard. After the terrible things that so-called Christians had done to us in Europe during the war. Well, it was when I was 18 that the missionaries came again. And this time we were readier. We accepted, and we were baptized. And in the Manhattan ward, there was a certain Sunday school teacher and scoutmaster named Brian Evans.
Ta-da!
And I married him, and he brought me and Grandma Goldman out here to Utah. In the millennium, all the books will be opened, she said. But it was when I was pregnant with Danette that I started having dreams. They would come to me, all these people that I hardly remembered, really, from my childhood. One night, it was Uncle Friedrich. The next night, it was my grandmama, and the next night, a cousin, night after night.
She woke up crying.
What were the dreams like? Were they nightmares?
Oh, no, they weren't frightening, no, a sweet feeling of peace and love. I remember the last of the visions. It was when my papa and brothers came to me. Papa looked just as he always had, but my brothers were older. They had grown up. They were men.
Gabriela, I am your papa.
I know you, Papa. And Heinrich. And Hans.
Gabriela, we are waiting for you, all of us. Find us all.
But I don't know where to look.
We are all waiting for you. We have found our Savior, Gabriela, and we want to join him. We wait only for you, my daughter. Then we can be together.
And then the dream ended.
For all those years, the people killing them or hurting them or stealing from them, they were always in the name of Jesus Christ. How could they accept Christ after that?
Well, you see, Jerry, I think that perhaps Christ gives special attention to those who suffered from cruel people who claim to be Christians. I think, and well, this isn't doctrine, kids, but I think maybe Jesus Christ himself comes to these people. I think maybe he puts his arms around them and says, "Will you forgive these people who hurt you? I forgave the people who hurt me."
But why did God let such terrible things happen to people?
Terrible things?
Killing all those innocent people, hurting them like that, tearing apart families, starting wars, all those things.
Well, there's no denying that there are terrible things, Danette, in one sense.
I know. It's because we have our free agency. God can't stop the wicked from being wicked, or they wouldn't have had their free agency.
It doesn't sound fair. It sounds like the wicked get more free agency than the righteous.
There's another reason. You see, there are a lot of terrible things that can happen, death, hunger, disease, and loneliness. But there are other terrible things, too. Like people who are born so rich that they think they have the right to have everything they want all the time, and people who are so successful in business that they cast aside their families. Hey, what a long family home evening. Family prayer, right? And then refreshments. Sister Jacobs, would you please offer the prayer?
I'd love to.
Okay, everybody, kneel down.
Lunch time!
Let's go right here.
I'm hungry. Hey, the coffee machine's busted again.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, tuna fish again. My mother's finally learning to fix American food. Hey, Matsushita, no little rice cakes? No raw squid? I hate raw squid. No wonder my parents came to America.
Hey, guys, we're at war.
War? What do you mean?
The Japs, they just bombed Hawaii. Pearl Harbor sunk a lot of ships.
The Japanese? We're not even at war with it.
Just a stinking, rotten surprise attack out of nowhere. Thousands of guys are dead. They never had a chance.
Well, didn't they even declare war or something?
Nothing. But what do you expect from a bunch of slanty-eyed...
Hey, don't look at me. I didn't bomb anybody.
Maybe we just better not talk here.
What do you mean?
Well, they've been arresting Japanese in Hawaii as spies. We've got a lot of Japanese around here in California, too, you know.
Hey, I'm American.
Yeah, sure.
Where's Todd? I'm sick of this job. I think I might just go enlist and kill me some Japs.
Yeah.
Slanty-eyed.
Hey, Matsushita. Don't let it bother you, huh? They're just a bunch of jerks anyway.
Funny. I've grown up all my life thinking, hey, it's great to be American. I've never been to Japan. Now all of a sudden there's a war and I'm a Jap.
Don't worry. At income tax time, they'll consider you an American again.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this. Phil Farmer and his little Jap friend.
Hey, this is a sensitive installation, isn't it? I mean, airplane manufacture, isn't it? Hey, when are the bombers coming, Jap? Maybe you better take some sick days, boy. Maybe a lot of sick days.
Hey, you get your hands off him, Saul.
Maybe I want to pound the Jap a little while, and maybe you better not try to stop me.
Saul Matsushita's a good guy. He was born right here in Los Angeles, okay? You want to beat on something, you join the army. You want to be a big guy, huh? Don't start picking on somebody half your size.
I just warn you. You better take a lot of sick leave, boy.
Yeah, I see.
Come on, let's get out of this.
Yeah. Saul was my friend. Yeah. Yesterday we had lunch together.
Hey, Matsushita, maybe you better take a long lunch. Me too, okay? Today's my last day of work anyway. Who cares if I finish the afternoon, okay?
My parents were born in Japan, Phil. They're real Japanese, and they'd never hurt anybody. It's just crazy people over there, that's all. Some crazy people have taken over Japan, and they're shooting people. But the real Japanese, they're good people.
Sure, Matsushita, I know that. Look, it's Sunday, and as long as I'm taking the afternoon, I'm going to church. You want to come?
I'm not a Christian.
You don't have to be baptized to come. Besides, there are some people who think I'm not a Christian either. I'm a Mormon.
Not Christian?
Oh, we're Christian, all right. More Christian than a lot of other people.
Don't I know it? Yeah, I'll come. I tell you the truth, Phil. I'm scared. Looks like we're late.
Shh, just a second. It's the prayer.
In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Okay, we can go in.
Maybe I better not.
Hey, don't be an idiot, Matsushita. These are my friends. I know these people.
There's no avoiding it now. Some of our young men here in this chapel today will go into battle. Some of them will even die for their country. It's a fact that we have to face. There are terrible forces at move in the world right now. Nations and rulers who are trying to take away the liberty of all people. I can't speak for the whole church, but I can tell you what I feel. I have 3 sons, all in their teens. I want more than almost anything in this whole world for them to grow up and live full and wonderful lives and have their families grow old and be happy. But if they die in this war, and by their dying they help bring about the defeat of servants of Satan who are threatening us now, well, then I figure they've fulfilled as great a mission in this life as anyone could hope to fulfill. I pray that they will live, but I pray even harder that we'll win this war. And the victory will be worth the price. Those are fine words. I hope I can remember that if anything happens to my boys. Another thing, brothers and sisters, as bishop, it is my duty to remind you of your duty. Oh, I just noticed that Brother Phil Farmer has come into the church. Nice to see you here, Phil. I noticed that Phil brought a friend with him. I don't know whether your friend is Chinese or Japanese or what, but when I saw him come in here, I thought, what's a Japanese doing coming in here right now? And then as soon as I thought, well, I was ashamed of myself. This is the Church of Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ was the Savior of the whole world. Americans, Germans, Japanese, everybody. And if a Japanese child of God comes into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, we should welcome him with as much love as we would any other person. When a Japanese comes into this chapel, the Lord would like us to make him feel that he's just come home. Sorry, I didn't mean to pick on you, son. I don't usually call as much attention to a visitor who's come to our meeting, but I heard on the radio before I came to church today that some hoodlums downtown had beaten up a Japanese so badly that he had to be taken to the hospital. I don't want to hear of any Latter-day Saint ever doing such a cowardly, evil thing as hurting another person just because his ancestor's nation has done something bad to America. What's your name, son?
Howard Matsushita.
Howard, welcome to sacrament meeting. Forgive me for embarrassing you. We'll now have our sacrament hymn.
Hey, Matsushita, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you put on the spot like that.
Don't worry about it. I'm glad to hear somebody say something like that.
Well, what did you think of the meeting?
Oh, it was noisy. I mean, babies crying, people talking. And now it sounds like after a baseball game.
Yeah, Mormons love to talk, even baby Mormons.
I like it. It feels friendly.
Oh, there's my dad. Dad!
Hi, Phil. Howard, was that your name?
Yes, sir, Mr. Farmer. Howard Matsushita.
Well, it's a pleasure. I just hope the bishop didn't embarrass you too much.
No.
So some of the guys at work were getting pretty ugly, so Howard decided to come to church with me. I figured, what the heck? It was my last day anyway. They wouldn't miss me.
Well, I'm glad you came, but Phil,
How come you're quitting work, Phil? Money isn't good enough?
Oh, no, the money was great, but I'm going on a mission. My call's going to come through any day now.
What's a mission?
It's where you go out for 2 years, or 2.5 if it's a foreign mission, and preach about Mormonism and try to convert people.
But will the government let you go? They're bound to start drafting people now that there's a war.
Drafting? But, well, I didn't think about that.
Phil, the bishop talked to me before church started. He doesn't think the church is likely to let anybody go on missions during the war.
Well, why not? I mean,
Phil, what would people think? You knock on their door, they see you there, a fine, healthy 24-year-old young man, and they think, my son's in the army. Why isn't this boy?
I didn't think. I mean, Dad, I've just gotten so used to the idea of a mission. It's like I don't even feel like I'm really in the real world, you know? They wouldn't keep me from going on a mission, would they?
I'm afraid they very probably will.
What do they pay to missionaries?
Nothing. That's why I've been working at the plant, to save up the money to pay for my whole mission. Finally got enough, and now I can't go.
You pay for your own mission?
Yeah.
2 years, and you pay for it yourself. Sounds crazy.
Yeah, I guess so. But my dad and I joined the church about, about 10 years ago?
Yeah, you were 13 then.
Well, 11 years ago. It changed our whole life. It made us a lot happier, and I wanted to bring that kind of happiness to other people.
Phil, there you are. Mr.
Matsushita. Call me Howard, please.
Howard. Now, that's a name I can pronounce. Of course, my name is Mershinsky, for that matter. Sorry to have embarrassed you in church. That's quite a welcome to our meeting.
No problem, sir.
Have you told him, Jack? Yes, Bishop. Now, don't take it so hard, Phil. I know how much this meant to you. Maybe they'll let the missionaries who already have their papers sent in, well, maybe they'll still let them go. I'll call Salt Lake first thing tomorrow morning. It'll be worth a long-distance call to find out for you.
Thanks.
Howard, you want to come home for dinner?
Thank you, sir, but my parents are expecting me after work.
Yes, but work doesn't end for another 2 hours. I've got a roast in the oven, and Phil and I can never eat it all.
Well, if you don't mind having me come, I'd enjoy it.
I warn you, though, Phil's mother died 2 years after he was born, and I'm just as bad a cook now as I was then.
Oh, Phil's a pretty big guy. It looks like your cooking probably won't kill me.
And so the Second World War was on, and my mission was off. The word came pretty quickly. No more missionaries until the war was over. And the government was almost as quick. I had only a few weeks before I had to be inducted into the Army. I had a girlfriend, Nora Young. She had been planning to wait for me on my mission.
Just last part again. Pangapsnida. Pangapsnida. Pepkedeo. Pepkedeo. Good. Pepkedeo pangapsnida. Pepkedeo pangapsnida. Okay, add one more word. Kajokul. Again, Kajokul.
Here's your mail, gentlemen. Elder Stork, 3. Elder Sugiyama, 1. Elder Gordon, 1. Elder Walensky, 4. 2 of them being from Sister Irene Anderson. Sister Irene. And for Elder Levy, alas, nothing. Just a postcard for me.
1 day without mail doth not a drought make.
What's for lunch today?
It doesn't matter. It will be inedible, and we'll have to eat it.
Hey, it isn't that bad. Yesterday, I recognized a grape in the fruit salad.
That wasn't a grape. It was a maraschino cherry with acute nausea.
Mother still loves me. Father still loves me. The dog, however, does not love me.
Let's go eat lunch.
It's nearly harvest time, and for once I don't have to do it. Why, the MTC is a vacation.
Some vacation. Come on. I'm hungry. What do you think you're going to have?
Hey, not a good letter?
Oh, yeah, it's all right. Let's go eat.
Y'all really don't look too good, Elder Gordon.
Yeah, well, I'm fine. Let's get something to eat.
Yeah. Y'all keep it to yourself. That's fine.
We've got about 20 minutes before class, Elder Storp. Would you mind going over the third concept together?
Yeah. But can we go to the Woodruff building, and I got to use the phone. My checking account. Got to call the bank, and find out what's in it. I'm not too good at addition.
Sure. Let's do the discussion on the way over.
What are you, a fanatic?
No. I'm just a guy who kind of wishes he could talk Korean better. He wants all the practice he can get before he gets punked down in Busan and has to talk it all day.
Yeah, well, it's easier to learn when you get over there anyway.
Oh, really? Then why do they have the MTC in the first place?
Come on, Walensky.
Right, Elder Storp.
It doesn't work. It doesn't come. I just can't do it.
Sure you can, Elder Sugiyama.
Yeah, that's easy for you to say. You already talk Korean like a native.
Oh, come on. I haven't exactly memorized all the discussions myself,
Yeah, but you've already passed off the C and the D, and that's more than most missionaries do in a tough language like this. And here I am. I can't even get how to make the words with my mouth.
There's nothing wrong with your mouth. You should have the easiest time of all if it depends on the shape of your mouth.
My mouth grew up speaking Idaho English. I just can't do it.
Already, you know hundreds of words. When we went on marathon over the weekend, you got through the whole time without saying one word of English.
Right, Elder Levy. I also didn't say one word of Korean. I just kept my mouth shut. Listen to this. Yosep Sinipson Sugiyama Ri Yeamon Jayoko Chonen Korusigo Songo Kyoe입니다. Amin Haseo.
Okay, so your accent isn't very good.
Accent? Did you understand a word I said?
Well, didn't you say Joseph Smith was a prophet of Sugiyama? And my name is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? Hello?
Is that what I said?
Well, that's how it came out. But what the heck? That's more than most people can do. Just think. You already speak better Korean than 99% of the American people.
Funny.
Hey, look, don't get discouraged.
You're doing great. Cool it, okay? It doesn't help a bit to have you being so cheerful, Mr. Korean himself. It all comes to you easy as pie, doesn't it? So get off my case.
I was just trying to cheer you up.
Well, it doesn't work, does it? So just...
Hey, elders.
Hi, Elder Archibald.
Hey, both of you. I'm worried.
So am I.
I'm worried about all of us. We're kind of a mess, aren't we?
We're not so bad.
No. Look. Walensky's about ready to stuff Elder Storp up the shower. And Elder Gordon's so depressed he's got me depressed. And here you two are, fighting.
We weren't fighting, we were...
Call it what you like, it sounded like fighting from across the hall. How come you two are jumping on each other?
I'm sorry, I was just being stupid.
No, you weren't. Look, it's tough having Elder Levy for a companion.
Hey, thanks.
You know what I mean. Levy's learning the language like he was a Korean. But so what? Y'all don't have to compare yourself to him. You aren't Levy. You're Elder Sugiyama. I've watched you.
You maybe ought to tell him that on P-Day when we were at the mall, we were playing some of the electronic games.
Was that a good idea?
It was a lot better idea than going to see the movie, which is against the rules, which is what Storp wanted to do.
Hello?
Hello? I need to find out my current bank balance.
Oh, Phil, I was hoping you'd call.
74-831-2289. Name is Philip Storp. That's right.
Oh, come off it.
Hi, lady.
Phil, are you going to get in trouble for this?
I really don't care, I'm really sick of this place. I'm about to climb walls.
How's the Korean coming?
I don't care how the Korean's coming. Lousy. It's a lousy language, and I'm sick of it.
I wish you were home, Phil.
So do I.
Well, you can't come home. That's just the way it is.
Yes, I can. There's no law says I've got to stay here. I can just walk right out.
Oh, Phil, that'd be so embarrassing. Everybody would think you did something really bad.
I'm gonna go crazy if I stay here. I miss you.
You miss your car, you mean?
Sometimes I just want to walk home. just walk up to Comanche Drive and knock on the front door and just look at Dad's face when he saw me there.
He'd have a stroke.
And I'd just laugh in his face. He keeps sending me these dumb little letters saying, "We're so proud of you, son. Wilford Woodruff baptized whole congregations. There's no reason you can't do the same."
He's just trying to encourage you.
You on my side or his?
I miss you.
You're dating 3 nights a week.
I am not. Who told you that?
Just kidding.
Well, I'm not, so whoever told you that had just better mind their own business.
Hey, where are you going to be after devotional tomorrow? Can't you meet me outside the Marriott Center?
Oh, I feel so wicked. We just keep accidentally running into each other. Okay, I'll be by the south door.
Right. See you. I love you, Cindy.
Arm's length. I love you too, Phil. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
I, the Lord, am bound when you do what I say. When you do not what I say, ye have no promise. I, the Lord, am bound when you do what I say. When you do
Come
not
on,
what I say.
I'm through.
Everything add up?
What? Oh, yeah.
Hey, Elder Storp. I'm not an idiot. I may play football, but that doesn't mean I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean?
I go to a real friendly bank, but I never said I love you to the bookkeeper.
Listening in, huh?
You weren't exactly quiet. Besides, it's my job to care about what you're doing.
Yeah, this companion system is really neat. Everybody's got a spy with him all the time.
Most people have a friend with them.
I guess I just wasn't lucky, was I?
Elder Storp, what are you doing to yourself?
By going on a mission? Ruining my life.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have come on a mission.
Maybe you're right.
Hey, Elder Storp, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Oh, great, Walensky. Some super companion you are. Hi, Elder Gordon. Time for the old interview, right? Yeah, come on, let's go. I mean, you're not even trying. Yes, I am, Elder O'Leary. Elder Archibald's worried about you, too. He says that you always get depressed by letters from home, that you never seem to have any fun. I mean, even in gym. I'm just a dull person, that's all. Elder Gordon, you're not. You can't let it wreck your mission. Your mission's just between you and the Lord, and those people in Korea. Not your family, not anybody. My family's fine. Are they, Elder Gordon? Wow, that bad.
My parents are getting a divorce.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I sure have a great sense of timing.
It's my fault.
Your fault.
When I'm home, I can always patch it up between them. I mean, I always sort of smooth things over. They both talk to me, but Mom's filing the divorce papers. And Dad thinks it's just fine with him.
If I've ever heard a good excuse for not having your mind on the work.
Well, I just don't think it's fair.
Elder Gordon, I love you. That isn't much help, but I really love you. I think you'll be a great missionary.
They'd accept my sacrifice and keep them together.
Yeah, well, it doesn't always work that way.
Well, it should.
No, it shouldn't. Your parents are both grown up. If you went out and robbed a bank, it wouldn't be their fault, would it? I mean, you're an adult now. And if they can't keep their marriage together, it isn't your fault either. You care. You should care. But it isn't your responsibility anymore. You've done all you could do. And now you're out on a mission. Your responsibility is to the Lord and to the people you're going to teach. That's where you've got to put your thoughts. Instead of spending all your prayers on your parents, you ought to pray for the Lord to help you keep your mind off them as much as possible. Ask the Lord to help you concentrate on your mission.
Is it okay if I don't go back to practice and review for a minute? They'll know I've been crying.
Of course. That's fine. I'll go out and see who it is. Elder O'Leary? Sorry to interrupt the interview. We were just finishing. Just finished. It's Elder Stork. He's cut out. What? He's with Elder Andrus from Elder Carpenter's group. We traded comps for a few minutes, and after dinner...
Why did you trade comps? You're not supposed to do that.
If you had Stort for a comp, you'd trade as often as you could. He's probably gone to see his girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
He's been calling her. And they keep running into each other by chance. I mean, every P-Day and every devotional, and he just keeps talking to her and talking to her. I'm sick of it. I really... There he is.
Elder Stort.
Oh, hi.
Come here, I want to talk to you.
Hey, I lost a quarter in the candy machine, and I had to beat the machine up to get it back.
Come here. Come on, both of you. Come in here. This is an empty room. Come on in.
Both of us?
Hey, what's up?
I just want to talk to you. Both of you.
Right. I mean, you're the boss, O'Leary.
Elder O'Leary.
Right. Elder O'Leary.
All right, I'm not going to talk about where you've been.
I told you where I was.
I don't care where you were. I want to talk to both of you. I don't know what's going on between you. I really don't. But I know this. You two are hurting the whole district. You're fighting all the time. You don't get along for a minute.
Well, it's hardly my fault.
I said I wanted to talk to you. Later on, you can talk to me. But I've been fasting about this district for 2 days now. I had one who didn't have a testimony at all when he came on his mission, you know. I had one elder who stammered so bad he couldn't say 2 words in a row. I had an elder who'd memorize 2 pages in a day, and the next day he'd forget every single word. I had an elder whose mother died while he was in the MTC. I had an elder whose parents filed for divorce while he was in the MTC. Do you agree with me that those are real problems?
Yeah.
Sure. All kinds of problems. I've got problems, too. My father...
I'm sick of hearing about your father. What are you, Elder Storp, a puppet? Does your father make you raise your arm? Does he make your voice come out? There's only one person responsible for what you do and say, and that's Elder Storp. Or are you just a puppet?
I'm not a puppet.
Good. Then we don't have to hear about how terrible your father is, because you're the only one who can decide what you do. Besides, let me take a wild guess, but how's this? I bet your father loves you with all his heart, and he just isn't very good at showing it.
He's lousy.
Great. That's 1 point against your father. He's lousy at showing love. Now let's check you. How good are you at showing love?
Don't play psychologist with me.
I'm not playing psychologist. I'm playing missionary. I hear you think you might not go to Korea.
That's right. Maybe I just won't go.
What right do you have to decide that?
It's my life.
No, it isn't. I once taught a family that had gone through 5 sets of elders. 5. In 2 years, they just wouldn't get baptized, but they wouldn't let the missionaries go either. And then I came. You think I'm a magician? I don't know what I did. I just said things to them the way they needed to hear them, or the time was right, or whatever.
I want to be, but I'm not. Can I go back to class, Elder O'Leary?
Sure, Elder Walensky.
I'll try to do better. I'll try not to fight with him anymore.
Me too.
What do you think of Elder Walensky?
Oh, he's an all right guy. I mean, he tries to study. He tries to do it all straight, play by the rules, you know. Everything I'm not. Maybe that's why I get so mad at him. He's everything my dad wants me to be, and I'm not.
Well, let me tell you about Elder Walensky. Did you know he played football?
Yeah, he kind of mentioned it once.
Did you know that he gave up a football scholarship at Purdue? That he redshirted for Ballantyne his freshman year, and he was going to start this year? But he gave up his football scholarship to come on a mission?
Won't he get it back?
At BYU, they make allowances for missions. At Purdue, they don't exactly understand. And he was engaged. Did you know that? But she broke it off. Said she wasn't going to wait 2 years for anybody.
He must not have loved her very much.
You think not? That's not the way it sounded to me. He sat where you're sitting now, and he even shed a few tears over that girl. But he came on this mission. He's having a hard time. He's discouraged.
Everything in this district would be just fine if I went home.
No, Snort. What's wrong with you is that you haven't left home yet. You're still playing power games with your dad and still trying to hang on to your sweet little girlfriend. Part of the problem is that the MTC is right in your hometown. I can't help that, neither can you. If you left here and went home, what would you be? Just what you were 6 weeks ago. Is that what you want to be all your life?
No.
Elder Storp, why don't you just come on a mission? Write letters to Cindy if you want, but don't keep trying to see her or call her. That's what you did in high school. You're doing something different now.
You going to tell President Harrison that I've been seeing Cindy?
Do you plan never to see her again while you're here?
Right.
Then there's no problem, is there?
How will I tell her I won't see her anymore?
I have an idea. Just don't call her. And don't set up any little meetings with her. And in your next letter, don't tell her anything except how hard you're working and how good a missionary you want to be.
She'll be mad.
If she gets mad because you're working hard to be a good missionary, she's not much of a girlfriend, is she? Come on, Elderstorp.
United Airlines Super DC-8 Jet Mainliner Service Flight 5, leaving for Honolulu, will depart from boarding area.
Hey, it's Elder O'Leary. Elder O'Leary, hey. I thought you just didn't have to come up to the airport to see the missionaries off.
I didn't have to. I just wanted to. I get jealous sometimes. You guys are going to Korea, and I only get to go back to Provo.
You aren't supposed to call us guys. Rules.
Sorry. Some things never change.
And some things do.
Yeah, right. Hey, Elderstorp, did you call anybody from the airport? It's allowed this time. Call Cindy?
Nope.
Oh.
I figured my last letter was enough.
Well, who'd you call then?
My dad.
Really?
He told me to go out and baptize the whole city of Pusan.
I just thought you'd want to know. I called my mom. They decided not to get a divorce right now. Just sort of a trial separation. I think all the talk about divorces got them kind of scared. I don't think they ever meant it to get this serious.
I don't think people ever really do mean it to get to that point.
Well, I just wanted you to know, after that talk we had, you know. Thanks for fasting and praying with me. Because it was just like a whole load was lifted from my heart. It's not that I didn't care about my parents anymore. I do care about them a lot. But I just realized that it wasn't my business anymore. I had other business. Anyway, I wanted to thank you. And I just, well, see, after we prayed together that other night, I opened my New Testament and my eyes went to a verse, just like the words leaped out of the page. It said, and I memorized it, it said, "And another also said, Lord, I will follow thee, but let me first go bid them farewell which are at home at my house. And Jesus said unto him, No man, having put his hand to the plow, and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God." I put my hand to the plow, and I'm not looking back.
It's funny. The same thing happened to me. After we prayed together, I went home, worried about you. I've never known a missionary who had to go through what you were going through, and I was worried.
Joseph! Joseph!
What is it?
Telephone. It's Bill Whitman. He says it's important.
Okay, I'll be right in. Hello?
Brother Freeman, did you hear the announcement?
What announcement?
On TV. Have you been watching TV this morning?
No, I've been working outside.
Well, listen. President Kimball has had a revelation about your people, the blacks.
Is that right?
Yes, about the priesthood. You can hold the priesthood now.
What is it? What's happening?
Is that right?
Brother Freeman, don't you believe me? There's going to be a special report about it at noon. Turn on the TV and see for yourself. I wanted to be the first to tell you the news.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks.
You'll see. You'll see I'm right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Is it what I think it is?
He says President Kimball had a revelation.
I knew it. That's the only thing that makes you look like that.
Like what?
You look so silly, I love you. I knew it. That's what the Lord was trying to tell us years ago.
What do you mean?
Don't you remember when Alexander was so sick and the bishop administered to him and he promised that Alexander would grow up and go on a mission?
I remember that. I can't believe this. Brother Whitman must have heard it wrong.
That would be too cruel.
I can't let my hopes...
Well, then why don't you call somebody? We live right here in Salt Lake City. Why don't you just call up the church offices?
Where's the phone book? Who should I call there?
Call President Kimball.
Call President Kimball? You don't just call up the prophet.
His secretary would know it if it was true or not.
Okay, here goes.
Morning, church offices.
Is it possible for me to speak to someone in President Kimball's office?
Certainly. Hold, please.
What do they say?
I'm on hold.
Office of the First Presidency. Good morning.
Hello. I'm calling because my name is Joseph Freeman. I'm a black member of the Church of Jesus Christ here in Salt Lake City. And someone just called me and told me it's probably isn't true, but he said that.
Yes, Brother Freeman. What you've heard is true. The official announcement that the priesthood is now available to all worthy members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints will be given over radio and television all day.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Brother Freeman.
Goodbye. It's true. Blacks can hold a priesthood.
Oh, well, no one had a priesthood. Oh, Joseph, I knew it.
Hello?
Brother Freeman, this is the bishop. I'd like to meet with you this evening in my office. Can you be over here at 10?
Yes, Bishop. I'll be glad to meet with you then.
All right, I'll see you tonight. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
How can you be so calm?
Am I calm? My hands are shaking so bad I can't even hold a phone.
Where's Alexander? Where's Zechariah?
Children, do you know what this means?
Of course I know what it means. We can go through the temple. You can bless our children. You can baptize our children.
Not yet. I have to be worthy.
Of all the men in the church today, I can't think of any who is worthier than you.
You are my wife.
Let's turn on the TV.
The First Presidency announced today that blacks will receive the priesthood in the Mormon Church. The full text of a letter being sent to all church leaders throughout the world was read. The paragraphs that reverse the 143-year-old policy barring the priesthood from blacks sound like this.
Aware of the promises made by the prophets and presidents of the church who have preceded us, that at some time in God's eternal plan, all of our brethren who are worthy may receive the priesthood, and witnessing the faithfulness of those from whom the priesthood has been withheld, we have pleaded long and earnestly in behalf of these our faithful brethren, spending many hours in the upper room of the temple supplicating the Lord for divine guidance. He has heard our prayers, and by revelation has confirmed that the long-promised day has come when every faithful, worthy man in the church may receive the holy priesthood, with power to exercise his divine authority, and enjoy with his loved ones every blessing that flows therefrom, including the blessings of the temple. Accordingly, all worthy male members of the church may be ordained to the priesthood without regard for race or color. Priesthood leaders are instructed to follow the policy of carefully interviewing all candidates for ordination to either the Aaronic or Melchizedek priesthood, to ensure that they meet the established standards for.
It's true.
You always wanted to be a minister, Joseph, and now you will be with the real power of God in you.
I thought it wouldn't be to the millennium.
For us, the millennium begins today.
Joseph Freeman became the first black to hold the priesthood since the policy of denying the priesthood to blacks first began back in the 1830s in Missouri. He was ordained on June 11th, exactly 2 days after the revelation was first announced. The revelation was dated the day before that, June 8th, 1978. For the faithful black members of the church, it was a great day. For Joseph Freeman in particular, his life changed. For one thing, as the first to be ordained, Brother Freeman became an instant celebrity. Appearances on national and local television and radio, speeches all over the church. But for the Freemans, the fame and the hectic schedule were not very important. As Joseph Freeman explained in his book, In the Lord's Due Time, the most important changes came when he was first able to lay hands on the sick and heal them with the power of the priesthood. when he was first able to function with full priesthood authority in his ward. And, most of all, when he was able to go with his family to the Salt Lake Temple. While he and his wife went through the endowment ceremony, their children waited in the temple nursery. At last it was time for them to come to be sealed to their parents.
Alexander, Zachariah, come along now. It's time to go meet your mother and father.
Come on, Zachariah. Hurry up. We got to go see Mom and Daddy. Don't you know today we're going to be a family forever?
But it wasn't only the black saints throughout the world who understood the significance of what had happened. In priesthood meetings, Sunday schools, sacrament meetings everywhere, Latter-day Saints of every race found personal meaning in the revelation.
I had a lesson all prepared for today. It was going to be a pretty good lesson, too. But for the last 2 days, my heart's been too full of something else. I served my mission in Brazil, you see, and down there, something like 3/4 of the people were either black or had black ancestors. Time after time it happened that I'd come to a family and start teaching them, and they'd accept everything. They'd be so in tune with the Spirit. And then I'd find out that they had the wrong lineage, and we'd have to stop teaching them. The blacks in Brazil were the most spiritually in tune, and it broke my heart time and again. And now I just wish I were 19 again, and I could go back and find all those people and teach them and baptize them. If there's any one of you who ever doubted it, let me tell you that we have the proof. We're all the Lord's children, and He loves us all.
And did you know what happened 2 days ago?
Yeah, I know.
Johnny?
Black people can be baptized.
Well, that's true, but black people could always be baptized, Johnny. Does anyone know what it is that black people can do now that they couldn't do before?
Priesthood.
That's right. They can hold the priesthood now. And who said that they could hold the priesthood?
The prophet. The Lord did.
The Lord told the prophet. And the prophet told the 12 apostles. And they all voted to sustain it as revelation. And do you know something else, boys and girls? My husband and I heard about this, and we decided that this was one of the most important things to happen in our lifetime. And we realized that we had a responsibility too. So we fasted yesterday, and our whole family got together in family prayer, and we asked the Lord to confirm to us too that it was really a revelation from the Lord. And you know what? The Lord really did confirm it. We felt a burning in our hearts, my husband and I did. And even our little girl, Sarah, who is 2 years younger than you are, said that she knows that it is true.
Sister Goodson, why are you crying? My dad said we should be happy because everyone could hold the priesthood.
Does anybody know why I'm crying?
Because of your testimony.
That's right, Marianne. And 50 years from now, when you have grandchildren who are the age you are now, they'll come to you and say, Grandpa, Grandma, is the prophet really a prophet? And you'll be able to tell them. What will you be able to tell them?
Yes.
And why will you be able to tell them that?
Because we were there when President Kimball gave the priesthood to the blacks.
And don't you ever forget it. The Lord is still giving revelation to His prophets, even today.
There's only one thing that really bothers me. Didn't Brigham Young say that the blacks wouldn't get the priesthood until every single white person had had a chance to have it?
That's what I heard, too. But then, Brigham Young was president of the church in the 1800s, and it's 1978.
But the Lord's still the Lord.
Yeah, but the Lord only gives us as much of the gospel as we can cope with. And in the areas where the Lord hasn't said anything yet, the brethren just do their best thinking and try to figure things out for themselves. That's why the Lord calls smart people to be apostles, so that their best thinking is usually pretty good guidance, even when the Lord hasn't revealed an answer to a certain question.
But why did they say those things if they weren't true? Why do we sustain them as prophets, seers, and revelators if they aren't always right?
I guess because the Lord doesn't call puppets to lead the church. He calls men. And in the meantime, we all have the gift of the Holy Ghost to let us know what's true and what isn't, wherever it matters.
The Holy Ghost really hasn't ever said much to me, Linda.
Have you ever asked for anything?
No, not really.
Well, then, maybe this revelation is a pretty good time to start, don't you think?
It's different for you. You're a convert. You had to find out all this stuff new.
And you were raised in the church. It's all second nature to you.
I guess it's about time I got my testimony in gear, isn't it? I mean, who knows when the Lord might decide just to up and hold the second coming. When the Lord's ready to do something, He doesn't seem to wait around to fit it in with our time schedules.
But the impact of that revelation was not limited just to those who were already members of the church. For years, President Kimball had been shown in a movie, standing in front of a map of the world. There were huge areas of that map where the missionaries had never gone. Most of the Muslim world, most of the communist world, India, Burma, still largely untouched by the gospel, and almost all of the huge continent of Africa. But just because the missionaries had never gone to the black nations of Africa did not mean that the Spirit of the Lord was not working among the people there. Back in the 1950s, when no one really imagined the blacks would ever get the priesthood before the millennium, some letters started arriving at church headquarters.
Brother Johnson, will you look at this?
What is it?
A letter. Just read it.
It's from Ghana. Where's Ghana?
In Africa. On the western bulge of Africa. Read it.
Please, I have been told much
about how this great restored church was found by our great prophet Joseph Smith, and still I am being more anxious to know more about it through the reading of books about it. I have heard of the Book of Mormon, which was some good news revealed and given to Joseph Smith on the Mount Congora. I will be very happy if copy of the Book of Mormon is sent to me in the order to read more about the words which the Lord gave. Actually, I wish to become a pure Mormon, and so I want to know more about Mormons, for the little that our elders and pastors have told us here in Ghana made me get the inside of the scene of a light somewhere. I always become happy when songs and hymns like Come, Come, Ye Saints, and Come, O Thy Kings of Kings, and some Song of Zion are sung in the church service. Actually, I wish I am with you there to share these happy things that you enjoy in Christ.
Signed, Emmanuel Bunda. Well, I'll be.
Me too. Elders and pastors. Did you notice that? What's going on in Ghana?
What was going on was simple. Some pamphlets had reached Ghana and Nigeria, where, because Britain had once ruled those lands as colonies, many people spoke and read English. And using those pamphlets as their only guide, these people, touched by the Spirit of God, were doing their best to worship the Lord according to the teachings of Joseph Smith. They had the Articles of Faith. They knew that we believe in the same organization that existed in the primitive church, that is, pastors, apostles, evangelists. And so they were following the only guidance they had, and they set up small congregations, built their own meeting houses, and were led by, as the Article of Faith told them, apostles, prophets, pastors, elders. Another letter, this one from Anthony Obina.
We here are the true sons of God, but color makes no difference in the service of our Heavenly Father and Christ. The Spirit of God calls us to abide by this church, and there is nothing to keep us out.
But Ghana's government wasn't particularly friendly to the United States in those days. It was hard to get visas to visit there, and a terrible civil war raged in Nigeria. Finally, in August 1978, only 2 months after the Lord had lifted the restrictions on giving the priesthood to blacks, there were no more obstacles to giving those loyal saints what they had long been pleading for: full membership in the church. Edwin Q. Cannon and Merrill Bateman were sent by the church on a fact-finding tour.
All the facts come down to this: these people are ready for the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Within a few months, Edwin and Janeth Cannon and Rendell and Rachel Mabey were called as missionary couples to preach the gospel, baptize, and organize the church in Ghana and Nigeria.
Good morning, brother.
Oh, sister.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, sister. Good morning, brother Buta.
Good morning, Brother Mbuti. Brothers and sisters, this is a truly glorious day for all of us. This morning, you see, we have these white men and women with us, but they are not strangers. Brothers and sisters, they've come from America, and they have been sent by the prophet of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to baptize us and give us the Holy Ghost and the priesthood.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Our prayers have been answered, and the Lord is bringing us the fullness of the gospel. This is Elder Mabey.
Thank you, Brother Obina. Brothers and sisters, we bring you greetings from President Spencer W. Kimball, who is the prophet of the church today and the direct successor of President Joseph Smith, who restored the church so many years ago. We have nothing to bring you except salvation and eternal life. You have already been touched by the Spirit of God. You must not think of us as white men among you. We are all children of God, who are loved by our Heavenly Father, and you will receive the same baptism we receive, and you will be ordained to the same priesthood and take part in the same ordinances. Who built this building you meet in?
It is our building, Elder Mabey. We built it so we could meet together often.
Already you have the spirit of sacrifice. Already you understand that whenever Latter-day Saints are together, they build a house of prayer.
Wherever they went, it was the same. Meeting houses with signs painted in front saying, "The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, founded 1830. Or in one meeting house, the sign had obviously taken the name from the copyright notice at the bottom of the tracts. It said, "The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Incorporated." And people singing hymns and preaching the gospel. There was so much that they didn't know, and yet they were eager to learn.
In the true church, we don't pass around a collection plate.
But then, how do you get the money to care for the poor and take care of the meeting house?
The Lord has given us the law of tithing. Every member of the church sets aside 1/10 of his increase.
And in the Relief Society, the sisters gather together to find ways to care for the sick and the poor and to teach each other.
What do you teach?
Whatever the sisters most need. For instance, I'd like to teach a lesson on how to keep your families healthy. And you can teach lessons on the gospel, of course, and on every single thing that the sisters need to know.
How to fix food?
If that's what the sisters need a lesson on, that's what you teach.
Not just about Jesus.
The Lord wants us to be happy and healthy in every way. The church can't guarantee that its members will all be rich, but the church tries to see to it that its members all know how to support themselves and work hard and keep healthy and raise their children to be as educated as possible.
Raymond Howard Ubusu. Having been commissioned of Jesus Christ, I baptize you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Amen.
Congratulations, Brother Ubusu.
My sins all washed away now.
They sure are.
I, member of Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You certainly are.
I love you forever, Elder Cannon.
And I love you, Brother Ubusu.
My wife next. She speaks English better than myself. She read me everything.
Sister Abusu, you're next. Now, Sister Abusu, what's your full name?
In the first year of the mission, 1,700 people were baptized. Those who had been known as apostles or pastors are, as often as not, now serving as branch presidents or Sunday school presidents. A woman who is known by the title prophetess, as Eliza R. Snow used to be called, is now Relief Society president.
There was a man who read the pamphlets and was so moved by the gospel that he felt the missionary spirit right away.
I was constrained by the Spirit to go from street to street to deliver the message from the Book of Mormon and from the pamphlets. There was persecutions. Sometimes some called us Antichrist organizations, but we persisted with the word and won 40 people that day, even to the admiration of the Muslims around. Later, we won 47 more members.
What these congregations did was use the name of the church. Most of them knew something about church doctrine, but they didn't know church practices. So they just transferred the traditional Protestant Pentecostal type of service to what they were doing in the church. They had collection plates, hallelujahs, singing, dancing, and drums. And we couldn't just go in and say, "You can't do this, you can't do that." We had to teach them what they can do, what the ordinances of the gospel are. And that takes time, both to learn the new things and to unlearn some of the old things.
And some things they have are good, even though they aren't very common in the United States. For instance, one practice they have is that as you're speaking to them and you say something they particularly agree with, they'll come right out and say, "Amen." Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, is this the town of Owerri?
Oh yes, very much.
I'm from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and I'm looking for a man named...
Oh, right that way, then turn other way.
Thanks. I didn't even tell you his name.
Right that way, just go down that way.
Looks like the church isn't exactly a secret here in Owerri, Brother Cannon.
You know, I remember reading in church history about how Wilford Woodruff went to England and found whole congregations of people who had been looking for the true church. And he had just baptized them all, hundreds in a day.
Yeah, those were the days.
I used to think all the time on my mission, why doesn't the Spirit of the Lord work in that way anymore? How come we have to knock on thousands of doors until we find even one person willing to accept the gospel?
Some people are readier than others. Maybe the first missionaries into a country always find big groups waiting.
Not in all countries. When Parley P. Pratt went to France, he hardly made a dent. It was only in England, really, that people joined like that.
England and here.
Come on, Elder Maybe. I think we have some golden investigators waiting inside that building.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, Carolyn, did you have a good day today?
Any chance I can go to the Christmas formal?
You're only 15, dear.
He's really a nice guy, and I told him maybe.
Why would you tell him that when you know the answer is no?
I can always hope my parents will be more merciful.
No mercy, none. The cruelest judges are the ones that know you best.
Well, I'll just go in and stretch out on the rack for a while.
Why do you want to watch turkeys die?
I don't want to watch them die. I want to see how they fix them up to be frozen. Like how they stick those little thermometers in.
They don't stick them in. The turkeys are born with thermometers.
They are?
It's natural selection, so their mothers can tell who has a fever.
Oh?
Roger, I think you'd better not.
Why not? Just because you don't do anything interesting all day, does that mean I can't?
Roger, Mom does lots of things all day, like laundry and cleaning the house and fixing your meals.
That stuff isn't interesting.
Well, if Dad was here, you wouldn't say something like that to Mom.
What did I say? All I said was that hanging around the house all day is pretty dull.
I don't hang around the house all day, Roger. Sometimes I go shopping.
Roger, why don't you go hide in the closet for a while?
What did I say? I'm always saying something wrong. All I wanted to do was go watch them kill the turkey.
You didn't need to get so mad at him, Jacob.
Well, it was a creepy thing to say.
But it was true.
Come on, Mom, you do lots of things.
But you kids always keep your rooms neat, and I don't know. Sometimes I just sit down in front of the TV and watch it, without even turning it on.
Oh, I can't wait till the networks discover that one. The Nielsen Ratings Service has discovered that the third-ranked show this week was a turned-off television. ABC just announced that it will schedule an hour and a half of total darkness during prime time, interrupted only by commercials from Sominex. Dad's home. Dad, I'm going to be a starter. I won the free throw contest for the 8th practice in a row.
Throwing a silly ball at a hoop? But who got bumped as a starter to make room for you?
Danny Stuckey. He's an inch taller than me, but I've been out rebounding him all year.
So a short little kid like you gets to play basketball.
Dad, I'm 6'4".
Okay.
Dinner will be ready in about an hour.
Hey, honey, that just won't do at all.
Okay, you can eat it raw in 10 minutes.
I'm not talking about dinner. I'm talking about... Jacob, do you mind excusing us for a minute?
It's the TV show Mom was watching. It really gets to her.
Honey, what's wrong? What happened?
It was just something that Roger said.
Well, what did he say?
Oh, he didn't say anything wrong. He just reminded me of how absolutely useless I am.
Useless? Doggone, Diane, you spend all day serving the whole family, and he calls you useless?
He didn't call me useless. I called me useless.
Well, it isn't true.
Oh, I know. I do a lot of things here at home. And I teach primary. I work hard and all of that. But you go out and work every day and help people who are accused of crimes get a fair chance in court. And then at church, you're stake president. And you make a real difference in other people's lives, besides being a father here at home. But me, my kids are all in school, and from 8 to 4 every day I'm here all alone.
Don't you have any friends over or anything?
Of course I do. I go shopping. Don't feel like I'm giving anything to the world. It was different when they were little, and I was teaching them how to read and walk and dress themselves. We were so close, and there's nothing more important in the whole world than that. They don't need me that same way anymore. Sometimes I don't think anybody really needs me at all.
I do, Diane.
Oh, I know, Silas. All I really want to do is make a real difference in the world. Maybe I should go back to college and get my degree.
Hey, great. I'm with you all the way.
I'm not sure I am.
Or maybe you could do something with your voice.
Oh, I already do. I sing in church all the time.
Why don't you join the Tabernacle Choir?
Me?
If you want to make a difference in the world, that's the place to do it. You have a beautiful voice, and they sing all over the world, and they change people's lives.
Oh, I could never get into the Tabernacle Choir.
Don't deny your talents, Diane. You have the most beautiful voice I ever heard. When you sing, people cry.
Oh, is that good or bad?
It's good.
That really got to me, joining the Tabernacle Choir. So I screwed up my courage one morning. It took me 10 minutes just sitting there holding the telephone with the phone book open on my lap before I finally let it ring. And I called the Tabernacle Choir office.
Just give me your name and address, and I'll send you an application right away. Oh, how old are you?
I'm 38.
That's fine, then. You have to be at least 30 to join the choir.
And that was that. A few days later, I got an application.
What are you doing, Mom?
Filling out an application for the Tabernacle Choir.
You? In the Tabernacle Choir?
No, I probably won't get in, Roger.
Why not? Hey, do you think they'd maybe let me do the spoken word?
Maybe after your voice changes.
Can't I please go watch them kill the turkeys?
I thought your father said you could go.
He said I could if you said I could.
Go ahead. But if you get sick, don't complain to me.
I won't get sick. I don't mind the sight of blood at all.
They sent a letter to my bishop asking for his recommendation, and I sent in the application. They asked about my musical experience, about my formal training. I just knew they'd never want me. I hadn't taken a music lesson in my life. They wanted to hear my voice.
Okay, Mom, I'm recording.
Carolyn, dear, it won't do at all to have the first thing on my audition tape be you saying, "Okay, Mom, I'm recording."
Let's start over. You just nod when you want me to start it up. What do you do first?
They want a tape of me singing scales so they can get my range. But I think I'll do the hymn first. Just one verse, without any accompaniment at all.
No accompaniment? Why not?
I have to play the first note, sing the song, and then play the last note to see if I stay on pitch.
Okay.
Ready?
Me, I'm ready. It's you that's gonna sing.
Okay.
Oh, he must be feeling a little better. Here he comes.
Hi, Roger. You don't look so well.
Don't talk about it. I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, come on in. Let's get you lying down. Thanks, Sister Whitehead.
What's wrong?
He went to watch them slaughter turkeys.
Don't talk about it.
But then came the letter. They wanted me to come take a written examination. They told me the music theory book I needed to study, Basic Concepts in Music by Gary M. Martin. I had to hunt all over Salt Lake City and Ogden before I could find a copy. Then I started cramming. My kids helped me study.
Middle C to E flat.
Minor third.
D to E flat.
Minor second.
A to G.
Seventh.
Just seventh.
Minor seventh.
Okay.
Major triad.
Very good. Now,
Major seventh.
do you really have to know all this?
I'm beginning to realize that the Tabernacle Choir isn't just a bunch of nice Mormons who like to sing. Major. I went to the written examination. There were 18 other applicants in a room in the church office building on North Temple Street in Salt Lake. I passed, to my surprise, and I signed up right away for my vocal audition in front of the choir directors. That was grueling. They had me sing scales. Then the accompanist would play a melody with a clear rhythm, and I had to sing it back to them perfectly, without a mistake, after hearing it just once. They handed me a piece of music I'd never seen before, and I had to sight read it while the accompanist played all the parts except mine. They played a high note and a low note, and I had to sing a harmony note in the middle. And finally a letter came.
Yes?
It's your wife on line 3.
Thanks. Hello, Diane.
Well, guess what?
They accepted you.
Nope. Just the opposite. A very nice letter explaining that I'm just not good enough. Oh well, it was a very interesting experience.
Is that all they said?
No, they explained it in detail. I have an inconsistency of tone and a tightness in my jaw.
What does that mean?
It means I've never had lessons.
Well, maybe you should take lessons.
Well, that's what they said. It was a P.S. They asked me to correct those problems and audition again.
Well, then, it's not a flat turn down at all.
Oh, Silas, I'm just not good enough.
Look, Diane, when I have someone apply to me for a job, I don't write down little PSs asking them to try again unless I think they're really good, and I really want them to try again.
I've been so nervous all these weeks, I just can't go through it anymore.
Okay. That servant who buried his talent was probably nervous too.
Silas, aren't you on my side?
Of course I am. Aren't you?
But it wasn't that easy. I had prayed for help. I had sung my best, but my best just wasn't good enough. I felt like here I had applied to the Tabernacle Choir because I was feeling so depressed and useless. Now I end up feeling even more depressed and useless. In fact, I felt so rotten that I just went into my bedroom and cried for a little while. And then I knelt down by the bed and prayed, and told the Lord that I had tried, but I just wasn't talented enough, and I was very sorry, but all I was good for was keeping a clean house, and He gave a singing voice to the wrong person. And when I finally got through feeling sorry for myself, I began to really pray and ask what I should do. And then I finished praying and just started wandering through the house. I was looking for something, but I didn't know what. Finally, I found it in the living room. It was the triple combination sitting on the end table. I picked it up, thumbed through it. Then I just opened the book and my eyes went straight to Scripture. I didn't read it. I heard the words in my ears, as if they were spoken by someone who could make me hear it right down to my toes. It left me trembling. It was my answer. The Scripture was Alma chapter 5, verse 26.
And now, behold, I say unto you, my brethren, if ye have experienced a change of heart, and if ye have felt to sing the song of redeeming love, I would ask, can ye feel so now?
To sing the song of redeeming love. And I knew the Lord had answered me. He wanted me to sing in that choir and to sing a song of redeeming love to other people in His name. And if I wasn't good enough yet, then I'd work until I was good enough. I went straight to the telephone, called the choir people, and got them to recommend some voice teachers. By the time Silas got home that night, I had a teacher and an appointment for my first lesson, and I practiced for 2 hours every day.
How come Mom has to keep singing all that screechy stuff all the time?
It isn't screechy stuff, Raj. It's exercises.
It sounds awful.
Well, you just keep your opinion to yourself, okay? If you say one word to make her stop practicing, I'll stuff you up that basketball hoop.
I'm not dumb. For Pete's sake.
Well, it's like this, Raj. You've seen me for years shooting the basketball at the hoop, day after day. At first, I only made maybe 1 basket in 20. But now I make better than 75% of my free throws, because I practiced. Now, Mom's practicing so that she always gets the notes right. So that she always has a good sounding tone. So she can get in the Tabernacle Choir.
Why does she want to get in a dumb old choir? Nobody can hear your voice in a choir.
When she sings solos, Roger, she only sings them in church, to people who are already converted. When she sings in this choir, she'll be on the radio, and her voice will be part of a program that millions of people all over the world listen to. Some of them will even join the church. The first letter she got from the choir said, "If you're accepted in this choir, you will consider this to be a mission call."
Mom's going to be a missionary?
Well, not a set-apart missionary, but a missionary all the same, if she practices and gets good enough. And you've got to be good.
The lessons were a revelation to me. For the first time in my life, I began to understand how it was I really produced that singing voice. I began to have it under control. I had never really known how much my voice could do, and 6 months after that letter telling me I couldn't be in the choir, I auditioned again. This time I was absolutely confident. I knew that every note was right, that my tone never wavered. I was relaxed. And a week later I got a letter. I was in the choir.
Hello, honey, I'm home. What's going on? Hey, what are you kids doing?
We have got some news for you, news for you, news for you. We have got some news for you. Your wife is in the choir.
In the choir, Diane! Hey, that's fantastic.
Don't hug me. I'm covered with flour. Dinner will be ready in half an hour.
I'll hug you if I want to.
Way to go,
Hey,
Mom.
honey, I
We need
know you could do it. Hey, I'm so proud.
Come on, Diane.
Hey, how about that?
Let's give it
It isn't easy singing with a choir. I had no idea how professional the choir members had to be. Every Thursday night at 7:30 we come and find our music in our box. I'm soprano number 80. We sit down and sight read each song once. That sight reading is recorded on a practice tape. And between Thursday and Sunday, the choir directors go over that tape and find the things they want to fix. Then, on Sunday morning, we just go over the songs enough to fix the problems. And we sing them for the broadcast. That means that we can't waste time trying to figure things out. We can't wait for the conductor to tell us what to do. We have to read the songs correctly the first time, dynamics, words, melody, and all. And it's the same way when we record them. Just last week we came on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday and recorded 2 complete albums.
You should have heard Roger in priesthood meeting this morning. It was kind of a testimony meeting. And he said, and I'm grateful that my mother is the tabernacle choir.
My mother is the tabernacle choir.
That's what he said.
Maybe I need to lose weight.
Your little boy is proud of you. And so is your biggest boy.
And yet the choir is more than singing with a great conductor. It's singing with testimony. The conductor once said that he and his wife and the staff pray every day for the right people to try out for the choir. And the Lord answers their prayers. Because they don't want just people with great voices. They also want people with great hearts and great testimonies. I just remember one afternoon after an outdoor concert in an eastern city, a woman and her little boy came up to me. I was wearing a choir costume, so they knew I was one of the singers.
Excuse me. My little boy wanted to ask you a question. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Of course not.
Go ahead, Terry. You can ask her.
Don't be shy.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
I have 2 sons who were once little like you, Terry. Did you like the way the choir sang?
Uh-huh.
What was your favorite song?
Hallelujah.
That's one of my favorites, too.
Go ahead and ask her, Terry.
Did God teach you how to sing those songs?
Yes, Terry, he did.
Will he teach me how to sing too?
He sure will.
I thought he was going to ask how many years you studied in order to sing like that.
You asked the right question, Terry.
Say thank you to the nice lady, Terry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And you just keep singing.
I really like the singing, too.
Isn't it funny how children have a knack for understanding the most important things?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's funny, though. Now I realize that even if the Lord hadn't meant for me to be in the choir, He meant for me to do something. My talent happened to be singing. Jacob's talent right now is basketball. There's a lady in the ward who just has a gift for listening to people and making them feel better. And you're not completely happy unless you're constantly working at using your gifts to serve the Lord and His children. For 15 years, my talent was raising little children. And now that they're older and don't need me so much, I sing with the choir. And after I'm too old for that, I figure the Lord will have some other jobs for me. I can hardly wait.
That's it. That's our mystery song. Be the 7th caller and win our...
Stern warning to the president that if he does not capitulate within 30 hours, they will severely...
Mom, I was listening.
I've heard the news so often today. It's family home evening.
But I wanted to hear what...
Peter, come on in for family home evening.
I'm sorry, Peter. There's only so much of the news that I can stand to hear anymore.
Well, I should have asked you before turning it off.
That's okay, I guess. But it's better to know what's going on, isn't it?
Of course it is. But sometimes I just wish I could close all the doors and windows and drapes and turn off the television and the radio and just be safe.
But that wouldn't be safe at all.
Is anything safe, Jer? Anything at all?
Well, let's have prayer and talk about it. Maybe that's the most important thing for us to discuss tonight. Dinah, will you say the prayer?
Sure. Heavenly Father, please bless the food.
No, honey. It's the prayer for the family home evening.
Please bless the family home evening. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. All the bad news in the world today, what do you think it means?
The whole world is falling apart. That's what it means.
I sometimes wonder if there's ever going to be a normal time again. I mean, Dad, you and Mom talk about how it was when you were growing up. Even with World War II and everything, somehow the world stayed pretty straight. People still had jobs and bought houses and everything. But now, I don't know. It could all just come crashing down.
And what does it mean?
I'm afraid it means that all the prophecies are coming true.
You mean like the second coming?
Well, the second coming will be good news to the world. It's what comes before.
What does come before?
Some pretty frightening things, I'm afraid. And some good things.
But the saints will always come through okay, won't they?
In one sense, yes, Peter. Because, well, I'll get to that later. The important thing to remember is that the prophecies aren't very clear. We know some things that are going to happen, but we don't know when, or in what order, or even sometimes who they're going to happen to. The prophecies only give us a general idea of some of the things that are going to happen, so that we can try and be prepared.
What sort of things are going to happen?
Well, in a few words, the end of the world.
Just poof, it disappears?
No, but the world will just stop working the way it does now. Things will change, and people will suffer.
What things are going to change?
Well, let's have some examples of the way things could change. Now, suppose that inflation kept getting worse, and the prices of things just kept going up and up and up, so that you could hardly afford.
That'll be $4,240.
Will you take a check?
I'm sorry, no checks. By the time they clear the bank, prices have gone up so much that we'd be broke in a few days.
But I don't get paid until tomorrow.
I'm sorry, then. John, come put these milk and eggs back on the shelf.
We don't have anything to eat.
Lady, I know. Nobody does.
And when inflation gets out of hand, eventually money gets worthless.
I'm sorry. I can't say anything for money. Money ain't worth nothing.
I have a vegetable garden. Can I trade you a few dozen beets for...
Now, that's more like it. Yeah, I'll trade you 5 pounds of hamburger for 2 dozen beets.
But what about people who don't have anything to trade? People in cities, for instance.
Jerry, aren't you going to work this morning?
No.
Well, why not?
Why not? Because there's nothing to buy in the stores, even if the company had any money to pay me. Nothing's being trucked in anymore. When we use up what's in our cupboards right now, that's it. We're getting out.
But where?
Into the country. There are farms out there, and they have food. How else will we feed the children?
But how can we buy anything if you quit your job?
I'm an advertising man, Jane. When money's worthless, so is advertising. No, I'll take any job. Digging ditches, or hoeing peas, or slopping hogs, or anything. Don't you understand? It's either that or starve.
But it doesn't have to be inflation. It could be a depression, or a war, especially a nuclear war, or an epidemic, or a huge earthquake. And you know, every one of those things has been prophesied. Wars, plagues, earthquakes, storms, they all disrupt everything. They all could make the world as we know it come completely to a stop.
But what can we do?
Why? Don't you know? The prophets have been telling us all along. Heber C. Kimball said it. The time will come when we will be obliged to depend upon our own resources.
You mean like our year's supply of food?
And planting gardens.
And being out of debt. And being physically fit.
And most of all, being close to the Spirit of God.
But how do we know all this?
The prophets have told us, or hinted about it. For instance, President Joseph F. Smith said, let's see, I think I see 2,000 or 3,000 people wending their way across the Great Plain, enduring the nameless hardships of the journey, herding and guarding their cattle by day and by night, and defending themselves and little ones from foes on the right hand and on the left, as when they came here. And Wilford Woodruff saw the people fleeing to the mountains. Here, Ariel, will you read what President Woodruff said?
Okay.
Here.
As I passed along upon my way east, I saw the road full of people, mostly women, with just what they could carry in bundles on their backs, traveling to the mountains on foot. I wondered how they could get through with such a small pack on their back.
Right. And Orson Pratt talked about how we might return to the place where the New Jerusalem will be built. Here, John, you read Orson Pratt's words, right here.
Okay. Do we expect to return as a great people? Yes. Do we expect to return with our wives and children? Yes. Do we expect to return in a peaceable manner? Of course. Have you ever seen any other feeling on the part of the Latter-day Saints only to promote peace wherever they may settle? What has been our object from the commencement? Peace and goodwill to all men.
It's also scary. It could happen at any time.
Yes, it could. And when it happens, it won't be gradual. Oh, there'll be signs that it's coming, but we see those signs right now. We could turn on our radios tomorrow and hear the news that a war in the Middle East has cut off all our oil. That could do it. Or hear the news that we're at war with Russia. That could do it. Or just discover that too many people are going broke, and the credit card companies are folding, and the whole economy falling apart all of a sudden.
What would we do? What would anybody do?
Let's, well, why don't we pretend? Let's pretend that we're in just that situation, living here in Ohio, and all of a sudden, the cars don't run, and there's no food in the stores. What would you want to do?
Go join the rest of the saints.
That's the first thing. In times of trouble, the saints band together.
Mommy, door.
Shh. I'll see who it is. It's all right. It's the home teachers.
Come in quickly. Shut the door. That's right.
Hi. I take it you've seen the looters here, too.
It's frightening. Bands of men from the city breaking into whatever houses they want, taking what they have.
Well, the bishopric have been praying about this. With the phones out, we can't get through to Salt Lake. We can't even get through to Cleveland. So we've decided that as a ward, we have no choice. We've got to band together and head for safety.
And where's that?
We figure Salt Lake City. Remember when they had that flood in Idaho? The only organization that was able to cope with it was the church. Well, with the whole country falling apart, we figure that in the mountains the church will still have things running okay. If we get there, we'll be safe.
All right. What do we do?
Any gas in your car?
Not much.
Enough to get us to the meeting house?
Yes.
Bring your family and your supplies. Here's a list the welfare committee worked out. Any weapons you have, though we're praying we never have to use them. All the food that you can carry. Winter clothes.
But it's summer.
You don't understand. We'll be walking most of the way. By the time we get there, it won't be summer anymore. Remember the handcart companies?
Winter clothes.
And your family records. The vital ones. That's all. No toys, kids. Sorry.
Not even my dolly?
You can bring your doll, honey. That's okay.
But no basketball. Right, John?
Right.
And your slot car set will have to stay here, Peter. And no books except the scriptures. Books are too heavy. Do you have any tents, any sleeping bags?
Yes.
Bring those. And backpacks, if you have them. That's it. We've got to get moving. We haven't got much gas left over ourselves. And I own a gas station. Owned a gas station, that is.
Wow. Could it really be like that, Dad?
It sure could, Peter. All of a sudden, the leaders of the church say, we're going. Come right now and take only this or that. And a lot of people wouldn't have any supplies at all.
What would they do?
Well, let's see.
Brothers and sisters, we have just finished the inventory. Now, there are 780 people here, and we have only 543 sleeping bags. We have enough food for 780 people for 3 weeks, and...
Wait a minute, Bishop. You're saying all this stuff about what we have. Well, I have enough food for my family for a year. It's not my fault these other people haven't prepared. That's right.
I'm glad you brought that up, because it's time for us to have an understanding. We're in this together. Either you're one of the saints in this ward, or you're not. And right now, with the world falling apart, all we have is each other. I have my year's supply too, but that doesn't give me the right to forget the teachings of Christ. I'm consecrating everything I own to the Lord, so that nobody in this ward will go hungry if I have anything to say about it. And every righteous Latter-day Saint will do the same.
Well, I'm a righteous saint, Bishop, but I really
Are
don't
you? Are you really? Sure, you've been coming to meetings for years. But now we're right down to the test. Do you have enough faith to consecrate all your food and all your belongings to the Lord, and then obey when we share everything out equally? The Lord says we must give according to our abilities, and we will receive according to our needs. It's that simple. Now, either you're part of us, or you're not, and you can leave right now.
Yeah, but it isn't fair.
Well, let's talk about fairness. I see Sister Harmon and her 2 sons. Sister Harmon's husband left her 10 years ago, before she joined the church. He's been working hard for the phone company ever since. But when the crunch came, she was fired. Now, she had a year's supply, too, but it's all gone. She's already been living off it for a year. Now, is it fair for her to starve while another Latter-day Saint has plenty to eat? Well, if you think that's right, then you aren't a Latter-day Saint. It's that simple. So those of you who aren't willing to consecrate everything you own right now can pick out and get out. I mean it, right this minute.
That's pretty harsh.
But you can see that it's got to be that way. That's what being saints means. We're all pulling together.
Would we do that, Dad?
Consecrate everything just like that? Right now, I believe we would. But when it came right down to it, knowing that you and your brother and sisters might go hungry because of it, it'd be hard for your mother and me to do that.
But would you?
Yes, son. Everything we own, we have because the Lord created it or gave us the skill or talent to earn it. Everything. And if He says for us to give it up so that other people could live, then I'd do it.
But what then? Can you imagine walking all the way from Ohio to Utah? How would we live?
Wouldn't it be dangerous? How many do you figure, Peter? About 20. Where are their guns? They aren't stupid. They have them with them. 20 men with guns, and no families with them. They must have abandoned their families a long time ago. Oh, let's get back and report.
Well, Peter, Steve?
It's about 20 men. Guns and no families. They look pretty mean. And pretty hungry. We better not tangle with them.
Why not? There are 100 men with us, all pretty good shots now after all our hunting. Let's take them by surprise right now.
I'm surprised at you, Brother Wood. Jesus Christ didn't go around with an army. He went around doing good.
Jesus Christ didn't have a mob of men with guns.
No, he simply had the whole Roman army against him, not to mention the power of the Sanhedrin. We're saints, Brother Wood. No, get me 30 men and 20 women. And let's load up with as much of our supplies as... well, enough to feed those 20 men for 3 days. All right?
You're going to feed them out of our supplies?
Just come along and see.
arms like an army.
Get your guns quick.
Put those guns down. You don't need them. Your friends.
Ain't nobody got friends in this whole wide world, buddy.
Well, you do, and we're them. You look hungry.
You got food?
Well, if you put those guns away, we have 3 days' rations for you.
And if we don't put our guns away, what's to stop us from taking that food away from you? And more.
Show yourselves, men. Now, in case you're too blind to see, we've got you surrounded and outmanned. And every one of us is a good shot.
What do you want from us? We ain't got nothing to steal.
I told you. We have 3 days' rations for you.
Why?
Because we're Mormons, friend. We're heading west to the Rocky Mountains. There's peace and good government there. And laws. Food to eat. A place where good people can be safe. And we want you to come along.
Bishop?
I said we want you to come along. But only on one condition.
Yeah? What's that?
You obey our laws. Now, for instance, we're divided into groups of 10 and 20 families with captains of 10 and 20. The captain shares out the food and assigns the work, and everybody obeys.
Doesn't sound too democratic.
Well, we vote on the rules, but we don't vote on enforcing them. By staying with us, people agree to live by the rules. And we have another rule, though.
What's that?
A man must care for his own family. I don't see your families here.
Now they're at home.
Well, we'll be camped around here for 3 days. Now, we're giving each of you 3 days' rations. That's time for you to go home, get your families, and come back and join us. If you come back without your family, well, you might as well not come back. Either way, you keep the food.
I'm with you.
Me too.
I don't know if my family would come with me.
Well, then, you better get ready to make things right with them. Apologize a little. I'll make it plain to you. We intend to be safe. We're safe because there's so many of us that bands of robbers wouldn't dare attack us. The more of us, the safer we are. But only if we're all families working together. We haven't the time or the patience to cope with rule breakers and irresponsible people who abandon their loved ones. If we make it to the Zion together, it's with our wives and children. Understood?
That's fine with me. We'll be back in 3 days.
I don't know about that, Dad. How could anybody be trusted like that?
Trust is the only way we can ever live together in peace. And somebody has to do the trusting first.
Do they get there? Do they make it, or...
What do you think?
I think they do, but they have a lot of suffering on the way.
What kind of suffering?
They're hungry and sick.
A lot of danger from wicked people.
And they're always afraid.
And some people die.
Brother Graves? Bishop, Brother Graves' axe is slipped. He's cut bad.
It looks bad. Here, get a tourniquet.
We practiced this in Boy Scouts. There wasn't any blood.
Go get his wife.
Right. How bad is it? Tell me straight.
You're cut too high. It's an artery. We can't even get a tourniquet on it.
Bishop, do something.
Brother Graves, I'll try. In the name of Jesus Christ, and by the power of the holy Melchizedek priesthood, I commend you to the Lord and bless you with a calm heart as you prepare to meet him. Amen.
That's how it is.
I can only say what the Spirit constrains me to say.
Howard!
I love you. The Lord will take care of you. And when it's your time to die, I'll be waiting for you. Have faith.
Oh, Howard! Oh, no!
He's gone.
We were cut cutting the last logs to build the last draft.
It was his time.
Why would the Lord take him when I need him so much?
I don't know. But Howard was a godly man. You should be glad of that.
Come, come, ye saints, no toil nor labor fear, but with joy wend your way. Though hard to you this journey may appear, grace shall be as your day.
Peter? Now remember, Peter, we're just pretending. We don't know for sure if this is how it'll be, but the hard times won't be forever. Remember when we lived in Salt Lake City? Imagine how these people would feel, being met and escorted into Salt Lake.
Patience, Brother Wood. I'll have your wagon fixed in no time.
Why does the dang thing keep breaking down?
Well, I hate to say it, but it's a pretty poorly made wagon.
I did the best I could when we stopped at that old sawmill in Illinois and made these things.
Well, figure it this way. The old-time pioneers, they used wagons all the time. They knew how to make them tough and strong. But for us to suddenly try to make wagons when we've never even seen one in our lives except in pictures, well, we're lucky they run as well as they do. At least we haven't tried to hand-make a Model A Ford out of wood and baling wire.
What's that?
Look, it's a helicopter.
Who'd have a helicopter? There's not an airplane flying in America.
Look, a beehive on the sides.
A beehive? What does that mean?
It's the symbol of the state of Utah and of the old state of Deseret. It means our people. They've kept their helicopters flying.
Come on, Brother Wood, let's go see who it is.
Hello, folks. Looks like you got a good-sized wagon train coming along here.
The wagons aren't holding up too well.
Well, how many of you are there?
Here's the bishop.
Bishop? Well, you're Mormons then.
Who else would be heading for Utah?
Everybody who desires peace and safety and freedom, that's who. They're arriving at the rate of 1,000 a day, this being toward the end of summer. And only 1 in 5 is a Latter-day Saint. But we keep finding that Mormon bishops and Mormon elders are heading up most of the groups. Bishop!
Hello! Yeah, you look like a welcome sight.
So do you. How many of you?
Well, we started out with 700 plus. Lost a few. Some quit. Some died. But now there's more than 1,000 of us.
Well, you're almost in the clear now. Most of the marauders are south right now, and you're a big enough group that most of the rest will just steer clear of you. Stay careful, though. When you come into the valley, well, tell me, how well do you like each other?
What do you mean?
Well, when we prepare for you to arrive, do y'all want to stay together in a sort of neighborhood, or would you rather split up and not see each other again for a while?
Well, after all we've been through, friend, I think we better stay together. There's not a person here who hasn't earned my love and respect 100 times over. I think we all feel the same.
Sounds like you had a good group.
We did. We do.
Now, when you see a bunch of Indians ride down on you, don't panic.
Indians?
Yeah, they're ours. They're on our side.
The Indians?
When states and counties fell apart, there were only a few things that remained. Wards and stakes and families in the church. And tribes. Our Lamanite brethren know how to stick together in order to survive. They've had to learn over the centuries, and they've never forgotten it. So remember, don't go playing cowboys and Indians. They're your guides. They know where the water is and where the safe roads are. Follow them. They'll bring you home.
It's like George Q. Cannon said, "The day will come among the wicked that every man that will not take his sword against his neighbor must needs flee unto Zion for safety. Men will be compelled to flee to the Mormons."
But wouldn't it get awfully crowded in Salt Lake Valley, even if they overflowed everywhere else?
Well, I figure the Lord will take care of that. But just think, there are prophecies about the city of New Jerusalem being founded. Now, I'm not sure how it's going to be, but can't you just imagine thousands and thousands of saints heading eastward, not to invade, but to bring peace to a strife-torn nation? Instead of making everybody come to the mountains for peace and safety, once the church was strong enough, we could take the kingdom of God out to the places where peace has been almost forgotten. Why do you think the Lord picked on Jackson County, Missouri? Because maybe it's the dead center of North America. Or close enough. The natural place for a capital of a kingdom of God that meant to spread out across the whole continent and bring peace and safety and freedom to everyone.
Why don't we just do it now and save all that suffering in between?
Well, Peter, it takes a lot of suffering for most people to realize what it is they really need. Right now, they don't understand the sort of joy the kingdom of God would bring. Right now, they think they can fix everything by raising or lowering taxes or interest rates or this or that. What they don't realize is that the real solution is to have a righteous government of a righteous people. It doesn't matter what you do with the government. If the people are wicked, the government won't improve things a bit.
That's true. Well, New Jerusalem, what will it be like?
Well, Joseph Smith planned the city with plats, blueprints, for large city blocks arranged around a temple. And the more people who come, the more plats that would be built, until there were dozens and hundreds of temples, each with their groups of buildings around them. And we're told that the descendants of the Book of Mormon people will build the city. There'll be so many of them that we'll only be helpers. It'll be a place of peace, where there are no poor because everyone shares, where there'll be no hate because everyone forgives. And there'll be no wickedness, because everyone desires righteousness.
It sounds like heaven.
That's exactly right. Heaven on earth. The gospel will reach every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. Already we see how the Lord is opening doors to Africa, and even nations behind the Iron Curtain. Who knows what the Lord will do tomorrow, or the next day, to allow the missionaries to preach everywhere.
But, Father, what about the Battle of Armageddon? And the 2 prophets in Jerusalem? When will all that take place?
Well, family night's already gone on as long as little Dinah can take it, I'm afraid. But why not go the whole way? Ariel, you and John and Peter look through the book of Revelation and the book of Zechariah. They're about the best sources. You see, our prophets have mostly told us what's going to happen to the children of Ephraim at the time of the second coming. It's the Jews' own prophets who have told them the future of Judah when the Savior comes to them.
And we'll pretend we're living through those hard times too?
That's right, if you've got the imagination for it.
The problem is that it might not be too long before we're actually living through it and not pretending at all.
Well, that's what these prophecies are for, so that we have an idea of some of the terrible things we might go through, so we can be ready.
But what should we do?
Your mother and I will have a list of things we need to do to be ready for the end of the world. Next family home evening. John, would you close with prayer? Could you turn it down, Peter?
I think I'll turn it off.
Thanks. But family home evening won't start for another few minutes.
I used to be able to watch war movies all the time, and I thought it was neat. But ever since we talked about prophecies of the last days, I don't know.
It isn't so neat anymore?
We read in social studies about the Hungarian Revolution in 1956. They were throwing rocks at tanks.
Pretty hopeless, right?
But they had to do something, didn't they?
Rocks against tanks. Pretty pathetic. What would have been strong enough, do you think?
Better tanks? Nuclear bombs?
Oh, I don't know, Peter. I don't know if armies are ever really stronger than other armies. They both just lead to more wars later. World War I just led to World War II. And ever since World War II, we've been building up for something much, much worse. I think there's only one thing stronger than armies.
Missiles?
Yes. Oh, dear, I see we need this family home evening tonight. Missiles, wow.
Are we starting out?
Boy, have we got a zinger of a lesson on prophecy for tonight.
Why don't you see if Mother is through giving Dinah her bath?
We are.
All clean.
Well, all right then. Let's have our opening song and family council, and then we'll get started with John's and Ariel's lesson.
So that's all settled.
I'm sorry. I meant to get it done last week.
No need to apologize, just so it gets painted this week.
I know this sounds like a dumb excuse, but reading the prophecies in Zechariah and Revelation, it kind of makes things like painting the fence seem sort of trivial. Like, what good is it going to be to have a painted fence when the Mount of Olives splits in two?
Well, we have to keep living until that time. But you're right. When you remember the terrible things that lie ahead, and the wonderful things too, well, it changes the way you look at life. It helps you remember what's really important. But let's get started. Ariel?
Well, what we're going to do is pretend that we're a Jewish family.
A Mormon Jewish family.
Living in Jerusalem when all these prophecies are being fulfilled.
A Mormon Jewish family? How can you be...
Well, Jews who have come to believe in Jesus Christ, who've been baptized.
We're kind of figuring that this is a while from now, in the future. Someday when Mormon missionaries are allowed to go into Israel to proselyte.
But Mormons still aren't very popular, especially when they're Jews. The other Israelis who haven't been converted don't care much for them.
Mommy, somebody threw a rock.
Are you all right, Peter?
Glass all over the floor.
Don't be upset, Peter. Father will be home soon.
Why do they hate us?
They just don't understand. They don't realize that Jesus was the Messiah. They're still waiting for him to come the first time.
I wish he'd hurry.
Peter!
It isn't fair to have them always picking on us.
The Lord will come in his due time.
Shh! I know you're in there. I'm Masha. I'm a friend.
It's Masha. Open the door, Peter, while I sweep.
Look at this. Glass all over. Could have cut up your children. They're trying to throw rocks at the windows.
It's all right, Masha. We forgive them.
Oh, yes. I keep forgetting. You're Christians.
I wish the others would forget.
Well, if you Mormons would only just be quiet for a while.
You mean David and Simon?
Oh, so you know them personally.
They've stayed in my home.
Then no wonder they throw rocks through your window. Still, I remember 1936. I remember who was doing the rock throwing then. The Nazis were doing it. The Nazi thing, to throw rocks and persecute people for their beliefs. I personally think you're crazy, but crazy or not, they have no right to hurt you.
You won't hear me arguing, Masha. Dinah, stay away from the glass.
They're blaming the alliance on your two prophets, David and Simon.
Then they're wrong.
They're saying that your two prophets have aroused all the nations of the world to anger against Israel.
Since when do the nations of the world need an excuse?
It would help if your prophets weren't always talking about how the Messiah is coming and Jerusalem will rule the earth. It also would help if your fellow Mormons off in America weren't building a city they called the New Jerusalem.
They won't be harming Israel.
We don't like seeing a New Jerusalem when the old Jerusalem is still hanging around.
We?
Oh, all right. They asked me to come to you, to ask you to leave.
Leave?
Leave Israel. America is where your church belongs. Israel is for Jews.
I am a Jew.
You're a Christian, no? Then you're not a Jew.
I'm a Jew who recognized the Messiah when he came. That makes me a better Jew than you.
Argue me no arguments. I just came to tell you. There will be more violence. People like me, we can't stop it. We can't protect you. There are armies coming against us now, and we can't stand against them. We've defeated armies 10 times our number, but this time, 100 times, 1,000 times our numbers. There are those who believe that if we can kill those two prophets of yours, the armies will go away.
They're wrong. It's Israel and God they hate, not just David and Simon.
For their own safety and for yours, get rid of them. Send them away.
But I can't do that. They can't even do that. You don't even want them to do that.
Don't we?
Because if they go, who will protect you then?
Protect us?
What is this? The window's broken.
Shalom, Masha. Shalom. I've been speaking wisdom to your wife.
Listen to what I told her.
I know what you told her. You'd better go, Masha.
No, that's all right.
Masha, you are a representative of sorts, aren't you? They sent you, didn't they?
Because they know I'm a friend. My own life's in danger.
You know me, don't you, Masha?
Yes, David, I know you.
And me? You know me?
Yes, I do, Simon.
And why do you know us?
Because...
God is your witness, Masha. And so are we.
Because you raised my daughter from the dead.
And now you come with warnings that we must go? This family stands by us out of faith, Masha. But you have a sure knowledge, and you desert us.
The armies are coming against us. Who can stand against the armies?
Indeed, Masha, no one can. That is why we were sent. Zacharias spoke of us, and the Apostle John confirmed it. We are the 2 olive trees. And when Zechariah asked the Lord what the olive trees meant, the angel said to him, "This is the word of the Lord unto Zerubbabel, saying, Not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord of hosts."
And Zechariah asked again what was meant by the 2 olive trees. And the angel said, "These are the 2 anointed ones that stand by the Lord of the whole earth."
Blasphemy!
Because we simply named to you what we are?
But if you are the 2 anointed ones, then...
We were anointed in the temple of God.
But the temple hasn't been built.
You are too blind, child of Judah. Did you think there would be only one temple and only one Jerusalem?
Go back to those who sent you, Masha. Tell them that the arm of flesh will not stand against the army of the beast. Tell them that only the power of God will resist the beast. And if they slay us, who will protect them then?
If I tell them, they'll get angry.
Oh, they'll get angry. Those poor souls. Don't they see that those who are angry with us will only drink later from the cup of the wrath of God?
Go on, Masha. Make them angry.
God protect you, my friends. What happens now is out of my hands.
And in the hands of God.
Through them.
So you are the anointed ones, the 2 prophets.
2 witnesses only. Just 2 witnesses who will not be silenced.
Then you have the power. You could stop these armies.
You could save Israel.
Saving Israel is what we've come to do, John, but not from armies.
You see, for 2,000 years the Jews have been persecuted in the name of Christ. And in that time they have come more and more to hate Christ's very name. It's the devil's work, you see, to link Jesus with terrible cruelty. How can we ever convert the Jews?
We are Jews, and we are converted.
Yes, and the Lord sees your faith. But you are humbler than most. The rest of Israel must be brought low into the dust before they will repent and accept their Savior. They must be captive as the children of Israel were captive in Egypt, before they will accept the Messiah that sets them free.
So, the armies that come against us?
They will conquer us.
And what will happen to us then?
Some will die, some will live. We will live because we have work to do.
But what about us, the ones who believe?
If you live, you will suffer with all the others. If you die, you will be caught up immediately to the Lord and rejoice.
I'm afraid.
Every living soul is afraid, Peter, but those with faith can overcome that fear.
It's starting.
How could they get past our air force just like that?
If 100,000 planes come against you, what will your 1,000 be able to do? Trust not in the arm of flesh. Nothing made by man will stop this army.
The Apostle John said it in the book of the Revelation.
If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints.
The patience and the faith of the saints. How much patience?
Wait and trust. The hand of the Lord is the only hand that can save you.
I'm afraid for you, David, Simon.
We aren't immune to fear ourselves. Even Christ asked to have his bitter cup removed. But as he did, his saints will also do, and drink the cup given them to drink. I think you'll discover that what tastes bitter with the first sip is the purest sweetness when the cup is drained.
Look, outside. It's a mob. Come to get you.
Come to get us? I think not.
They won't harm a hair of our heads, because it isn't time yet.
They look mean.
Maybe you'd better take the back way.
We can't be harmed until it's time.
They'll be torn to pieces.
But look! Look, the mob! It's quieting down.
They're opening a path for them. They're walking right through the middle of the mob.
And no one is being harmed.
Mommy, make the thunder go away.
Their armies are a joke. They melt away before us like the snow melts from a volcano.
And tomorrow we will be in Jerusalem.
And then so much for the insolence of the chosen people. All of Europe and Asia and Africa will be at last united. With Jerusalem in our hands, we have nothing left between us and crossing the Atlantic and subduing those religious fanatics who think all America is Zion and that God will protect them.
Well, perhaps they're stronger than we think.
Stronger? They disarm themselves. They declare, trust not in the arm of the flesh. And they have no tanks and no missiles. What will they stop us with? Prayer? It's laughable. See how God protects his chosen people. They bleed. Does God stop up their wound? They die. Does God bring them back to life? This God of theirs, he must be asleep. Well, we shall take great care not to waken him, no?
What is it, Mother? Why are you crying? Why are all these women crying?
Haven't you heard? They killed David and Simon and left their bodies lying in the street.
I heard, Mother. I know it.
They have a virtual army surrounding them where their bodies lie, so that we can't bury them.
That isn't why, Mother. The devil can read scripture as well as anyone. They know that the prophecy is that David and Simon will rise again. They are guarding as the soldiers guarded Christ's tomb. And it will do just as much good. Their armies can't stop the Lord.
Let's go to where they are. It's time. It's the third day.
This crowd is ordered to disperse by orders of the Supreme Military Command. Disperse or we will fire on you. Present hands. Ready? Hand. Didn't you hear my order? I said to...
That was a voice.
David, Simon, arise.
They're getting up. Shoot us. They're getting up.
Don't be afraid. Put down your weapons.
The hour of the coming of the Messiah is here.
Go to the Mount of Olives. He will come to you there.
Forgive us. Please forgive us. We didn't know.
David, Simon, come up to me.
Look! They're rising into the heavens.
They're as white as...
They're as bright as sunlight. I can't look at them. Don't you see? Heavenly Father is opening his arms to love them.
Only the child can see.
The voice of God.
Oh, it's an earthquake.
The buildings are falling on us.
bombs. We'll be safe there.
To the Mount of Olives. Hurry! I saw them. The two prophets taken up into heaven.
Here we are.
And what happens now?
Wait and watch.
There you are. Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you.
Masha,
You were right. I knew you were. I knew it, but I couldn't believe it. Just didn't have enough.
Quiet!
It's the mount. It's splitting in half. Stand back. Step back. There's a stream of water coming from the mountain.
Can I drink it, Father?
Yes, Peter. Yes, you can.
And I?
We can all drink from it. It's living water. It proceeds from the Lord.
It's the purest water I have ever drunk.
It burns. It burns.
Look. Up there.
I can't look. It's too bright.
The Lord. Descending as he ascended 2,000 years ago. In glory.
He's standing on the mount.
He's beckoning. He wants us to come to him.
I can't.
Come with us, Masha. He wants you to come.
Not me. He doesn't want me.
Come on.
He's beautiful.
Who are you? Are you Elijah?
Come to deliver us. Are you Moses?
Don't you know that he's the Messiah? Master, we have waited so long for you.
I am no prophet. I am the keeper of the Lord's vineyard. I am the Son of Man. And man of holiness taught me to be a shepherd of his sheep from the time I was a child.
What are those wounds on your hands, Master?
Those with which I was wounded in the house of my friends.
Jesus. Master.
It was you then. All along.
And all along you have been my people. Come unto me, and I will give you rest.
And then what happens?
It's the millennium.
1,000 years of peace.
Christ will reign over the whole earth, from Jerusalem and from the New Jerusalem here in America. Two capitals on opposite sides of the earth.
And the people will be so righteous that both Jerusalem and the New Jerusalem will be like large temples. You know how over the doors of the temple it says, Holiness unto the Lord? Well, Zechariah said, In that day shall there be upon the bells of the horses, Holiness unto the Lord. Yea, every pot in Jerusalem and in Judah shall be holiness unto the Lord of hosts. And all they that sacrifice shall come and take of them, and seeth therein. And in that day there shall be no more the Canaanite in the house of the Lord of hosts.
Will I live to see it all come? Will I live to see the end of the world?
Yes, you will.
Father, how can you say that?
Because? Why do you think, Peter?
Because even if I'm dead, I'll be resurrected and see it that way.
Yes, son. But there's a way we can see the end of the world tomorrow, if you'd like.
How could he do that?
What is the world? Except for all our sinful desires, all our plans and hopes and wishes that run contrary to the will of God. You can see the end of the world simply by ending it, by ceasing to be a part of it. For you, the world ends when you are completely converted and the devil has no more hold on you.
You mean just like that?
That's why the Lord gives us these prophecies, Peter. When we realize what the ending of everything will be, it makes all the other things in life seem so unimportant. What is it that matters after all?
Each other. Our love for each other.
And the gospel.
The priesthood and living up to the commandments.
Jesus forgives our sins.
And if that is foremost in our thoughts, then the world, for us, has already ended.